as the malicious white moonlight female antagonist, Wen Qiqi has awakened. In her first 125 awakenings, she exerted every possible effort, yet failed to alter the course of the narrative, helplessly witnessing her 7 exceptionally astute elder brothers fall into a bewildering decline in intelligence upon encountering the female lead, Lin Weixue, ultimately leading to a tragic fate described as 3-7 twin gone, 6 mad, 5 foolish, and 4 incapacitated, when Qiqi herself met her demise 125 times. Now, in her 126th awakening, she has resolved to give up. She even prepared a large bucket of poison, planning to drag her 7 brothers along with her to the banquet for a final farewell. Just as she was about to unleash the poison, her 3rd brother intervened unbeknownst to her. Her 7 stunning brothers had actually heard her inner thoughts. The poisoning failed, and the predetermined plot began to unravel. The humble and courteous air of the conglomerate implored her with calmness, "Love me a bit more, even if it's in the name of family." The obsessive and sinister prince of the underworld, looking down from his lofty position, grasped her slender waist, stating, "Qiqi, invite me, in your own way." The innocent and naive genius esports player blushed as he leaned against her neck. "If you truly feel remorse, I would like to seek some comfort." Later, as Wen Qiqi finally managed to steer the narrative back on track, she attempted to flee. But in the next moment, the door of the Shin family mansion was shut tight. The lights flickered on in the dark night, and several figures approached in the living room, the atmosphere thick with tension. This time, who will Qiqi choose? Chapter 1. My short-lived 3rd brother is carrying me. Money, come forth. Operate. Fortune to all who see. Now, let's calculate. Let's see what misfortune befalls those 7 unfortunate souls this time. When Qiqi vigorously shook the wooden cylinder in her hands, a stick flying out haphazardly. Picking it up, the first word turned out to be super. Looking down, superb. Could it be that this awakening holds promise? Would she finally be able to safeguard her 7 foolish brothers from the clutches of the female lead? When Qiqi trembled with excitement, her hands shaking, her heart racing, her mind buzzing with exhilaration, until the complete phrase on the stick was revealed. Super invincible bad luck. Oh, damn. As the malicious white moonlight female antagonist in the novel The Spoiled Girl of the Underworld Young Master, this was Wen Qiqi's 126th awakening. In the context of the narrative, a character's awakening signifies gaining self-awareness, a desire to break free from the constraints of the plot. Yet, she had struggled 125 times. Each time, her 7 obstinate brothers found countless ways to fall into the love trap set by the female lead, Lin Weixue. Each time, she could not escape the narrative, inevitably being wrongfully accused of deeply loving the male lead, Nangong Li. The entire family ended up offending both leads thoroughly, leading to the inevitable conclusion of the novel. The 3rd, 7th, 2nd, and eldest brothers met their demise. The 6th went mad, the 5th became foolish, the 4th was left disabled, and Wen Qiqi was sold off by the female lead to H country, where she suffered a tragic fate. Now, the heavens have opened their eyes, allowing Wen Qiqi to live once more. Not quite. She has decided to lay flat. Although she had leapt to her death from the ship heading to H country in each of the previous 125 cycles, the sensation of drowning was simply dreadful. Dying at the hands of the female lead held no appeal. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the photo frame on the bedside table. Wen Qiqi stretched her toes, barely managing to reach for it. Inside the frame was a family portrait. A freshly 16-year-old Wen Qiqi sat in the center, her chestnut curls gently tucked behind her ear by a soft touch from a man behind her. Her other side cascaded lazily in front, her pure, lively eyes gazing at the camera, the corners of her mouth subtly curling upward. Like a proud, elegant cat, behind her and to her side stood 7 remarkably handsome men, each with distinct appearances and expressions, yet each exuding their own striking charm. Wen Qiqi's fair, delicate fingers rested on the edge of the frame, pausing momentarily before reigniting her determination. This time, let's make it count. Let no one be left behind. I would rather perish by my own hand than at the hands of the female lead, Lin Weixue. She picked up her phone, just about to order the poison, when a wave of sorrow washed over her. Sigh, according to the timing of each awakening, it should be just about time for my 3rd brother's tragic car accident. Don't worry, 3rd brother, we'll come down to play mahjong with you tonight. Wow, we can even gather 2 tables. Let's see if we can bribe the king of hell, so that the 8 of us won't be reborn into such a cursed narrative. As Wen Qiqi muttered to herself, she skillfully tore a piece of white cloth from the drawer, effortlessly folding it into a delicate, white flower to pin behind her ear. "I'm ready, bring it on, Wang Ma. Let's trigger the plot." According to the storyline, the Shin family should have already received the news of the third brother's passing. The servant Wang Ma would soon come rushing in with tears to inform her of this news. Moments later, a knock on the door was heard. "Eighth young miss," it was Wang Ma's voice. She paused, then corrected herself. Miss Wen, due to the malicious persona assigned to her by this novel, Wen Qiqi had often recklessly clashed with her adoring brothers for the sake of the male lead, Nangong Li, even harming herself to meet him. A pure victim of love. As a result, she had deeply wounded her brothers' hearts. The family servants were also coerced into addressing her differently. From the 8th young miss to the distant Miss Wen. This cycle of 125 awakenings had not been without effect. Wen Qiqi had now honed her acting skills to perfection. Tears could spring to her eyes in an instant. Yet, the thought of personally orchestrating the downfall of her brothers tonight made her uncontrollably excited. Her body trembled between madness and exhilaration. Standing at the door, Wang Ma cautiously glanced at the man beside her. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he had his arms crossed. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt, a silver necklace hung around his neck, and a loose silver headset rested there as well. Though he appeared relaxed, there was an undeniable sharpness to his demeanor. Wang Ma lowered her voice to inquire. Third young master." Shin withdrew his long fingers from his elbow, gently placing them before his lips, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What had his 8th sister discovered? Wang Ma fell silent at his gesture. Third young master." Shin tilted his head slightly, his captivating gaze fixed on Wen Qiqi, who lay on the bed. She was dressed lightly, wearing only a pale pink nightgown, and her body trembled slightly from suppressed sobs, making her appear pitiful. Third young master." Shin frowned, his actions somewhat reluctant, yet he removed his outer coat and took a step forward. Just then, Wen Qiqi suddenly leaped up from the bed, her voice ringing with vigor. "I'm going to keep vigil for my third brother." Standing on the bed, she locked eyes with the astonished face of third young master Shin. "What the hell? Third brother?" In 125 cycles, Wen Qiqi had never seen the living third young master Shin. The shock of this moment caused her legs to buckle, and she fell back onto the bed. What the hell? A living, moving third brother? Third young master Shin tightened his grip on his coat, the muscles in his arm taut and defined. Before he could voice the question of what vigil, Wen Qiqi's aggressive voice rang out once more. "Impossible. Third brother shouldn't be alive. What is happening?" Her large, curious eyes blinked at third young master Shin. "Could it be that my third brother has turned into a ghost to exact vengeance upon me?" Unable to endure any longer, Shen Lao-san barged into Wen Qi's room. "Wen Qi, you've grown some audacity. Have you learned to curse your brother to death?" As she observed the powerful man approaching at a swift pace, Wen Qi sensed an impending doom. It was too late to escape. With a firm grip on her ankle, the man merely tugged lightly, causing Wen Qi to slide down to his feet.
"No.
Third brother.
Wait.
Please let me explain." Under the weight of his aggressive gaze, Wen Qi momentarily faltered, her mind going blank. Shen Lao-san, known for his brutish nature, paid no heed to her words. In one swift motion, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. Third brother, his solid shoulder pressed against her abdomen, and his arm, seemingly carelessly draped around her legs, was in fact exerting enough strength that she found it impossible to break free. "Wasn't it for that worthless person that you starved yourself?"
Today."
Even while carrying Wen Qi with one arm, Shen Lao-san's voice remained robust and commanding, as effortless as lifting a sunbathing plush cat. He enunciated each word with a fierce intensity. "I'm going to feed you." Wen Qi's eyes sparkled momentarily. "All 7 brothers are here? What a feast of handsome men! Oh my heavens!" Chapter 2. The Shun family's arena of chaos. One must admit, Shen Lao-san's strength was truly legendary. Carrying Wen Qi down the stairs, he didn't even break a sweat. He halted at the corner near the dining area. Throughout the journey, Wen Qi remained quiet, nestled against Shen Lao-san's shoulder, cautiously inhaling his scent. There was always a faint citrus fragrance about him. In her childhood, during thunderstorms, it was always Shen Lao-san who stayed by her side. Yet, In the subsequent 125 cycles of awakening, she had never again caught a whiff of that reassuring scent. Now, experiencing it once more, Wen Qiqi felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Third brother smells so good. Just as she wished to indulge in the aroma a bit longer, Shen Lao Sen gently set her down. Since she had been carried barefoot, he naturally placed her upon his shoes. Furrowing his brows, he appeared quite reluctant, though the tips of his ears betrayed a subtle blush. Turning his head, he cleared his throat and instructed Wang Ma behind him, "Fetch a pair of slippers for the young lady." As Wang Ma turned to leave, Shen Lao San heard Wen Qi's voice again. Third brother is also quite handsome despite his reckless hairstyle. His eyes are innocent and gentle, making him seem easy to bully. Shen Lao Sen glanced down at Wen Qiqi cough. What did you just say? He was perplexed by her unexpected praise of his fragrance and looks. Although she had mentioned he looked easy to bully, his previous anger dissipated in an instant. He even found himself wishing to hear her compliment him once more. But when she tilted her head, "Third brother, you must be mistaken, I didn't say anything." Third brother must have indeed suffered a head injury, he's hearing things. Didn't say anything? Then who said I, when she isn't wearing slippers? Then just carry her in, another voice interrupted Shen Lao San. A graceful figure emerged from the dining room, and a pair of gentle, romantic peach blossom eyes fell upon Wen Qiqi and Shen Lao San. Shen Lao San immediately tensed up, hastily draping his coat over Wen Qi's head and even tying it into a bow. Wen Qiqi, witnessing this scene, Shen Lao Lu.
Wen Qiqi, Shen Lao Lu tentative inquit.
She's not here, Shen Lao San replied tersely. Shen Lao Lu scrutinized Wen Qiqi repeatedly. Having spent nearly 20 years together, would he fail to recognize Wen Qi's figure? What nonsense! Yet Shen Lao Lu persisted. Third brother, aren't you busy with the esports competition? Your arm shouldn't be strained, let me handle the rest. You're heading into the film crew tomorrow, aren't you? Shen Lao San subtly stepped back, holding Wen Qiqi closer, avoiding Shen Lao Liu's outstretched hand. You focus on being a big star, taking care of my sister is better left to me. The two men exchanged a silent, intense gaze. Was that really Six Brothers' voice? Wen Qiqi trembled beneath the coat. The two men paused simultaneously. Only then did Shen Lao San realize something. With the coat draped over her, Wen Qi's voice shouldn't have been so clear to his ears. Third young master, the slippers are here. Just then, Wang Ma drew Shen Lao San's attention. As he turned to accept the slippers, the weight in his arms suddenly vanished. Third brother, I'll be taking Wen Qiqi with me. The insufferable Shen Lao Lu had snatched Wen Qiqi right from his grasp while he was distracted with the slippers. His coat was left discarded on the floor. Shen mused, you aren't just the sixth, you're truly the sixth. Shen Lao San bellowed, picking up the coat and charging after him. Wang Ma and the slippers remained rooted in place, uncertain of what to do. Instead, a fair hand took the slippers from Wang Ma, and a man with elongated fox-like eyes smiled gently, like a ray of sunlight piercing through the depths of the sea. Wang Ma, just hand them to me, you should go eat first. Thank you, fifth young master. Shen Lao Wu nodded with a smile, leisurely making his way to the dining room. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi clutched tightly to Shen Lao Liu's clothing. Despite being indoors, the wind whipped against her face. It felt as if a powerful wind machine was blowing. Years of training had rendered Shen Lao Lu agile as a mountain monkey, while Wen Qiqi resembled a small kitten, desperately clinging on as he leapt about. Six brother. I feel nauseous, I'm going to be sick. Wen Qiqi felt herself growing dizzy from the jostling. Before she could even initiate her schemes against her brothers, she was on the verge of collapse herself. As she once more heard her thoughts echoed, Shen Lao Lu hesitated. Unconsciously halting his steps, he was suddenly caught by the frenzied Shen Lao San from behind. Shen Lao San squinted slightly. You little rascal, are you challenging your third brother? Have you forgotten who's older in this family? With a careless toss, he flung Wen Qiqi onto the sofa and began to confront Shen Lao Lu. The temperature in the dining room was noticeably cooler than in the bedroom. Wen Qiqi shrank back instinctively, leaning toward the man at the other end of the sofa. The man, busy with a laptop, glanced over at the shivering Wen Qiqi by his side. Eldest brother is indeed the most reliable, he never behaves recklessly like third brother or sixth brother. The corners of the man's mouth subtly lifted, despite the fact that Wen Qiqi had indeed been a bit excessive for someone named Nangong Li over the past few years. She was still Wen Qiqi, Feeling her fragile form huddled against him, the man momentarily paused his typing. His usual fluency in work suddenly faltered. He set aside the computer and began to unbutton his suit jacket. Before he could finish, someone knelt before Wen Qiqi on one knee. It was Shen Laowu. Qiqi, the floor is chilly. Brother Wu's voice was melodious, imbued with a gentle warmth that was utterly comforting. His movements were equally tender as he carefully lifted Wen Qiqi's foot with one hand, while the other rested on his knee, as he lovingly helped her into her shoes. From now on, do not run barefoot, you might catch a cold. Shen Laowu lifted his gaze, meeting Wen Qiqi's eyes. His affectionate fox-like gaze, filled with deep emotion, even towards a dog, truly makes him the devoted admirer that the female lead finds hard to part with later on.
Shen
Laowu. What did he just hear? His tone was uncertain. Qiqi? Wen Qiqi, fully clad in the suit jacket that Shen Laoda had casually draped over her, bounced up after putting on her shoes. Thank you, Brother Wu. Her eyes sparkled brightly, akin to countless stars descending into the Milky Way. Yet, her gaze was not directed at her brothers, but rather at the table nearby. She had already caught a whiff of the delectable aromas wafting from the dining table.
Food.
Delicious. Whatever happens, let's discuss it after a hearty meal. Before Shen Laowu could say anything more, Wen Qiqi had already dashed towards the dining table. Fourth brother, food, I'm hungry. Wen Qiqi clung to Shen Laosi like a little kitten that had gone a day without food, mewing adorably. Shen Laoda also rose, casually giving Shen Laosan, who was still on top of Shen Laolu, a gentle kick. Shen Laolu lay on the ground, feigning death, while Shen Laosan adjusted his disheveled hair. Wen Qiqi, holding a bowl of rice, glanced over and suddenly broke into a sweet smile. It's been ages since I've witnessed such a heartwarming scene. All the brothers are alive. None have fallen for Lin Weixue, and the Shin family has not gone bankrupt. I have not been cast out of the Shin family, nor sold off to H country by Lin Weixue. How wonderful! The expressions of the brothers suddenly turned serious. Who would dare sell their dearly beloved sister?
Wait.
They exchanged glances. Shen Laosi, from across the table, maintained a neutral expression and mouthed to the others. It seems you all have heard Wen Qiqi's true feelings? Chapter 3 Shinwang. You are truly cruel. Although residing in the renowned Shin family of the affluent circles in Kyoto, where the servants referred to her as the 8th young lady, Wen Qiqi was not the true daughter of the Shin family. In her childhood, she had experienced a harrowing incident of human trafficking. At that tender age, she could only utter the words Wen and Qiqi, prompting her adoptive parents to name her Wen Qiqi. She would instinctively curl up to protect her head at the slightest touch, softly whimpering, "Don't hit me." Though her time in the trafficking den was brief, it left an indelible scar on her innocent heart. As a result, she had no recollection of anything before the age of 7. Perhaps the author of that novel was simply too lazy to elaborate. It was the unwavering love and care of her 7 older brothers that ultimately helped Wen Qiqi emerge from the shadows of her timid and fearful past. For over a decade, they showered her with unconditional affection. Whatever Wen Qiqi desired, whatever she cherished, even the slightest thing that caught her eye, they would go to great lengths to bring it to her. Caring for her became an inevitable habit for the 7 young masters of the Shin family. However, as the story progressed, Wen Qiqi abruptly underwent a drastic change in temperament at the age of 16. From the moment she laid eyes on the male lead, Nan Gongli, she became infatuated with him to the point of obsession. For 2 whole years, she staged at least 30 suicide attempts just to catch a glimpse of Nan Gongli. An average of once a month on occasions when Shen Laosan, Shen Yun, happened to witness her antics, she might even throw a fit and attempt suicide twice. Her brothers were increasingly worn out by her dramatic escapades. If she couldn't see him, she wouldn't feel anger, heartache, or sleepless nights. The Shen residence grew increasingly desolate. Eventually, the only time they would see all 7 brothers gathered together was during family banquets. Though unaware of the current progress of the plot, it was an unthinkable offense to disregard the exquisite dishes prepared by 4th brother. Wen Qiqi took a cautious sip of the soup, her eyes instantly transforming into crescent moons of satisfaction. 4th brother's culinary skills remain exceptional as ever. No wonder the female lead Lin Weixue braves the stormy night to seek a bowl of congee from him. At the dining table, Shen Laosa's slender fingers gently fiddled with a napkin. one hand serving Wen Qiqi a piece of meat while the other casually opened a group chat. A group chat devoid of Wen Qiqi. Shen Ci Shen Laosi. Lin Weixue, do you know her? Shen Yun Shen Laosan. Cool bro shakes head JG. Shen Muse Shen Laolu. She's the female lead. Shen Yun Shen Laosan. Indeed, big stars are different. They know so many people. The national idol Gigi. Shen Muse Shen Laolu. Old 3 rolling eyes at the esports competition, JG. Shen Yun Shen Laosan. Shen Laolius embarrassing photo.
Zitrei doi Shen Muse Shen Laoliu.
Are you sick, old 3? Shen Yun Shen Laosan. He heap JG Shen Muse Shen Laolu. Wen Qiqi's classic quotes that made Shen Yun cried, DF 3.21 G Shen Yun Shen Laosan. Shen Muse Shen Laolu. Why isn't the brother laughing? Is he naturally not fond of smiling? Shen Wang Shen Laoqi. What are you all talking about? Why suddenly create a group? Don't we have a family chat? Hey, why is Wen Qiqi absent from this group? Has she gone on a hunger strike? Is this a morning group? You are truly cruel. Shen Wang Shen Laoqi. Don't worry, I haven't called the police. Shen Wang Shen Laoqi. Hello, 110? There are 6 perverts here, JG Shen Feng Yan Shen Laowu. 4th brother's meal is ready, JG. Shen Feng Yan Shen Laowu. Eat up, Qiqi, JG. Shen Feng Yan Shen Laowu. Sated. And rubbing her belly, Qiqi. JG Shen Wang Shen Laoqi. No, I haven't even reached home yet. You all started eating. Shen Wang Shen Laoqi. Wen Qiqi is eating and not starving herself? Shen Wang Shen Laoqi. Wait. You all better hold her back. She can eat like a ravenous beast. Save me some food. Shen Muse observed Shen Wang's message, then glanced at Wen Qiqi, who was happily devouring her food and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wen Qiqi turned to look at him upon hearing the sound. He immediately shoved a cherry into his mouth. Old 6 is still the same to maintain his figure. He avoids many delicacies, thus his physique remains the best among the 7. Hearing this, Shen Muse straightened his
posture.
Before he could proudly lift his head, he caught sight of tears welling up in Wen Qiqi's beautiful eyes. Such a disciplined old 6, on the verge of becoming the youngest best actor. Yet due to the Shen family's downfall, he was forced by Lin Weixue to become a gluttonous food blogger, losing his image and physique, and even ruining his stomach. In the live stream, he was met with scorn from former fans, with the most infuriating part being that most of his earnings ended up in the female lead's pocket. She only provided him with just enough to barely fill his stomach. In the end, old SIX's reputation was tarnished, and he was ruthlessly kicked to the curb by Lin Weixue. Yet, he couldn't forget her. In the asylum, he repeatedly called out Lin Weixue's name. How tragic, utterly tragic. Shen Muse. He swiftly sent a message in the group chat. Wen Qiqi is absolutely slandering me. Shen Yun, why isn't my little brother smiling? Is he naturally disinclined to smile? Not only did Shen Yun mock Shen Muzhe through text, but he also raised his chin towards him at the dining table. That expression was quite infuriating when Qiqi turned her head to glance at Shen Yun. 3rd brother, how pitiful. Shen Muzhe instantly became intrigued. Shen Yun furrowed his brows and promptly peeled a shrimp, shoving it into Wen Qiqi's mouth. Eat your meal. Don't overthink. Wen Qiqi. 3rd brother is still quite fierce. Indeed, I dislike 3rd brother the most. Shen Yun's motion of peeling shrimp did not cease. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Wen Qiqi, his gaze darkening. Dislike me? In the group chat, Shen Muzhe began to gloat. 3rd brother, Wen Qiqi says she dislikes you the most. Shen Muzhe. 3rd brother, it's all good. It's all good, no worries. This made Shen Yun want to throw his phone. Still not home. Shen Wang. Are you all holding a struggle session for Wen Qiqi? Have confessions begun? How much have you drunk? Seriously, can you not be so harsh on your sister? Shen Yun's tone grew stern again. Wen Qiqi, come here. You. But before he could finish, Wen Qiqi obediently leaned over and snatched the peeled shrimp from his hand. But 3rd brother is also the one who cares for me the most. When everyone else fell for Lin Weixue, only 3rd brother believed I hadn't harmed her. Only 3rd brother would unhesitatingly choose me over Lin Weixue. Shen Yun straightened his posture and deliberately coughed twice to draw everyone's attention. Unfortunately, 3rd brother met with a car accident on the way to school and succumbed just a day before his 21st birthday. Shen Yun maintained a neutral expression, yet rapidly typed under the table. Can I survive another 6 months? Shen Muzhe. Don't worry, you won't die. Xinyun? Shinmuzha, because calamities linger for 1,000 years, third brother. Xinyun. After a prolonged silence, Shen Laoda stood up to take a phone call. A few minutes later, he messaged in the group, I had someone look into Lin Weixue. She's just an ordinary girl. The kind who wouldn't ordinarily intersect with their affluent circle. Shinmuzha. So could it be that all of this is merely Wen Qiqi's fantasy? Xinyun. How could she possibly fantasize about our deaths? Shinmuzha. She made 15 voodoo dolls, 8 of which bear your name. Do you not realize that yourself? Shin Fengyan, full and drowsy, blinking Qiqi, JG. Shen Wang. Punishment. I have already contacted my lawyer regarding your disregard for my messages. You have the right to comment, but what you say will become evidence in court. Wen Qiqi suddenly raised her head and asked, where are second brother and Shen Wang? Second brother rarely lets business interfere with family dinners. According to the plot, what will happen today is Wen Qiqi's gaze turned towards the enormous projection screen, which was currently broadcasting a trivial street interview. The projector had been idly turned on by Shinmuzha, who had intended to show his family his latest drama, but after playfully tussling with Xinyun, he had forgotten to change the channel. Today, the brothers will see Lin Weixue's interview on television. Captivated by her kindness in rescuing stray cats and dogs, the brothers' gazes unconsciously shifted towards the large screen alongside Wen Qiqi. On the screen was an elderly person being interviewed, surrounded by withered leaves, a place seemingly devoid of young passers-by. After waiting for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Lin Weixue. Meanwhile, the dishes on the table were nearly depleted by Wen Qiqi. All right, so you have ulterior motives, do you? Just as the brothers relaxed, Xinyun was in the midst of typing when he suddenly heard the reporter on the television exclaim, Excuse me, miss, may I ask your name? What brings you to a nursing home? Hello, my name is Lin Weixue. Chapter 4. Xinyun. I am an atheist. All I could hear were the soft exchanges within, obscured from view by some props that had fallen and obstructed the camera. I could not discern Lin Weixue's visage on the colossal screen. Shen Muzhe, with a cherry-red fruit clutched between his teeth, displayed an icy blue-gray hair color that shimmered under the lights. As a top-tier celebrity, even his casual gestures resembled a living, breathing masterpiece. However, being uncomfortably close to Wen Qiqi, he maintained an impassive smile, though internally he was in turmoil, frantically typing away. What a coincidence! Xinyun glared at him. National heartthrob, did you not claim to know Lin Weixue? Shen Muzhe, did Wen Qiqi not orchestrate Lin Weixue's appearance in advance? Xinyun. Does she possess that level of intelligence? Shen Muzhe, is all of this merely a setup by Wen Qiqi to encounter that waste? Xinyun, why not directly inform us about the female lead, Lin Weixue? Shen Muzhe, to go to such lengths for that trash. The heavens are surely against the Shen family. Xinyun, you truly do not read my messages at all. Shen Wang, our troops will arrive at the battlefield in 10. Wen Qiqi, hold on. No, my meal must hold on. Seated beside Xinyun, the eldest brother, Shen Moshu, lightly tapped the table twice. Xinyun looked up at the sound. Shen Muzhe was indeed not checking his phone, his focus entirely on the large screen. Wen Qiqi took a deep breath. Is this the legendary female lead Lin Weixue, who captivates countless male side characters and leads them into a harem narrative with just a glance? Upon hearing this, the brothers cast curious glances at the screen. Though I have seen Lin Weixue countless times, I am genuinely intrigued as to how she ensnares my brothers to the point of obsession, neglecting food and drink, yearning for but a smile from her. Finally, the obstruction on screen was removed, accompanied by the reporter's awkward apology, revealing a girl's face clearly on the large display. The high-definition screen showcased an exceptionally lively young girl, her hair styled in a cute, plump bun, her makeup not overly refined, yet exuding a youthful and vibrant charm. She was indeed adorable. However, Shen Muzhe, Xinyun, is this it? Shen Muzhe, how could such an ordinary internet celebrity face captivate us to the point of neglecting our meals? Can Wen Qiqi write a script that reflects reality? Shen Muzhe replied to Shen Fengyan's photo of Wen Qiqi. Content after meal. She is leagues apart from Wen Qiqi. Are my brothers truly famished enough to find this appealing? Shen Fengyan, with a gentle smile on his face, sent a solitary message in the group. Do not compare her to Qiqi. Unaware of the truth. Shen Wang, I am so hungry. What can I eat? Give me food. Shen Fengyan. The interview features Lin Weixue, whose face is now gray and forced to smile.
Shen Muze, Shen Wang, congratulations, seventh brother.
Due to your tardiness to the family feast, you are awarded a fiancé you adore to the brink of madness. Shen Wang. Shen Wang, sixth brother, my lawyer is on the way. Do not retract that. Wen Qiqi, spoon in mouth, observed. Although the female lead's appearance is only slightly above average, she indeed evokes a sense of protectiveness, evident in how my brothers cannot tear their eyes away. As expected, this group has instantly fallen for her. Still fixated on the screen, Shen Muze and Shen Yun swiftly turned to look at Wen Qiqi, their expressions akin to having just tasted something foul. Even when turning to take a bite, third brother and sixth brother lingered on her image.
Shen Yun, Shen Muze.
Even the eldest brother, typically stoic, could not resist glancing at the female lead. Alas.
Shen Montaksha.
The fifth brother, who has only ever photographed me, just captured a moment with the female lead to commemorate their first encounter. Alas. Shen Fengyan. Although the fourth brother did nothing, his thoughts run deepest. He has likely repeated Lin Weixue's name in his mind 100 times, pondering what delicacies might win this little white rabbit's heart. Shen Qiqi silently served a bowl of soup to Wen Qiqi. Try this, does it suit your taste? Wen Qiqi gratefully accepted. I adore the flavors crafted by fourth brother. People change, and so do your preferences. Shen Qiqi uttered a nonsensical remark, gently wiping the remnants at the corner of Wen Qiqi's mouth with a tissue. Wen Qiqi. What is it, fourth brother? Shen Qiqi smirked subtly, retracting his hand, and casually adjusted the silver-framed glasses perched on his brow. I simply wish to recall your name once more. Wen Qiqi was left bewildered. The group exploded with chatter. Shen Muze. Fourth brother, I have caught you.
Shen Yun, no.
I was supposed to feed Wen Qiqi. Fourth brother, relinquish her. Shen Wang. Have I not always fed Wen Qiqi since childhood? Shen Yun, have you forgotten that after feeding her like a pig at age 8, she gained 30 pounds, and you lost your feeding rights? Shen Wang. I do not remember that. It never happened. I will feed her. Do not cause a ruckus. Shen Yun. Shen Muze gestures an obscene sign.
Shen Muze.
Next, the female lead Lin Weixue will encounter a stray puppy, pleading with the female reporter to hold it while she feeds it milk. Everything unfolded as though scripted by Wen Qiqi. Soon, Lin Weixue discovered a stray puppy by the roadside. Her expression radiated joy, yet she approached cautiously, squatting down with a sweet and warm smile gracing her lips. The female reporter, succumbing to Lin Weixue's heartfelt pleas, reluctantly cradled the dirty little puppy, her smart attire now smeared with mud, forcing herself to maintain a smile for the camera. However, the puppy could not drink the milk, resulting in a sudden regurgitation all over the reporter, who blamed Lin Weixue for holding it improperly, causing the pup distress. On screen, the female reporter shrieked in surprise, "My new outfit!" The puppy was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, and Lin Weixue squatted down, soothing the pup, extending her hand as if reluctant to touch it. How could you treat a puppy this way? You merely dirtied your new clothes, but it could lose its life from being tossed like that. It is still so small. How could you abandon it? We must cherish small animals as we would our own children. Even the cameraman was moved by Lin Weixue, deliberately giving her a close-up shot. Lin Weixue's visage was magnified on the screen, her eyes filled with genuine compassion and reproach towards the female reporter. The comment section overflowed with praise for Lin Weixue and criticism for the reporter, and it was at this moment that the brothers were enchanted by her kindness.
Shen Muze. Kindness.
Shen Muze. Her acting is rather poor. I can clearly see her disdain for the puppy. Shen Muze. Her words are sweet, yet her heart is filled with contempt.
Shen Muze. Hektarów. Hypocrisy.
Shen Yun. Only that fool, Wen Qiqi, remains oblivious. Shen Qiqi. If all of this is not orchestrated by Wen Qiqi, then she must genuinely be able to perceive our script. Shen Yun. I, an atheist, resolutely refuse to believe in such absurdity. Shen Wang, atheist third brother, hurry downstairs and let me in the community gate. The security guard seems to have vanished, and I forgot my card. Shen Yun stretched lazily and stood up. I'll go fetch the seventh. Wen Qiqi immediately perked up at the scent of drama. Here it comes. Pivotal plot moment. Shen Yun slowed his movements as he donned his coat. After third brother opens the door, he will see the female lead shielding a snail with an umbrella, and then he will fall madly in love. Shen Yun. It's not even raining outside. Who would be so insane as to hold an umbrella for a snail at night? He rolled his eyes and pushed open the door. And then, torrential rain. In an instant, the rain poured down relentlessly, almost soaking his new shoes. Shen Yun looked up. In the downpour, a girl dressed in a white long dress held a cute little yellow duck umbrella, crouching down as she earnestly tilted the umbrella forward. The hem of her white dress was drenched. It was Lin Weixue. Simultaneously, a new message appeared in the group chat. Shen Wang. Wait, third brother. Did you eat some of Xiao Jingting's luck? It starts pouring the moment you step outside. I didn't bring an umbrella. Chapter 5. The malicious young lady. am ready to face scolding. Third brother will lose track of time in his gaze with Lin Weixue, his heartbeat quickening unconsciously, thus forgetting to fetch Shen Wang. Shen Wang will just happen to catch a kind soul swiping his card, rushing into the community, and seeing third brother and Lin Weixue at the door. In a mix of anger and confusion, Shen Wang will naturally choose to forgive the girl who made third brother late and caused him to get soaked and catch a cold, especially since she is a girl who is furiously apologizing. Wen Qiqi's inner voice sounded somewhat smug and mischievous. Even without having seen the earlier interview, Shen Wang is still moved by the female lead's kindness in shielding the snail with an umbrella. To him, she is the most special girl. However, the two men exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other's intentions, as a silent tension ignited between them. Oh my, if I weren't your sister, I might almost ship you too. Shen Yun felt his brow twitch as he listened. At the moment Lin Weixue turned her head in the rain, he seemed to see Sadako crawling out of the television. His body reacted before his mind did, and with a thud, he slammed the door shut. Wen Qiqi?
Huh?
Third brother just closed the door? Doesn't the plot have Lin Weixue outside? But it's raining. Confused, she stood up. What's wrong? Third brother? Shen Yun scratched his head. The rain is too heavy outside. I feel like the seventh one to make it. So, why don't we just set the table directly? The more he spoke, the more justified he felt. After all, you have 7 brothers. It wouldn't be a problem to switch things up and let someone else eat first. Wen Qiqi. Shen Yun. Damn it, someone go and fetch the 7th. Lin Weixue is out there looking like a ghostly woman, and I don't dare go outside. Shen Muze. Third brother, aren't you an atheist? Why are you afraid of a mere ghost? Shen Yun. Nonsense. I am clearly the most devout believer in the 7 doors.
Shen Muze.
Shen Ci, maintaining his composure, glanced around. The eldest, Shen Weixue, remained detached, coldly handling his affairs, showing no interest in this matter. The second, Shen Jihan, was absent. The third, Shen Yun, stood at the door, peeking outside, his body trembling slightly. He looked like a sieve shaking out chaff. The fifth, Shen Fengyan, continued to gently admire the photos on his phone, indifferent to Lin Weixue outside. As for the sixth, Shen Muze, he was doing well just by not causing trouble. Among the brothers present, only he was most suitable to open the door. Then I will go fetch Shen Wang. Just as Shen Ci had barely set down his knife and fork and begun to speak, when Qiqi stood up before him, hands pressed on the table. Her gaze determined enough to join a political party. Even though this time I plan to go down together with my brothers, since this family is still intact, I shall make one more effort. One more attempt to ensure they survive. As long as I disrupt my brother's heartstrings, the tragic plot of competing with the male lead and losing should not unfold, right? Shen Yun turned his head upon hearing the voice. Wen Qiqi had already dashed over, quickly slipping on her rain boots, grabbing an umbrella, and sprinting towards him with a resolute expression. She looked rather good. Little Lin Weixue, allow me to meet you for the 3,721st time. If she weren't smiling like a maniacal villain right now. Shen Yun's long fingers returned to the doorknob, steadying himself. I should go fetch the 7th. For some reason, I feel that if Wen Qiqi rushes out now, the one who will definitely suffer will be that ghostly girl. I cannot sit idly by and watch my sister break the law. He reached out and snatched the umbrella from Wen Qiqi, his warm fingers tapping her forehead. Stay put at home, little one without a coat. And don't run around. Wen Qiqi, still draped in Shen Weixue's coat, shook her shoulders. The door opened once more. Oh dear. Third brother and Shenwang are about to fall into the sweet trap of the female lead. I later learned that the female lead had purposely been waiting here. She was originally a tutor from the neighboring villa, and today she had no classes. Yet she chose this rainy night, the very evening Shenwang was meant to return home for dinner, to chance upon him in front of our Shen family villa. She had been wanting to catch Shenwang for a long time. Unexpectedly, she also snagged a free third brother. Free third brother Shenyun. Goodness, not only was it not aimed at him, but it also made him feel something? What kind of plot is this? Through the curtain of rain, Wen Qiqi looked over. Lin Weixue had already stood up. She smiled as she spoke to another boy beside her still in his school uniform. The boy was tall and had a graceful stature, and he took the umbrella into his hands, raising it a bit higher. A heroic and proud demeanor that caught the attention of Wen Qiqi and Shenyun. Who else could it be but Shenwang? Shenyun. Wait. Look at this fool smiling so carefree, falling into the trap so quickly. Rainwater dripped from Shenwang's brow, and his pants were soaked. He looked up, somewhat disheveled, but the gaze he directed towards Shenyun was radiant and bright, filled with warmth, and his voice softened considerably, sounding a bit aggrieved. Third brother. You're late. Peering from the doorway, only her head visible, Wen Qiqi nearly burst into tears. Woa Shenwang, I am also late. A tall, athletic boy over 1.8 meters is about to be caught by Lin Weixue. Woo. Shenyun strode out, holding the black umbrella. Quickly reaching Shenwang and Lin Weixue. Come here. As Shenwang obediently slipped under his umbrella, he politely introduced Lin Weixue. This is my third brother. Lin Weixue's cheeks flushed, as if she had just discussed an intriguing topic, and she shyly extended her hand. Hello, I'm Shenwang's senior. My name is Lin Weixue. Shenyun raised an eyebrow. No matter how they looked at each other, he felt no stirring of emotions. Besides, this woman had dirt on her hands. Shen Yunjing lightly brushed his hand against Lin Weixue's hand with the back of his hand, swiftly retracting it and hastily wiping it on Shenwang's school uniform. Thank you for bringing my seventh brother. His gaze returned to Shenwang, who was blissfully unaware and smiling foolishly. He tugged at the collar at the back of Shenwang's neck. Time to go home. But third brother, we haven't expressed our gratitude. Don't make me say it twice. Shenwang's eyes caught sight of Wen Qiqi, who was peeking from the doorway. An unidentifiable emotion flickered in his eyes. He turned to Lin Weixue to bid farewell. It's not convenient today. Let's thank you another time. As they were about to leave, Shen Yunjing's arm was suddenly stopped by Lin Weixue. Wait. Shen Yunjing frowned in displeasure. His coat was soiled. There was an unknown sticky substance on it. Surely it couldn't be the slime from that snail. He detested snails. He desperately wanted to escape. His good upbringing compelled Shen Yunjing to endure Lin Weixue's grip without shaking her off. However, Lin Weixue, oblivious to Shen Yunjing's deteriorating expression, asserted, even though you are Shenwang's third brother, he hasn't finished speaking, and you cannot deprive him of the right to continue our conversation. You cannot force him to go home. Shen Yunjing, how novel. An elder brother can't prevent his younger brother from going home? Oh, here it comes. The female lead's exclusive principle of cannot. Lin Weixue pulled the bewildered Shenwang back under her umbrella. Even if Shenwang is the youngest in your family, you should respect his choices. Shen Yunjing regarded Lin Weixue, who was glaring at him with anger. Though she appeared diminutive, her chest heaved with such intensity from her fury, and her large eyes glistened with emotion, making it difficult to look away. Shen Yunjing, in that moment, found himself lost in the vibrant world concealed within her gaze. Lost? Nonsense. Shen Yunjing muttered under his breath, looking down at Lin Weixue with disdain. We have an important family dinner tonight, and I don't want to waste time because of you, so please don't cause trouble, all right? His tone was harsh, and his words were hardly pleasant. Yet, Lin Weixue's face flushed slightly, and she stammered, even if it's because of me. You two brothers shouldn't argue. Shen Yunjing, does she think my instruction to not cause trouble is directed at Shenwang? Shenwang, oblivious as ever, continued to beam with a sunny smile. His eyes sparkling with mischief beneath his tousled golden hair, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of his third brother's embarrassment. Just as Shen Yunjing reached out his hand, Wen Qiqi shouted in alarm. Oh no! Though the plot has deviated a bit, let's return to the main point. Third brother is about to confront Lin Weixue for her actions against Shenwang. This marks the beginning of their deteriorating relationship. Such an event must not be allowed to transpire. Shenwang paused momentarily, only to see Wen Qiqi, holding another black umbrella, rushing into the rain. Her slender figure shielded him. She quickly pulled Shenwang out from under Lin Weixue's umbrella, her voice unwavering. My seventh brother hasn't eaten yet. He is quite hungry, right? Shenwang, towering in stature, instinctively bent down to fit beneath Wen Qiqi's umbrella, unfazed, and cheerfully replied, Yes, I'm very hungry. He was indeed hungry and needed to return home for a meal. Since you wish to respect my seventh brother's choices, please do not insist on keeping him here. Lin Weixue tightened her grip on the umbrella, her lips pursed. But Shenwang just said he wanted to express his gratitude. I know. My seventh brother values loyalty and will certainly take action to show his appreciation. Shenwang looked down at Wen Qiqi, who was rationally reaching into her pocket as if to retrieve something. Lin Weixue, misinterpreting her intentions, assumed she was about to pull out a check, her tone turning sour. Huh. Do you wealthy people think you can trample on our dignity with money? I tell you, I don't want, Wen Qiqi blinked innocently.
Huh?
Who said I was going to give you money? Lin Weixue. In an instant, Wen Qiqi produced an object and placed it in Lin Weixue's palm. What is this? In the heavy rain and dim light, the object was difficult to discern, but its shape seemed familiar. I noticed Miss Lin is so fond of snails that even on a rainy day, she wishes to shelter them from the storm. So I specially prepared a large snail for you. Feeling the viscous liquid oozing in her palm, Lin Weixue's face turned ashen. She detested such soft-bodied creatures. The thought of waiting for Shenwang made her endure this foolishness. Lin Weixue grimaced, tightly closing her eyes. Had she not known Shenwang was watching, she would have discarded that enormous snail long ago. Wen Qiqi had already taken Shenwang by the hand, leading him towards the Shen family mansion. Someone with Miss Lin's sense of dignity surely wouldn't deign to come to the Shen household for a meal. A sly smile crept across her lips. Then please accept our family as token of gratitude, Miss Lin, and do head home early. Lin Weixue trembled, holding the snail, her hand dangling by her skirt. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, Who are you? I've never seen you at the Shen household before. What right do you have to deliver my token of gratitude from Shenwang? You can't just be a servant of the Shen family. Trying to act on behalf of the young master. Hypocritical, envious, and foolish. Ruthless and unreasonable, emphasizing dignity while bowing to power. It was baffling how her brothers were infatuated with this female lead. Wen Qiqi blocked Shenwang and Shen Yunjing, who were about to speak up for her, casually tucking her chestnut brown hair behind her ear. Standing on the marble steps, she turned slightly, looking down at Lin Weixue with haughty insolence. She suddenly recalled her character in this narrative. Since she was the malicious, white Moonlight supporting character, she might as well embrace her role. Her gaze turned contemptuous, and her voice indifferent as she uttered her scripted line. I am the Shen family's young lady, one you could never aspire to. Chapter 6. The Shen family's conclusion. The Shen family young lady? Shen Yunjing finally understood why this term was so casually used among his brothers. It sounded so brazen when uttered by Wen Qiqi. The roses nurtured by the Shen family should bloom with the sharpest of thorns. Spoiled? Arrogant? What of it? The Shen family would always have the resources to clean up Wen Qiqi's mess. The door slammed shut once more, once again by Shen Yunjing's hand. Shenwang was seated, his damp school uniform discarded, revealing only a simple white tank top beneath. Although the youngest, his sun-kissed muscular frame was no less impressive than that of his older brothers. Wen Qiqi slipped off her rain boots and hopped back to her seat. Fresh dishes were served at the table, yet Wen Qiqi felt a tinge of melancholy. Third brother doesn't he seem smitten, but that big silly Shenwang has fallen for her. I can't believe my radiant sunshine pup was so effortlessly charmed by the female lead. Oh, how delicious this is. Just as Shen Wang intended to serve Wen Qiqi some food, his hand slipped, causing the tenderest piece of meat to tumble into Shen Yunjing's bowl, who had come to fetch some vegetables. Thank you very much. You're welcome, third brother. Wen Qiqi paid no attention to the interaction between the two and continued to ponder life, with her little head in her hands. It seemed that the plot was reluctantly continuing, and her brothers were destined to face either death or serious injury. Shen Wang added several more helpings to his plate, ravenous and hardly lifting his head. Shen Yun remarked, "Is Shen Wang unable to hear? Otherwise, how could he have no reaction at all?" He continued just outside. That foolish boy was grinning like a flower while looking at Lin Weixue, resembling a cheap cabbage. Shen Wang, taking a break from his meal, replied, "What did I hear?" Shen Muzhe responded, "The seventh is still young. It's normal for him to be easily tempted and to not hear anything." Shen Wang replied, "What are you talking about? But I must say, the food is quite delicious." He added, "Fortunately, Wen Qiqi hasn't devoured it all." He then tagged Shen Xiai, giving a thumbs up. Shen Xiai glanced briefly at his phone screen before closing it. To prevent Shen Wang from becoming too engrossed, Shen Muzhe decisively switched the screen to play a drama he starred in, the currently popular The Adopted Daughter's Counterattack, and also turned off the restaurant lights. Having eaten her fill, Wen Qiqi's gaze flitted around the table like a cursor, finally settling on Shen Mozhui. Eldest brother is a commercial genius. Although he was initially coerced by the family to take over the business, he achieved results in just a few years that are difficult for ordinary people to match, earning the family's respect. At the same time, eldest brother is a cold, aloof CEO who works even during meals, caring for nothing outside of the family business. He is so indifferent that he doesn't even remember the birthdays of us brothers. April 3rd. The silent Shen Mozhui suddenly spoke. Wen Qiqi blinked. "What did you say? Eldest brother?" Shen Mozhui set down his cup and raised his gaze. "Your birthday, isn't it?" The timing was indeed correct, but why bring up my birthday out of the blue? Could it be that eldest brother has secretly developed feelings for Lin Weixue and intends to search for my biological parents, forcing me out of the Shen family? Shen Mozhui raised an eyebrow. "It's nothing. Just remembered your birthday is approaching."
Ha!
Shen Yun, sitting beside Shen Mozhui, scratched his head in confusion. "Eldest brother, it's almost November." A chilling glance from Shen Mozhui silenced Shen Yun. Wen Qiqi cast an odd glance at the two. Eldest brother is always decisive, capable of forcing the family into surrender. Yet, such a person becomes infatuated with the female lead, turning passionate and obsessive, unwavering in his devotion, even wagering the family business for her true heart. Sadly, eldest brother lost the gamble. In the end, the female lead chose the male lead, Nangongli. Feeling guilty for ruining the family, he committed suicide. Shen Mozhui gently adjusted his wristwatch, his figure cloaked in shadows. Shen Muzhe remarked, "Nangongli. That name sounds familiar." Shen Yun added, "Isn't he the trash that Wen Qiqi mentioned wanting to meet?" Shen Wang looked up like a puppy. "Who is he?" Wen Qiqi turned her gaze to Shen Yun. Third brother is a genius, with exceptionally high intelligence, though lacking in emotional intelligence. Sitting at the table and having barely touched his food, Shen Yun thought, third brother graduated from a prestigious university, entirely devoted to gaming, becoming a well-known esports player. No matter the game, he can easily master the rules and achieve victory. If he were to become a gaming streamer, his follower count would rival that of fifth brother. A popular singer. Third brother could have won international esports championships, but on the morning of the day he was to compete, he witnessed the female lead arguing with the male lead. Acting impulsively to help the female lead, he ended up in a fatal car accident. Shen Yun ruffled his hair, his ash-brown locks becoming slightly disheveled, and his gaze sharpened. Damn, how did he die so pathetically? This meal is truly unappetizing now. Meanwhile, the male lead lamented the unpredictability of life, realizing the importance of cherishing those close to him. As a result, his relationship with the female lead rapidly improved, and just 7 days after third brother's passing, they became intimate, and she became pregnant. Shen Yun, with a serious expression, poured a glass of white wine for the carefree Shen Wang, who was happily eating but not drinking. Despite being separated by the observant Shen Fengyan, who watched Shen Yun's every little move, Shen Fengyan remained silent, his gaze soft and gentle, exuding an extraordinary sense of serene beauty. He allowed Xin Wang to savor the aroma of the food, casually drinking the glass of white wine. On the contrary, Xin Muzhe noticed Xin Yun's actions and raised his glass toward Xin Wang with interest. Xin Wang, though perplexed by the spiciness of the water, lifted his glass in camaraderie.
Cheers.
The two silently echoed in unison. Wen Qiqi subtly shook her head at Xin Yun before turning her attention to Xin Xi, who was intently watching the screen, resting his head on his hand. Fourth brother is nearly a perfect man. He can handle surgery and cook. His hands, with their distinct knuckles, can wield a scalpel with precision and hold a gun steady. Both Xin Muzhe and Xin Yun turned their attention to Xin Xi. Fourth brother can handle a gun? How did we not know this? Isn't he a proper doctor? Why would he know how to use a gun? Isn't he only second brother trained in firearms? Xin Xi adjusted his glasses slightly under their scrutiny. Fourth brother drives the female lead mad with love, but he is too skilled in the art of seduction. Unlike the other brothers, who pursue the female lead with fervor, fourth brother keeps her dangling, neither allowing her to have him nor letting her leave. A master. Without a doubt, fourth brother excels in this regard. Even Shen Mohui regarded Xin Xi with a gaze filled with unspoken meaning. Xin Xi remained impassive.
Yet,
this astute fourth brother, while clashing with the male lead, developed a sense of pity for the female lead. One misstep led to another, resulting in him being left partially paralyzed. The female lead, unable to let him die, would rush to his bedside at night, lamenting his kindness while being affectionate with the male lead during the day. Extremely cruel. Xin Xi's glasses reflected the flickering light from the film. Fifth brother. Wen Qiqi glanced at the gentle man diagonally across the table, striving to muster a smile. Although fifth brother is the biggest weirdo. Shen Fengyan's smile froze on his face. The other five responded in confusion. Fifth brother appears gentle and harmless, renowned as the prince of love songs. His music mirrors his character, refined and tender, captivating countless young girls. It is said that fifth brother's fanbase surpasses that of sixth brother's girlfriend. However, Xin Yun and Xin Muzhe perked up, leaning forward unconsciously. In reality, fifth brother harbors the darkest heart. While he seems gentle on the surface, he is secretly a black belt in martial arts. He is strong and capable. He even keeps a menagerie of fierce animals. When unnoticed, he viciously torments the female lead, displaying a deeply pathological side. While professing his love, he simultaneously traps her, preventing her from escaping. Had it not been for the fact that fifth brother is my sibling, I would have doubted he was the most deranged antagonist. Xin Fengyan, who was mentioned, still wore a gentle smile, showing no reaction. Yet his smile did not reach his eyes. It was precisely this smile. He almost killed the female protagonist while wearing that very expression. Shan Yun tightened his coat a little, suddenly feeling a chill while seated beside fifth brother. Xin Wang, oblivious to the world outside, was solely focused on his meal. It was because he failed to achieve his goal that the female protagonist was saved by the male lead, resulting in fifth brother being imprisoned, subjected to numerous experimental drugs, and ultimately reduced to a state of madness and folly, residing in the adjacent hospital room to sixth brother. Shen Muse remarked, not being from the same family, one does not enter the same mental institution. If we were family, we would meet by climbing through the window of the adjacent bed. How delightful. As for sixth brother's fate, it was rather bleak. Wen Qiqi bypassed Shen Muse, who was still posing beautifully on his own. Shen Muse protested, what do you mean, rather bleak? He is the most popular male star at present. Countless female stars aspire to collaborate with him on stage. Why does Wen Qiqi hesitate to mention him even a couple more times? Regarding Xin Wang, Wen Qiqi and he were of similar age. By precise calculation, Wen Qiqi was even 3 days older than Xin Wang. Thus, they typically addressed each other by their names at home. Only in front of outsiders would Wen Qiqi call him seventh brother. It seemed he was entirely voluntary, ever since he and the female protagonist locked eyes. He became infatuated with her, willingly prepared to sacrifice himself for her, with no particular explanation provided in the plot, save for the line that Lin Weixue possessed a fatal secret in the Lin family's hands, prompting Shen Wang to take explosives and perish with the Lin family. The group turned their attention to Xin Wang, who was still indulging in food and drink. Shen Wang looked up, met their gazes, and gave a thumbs up. Fourth brother, your culinary skills are truly magnificent. The group was momentarily speechless, having just been praising fourth brother Shen Qiqi with jovial smiles. Only for Shen Wang's face to flush a bit from the white wine he had just consumed. He shook his head, gazing at Wen Qiqi with a slightly drunken slur. But Wen Qiqi, roused from her reverie, replied, She stood up, one hand supporting the table, her posture still a bit unsteady, while the other hand reached forward and effortlessly brushed against Wen Qiqi's right ear. The lights behind her flickered. Shen Yun, fearing he might speak recklessly under the influence, attempted to cover his mouth, but he had already begun to speak, his smile carrying a cheeky charm. Be good. Tell your brother. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, and the brothers all looked towards Shen Wang. Shen Muse discreetly kicked Shen Yun under the table, signaling him. Shen Yun gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Shen Wang's voice, laced with drunkenness, continued. Where does the snail? Ah. Shen Wang was restrained by Shen Yun. His voice cut short. Get me too. I'll scare third brother with them. Chapter 7 Shinjihan. The feast is ready, brothers. Though it was termed a family gathering, the group was unable to wait for the tardy second brother, Shinjihan. Once Wen Qiqi had her fill, drowsiness began to overwhelm her. Following each awakening, there was a period of profound fatigue, compounded by her earlier forceful alteration of the plot. Yawns came one after another. Perhaps it was due to a sense of relaxation, although she could not prevent Shen Wang from meeting the female protagonist for the first time. The truly emotional moments for the seven were still far from occurring. This meant there was still a chance to salvage the plot. There was no need to hold hands so prematurely. No need to fear impending death. No need to panic over the female protagonist's threats. No need to evade her own storyline. Tonight, she could enjoy the most comfortable sleep she had ever experienced. She curled up in her seat, yawning incessantly. In her drowsy state, she sensed someone lifting her horizontally. The strong, reassuring embrace provided an absolute sense of security. With her eyes half closed, she caught a glimpse of her elder brother's remarkably dependable figure. If it were him, there was nothing to worry about. No concern about being dropped due to insufficient strength. No fear of being carried back to her room in an awkward position. No jumping around. Elder brother, steady as a rock, nestled against Shen Mozui's chest, Wen Qiqi kept her eyes shut but silently gave him a thumbs up. Shen Mozui noticed her gesture. His gaze lowered, offering no response. Second brother Wen Qiqi murmured, hasn't he returned yet? I'll wait for him. Shen Mozui's voice was cold and deep, the tone leaving no room for refusal. You are tired, Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi nuzzled into a more comfortable position. You have to tell me. The dining table fell silent. No one spoke, as if afraid to awaken the drowsy Wen Qiqi. Even the sound of Shen Wang swallowing the white wine was deliberately muted. Shen Mozui gently replied, turning to carry the sleeping Wen Qiqi upstairs. After tucking her in, he did not linger. After all, those 5 troublesome ones, though they hadn't followed him, were surely waiting at the staircase. He turned off the warm, gentle bedside lamp and exited the room. As he anticipated, he found exactly what he expected, perhaps even overestimating them. All 4 of the remaining brothers, aside from Shen Wang, stood on the landing of the stairs. Waiting downstairs no longer sufficed for them. Each one sneaked glances toward him, attempting to feign indifference with poor acting skills. Even the future young film emperor, Shen Muse, was easily seen through by Shen Mozui. Such poor quality, these little rascals. Shen Mozui descended the steps slowly. As for Shen Wang, Shen Mozui glanced back. He was still diligently eating. Shen Qiqi adjusted his glasses. Leaning lightly against the handrail, it has been confirmed. Wen Qiqi can see our future. Shen Mozui placed one hand on the banister, the other hanging naturally by his side. His voice icy. Future? Nonsense. The hand resting on the banister lifted, impatiently tugging at his dark turtleneck. Just as he had left Wen Qiqi's bedside, he had heard her mumbling in her dreams. Second brother, for some reason. The mere thought of it filled him with an unavoidable sense of annoyance. With sleek black hair and an expression of extreme indifference, Shen Mozui possessed an innate disdain, even if what Wen Qiqi said were true. As long as this Lin Weixue was dealt with, everything would cease to transpire. His gaze swept over the silent 5. Isn't that so? Presumably Shen Muse, playing with a string of bright red agate beads, spoke up. That one tea work, brother. Wen Qiqi refers to her as the female protagonist, and the events we have experienced as the plot. Based on the numerous dramas I have acted in, and the novels I have read, logically the plot cannot be disrupted, and the leads cannot be eliminated. Shen Yun scoffed. Whether it can be eliminated or not, why not give it a try? He turned his head to glance at the calm and composed Shin Fengyan, who stood upright beside him. Little Five, you have a concert in M Country next month, right? Yes, came the faintly drawn-out reply, as Shin Fengyan raised his gaze. What's up? You're skilled at confinement, aren't you? Just tie that Lin Weixue up and leave her there without bringing her back. Shin Fengyan gently caressed a pendant beneath his phone, which contained a photograph. A soft smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Third brother, don't speak carelessly. I am not adept at confinement. He held the pendant tightly in his palm. I cannot engage in illegal activities. Shen Wang, having finally filled his stomach, stood up and burped. It's getting late, brothers. He moved towards the stairs, squeezed through the crowd, and ascended a few steps before turning back. I have an early class tomorrow. I need to sleep. Shen Yun looked up at him. It seems this kid really can't hear us, right? Can we kick him out of the group chat? Shen Wang ignored him, approaching Wen Qiqi's room. He suddenly flashed a dazzling smile. Don't forget, you promised Wen Qiqi you would enroll her in the St. Slyria Noble Academy. Shen Yun awkwardly turned his head back. Recently, due to Wen Qiqi's self-harming to attend the same school as Nangong Li, they had no choice but to relent and agree to send her to the St. Slyria Noble Academy, where he studied. Tomorrow was the enrollment day, and he could take her directly to their school. Standing on the softly illuminated steps, the boy smiled innocently like a harmless golden retriever. It seems I am the only one among our 7 brothers going to the same school as Wen Qiqi. Suddenly, a bracelet was thrown in his direction by Shen Muse. Shen Wang, surprisingly agile, effortlessly caught it. Shen Yun lowered his voice. You go to your early class. She won tea wake up that early. I'll take her later. Shen Wang glanced at the others. No one objected. Shen Mo and Shen Xiai had work commitments. Shin Fengyan and Shin Muse had schedules to keep, and only Shin Yun was free when there were no competitions. Thus, this matter was settled by Shin Yun. As Shen Wang clambered upstairs, he was ambushed by Shin Yun with a piece of bread. The soft bread, sprinkled with crumbs, landed on his golden hair. And Shin Yun exclaimed in a voice nearly strained to the point of breaking, Keep it down when you go upstairs.
Don't wake, Wen Qiqi.
Shen Wang turned back, pouting and shooting Shen Yun a glare, but when he stepped down, he did so as lightly as a ghost. The remaining few did not linger. As for Lin Weixue and the unfolding narrative, they chose to observe quietly. Firstly, they felt no attraction toward Lin Weixue. That sentiment was absent now, and would remain so in the future. Secondly, the forewarnings of their demise were still far off, with the closest being Shin San in half a year, allowing them ample time. Thirdly, everyone was busy with work. Who had time to indulge in any romantic escapades with Lin Weixue? Except, of course, for the idle Shin Yun. Frustrated, Shen Yun swore multiple times in front of the others about his esports career, vowing never to engage with Lin Weixue. Shin Muse was skeptical, but took screenshots as evidence. As night deepened, the door of the Shen residence creaked open once more. Entering was a silver-haired man clad in a brown trench coat, carrying a black leather suitcase and accompanied by 2 or 3 bodyguards. He stepped inside and glanced at Shen Mo, who was still awake on the sofa. Eldest brother? The man, shedding his trench coat under the servant's assistance, revealed a robust physique, though one shoulder seemed hastily bandaged, blood seeping through the gauze and staining his shirt. Still awake at this hour? Shen Jihan, while conversing with Shen Mo, did not halt his steps. He had no intention of treating his shoulder injury and headed straight for Wen Qiqi's room.
Shen Jihan.
Shen Mo called out to him. Shen Jihan paused at the staircase. His eyes brimming with impatience, his tone relaxed. I saw what you all posted in the group, Shen Mo. It doesn't matter to me what Wen Qiqi has become. What matters is just Wen Qiqi herself. He took another step up. As long as she is here, I am willing to return to this home. A hint of fierce determination flickered in his gaze. So, do not stop me. Shin Mo's expression remained impassive. I merely wanted to inform you that she is asleep. Yes. I know my little princess is asleep. Shen Jihan continued his ascent, his pace unrelenting. It's certainly not very gentlemanly to visit her at this hour. However, I need to discuss business with another party tomorrow, and time is of the essence. I'll bring her a gift, and then rush to the airport. His hand rested on the doorknob of Wen Qiqi's room, and he looked at Shen Nemo with an unrestrained smile. As you know, eldest brother, I never delay what I wish to give her beyond 24 hours. The door swung open. Shen Jihan slipped into the darkened room like a serpent through a crack. Qiqi. His voice was soft, akin to coaxing a child to sleep. He leaned by her bedside, placing a delicate little box beside her pillow. You are starting school tomorrow. Happy enrollment, my little princess. It's a pity that second brother cannot send you off personally. Once I finish this matter, I will come to see you at your school. Under the cold moonlight, Shen Jihan gazed at Wen Qiqi with a fervent intensity. Wait for me to return. He longed to caress the head of the sleeping girl but hesitated, unwilling to disrupt her peaceful slumber. Instead, he knelt by the bed, watching her serene face with utmost reverence. For so many years, only by gazing at Wen Qiqi could he reclaim himself from the brutal bloodshed he had endured. Second brother. The girl suddenly frowned in her sleep, her arm restlessly reaching out from under the covers. Qiqi, second brother is here. Shen Jihan did not grasp her hand, but gently attempted to tuck it back beneath the blankets. He cherished her, holding her in profound reverence. But when Qiqi clutched his arm as if it were a lifeline, Shen Jihan's entire being tensed up. Second brother, don't leave me. Second brother, don't go with Lin Weixue. Second brother, don't die. An undercurrent of emotion swelled in Shen Jihan's eyes, his breathing deepening with each passing moment. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he drew the gun from his waist and fired a shot towards the window. Silenced. Though the shot was muffled, Shen Jihan swiftly covered Wen Qiqi's ears after firing. A second later, a tremendous splash echoed from the pool below. Ensuring Wen Qiqi remained undisturbed, he rose and hurried to the window, peering down. The expansive pool bore no traces of blood. Only a man emerged from the water, shaking off his drenched golden hair and lifting his head to lock eyes with Shen Jihan from afar.
Ha!
Shen Jihan sneered coldly. In the water, there was his dear brother Shen Wang. Chapter 8. You adore your greasy little dog, while I cherish my prison meal companion. As Shen Wang approached the edge of the pool, Shen Jihan had already crouched down on the platform, facing him directly. One hand idly spun a silver pistol, while the other languidly stirred the water. The icy temperature of the water brushed against the leather glove on his left hand, enveloping his slender fingers. Sunglasses reflected the image of Shen Wang swimming over. Second brother, your methods are rather ruthless, Shen Wang remarked, gripping the handrail, yet hesitating to come ashore. Shen Jihan replied casually, his voice devoid of inflection. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a tranquilizer, Shen Wang. Shen Wang lowered his gaze slightly. Second brother, is the dosage of the tranquilizer in your gun a bit excessive? My left shoulder still feels numb. As the chief of a top assassin organization, your physical condition should not be this poor. With his blonde hair cascading down, the innocence in Shen Wang's eyes vanished in an instant, and he tilted his head with a low chuckle. You truly see through everything, second brother. When did you figure it out? The eldest and the others are still unaware. Shen Jihan remained silent, his eyes icy. So, what were you doing sneaking into Qiqi's window in the middle of the night? Just as Shen Wang climbed up, Shen Jihan decisively withdrew his ice-cold hand from the water and yanked Shen Wang's wet collar, exerting force without restraint. The already soaked collar was wrung out, and a few drops splashed onto the ground. Shen Wang's handsome face still bore a hint of drunken flush, and he raised an eyebrow in mild dissatisfaction. He was nearly the same height as Shen Jihan, so they stood face to face. Although Shen Wang was a few years younger, years of living on the edge of a blade in the assassin world had endowed him with an aura that was not at all inferior to Shen Jihan's. I discovered. Shen Wang's voice trailed off. Someone snuck into her room at midnight. I couldn't just stand by, could I, second brother? I told you not to impose your mercenary mentality onto Qiqi. Shen Jihan's nose twitched and he frowned. Have you been drinking? Yes, third brother poured it. Shen Wang replied, his laughter as audacious as his name. Second brother, you could be a bit rougher. I wonder if Wen Qiqi would be disturbed by a ruckus. Before he could finish, Shin Jihan forcefully grabbed his collar and plunged his head into the pool. Shin Jihan never held back. Even if the person was his own brother, he showed no mercy. Water gushed into Shin Wang's mouth. And Shin Jihan's tone remained light and indifferent. Are you sober yet? Shin Wang's head was lifted. I recall that Qiqi praised your lung capacity as remarkable. If you're still not sober, I can assist you further. Dazed by the water, Shin Wang's consciousness blurred, and his beautiful eyes glistened with moisture. Yet he still managed to smile. Wen Qiqi probably wouldn't he appreciate someone sneaking into her room at midnight, would she, second brother? His head was forcefully pressed down again. The surface of the water erupted in a flurry of bubbles. How noisy! Wen Qiqi's voice suddenly floated down from above. Shin Jihan paused, glancing up, and pulled Shin Wang up once more. Having been awakened from her slumber by the cold air from the open window, Wen Qiqi squinted as she approached to close it, then glanced down casually. Wait, what? I see two thieves by my pool getting soaked? Wen Qiqi abruptly lost all drowsiness and dashed back to fetch her binoculars. How could such thrilling events not be announced to me in advance? I didn't even prepare popcorn and soda. By the time she sprinted back to the window, the area below was completely deserted. Even the splashes of water from moments ago had vanished, as if she had dreamt up an illusion. Why does that blonde hair look so familiar? And that silver-haired figure too. They resemble my two strikingly prominent brothers, right? Wen Qiqi peered through her binoculars again, confirming that there was nothing there, then yawned and returned to bed. Below, the two figures clung to the wall like large geckos, while the bodyguards silently pressed against the walls on either side. After a moment, Shin Wang spat out water and coughed twice. The bodyguard leaned in to whisper to Shin Jihan. Shin Jihan took his coat, glancing back at Shin Wang, who was attempting to scale the wall to return to his room, and warned, Don't do anything unnecessary, Shin Wang. Agile. Shin Wang had already climbed to the second floor, his golden hair still dripping under the moonlight. His response was succinct. Second brother, life at the academy will be quite interesting, won't it? Wen Qiqi was bewildered. When her ability to think returned, third brother Shin Yun had already completed her enrollment, and the principal was enthusiastically shaking her hand. It is our honor to have Qiqi attend our school. Welcome. If you need anything, just come to me directly. It felt like a different world. She never expected to return to St. Sleria Academy. After 125 awakenings and the passing of her third brother, she had not continued her studies, spending her days battling the female protagonist, the male protagonist, and her somewhat oblivious brothers. Now, hearing the familiar sound of the school bell, Wen Qiqi took a deep breath, resolutely pinching her thigh. Why does it still hurt? Meanwhile, from the pain in his leg, Shin Yun remarked, having not felt any pain for a while. Wen Qiqi feared this was a dream, unconsciously tightening her grip. Why does it truly not hurt at all? Just as she prepared to exert more force, Shin Yun's fingers reached over to tease the stray hair on her forehead, almost playfully. Wen Qiqi turned her head. Oh my goodness. Third brother's face is so pale. His lips, devoid of color, and his eyes, filled with the unspoken message that Wen Qiqi must feel remorse for not letting him go. Following the tightly furrowed brow, Wen Qiqi looked down. Oh no. I had been pinching Shin Yun all along. No wonder it didn't hurt at all. With a twinge of sympathy and a surge of guilt, Wen Qiqi wore a worried smile. Third brother, does it hurt? Wen Qiqi's grip was not gentle at all. Even through the fabric, it had left a mark. Shin Yun brushed her hand away. It's just fine.
Damn.
It hurts like hell. Shin Yun was about to lead Wen Qiqi, leaving Shin Wang behind, for a secret lavish lunch. When they heard a familiar voice at the school gate, Nangong Li, how can you not wear your uniform? I will deduct your moral points. Is this how you attract my attention? Well done, you succeeded. Oh no. That dreadful voice. That terrible conversation. That absurd figure blocking the school gate. I almost forgot. On my first day of enrollment, it marks the pivotal moment when the female protagonist Lin Weixue first meets the male protagonist Nangong Li, Wen Qiqi, brimming with excitement. Nestled by the car window, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Shin Yun rolled down the window, the silver earrings dangling from his earlobes glimmering with a cerulean hue. His gaze curiously shifting. The sun shone brightly as a young girl extended her arms to block a boy clad only in a thin shirt, lacking his uniform jacket. Their positioning was peculiar, obscuring the face of the male lead, Nangongli, revealing only his silhouette. Yet, this did not deter Xinyun from snorting derisively, casually uttering a taunt. Scrawny dog. By the plot, the female lead should be in tears now. Xinyun raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why cry? What is there to weep about? In the next moment, the female lead, Lin Weixue, flushed crimson, tears as large as glass beads cascading from her eyes. As if she had suffered an immense humiliation, her voice soft and stammering. I am not trying to attract your attention. She tugged at the dark green armband on her arm, insisting, I am doing this for the Discipline Inspection Department. It's not like I want to be associated with you. The boy opposite her was momentarily taken aback by Lin Weixue's sobbing, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his lips. Has anyone ever told you that you are quite adorable? Teased by Nangongli. The female lead's tears flowed even more profusely. Nangongli, please refrain from saying such easily misinterpreted things. Crybaby. How about this, you plead with me, and I won't tease you anymore. Though it was her first time witnessing this scene, Wen Qiqi felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Xinyun wore a look of utter exasperation. He simply could not comprehend how Wen Qiqi had been infatuated with this boy for 2 years. Was it a case of being accustomed to bland fare and yearning for something exotic? If you don't want to be associated with him, then why are you secretly wearing our Discipline Inspection Department's armband? A voice, chillingly clear, interrupted their nauseating exchange. Wen Qiqi raised her head in surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. Here she comes. My unfortunate prison meal partner. The stunning beauty, Jiu. Xinyun, prison meal partner? And Jiu, the unruly heiress of the Jiu family. The Jiu family and the Xin family shared a long-standing friendship. Their elders had a close relationship, often stealing moments to play mahjong together. However, the heiress of the Jiu family and the heiress of the Xin family were strictly forbidden from meeting. The reason was simple. One wreaked havoc at the Xin family, crying and clamoring to see Nangongli, while the other wielded her power at the Jiu family, having stolen confidential documents on multiple occasions to present them to Nangongli. Both were notoriously enamored with him, hence the two families had been diligently avoiding their encounters. Who would have thought they would meet at such an inopportune moment? No one had mentioned that Jiu would also be attending the school. Xinyun swiftly reacted, firmly gripping the wrist of the obedient Wen Qiqi, fearing she might act out in despair and end up in dire straits, subsequently leading to expulsion, and then returning home to face the music. The ensuing family meeting would see Xinyun kneeling before several young masters, enduring their reprimands. What did you say? I don't understand. The female lead, Lin Weixue, was now on the verge of tears due to Jiu's accusatory tone. Resembling a pitiful little rabbit instinctively seeking refuge behind Nangongli. With golden pink hair cascading down to her waist, Jiu donned the unique uniform of Tsinghua University. Her figure graceful and proportions perfect, as she approached Lin Weixue with long strides. I am the head of the Discipline Inspection Department. And you are not part of our department. In stark contrast to Jiu's formidable aura, Lin Weixue appeared small, pitiful, and helpless. My friend is in your department. She is unwell, so I came in her stead. I am merely doing this for your department. How can you accuse me of stealing your armband? Oh, which friend? Tell me her name. Her name is... Lin Weixue stammered, unable to articulate her words. Jiu scoffed, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye enhancing her allure. Yet her words were almost devoid of mercy. All my members are in the cafeteria. I just came from there. You are here. Indeed. She is deliberately trying to attract Nangongli's attention. That armband was not even stolen. She sewed it herself. The little one is quite handy. However, this is not her first time doing such a thing. She has already used this method to make many unscrupulous, wealthy young masters at Tsinghua University recognize her. Jiu, who is speaking? Following the sound, she spotted Xinyun, sitting in the silver-gray Apollo Sun God sports car, offering her a disdainful salute. Jiu turned back, a hint of disgust crossing her face, her mind racing. When on Earth did Xinyun undergo gender reassignment surgery? His voice had become oddly sweet, nearly swaying her. Truly, the Shin family is filled with oddities. Xinyun turned back, puzzled, muttering in irritation, "Why does that girl from the Jiu family look at me, as if I've just eaten something foul?" Chapter 9. The number of eavesdropping villains increases by one if Wen Qiqi's character in the novel The Spoiled Daughter of a Gangster is that of a seemingly docile little kitten, yet malevolent and cunning, then Jiu's character is one that requires no pretense, unreservedly bold and daring, even more flamboyant than the male lead, Nangong Li, with an extreme charm akin to a vermilion beauty mark. The white moonlight and the vermilion beauty mark sound like destined adversaries, eternally at odds, and at this moment, half revealed. The female lead, Lin Weixue, cowered tearfully against the outstretched arms of the male lead, Nangong Li. He observed her, finding her both pitiable and endearing. His arms, which had never opened to anyone, instinctively welcomed her. To his astonishment, he did not reject her. How infuriating! He had interacted with numerous girls, yet she was the first to evoke such a distinct feeling within him. Thus, Nangong Li clenched his fists and turned to Jiu, bellowing, "Why are you being so fierce?" Jiu, taken aback by the reprimand, reached out to pull Nangong Li closer to explain, "It's not like that. Li go. Baby Jiu, don't touch that trash." Jiu recoiled in fright from the shrill cry that pierced the air, her hand retracting. She glared furiously at Xinyun's direction. "Damn it, pervert, stop mimicking a girl's voice." Xinyun, bewildered, replied, "Huh? Why is she glaring at me when Nangong Li yelled at her? Hooray! Baby Jiu didn't he touch that trash? Baby Jiu is still safe. I can save baby Jiu." In Jiu's line of sight, Xinyun was gazing incredulously at the passenger seat, his expression betraying astonishment and a hint of relief. Jiu's gaze shifted to the passenger seat, where sat a girl as exquisitely maintained as a carefully groomed ragdoll, her appearance strikingly beautiful yet alluring, appearing delicate and in dire need of protection, her fair, soft hands pressed against the window, her eyes, as clear as crystal, gazing at her with great concern. She resembled the quintessential fragile first love often depicted in youthful campus stories. Although Jiu had never met Wen Qiqi, she recognized her. The adopted daughter of the Shin family? My dear Judge is looking at me. How vexing. No matter how much time passes, I still adore my dear Judge's appearance. Such a stunning beauty, with striking features that are far from gaudy. How could that blind fool, Nangong Li, forsake Judge for someone like Lin Weixue? Judge was taken aback. Had she just heard the inner voice of Wen Qiuzhao? However, garbage? Blind? Fool? Wasn't Wen Qiuzhao also hopelessly in love with Nangong Li? How could she possibly insult him? With a hint of mischief, Judge decided to confirm further. She deliberately stepped towards Nangong Li and Wen Qiuzhao. And before Nangong Li could get angry, Wen Qiuzhao's voice grew even more exasperated. Step back. Step back. Don't bring misfortune upon my dear Judge." Unable to suppress a smile, Judge subtly retreated. Wen Qiuzhao gazed at Judge, reminiscing about the 125 cycles of awakening, sighed sadly. Clearly the most affluent and influential daughter of the Jiu family, possessing everything one could desire, excelling academically, even surpassing her male peers, she is the most capable heir of the Jiu family. Judge raised an eyebrow, her expression visibly brightening. Wen Qiuzhao was quite adept at flattery, yet she is forcibly rendered foolish by the vile plot, madly infatuated with Nangong Li merely because he picked up a maple leaf. It's even more absurd than Sister Bai Zhou. Judge caught a glimpse of Xinyun, who was struggling to stifle a laugh. The male lead accepts your affection without hesitation, and you believed you could change him. Thus, you poured all your family's resources into him, providing him with the best clothes and food. The male lead standing in Kyoto is due entirely to your financial contributions. But wealth corrupts. Oh no, he was always wicked. Any girl who shows him kindness, he gladly accepts. When the female lead flirts with him, he willingly falls into her trap. He even made you pay for the female lead's father to be treated in ICU. You, foolish and wealthy, thought to sever their ties. But the male lead feigned agreement while secretly meeting the female lead behind your back. In the end, the female lead relies on another man's money to support the male lead, and he completely disregards you, Judge. Unable to bear it, you sought to eliminate the female lead, only to end up in a black car with me, sent to prison. That sound, I still remember it, You didn't even have time to be released before the male lead arranged for someone inside to kill you. The male and female lead staged a chase outside prison. While the supporting characters were left helpless, and before long, they had numerous offspring. Judge was taken aback, her mind spinning, feeling a wave of nausea as she looked at Nangong Li and Lin Weixue. Nangong Li frowned, his tone still haughty. Judge, who allowed you to look at me like that? Judge shot him a glare, taking a step back. Stay away from me, Nangong Li. Her gaze was akin to that of viewing a foul egg crushed and smeared with filth in a trash can. Nangong Li, with Lin Weixue at his side, straightened up. I'm very displeased. Apologize to me, and he enunciated each word, also apologized to her. Judge was still contemplating the reliability of Wen Qiqi's words and ignored Nangong Li. Just then, someone passing by carelessly tossed a banana peel near the main characters. Wen Qiqi's eyes sparkled. This banana peel. An essential scene in a Mary Sue romance where the male and female leads lose their first kiss. The male lead will soon want to defend the female lead due to Judge's aggressive stance, leading to an angry slip on the banana peel, causing him and Lin Weixue to tumble into the fountain, their lips meeting underwater. Judge was not yet pressing. She doubted the authenticity of this statement. After all, if she did not provoke Nangong Li, he would not take such a large step toward the banana peel. Yet, as if bewitched, Nangong Li, who usually refrained from speaking more than necessary to her, indeed took that large step forward. Judge, you've truly disappointed me. His foot landed squarely on the banana peel, sending him and Lin Weixue sliding backward into the fountain. The water was crystal clear, and their mouths were pressed tightly against each other. Judge felt her stomach churn, while Shen Yun's eyes burned with intensity. Wen Qiqi's predictions had come true. Wen Qiqi pouted. Even more absurdly, the female lead, Lin Weixue, will feign inability to swim, and when Nangong Li emerges from the water, his first action isn't to check on his benefactor Judge, but to perform CPR on Lin Weixue. It's truly unbearable to witness.
Hey.
Crybaby. Nangong Li struggled to surface, promptly pulling the unconscious Lin Weixue from the water. What a hassle, he muttered. Yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he leaned in broad daylight, before all eyes. This was still school. The two ended up locked in yet another kiss. Shen Yun swiftly moved to block Wen Qiqi's view. However, this did not deter Wen Qiqi from recalling the plot. Although Nangong Li's actions infuriate Judge, she will still feign tenderness, drying Nangong Li's wet hair and having the bodyguard prepare a change of clothes for him, only glaring at Lin Weixue with jealousy, contemplating how to torment that little vixen. Tenderness? Nangong Li was so brazenly kissing another girl right in front of her. Was she to maintain the facade of gentleness? Even that girl clutched his clothing tightly, and he showed no sign of letting go. It was utterly disgusting. The bodyguard stood respectfully beside Judge, hesitant to infer the young lady's thoughts, merely lowering his head to inquire, Miss, shall I provide Mr. Nangong with a school uniform? Judge relaxed her clenched fist. Of course, she would send one. Give it to me. I shall deliver it personally. Judge snatched the pristine school uniform from the bodyguard's hands and, suppressing her disgust, strode towards Nangong Li and Lin Weixue by the fountain. Sensing the soft tremor in his embrace, Nangong Li reluctantly parted from her lips. Upon raising his head, he saw Judge approaching with a stoic expression, prompting him to warn once more. Judge, she is very weak right now. Do not cause trouble. Yet suddenly, the school uniform was thrown onto Nangong Li's head without warning, and before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a heavy kick to his chest. Judge swiftly lifted her leg and retracted it just as quickly. Her tone was light, laced with a hint of seduction. It's merely that I cannot raise a dog. Why should I bicker with you too? Nangong Li, along with Lin Weixue, fell back into the water again. Judge's kick was no light matter. They plunged into the most turbulent part of the fountain, splashing wildly. Nangong Li struggled to remove the drenched school uniform from his head, shouting, Judge, what the hell is wrong with you? Judge took a few steps back and turned to face him, her gaze cold. I may take in a dog. But I absolutely refuse to accept trash. Nangong Li, you repulse me even more than garbage. From now on, keep your distance. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time I see you. Oh, how the plot has diverged. How exhilarating. My dear Jujin is simply stunning. I am utterly captivated by this intelligent yet fiercely beautiful woman who, despite her penchant for violence, has always protected me in prison, even sharing her food with me. As Shunyan watched Jujin approach in her sleek sports car, a wave of unease washed over him, prompting him to roll up the windows. Soon, there was a knock on the window. Shunyan rubbed his temples and replied, "Give it up, Jujin. I have no interest in discussing your family's business." Jujin rolled her eyes in response. "I'm not here for that." Wen Qiqi leaned out, accidentally pressing a button that opened the window. Jujin leaned in, her nose almost touching Wen Qiqi's. "You are even more beautiful than any picture I've seen." Even after awakening 125 times, Wen Qiqi had never been this close to Jujin. Embarrassed, she looked down and blurted out, "Every time I see you, I am awestruck." Jujin's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. "Then come with me, Wen Qiqi."
What?
She instinctively opened Xinyan's car door, intertwining her fingers with the bewildered Wen Qiqi's. "I'll take you to eat something far more delicious than chicken legs." Xinyan exclaimed, "What?" Can Jujin really hear Wen Qiqi's thoughts? Chapter 10. Set aside personal dignity. Embrace a life of mischief. There's no need to trouble the young lady of the Jiu family. I've already made dinner reservations, Xinyan stated, pulling the dazed Wen Qiqi back into his embrace, creating distance between her and Jujin. He warned, the relationship between the Ji family and the Xin family isn't at a level where we can send our precious young lady to live with them. Jujin raised an eyebrow and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Tonight, there's no need for condiments. Just bringing young Master Xin back is sufficient. Shunyan scoffed, dismissing Jujin's sarcasm. Wen Qiqi, caught in a reverie, recalled, initially, the relationship between the Shun and Ji families was quite mediocre, especially when Jujin and I were at the academy fighting over Nangong Li. The Ji brothers often clash with my brothers. Shunyan raised an eyebrow at Jujin, as if to say, given how your family treated us, how dare you come to take our little sister away? Jujin glanced at Shunyan with a peculiar expression. A bold hypothesis brewed in her mind. Could it be that Wen Qiqi's odd brothers could hear her thoughts too? However, the Ji family was quite righteous. When the Xin family fell from grace due to the female protagonist's machinations, and Jujin and I ended up in prison, despite their own struggles, the Ji family quietly worked to help us, ensuring we were fed and clothed. Her beautiful eyes misted over. Jujin even promised me that as long as she had food, I would have twice as much. Xinyan's expression shifted, concern washing over him as he looked at Wen Qiqi, who leaned against his shoulder, gazing longingly at Jujin.
Jujin,
too, was momentarily taken aback. That statement was indeed characteristic of her. Now that I've been given a second chance at life, I must overthrow the female protagonist's dominance. Long live the coexistence of the supporting roles. Watch me as I kick Lin Weixue again. I wouldn't mind if the plot erased me once more. If it weren't for Xinyan's quick reflexes, he would have almost lost Wen Qiqi as she attempted to break free. Jujin also stood at the car door, and they both instinctively exclaimed, "Don't go." Wen Qiqi paused, puzzled. Huh? How do they seem to know what I'm about to do? She blinked in confusion, and her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, like a signal for a ceasefire. Xinyan and Jujin quickly fell into their respective roles, one helping to close the car door while the other revved the engine. As the sports car sped away, Wen Qiqi poked her head out of the small window. Jujin, see you this afternoon. I'll come find you. Jujin chuckled softly as she climbed into her own car, determined to follow the one ahead. There's no need to wait until the afternoon. It's not as if they couldn't have lunch together. After all, as the young lady of the Ji family, she could easily secure a table with her wealth. Wen Qiqi didn't mind sharing a table with the three of them. Jujin didn't mind either, as she continued to pick out fish bones for Wen Qiqi and served her the best meat.
Meanwhile,
Xinyan sat there with a dark expression. Wen Qiqi had initially been seated beside him. He had been ready to serve her favorite lotus soup, but now Jujin had swooped in, taking the soup from his hands and luring Wen Qiqi to sit across from him. How infuriating! As Wen Qiqi became distracted by the freshly baked cake and lined up to get one, the warm smiles that had graced their faces moments ago vanished. Shen Yun crossed his long legs under the table and reclined lazily against the back of his chair. Feigning ignorance, "Isn't the young lady of the Ji family overly concerned about her little sister? This is your first meeting, isn't it?" Eugene preferred directness and cut to the chase. "Your brothers can hear Wen Qiqi's thoughts, can't they?" Shen Yun nodded elegantly. "Indeed. My brothers can too. You are truly perverse," Eugene declared, leaving Shen Yun bewildered. "Wen Qiqi has been under your care for at least a decade. During that time, you have..." Her face was filled with righteous indignation, seemingly defending Wen Qiqi. "On one hand, you eavesdrop on her thoughts to secure your own interests, treating her as a mere tool. On the other hand, you are hopelessly enamored with her purity and innocence, lurking in the shadows of her life, controlling her every thought. You merely satisfy her needs to keep her close, don't you?" "Shenyun, what does this even mean?" Despite her low voice, Eugene's tone was laced with fury. Shen Yun, confused, braced himself for another scolding. Yet, Eugene's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. How thrilling! She turned her gaze back to Wen Qiqi, patiently waiting in line for the cakes, stirring her straw absently in her tea. 7 heads, each with their own hidden agendas, surrounding a delicate little rabbit raised in a greenhouse. The wolves are circling, completely unaware. She turned back, arching her brows with an alluring smile directed at the frowning Shen Yun. "Shen Yun, what are your chances of winning?" Shen Yun did not respond directly. Instead, he tapped the screen of his phone, his voice restrained yet calm. "Your imagination is too vivid. We only heard her thoughts last night. Wen Qiqi is our sister. And we..." Shen Yun lowered his gaze. "There are no such feelings." "Really?" Jiu's phone vibrated, but her attention remained fixed on the composed Shen Yun across from her. "Yet, Shen Yun, your hand is trembling." Shen Yun pressed his lips together, remaining silent and looking down. Seizing the moment, Jiu took out her incessantly ringing phone. System message. Shen Yun invited Jiu to join the group chat. "Shen Muse? Question mark. Shen Muse, Shen Lao-san, have you lost your mind playing games all night? This group isn't for the Jiu family's loving kinship. Why did you bring Jiu in?" System message. Shen Muse removed Jiu from the group chat. Jiu. Shen Yun, with rare good humor in the group, explained that Jiu could also hear Qiqi's thoughts and added her back into the chat. Shen Muse, private marshmallow Jiu. No problem, just prepare 1,000 signed photos of your abs for me. Shen Muse. The group chat name was changed by Jiu to Wen Qiqi's precious Jiu 7 perverts. Shen Muse. Question mark. Shen Wang. Question mark. Putting down her phone, Jiu anxiously glanced toward Wen Qiqi, asking, "Shen Yun, aren't you supposed to accompany Wen Qiqi to pick up the small cake?" Shen Yun continued to type rapidly on his phone, not lifting his head. "I specially reserved this restaurant for Qiqi to enjoy the food." He spoke lightly. "The patrons here are mostly affiliated with the Shen family. They won't dare to confront Qiqi." Jiu propped her head, her tone rising. "Oh, is that true?" Shen Yun was once again reminded of their previous conversation by her question. A certain feeling, threatening to burst forth, violently collided within his heart, almost spilling from his lips. He shut his eyes, gritting his teeth to force himself to remain calm. God knows, he had never concentrated so hard on suppressing his emotions, even during an esports competition. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yun closed the long list of notes on his phone and spoke. "What do you want to say?" Jiu pointed. "That girl named Lin Weixue seems to be arguing with Qiqi." Shen Yun? "So focused on the cake, I forgot to deal with you." Wen Qiqi held the last piece of cake, slightly lowering her head as she looked at Lin Weixue and the pitiful, sobbing little boy beside her. "Our righteous sister asserted. Wen Qiqi, this little brother desperately wants to taste the exquisite pastries made by the chef here. Why don't you let him have your piece?" "Excuse me? Why should the newcomer take precedence? Just because Wen Qiqi is not greedy?" Clearly, Lin Weixue also had a piece of cake in hand, yet she insisted on shifting the focus onto Wen Qiqi. "You are the daughter of the Shen family. You must have had plenty of these small cakes. This little brother is here for the first time. Can't you let him have it?" Shen Yun had already risen. "Lin Weixue? Why is she here? Oh dear, almost forgot." This should be my plot point. Shen Yun and Jiu paused in their movements. In the original storyline, my first encounter with Lin Weixue was right here. After Jiu startled her by the fountain, Li felt guilty and brought her to this upscale restaurant for lunch. Jiu shot Shen Yun an exasperated glance. So, Lin Weixue has become a friend of your Shen family? Or has Li become a distinguished guest of your family? Shen Yun, do not insult our family with those names. However, Li would normally have access to such a high-end restaurant, but he has the black card that Jiu gave him, which signifies the Jiu family's status. So, even though my third brother has a habit of clearing the place, they still managed to sneak in. The disdainful gaze shifted back to Shen Yun as he looked at Jiu. Jiu, unfazed, made a phone call. Butler Liu, cancel Li's card. Yes.
Right now.
According to the original plot, I was still fuming over Li smashing the wall, and upon seeing him with Lin Weixue, I became even more jealous. When Li went to the restroom, I would have proactively sought trouble with Lin Weixue in the cake queue. This little boy looks somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place him. However, now it seems Lin Weixue is the one seeking trouble with me. Wen Qiqi smiled sweetly. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being the ruthless, white Moonlight. Among the onlookers, some had already begun to side with Lin Weixue, criticizing Wen Qiqi. As the daughter of the Shen family, shouldn't you have as many of these cakes as you want? Why are you haggling with a child? How can the daughter of the Shen family not be willing to part with a piece of cake? That's so stingy, lacking generosity. Shen Yun frowned. Yet, Wen Qiqi remained unfazed. In front of everyone, she delicately pinched the small cake and directly placed it in her mouth. Delicious. Cream clung to her red lips as she smiled at the almost crying little boy. This taste is unbelievably, incredibly delicious, little brother. If you wish to have a bite. Her finger pointed toward the piece of cake on Lin Weixue's plate, smiling gently. Yet her voice whispered like a demon. There is still a piece on this sister's plate behind you. You know. She straightened up, gently wiped the cream from her mouth, and gazed as innocently as possible at Lin Weixue. Your sister is so supportive of you. She wouldn't deny you, would she? Chapter 11. How can there be foolish people willingly strung along? Will you bait me? After experiencing 125 cycles, Wen Qiqi knew very well that Lin Weixue would never willingly part with her own piece of cake. A selfish fool. Just as she had expected. Facing the pitiful little boy with red eyes, Lin Weixue's smile faltered, and she hesitantly said, This cake isn't mine. It belongs to Brother Nangong. Lin Weixue emphasized the 4 words Brother Nangong heavily, as if fearing Wen Qiqi wouldn't understand. Yet, Wen Qiqi's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a gentle and sweet smile. Look, when will your charming brother arrive? If he doesn't come, I'll hit you. If he does, I'll slap you. Mentioning Li gave Lin Weixue a newfound confidence, and she turned to the little boy beside her. Brother Nangong asked me to get this for him, so little brother, I can't give it to you. However, she winked at the little boy. I heard that the child who eats the last piece of cake will receive blessings from the divine. Lin Weixue straightened up, one hand around the little boy, her gaze locking with Wen Qiqi's. Since this sister has eaten the last piece of cake that should have belonged to you, shouldn't this sister compensate you with another piece? Why should she? Wen Qiqi maintained her elegant smile. Am I not allowed to queue? Or can he break the rules simply because he is young? Lin Weixue bit her lip, feigning innocence. He's just a child. How can you hold that against him? You mentioned he is just a child. If you were to offer him a piece of cake from your plate, your brother, Nangong, would surely not hold it against you. Would he? Lin Weixue furrowed her brow, raising her plate higher as she spoke with urgency. Wen Qiqi, considering your immense wealth, what harm would it be to have the chef prepare another small cake? She glanced again at the child in her arms, her tone becoming even more righteous. How much could a small cake possibly cost? Are you truly so unwilling to part with such a trivial amount for the sake of a little boy's happiness? Jiu could no longer endure the situation and contemplated rushing out to deliver a few kicks to Lin Weixue. However, Shen Yun intervened. Is this how you, as older brothers, protect your sister? He pressed his fingers against the light-colored earpiece around his neck, the pressure causing his knuckles to pale slightly. We have a rule among us brothers. If Wen Qiqi can resolve her own issues, she should do so. We merely need to bear the consequences of her actions. Although he longed to assist her now, he refrained. This rule had been upheld among the 7 of them for over a decade, ensuring that when they were absent, Wen Qiqi could stand strong and not be bullied by anyone. Jujiu frowned. Are you certain Qiqi can handle it herself? Shen Yun snorted dismissively. You've never been scolded by her. You have no idea how sharp her tongue can be. In an instant, Jujiu pulled out her phone and pressed the recording button. Shen Yun was puzzled. What are you doing? Come on, this is a live demonstration. I must learn this well. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi faced the relentless pressure from Lin Weixue with a nonchalant reply. It seems falling into the fountain at noon did not awaken you. Rather, it appears to have filled your head with even more water. What, do you think money comes from the wind? Should the Shen family's wealth be squandered on unrelated individuals? I would rather donate to charity. At least those beneficiaries would thank me. While you merely cling to your brother's name. Lin Weixue's face flushed with anger at Wen Qiqi's words. However, Wen Qiqi's smile deepened.
Oh.
Since your brother Nangong is so impressive as to bring you to this fine establishment, why not let him treat this little friend? Without waiting for Lin Weixue's response, she turned to the small boy. She mentioned that the last piece of cake brings good fortune, so why not have her buy it for you? After all, your relationship is quite close. The little boy, oblivious to the tension between the 2 women, tugged at Lin Weixue's sleeve. Sister, I want the last small cake. You said you had a way for me to get it. You can't deceive a child. Before he could finish, Lin Weixue swiftly covered his mouth, her complexion paling as she forced a chuckle in Wen Qiqi's direction. Wen Qiqi tilted her head. I knew it was you causing this commotion, acting more animated than a drama queen. I am no longer the old Wen Qiqi. I am now the composed Qiqi. Prepare to pay for your foolish provocation, dear protagonist. Jujiu gazed intently at Wen Qiqi, a spark of admiration in her eyes. I feel as though she is radiating light. Shen Yun, reminded by her words, reluctantly shifted his gaze and muttered, She has always been radiant, you fool. Jujiu shook her head, her expression earnest. No, what I mean is, keep Wen Qiqi for me. Nurturing such an intriguing little gem would make me the happiest girl in the world. Shen Yun retorted. You shall not have her. I will not concede the position of utmost happiness to you. Lin Weixue, sensing the stares directed at her, steeled herself. I will buy it. How much could a small cake possibly cost that would make the young lady of the Shen family hesitate? She patted the little boy's head. Sister will pay for your last piece of cake. She even attempted to elevate the moment. Protecting the innocence of children should be the reason we young people strive to persevere. Ah, splendid, came Wen Qiqi's dispassionate response. Lin Weixue glared at her in dissatisfaction as Wen Qiqi examined the invoice handed to her by the restaurant manager, scrutinizing its contents. I reviewed the material costs, transportation fees, and the chef's craftsmanship. The total is approximately 200,000. Will it be credit or cash? Lin Weixue's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Wen Qiqi lifted her chin. If you don't believe me, feel free to check yourself. Lin Weixue, placing the plate aside, flipped through the invoice repeatedly. The polite manager interjected. Miss, our restaurant operates on a pay-before-dining basis. Though it may seem impolite, we ask that you settle the amount promptly to avoid delaying other guests. Lin Weixue's face turned pale as she spoke weakly. Wait. When my brother Nangong returns, he will pay you. Oh, so it's your brother Nangong treating? Not you? Wen Qiqi casually tossed her hair, her gaze wandering through the crowd. Where is Nangong Li? Does he really take this long in the restroom? Could there be an issue with his kidneys? At that moment, Nangong Li found himself halted by black-clad security outside the restaurant. I apologize, sir, but your card has been frozen, and we cannot verify your identity. You are temporarily barred from entry. Nangong Li protested, but this is the Jiu family's black card. Have you heard of the Jiu family? The guard remained impassive. We are aware of the Jiu family, but not of you. Mr. Shen has instructed that no unauthorized individuals may enter.
Furious, Nangong Li laf dinanger.
You. Fine. I will call Jujiu right now and make sure you all grovel and apologize. However, the call ended with a cold recording. We are sorry. Your phone service has been suspended inside the restaurant as they awaited the arrival of Nangong Li. The manager lost his patience. Miss, how much longer will you require? Lin Weixue, her gaze evasive, pulled out her phone.
I
will call him. Before she could dial, a security officer approached. Miss, we have confirmed that you are not on the Shen family's guest list. Please leave immediately. As two guards grasped her shoulders, Lin Weixue glared at Wen Qiqi. Her voice pitiful. Wen Qiqi, I merely spoke to you a couple of times. You would have me thrown out before your brother returns? Wen Qiqi shrugged. The Shen family often clears the premises ahead of time. Typically, only those on the guest list are allowed entry. Who knew how you and Nangongli managed to get in? She feigned surprise with her beautiful eyes. Surely, you did not sneak in under the pretense of the Jiu family's name? You slanderous wench. Wen Qiqi, uninterested in further debate, allowed the security to escort her out of the restaurant. I dare anyone to lay a hand on her. A male voice called out from across the restaurant. Help. This truly sounds like a line from a Klitsch drama. Wen Qiqi felt a sharp pang in her head, too weary to even turn around. Without even glancing, she knew that the person approaching was undoubtedly one of Lin Weixue's numerous admirers. Duanmu Yunkai rarely dined outside of school. However, today was the birthday of his little follower, prompting him to reserve a table at this restaurant. The dishes on the table were crafted by renowned chefs, and every aspect, color, aroma, and taste qualified as first-rate in the capital. Yet, the young master of the Duanmu family, accustomed to exquisite delicacies, found the experience rather mundane. Classes bored him, life felt tedious, and the world appeared dull. Even the little cake, which the restaurant sold only 12 of each day, failed to pique his interest. As he extinguished his cigarette in boredom, he heard his little follower exclaim urgently, Weixue just messaged me. She said someone is bullying her. The little follower looked at Duanmu Yunkai with urgency. Brother So, Weixue is at this restaurant. I cannot sit idly by while she is being bullied. Let us go help her. Duanmu Yunkai shot him a cold glance. The young man immediately altered his tone, pleading, Brother Su, Weixue is my favorite girl. She mentioned that the one bullying her is an extremely vicious girl. We cannot allow someone like that to roam free. Duanmu Yunkai furrowed his brows, causing the young man to lose his confidence and lower his head. Meanwhile, another boy at the table, Lu Zhen, continued to enjoy his meal, teasing the little follower. Is it that Lin Weixue again? She has been stringing you along for 2 or 3 years now. I heard she was kissing that scoundrel Nangongli at noon today. Are you still hung up on her? Wang Hu turned his head in silence. He did not understand why he felt this way, but it seemed he had made up his mind about Lin Weixue. No amount of persuasion from the young masters could sway him. Suddenly, a smile broke across Duanmu Yunkai's face. We cannot allow her to roam free. The reason you mentioned will surely please my brother. He stood up, raising an eyebrow. Let us go. As they moved towards the crowd, Duanmu Yunkai disdainfully whispered to the boys beside him. What caliber is Lin Weixue that Wang Hu is so willingly strung along? Lu Zhen chuckled. Don't let your eyes wander later and find yourself captivated. Duanmu Yunkai scoffed. I have never encountered anyone who could make my heart flutter. Wang Hu's furious shout interrupted their conversation. The crowd parted at the sound, and Wang Hu continued, Weixue, don't be afraid. The young master of the Duanmu family is here to support you. No one will bully you again. The young master of the Duanmu family? Duanmu Yunkai? The cold, ruthless, handsome yet brainless campus bully of St. Celia Academy, known as the Silly Beauty. Wen Qiqi felt a surge of curiosity. After all, it seemed she had yet to meet this person. The girl slowly turned around. At that moment, Duanmu Yunkai squinted slightly against the sunlight. In the instant their gazes locked, he found his ability to think slipping away. Her bright eyes sparkled, delicate and alluring, like a singular white rose blooming amidst a riot of vibrant flowers. In his heart, it felt as though a magnificent firework display had erupted in an instant. Instinctively, he tucked his fingers behind him, unconsciously concealing the remnants of his cigarette as he murmured softly, I, too, wish to be cherished by her. Chapter 12 Wen Qiqi. I never said I needed my brother to rescue me. Just as Duanmu Yunkai locked eyes with Wen Qiqi, countless images uncontrollably flashed through his mind. Him rushing into the crowd to champion her cause, her heart racing yet hesitating to harbor any inappropriate thoughts due to her humble background. Expressing gratitude before quietly departing like Cinderella. They would reunite at St. Celia Academy, where he would orchestrate various encounters to see her again, successfully coaxing the timid little cat to lower her guard and willingly draw closer, accepting his kindness and opening up to him. He would invite her to his birthday banquet, asking her to be his first and only partner, and she would shyly take his hand under the envious gazes of the crowd. Despite the objections of his parents and brother, he would whisk her away from the Duanmu family, casting aside societal judgments. They would run along the beach, shouting in joy, setting off the most beautiful fireworks, igniting the fiercest flames, embracing and kissing amidst the crashing waves, their foreheads touching as they professed their deep affection and unwavering resolve to not part ways. Ultimately, he would be willing to forfeit the Duanmu family inheritance for her. In a tranquil twilight, he would lead her away from the city, wandering the world together, lifelong companions. They would arrive in a small town, forge new friendships, and he would muster the courage to propose to her. With tears of joy, she would accept, and amid the blessings of their friends, they would step into the sanctity of marriage. Clad in a pristine wedding gown, the girl would appear sweet and charming. Holding vibrant white roses, her expression earnest and focused, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an overwhelming happiness. Her soft lips would part slightly. Duanmu Yunkai. Will you marry me?
Ido.
As Duanmu Yunkai responded, yearning to step forward and embrace his bride, the image before him abruptly transformed. The girl's face morphed into that of his good friend Lu Zhen. The scene was difficult to describe. Lu Zhen, wearing an off-shoulder French wedding gown, with his muscular arms gripping Duanmu Yunkai's collar, wore a mischievous grin, closing his eyes and pouting, drawing closer. Brother, so a nightmare. Duanmu Yunkai could no longer endure the sight, revulsion prompting him to cover Lu Zhen's face with his hand and push him away. You're disgusting, Lu Zhen. As Lu Zhen, bewildered, attempted to wake him from his stupor, he received an unexpected punch.
Huh.
As he turned away, the surrounding commotion rushed back into Duanmu Yuncai's ears. Is this the young master of the Duanmu family? Why is he always silent with a cold expression? It feels like the Shen family has provoked someone they shouldn't have. If these two families fall out, the wealthy circle of the capital will undergo a transformation. With eyes as dark as ink, he calmly observed the motes of dust dancing in the sunlight, and Duanmu Yunkai realized what had just transpired was merely a fleeting fantasy. The words in the book were all true. Just a glance at her had him contemplating the rest of his life. His lips parted, yet he found himself unable to argue against it. Internally, he chastised himself. Useless. Lu Zhen, caught between Duanmu Yuncai's fingers, gritted his teeth and muttered, even if you are willing to champion Lin Weixue's cause, there's no need to say it outright, and to call me disgusting for that ordinary girl? Your taste has declined. Duanmu Yunkai. Duanmu Yunkai withdrew his hand, snorting coldly. Shunyan took a couple of steps forward, but did not approach fully, merely positioning himself within Duanmu Yuncai's line of sight. Are you not going to step forward? Jiu stood slightly ahead of him. I believe Wen Qiqi can handle it well. His words lacked credibility, and his tone was not particularly resolute. Jiu gave him the middle finger, preparing to step in front of Duanmu Yunkai, but Shunyan spoke up lightly once more. Unlike his previous statement, this one was solid and confident. If she cannot handle it and becomes upset, then before her mood is restored, no one is leaving here. Not even the young master of the Duanmu family. That silly beauty with the red hair looks too much like a character straight out of a comic. Wen Qiqi currently finds herself in high spirits, admiring Duanmu Yunso. Such striking features, flawless skin, indeed. The foolishly handsome character truly deserves the title of the most beautiful person in this novel. Alas, it is a pity that this exquisite young man does not frequently appear. Despite being a protagonist, he primarily supports the female lead from the shadows and has not been included in her harem. Contemplating this, Wen Qiqi gazes at Lin Weixue in confusion. Is the female lead blind? How could she not appreciate such a young man and instead choose to engage in a secret affair with Nangong Li? Lin Weixue, bewildered by the look of incredulity directed at her, cannot help but speak. When, however, before she can utter more, Wang Hu bellows, Brother Su is here. Who dares to trouble Shueshue? Instantly distracted, Lin Weixue's eyes brim with tears as she softly sobs. discreetly glancing at the red-haired youth striding toward her through the crowd. Dressed in a uniquely tailored ash-gray uniform belonging to Saint Slaria, the boy's waist is casually adorned, and his simple yet luxurious white shirt complements his rebellious aura, accentuating his stunning features. With his head bowed, the red-haired youth captivates all hearts. Lin Weixue's heartbeat quickens uncontrollably, her face flushed, eyes glistening. She gazes longingly at Duan Mu Yun-su, as if awaiting her prince to rescue her. Yet, he walks past her, his long legs coming to a halt beside Wen Qiqi, his voice alluring. Has she bullied you?
Lin Weixue, what?
Wang Hu. Lu Zhen. Brother, this is a bit awkward. Wen Qiqi. Does she truly appear to be the one who is bullied? Duan Mu Yun's gaze sweeps over Wen Qiqi, then hastily averts. He fears that if he gazes too long, his thoughts may wander. Her eyes are too innocent and pure. With but a moment's distraction, he could willingly drown in them. He offers her a handkerchief. You do not be upset. Wen Qiqi does not accept it, tilting her head to regard Duan Mu Yun-so. He turns to meet her gaze, gently pushing the pale pink handkerchief into her hands as he quickly looks away. Do not fear. No one shall trouble you again. His eyes naturally glide to Xin Yun, standing not far off.
Duan Mu Yun-se's expression darkens.
He knows this restaurant is privately reserved by the Xin family and suspects that the uproar caused is likely due to the foster daughter he is yet to meet. His gaze settles on Lin Weixue, caught between two security guards. His irritation grows. A foster daughter, a false heiress, a woman who has never truly been in the limelight. How dare she look at him with such bare, unabashed desire in such a setting? It is indeed unrefined. What difference does it make that the third son of the Xin family is present? Duan Mu Yun-su has never been one to shy away from trouble. His cold eyes disdainfully survey Lin Weixue. You are the Wen Qiqi adopted by the Xin family? Jiao falls silent. Has the foolishly handsome man not overcome his face blindness? Shun Yun retorts. It appears to have worsened. Duan Mu Yun-su regards Lin Weixue from his elevated position. You cause a stir over Nangong Li with no sense of shame, indulged and rude. If you favor Nangong Li, what do you seek from me with that expression? You truly are, as the rumors suggest, distasteful. The extreme disdain in his expression leaves Lin Weixue momentarily stunned. It is unclear whether Duan Mu Yun-su is rebuking her or directing his ire at Wen Qiqi. Wang Hu. Reluctantly, he acknowledges that Lin Weixue's gaze toward Duan Mu Yun-su exudes greater fervor than when she looks at him. Wen Qiqi. Truly, the foolishly handsome man, despite his characterization of severe face blindness in the novel, is aligned with the righteous side of the female lead. How could he not remember her face? What a conundrum! Suddenly, the restaurant falls into an eerie silence until Lu Zhen, unable to contain a laugh, cautiously approaches Duan Mu Yun-su and whispers, Brother So. The one before you is the ethereal Lin Weixue, as described by Wang Hu.
Duan Mu Yun-se raise un eyebrow.
Lu Zhen then drops a bombshell that reverberates within his mind, and the one you referred to as indulgent and shameless, Wen Qiqi, stands to your right. Lu Zhen beams with a bright, sunny smile. You have mistaken the person again, Brother So.
Duan Mu Yun-se.
Ignoring Lin Weixue before him, he furtively glances at Wen Qiqi, only to find her expression devoid of anger, exuding tranquility and warmth. She offers a smile that could intoxicate. Hello, Duan Mu Yun-su. I am the so-called shameless and indulgent false heiress of a Xin family, Wen Qiqi.
Duan Mu Yun-se pose.
Extending his hand toward Wen Qiqi, mentally reviewing the pickup lines he once learned. Hello, I am Duan Mu Yun-su. What a coincidence to meet you here. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lu Zhen. Today, silence is indeed my mother tongue. Duan Mu Yun-su retrieves his phone, decisively asking, May I add you on WeChat? Wen Qiqi blinks. Why? Isn't the foolishly handsome one supposed to maintain an aloof demeanor? He and the female lead communicated solely through Wang Hu. She recalls he has never added anyone on WeChat. Duan Mu Yun-su presents a compelling reason. I believe you differ from the rumors, and I wish to know more about you. As the two engage amicably in a handshake, even exchanging contact information, Lin Weixue deliberately bumps into the security guards on either side, feigning victimhood as she tumbles to the ground, weeping and drawing everyone's attention. Brother Hu sob, Wen Qiqi is bullying me and trying to drive me away. Wang Hu's earlier intentions are drawn back as he squats beside Lin Weixue. Concern etched on his face as he looks up at Duan Muyunsu. Brother So, Wen Qiqi is being so cruel to Shueshue. You must stand up for her. Duan Muyunsu, without a moment's hesitation, replies. How could she possibly bully her? He then turns to Wen Qiqi. You did not bully her, did you? Wen Qiqi does not even have the chance to respond before Duan Muyunsu resolutely concludes. She claims she did not bully you. Wang Hu. Lin Weixue continues to shed tears, insisting that Wen Qiqi has wronged her, while Duan Muyunsu remains steadfast in his belief that Wen Qiqi is innocent. Ultimately, the manager reviews the surveillance footage, capturing everything from Lin Weixue enticing young boys to queue for cake to her moral coercion of Wen Qiqi, frame by frame. As Duan Muyunsu fixates on the footage, Jiao smirks playfully. Xinyun, do you think Duan Muyunsu might hear Wen Qiqi's thoughts, given he is also a supporting character? Xinyun firmly asserts he cannot. Why not? Xinyun offers no reply, instead walking straight into the crowd, forcefully inserting himself between Wen Qiqi and Duan Muyunsu. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the room. Miss Lin, you are not on the guest list for the Shin family's banquet. If you still wish to purchase that cake, I can grant you a moment. If not, I kindly ask you to leave. Lin Weixue's countenance darkened, and she cast a pleading glance toward Duan Muyunkai. Receiving no response, she lowered her head and tugged at Wang Hu's sleeve. Brother Hu. Lu Jin yawned. Huzi, 200,000 is no small sum for you. Wang Hu, after a moment of internal conflict, gritted his teeth and paid the 200,000, handing the freshly baked cake to the sobbing little boy. He then pulled Lin Weixue out of the restaurant. The lunch break had been almost depleted due to Lin Weixue's commotion, and Wen Qiqi and the others also prepared to depart. Xinyun and Jiao went downstairs first, while the gluttonous Wen Qiqi waited for the new cake she had just purchased. However, at the moment she obtained the cake, Duan Muyunkai, who had been lingering and reluctant to leave, stepped forward and grasped Wen Qiqi's wrist. The soft sensation in his palm momentarily distracted him. The girl's sweet voice held a hint of displeasure. Is there something else? Duan Muyunkai tightened his grip, causing her discomfort. I don't have your contact information, he stated stubbornly. The girl smiled cunningly. That's not how you ask for my number. Duan Muyunkai frowned. If you refuse to give it to me, I will not let you go. As a young master of the Duanmu family, he spoke with an inherent arrogance. Even if your brother is downstairs, there are still more of us up here. Wen Qiqi nonchalantly began to count down. Duan Muyunkai remained unfazed. In 3 seconds, your brother won't make it.
2.
Just give me your WeChat and I will. 1. With a clear tone, Wen Qiqi twisted her wrist. With a deft move, she seized Duan Muyunkai's hand and swiftly pressed his beautiful face against the marble countertop with force. Leaning slightly forward, Duan Muyunkai could distinctly see the sparkling glitter at the corners of her eyes. Despite her gentle smile and sweet voice, her grip remained unyielding. I never said I needed my brother to rescue me. More astonishing than the stunned expressions of the remaining patrons was the fact that Duan Muyunkai found himself utterly unable to escape her hold. Chapter 13. You have bullied my sister. You must take responsibility. Yes, the surveillance footage has already been sent to you. Xinyun's long, slender fingers rested on the steering wheel, while the other held his phone to his ear, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the restaurant. He responded casually to the person on the other end of the line, growing impatient at the lack of news about Wen Qiqi's emergence.
No.
This truly is the complete video. 7. 11 gigabytes is quite substantial. The person on the other end remained indifferent. Xinyun, ignited with fury, exclaimed, Shen Mozhan, wake up. This footage is evidence of your sister being morally coerced by those people. Not like before when she would throw tantrums and challenge the limits of other diners, necessitating its destruction. The video is not hundreds of gigabytes. I have not edited it at all. Faced with Xinyun's sudden outburst, Shen Mozhan remained silent, scanning the documents in his hands while glancing at the list of diners being compiled by his secretary. The brothers shared a moment of quiet. The secretary soon presented a complete list of diners who had criticized Wen Qiqi. Shen Mozhan took the freshly printed document. Feeling Xinyun's soft sigh, Qiqi seems to have experienced many terrible things in our absence. She has been imprisoned, endured hardships, gone hungry, and has been bullied. During the meal, Shen Yun had already shared his concerns with the brothers, and Shen Mozhan was acutely aware that he was addressing their future. Shen Yun's voice brimmed with guilt. She was once a little girl who would tear up at the slightest reprimand, yet today, she was subjected to moral coercion by so many. Suddenly, Shen Yun's focus was diverted by the sight of an enormous cockroach, larger than Wen Qiqi's head, crawling on the car window. The phone flew from Shen Yun's hand to the seat below in fright. Shen Mozhan, startled by Shen Yun's deafening shout, distanced his phone in disdain. Just as he was about to hang up, Wen Qiqi's sweet, gentle voice emanated from the phone. "Third brother, how is it going? Isn't it incredibly lifelike? This is the cockroach cake I specially picked for fourth brother." Shen Mozhan paused momentarily. He then raised his head to the secretary. "Bring me a pair of headphones." The secretary was puzzled. Shen Mozhan had always been attentive to sound, keeping conversations low to avoid detection of any idleness. Even when calling his brother, he maintained a distance from his ear. Yet now he was requesting headphones and pressing the phone tightly against his ear. Such a young president should not be experiencing hearing loss. What could be the reason? The young secretary was perplexed. Shen Mozhan concentrated on the dialogue from the phone, not lifting his gaze, his voice flat. "Her voice is too distant. I need to hear it more clearly." "I'll go get them now." Shen Yun rushed from the car. "Could you please not hold that thing? Can't you just throw it in the back?" In Shen Yun's imagination, he envisioned a serene and lovely girl, drowsy in the sunlight, akin to a little sprite during the afternoon nap. However, at that moment, Wen Qiqi was grinning at the lively brown cockroach with a look of obsession, resembling a pervert. "Wen Qiqi, for heaven's sake, stop smiling at that cockroach." Today marked the 3rd anniversary of fourth brother's employment. He would undoubtedly adore this cockroach. Shen Yun executed a swift maneuver. "Isn't fourth brother a germaphobe? Why would you gift him this?" Before Wen Qiqi could respond, Shen Yun suddenly realized, "I understand. You think that if one of us brothers must die to allow you to feast, you would choose to disgust fourth brother first. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me, third brother." Wen Qiqi. She clutched the cake box tightly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Then why did you select such a cake?" "Humph, you wouldn't understand. This is called cunning strategy." Wen Qiqi turned away. When fourth brother is left half-paralyzed, the female lead Lin Weixue won't even hire him a nanny. Fourth brother is obsessed with cleanliness, yet he can only watch cockroaches perform in the corner, living a stifled existence. He even succumbed to biting his tongue and ending his life due to a cockroach crawling onto his sickbed, leaving me without even a last glance at fourth brother. Shen Yun's eyes darkened. It turned out fourth brother Shen Xiai had met his end as well. "I am determined to assist my fourth brother in overcoming his fears. As the saying goes, the most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. If he can consume the king of cockroaches, he will undoubtedly become the supreme ruler among them. With a single segment stronger than 6, I shall delight in the jelly." Shen Yun cast a glance at the inscription on the cake, "To the indomitable men of Huagua." He had already envisioned Shen Xi's expression upon seeing this cake. Observing his struggle to stifle a laugh, Wen Qiqi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. "Will fourth brother be angry with me for this?" Shen Yun laughed heartily. "Not at all." "Good, then, at most, I will just arrange for a few minor procedures." He quipped, "Perhaps a little extraction of your kidney, your hair, or your posterior." Wen Qiqi frowned deeply. Is fourth brother really a doctor who engages in such business? Shen Yun chuckled nonchalantly. "Does he earn more than second brother?" Shen Yun. Wen Qiqi, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Tonight, I must persuade fourth brother to grant me a bit more pocket money." Shen Yun, expressing his displeasure, retorted, "Why bother with him? Your third brother also earns quite a bit. Why not coax him instead?" Wen Qiqi shot him a disdainful glance. "You haven't competed in half a month. Where's your income? Our family consists of you, me, and Shen Wang, all receiving allowances from eldest brother each month." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Shen Weixue, the eldest of the Shen family, smiled subtly, finding even the colorful work report from his subordinate more palatable than usual. Suddenly, the screech of a sports car's brakes echoed, accompanied by Wen Qiqi's startled exclamation, "Third brother, why did you stop so suddenly?" Shen Yun bent down to retrieve his phone. his tone turning fierce. Does your third brother lack funds? Let me show you if he can afford your allowances. The phone felt slightly warm. Shenyan gazed at the 3 characters indicating the ongoing call, feeling speechless. He even received a WeChat message from Wen Qiqi within a second. If you hang up, I will return home tonight. Torn between hanging up and not wanting eldest brother to come back, he glanced at the slightly panicked Wen Qiqi and devised a plan. Thus, Shenyan gave his phone a couple of firm taps, adopting a high-pitched voice. Third brother, can I play with your phone for a bit? Wen Qiqi. Huh?
Oh.
Just let me play for a while. Third brother is the best. I love third brother the most. Wen Qiqi.
Ah.
This red button looks so tempting to press. Then go ahead and press it. Beep, call ended. Wen Qiqi. Shenyan cleared his throat, brushed back a few strands of hair from his forehead, and tapped on his phone. Wen Qiqi pouted. Third brother. Your antics are quite mysterious. User Shenyan has transferred 700,000,000 yuan to you. Wen Qiqi's voice was interrupted by the notification sound, and she quickly changed her tune. Long live the dragon. You will surely live to 1,000. Shenyan raised an eyebrow. This is a hush money. User Shenyan has transferred 700,000,000 yuan to you. This is your allowance for the month. User Shenyan has transferred 700,000,000 yuan to you. This is Wen Qiqi, your retirement fund hidden in your shoe soles? Shenyan. As Wen Qiqi's face lit up with joy, he restarted the car. If you ever need money, just turn to your third brother. Do not pester Shenci or seek eldest brother. Wen Qiqi, cheerfully drowsy, began to doze off. You rarely see fifth and sixth brothers, and seventh still relies on eldest for support, so there's only second brother left. Wen Qiqi, blissfully sleepy, continued to doze. Shenyan paused. Forget it. I don't dare to meddle with second brother. Wen Qiqi, still happily drowsy, continued to doze. Shenyan, with a hint of pride, added, Did you hear that? Just ask your third brother. The money he earns is more than sufficient to support you. Wen Qiqi, still happily drowsy, continued to doze. After a long silence devoid of the girl's chatter, Shenyan turned his head at a red light. Although she still clutched the grotesque cockroach cake, her tranquil demeanor overshadowed any oddity. Her long lashes fluttered gently in the sunlight, her breathing slow and serene. Time seemed to stand still. It was only when the incessant honking from behind jolted him back to reality that Shenyan realized she had not fallen asleep. Qiqi, I hope you won't take those people's words to heart. I don't care, she replied, startling Shenyan nearly enough to lose grip of the steering wheel.
What?
You're not asleep. Wen Qiqi, lazily reclining like a cat in her seat, gently caressed the seatbelt. The world is noisy. I will simply be myself. Shenyan had never heard such eloquence from her before and was momentarily at a loss for words. What did you just say? I said. Wen Qiqi slightly opened her eyes, gazing at the scenery outside as sunlight streamed in. They say those things merely because their distorted sense of morality is at play, unwilling to be saints themselves. They impose saintly standards upon others. I am merely an excuse for their dissatisfaction with life. I do not need to concern myself with what they say. They are inconsequential. It is always easier to criticize others than to reflect on oneself. Though her words were meant to console, they only deepened Shenyan's heartache. What had his Qiqi endured? Wen Qiqi truly remained unfazed, her beautiful eyes blinking earnestly. Third brother, I have my own principles in life. As the sports car came to a halt at the entrance of St. Slaria Academy, Wen Qiqi gracefully stepped out of the vehicle. Shenyan leaned over the window to call after her. What principles? The girl did not look back, leisurely stepping into the campus. Not my concern, not your concern, not his concern. Shenyan, the six-eyed flying fish, flitting about St. Slaria Academy, spreading rumors. Hey, did you hear? The Shen family's young lady. Wen Qiqi, yes, the one who is quite unreasonable, beat up the young master of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Yunse, over Nangong Li at noon today. I witnessed it myself. She made Duanmu Yunse cry.
Sure.
You don't know? The Shen family's young lady, Wen Qiqi, is a real-life Barbie. She has the arms of a qilin, so strong. She lifted Duanmu Yunse, with one hand.
It was a brutal sight.
My friend told me. Apparently, Duan Muyun has always liked Nan Gongli. He confessed at noon and was caught by that crazy Wen Qiqi. Then she revealed her 32-pack abs and crushed Duan Muyun with them. Meanwhile, in the school infirmary, Lu Zhen leisurely twisted a towel soaked in ice water. Duan Muyun sat at the edge of the bed, silently holding an ice pack against his slightly reddened face. It was not Wen Qiqi who had struck him. He had merely attempted to break free and had inadvertently scraped against the marble surface. Long-term indulgence in high-end care has rendered his skin somewhat fragile, with even the slightest vigorous friction leaving behind a painful crimson mark. No matter which hospital he visits, it would inevitably draw the attention of his brother, Duan Muyunqing. Thus, Duan Muyunkai opted to retreat to the infirmary of St. Slaria Academy. Do you think your brother's hesitation regarding the Shen family is due to what? Lu Zhen handed him a damp towel to replace the ice pack. Isn't it because the Shen brothers are all madmen? Duan Muyunkai exchanged the ice pack for the towel, leaning back on his arms and covering his face with it, lost in thought. I never expected Wen Qiqi would know some grappling techniques. It resembles your brother somewhat. Lu Zhen returned the ice pack to the refrigerator. So, did you let her hold you down for the sake of your gentlemanly demeanor? His inquiry prompted a deflated response from Duan Muyunkai, who took a moment before replying. I couldn't break free. Lu Zhen exclaimed, What? You couldn't break free? Are you joking? She's such a delicate girl, and you say you couldn't. Duan Muyunkai pulled the towel down. His fiery red hair damp and tousled at the forehead, his eyes glinting with an eager curiosity. Why do I need a girl's contact information? Lu Zhen replied. She said I shouldn't have asked for her contact information like that. What should I have done? Lu Zhen sighed. You've caught the love bug. It's contagious. Just then, another lovesick individual, Wang Hu, rushed into the infirmary. Cousin, I heard you were sent off to the ends of the earth by Wen Qiqi and crawled back from outer space due to your extreme longing for Nan Gongli? Duan Muyunkai, perplexed, and Lu Zhen, equally bewildered, exchanged glances. Wang Hu, on a quest for traces of outer space, remarked, Cousin, there's no cosmic debris or armor on you. Boss Li was in high spirits today, and the reason was simple. After nearly a year's wait, he finally met the illustrious President Shen of the Shen Group. Just as the rumors suggested, President Shen was aloof and spoke little, merely glancing at the proposal before casually signing the contract. Upon receiving the contract, Boss Li felt a sense of disbelief. He was particularly exhilarated, for once this deal was finalized, his company would reap substantial profits. Enough for him and his lover to enjoy a comfortable retirement. At noon, his name even appeared on the list of partners collaborating with the Shen family, prompting him to joyfully treat his lover to a meal. However, during the meal, it felt as though he were watching a performance. Having had a bit too much to drink, he vaguely recalled making a few sarcastic remarks about the Shen family's daughter lacking grace. After speaking, he felt a surge of anxiety, abruptly sobering up as he glanced at the expression of the Shen family's third son. Yet, when he noticed others around him whispering and casually critiquing the Shen daughter, while the third son simply crossed his arms and watched with amusement, he grew bold, eating with greater ease and speaking more freely. The law does not punish the multitude. Moreover, the daughter truly lacked grace. A mere 200,000 for the Shen family was hardly a challenge. What was it to bestow upon a child? No wonder the Shen family seldom took this daughter out. It seemed she was not presentable. With a beaming smile, he poured himself another glass of wine, envisioning the fortunes he would earn from the Shen family, dreaming of casting aside his unattractive wife and moving into a grand villa with his lover. Suddenly, his phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Li? Though the number was unfamiliar, the voice was unmistakable. It belonged to the secretary beside President Shen. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Are we ready to commence the project? Boss Li asked, excitement bubbling within him. Money, so much money, was coming his way. However, the voice on the other end was icy cold. We regret to inform you that due to your slander against President Shen's sister, we have decided to terminate our collaboration and will never engage in any transactions with you again. Wow, what? Boss Li was instantly flustered. Are you joking? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Please don't joke like this. I never said anything about President Shen's sister. The secretary's voice had already vanished. just before the call ended. Boss Lee heard President Shin's typically calm voice laced with irritation. Don't waste time. Not a single one on the list is to be spared. His tone was devoid of warmth. If you bully my sister, you must bear the consequences. Chapter 14. Wen Qiqi. Playing is fine, but I won't cover the medical bills. Wen Qiqi, carrying a slightly bulging yellow furry cat-shaped bag, followed behind the teacher arranged by Xin Yun. Stepping carefully on the differently colored stone slabs while half-heartedly listening to the teacher's monologue, St. Slyria has a long-standing history with a robust faculty. Currently, many of our courses are directly guided by world-class instructors, such as equestrian, wilderness survival, mountaineering, and fencing in the East Campus, free fighting, cooking, psychology, and fashion design in the West Campus, golf, tennis, vocal performance, fine arts in the North Campus, and business management courses in the South Campus. Our school advocates for comprehensive development, nurturing the interests of young masters and misses while also emphasizing academic education. Proudly, our school's overall performance in cultural subjects has always ranked among the finest in the capital. Wen Qiqi understood the teacher's words well. St. Slyria attracted numerous descendants from prestigious families. Logically, the heirs of these families should have numerous opportunities, such as private schools, studying abroad, or personal tutors. Yet, they were all crammed into this elite academy, entangled in unclear relationships with the female lead, Lin Weixue. This was hardly an elite academy. It felt more like a harem for Lin Weixue to select her consorts. Oh, and let us not forget, it was also a fishing ground for the male lead to meet wealthy women. Finally, Wen Qiqi stepped onto the blue stone slab, and the school teacher turned to her, gently inquiring, I believe Miss Wen chose our school for this reason, correct? The girl, having landed on one foot, wobbled slightly, yet her voice remained steady, emotions unwavering. No, I'm here to eliminate threats for my brother. The teacher responded with confusion, and during the ensuing long and tedious campus tour, Wen Qiqi resolutely escaped. Seizing the opportunity when the teacher was distracted, she darted through the shaded paths, feeling as if she inhaled not the air of St. Slyria but the freedom born from enduring 125 cycles of awakening torture. Along the way, it seemed she had stepped on something that squeaked like a pig, but she ran too swiftly to notice. Her pace gradually slowed as she approached the piano room in the North Campus. This place held an inexplicable allure for her. In the original storyline, after enrollment, she had been utterly consumed by her absurd affection for Nangon Li, her eyes scanning the campus daily in search of a shadow, resembling a lost zombie. However, only when passing by the piano room did Wen Qiqi unconsciously linger at the door, eavesdropping on the laughter and music within, the harmonious strings resonating. She would stand there for an extended period. It was as if a puppet, inadvertently confronting its innermost desires, broke free from the constraints of a scripted existence, attaining a fleeting moment of redemption. She held a profound affection for the violin and envied her peers who reveled in the company of their instruments within the practice rooms. Tragically, before her awakening, she had never had the chance to touch a violin, and after awakening, time eluded her for playing one. Now, with an opportunity at hand, she paused only for a few moments at the door before immersing herself in the classroom. Life is short. Let no one interfere. I'm finally seated in this classroom. How exhilarating. The man at the piano, upon hearing her exclamation, faltered momentarily, hitting a wrong note. The previously silent students erupted into chatter. Professor Fong, you missed a note. Professor Fong, that line should be a descending scale. You played it ascending. Professor Fong? Fong he? The white moonlight who clung to the protagonist until the bitter end? The youngest genius professor in the music department? Fong He's gaze shifted from the piano, traversing the familiar faces in the classroom, ultimately resting on the unfamiliar girl seated at the back. She cradled a pale yellow handbag, lazily resting her head on the desk, her eyes reflecting both yearning and curiosity. I've heard that Professor Fong can play an array of instruments and has won numerous national awards. If only he could teach me the violin, I would strive with all my might. Professor Fong, could you please play that line again? We all adore the song. Fong he was perplexed as to how he could directly hear the girl's voice. Yet he acquiesced to the students' requests and began to play the previously misplayed piece from the beginning. Indeed, Professor Fong possesses an ethereal beauty. radiating a sense of comfort and emotional stability, unlike the gentle yet lethal charm of fifth brother. He resembles a polished deity of the capybara realm. Fong, he thought. What a peculiar manner of compliment.
Yet,
why did it seem that despite Professor Fong's apparent rejection of the protagonist Lin Weixue and his lack of connection to the male lead Nan Gongli, he still met a tragic end? Fong, he maintained his composure, unaffected by Wen Qijiao's heartfelt exclamation. As the melody approached its climax, Wen Qijiao suddenly recalled, "Someone hummed this tune to me during my childhood." Fong, he, lost in the music, abruptly opened his eyes. The tempo inevitably surged, akin to the rapidity of his heartbeat. As his classmates softly hummed along with the lyrics, his gaze uncontrollably fixed on Wen Qijiao. "Even after the world's annihilation, my love for you remains boundless. I shall recreate a new universe for you, an immortal body, an eternal tenderness. Only with you can I reclaim myself." The piano ceased abruptly. Fong, he leaped to his feet, an urgent need to verify something coursing through him. The reason he had become a professor in the music department, the reason he had come to this school, the reason he waited here day after day was singular. He yearned to find the little girl who had been sold alongside him to a foreign land during a childhood nightmare. The girl who, in countless nights of tormenting dreams, held his hand with warmth, assuring him not to fear, for she bore the light. For years, he had only managed to learn that the child had been adopted and now resided in Kyoto. Beyond that, he could uncover no more. Day after day, year after year, he played this melody repeatedly, hoping that one day, someone would stand before him and ask, "Could you sing me to sleep with this song once more?"
now,
That hope seemed within reach, yet, where was Wen Qijiao in the classroom? The girl in that seat had vanished, much like the fleeting moments of their past. As for Wen Qijiao, she had become entangled in an unexpected incident moments ago. While she had been comfortably seated in class, a tall, dark-haired youth had abruptly intruded upon her space. No, he was a handsome lad, with striking features and a fair complexion. He bore a perpetual, languid smile. After a brief glance at him, Wen Qijiao returned her attention to the piano piece. The youth turned to her, his captivating gaze fixed intently. "Did you just run over from that small path on the east?" His charming smile only deepened as Wen Qijiao confirmed, "Yes." With her affirmation, he raised his hand, swollen and red like a pig-s trotter, and declared, "Then you owe me compensation for stepping on me, classmate." Wen Qijiao. "I followed your footprints. It must be you. There's no escaping." Wen Qijiao blinked in surprise. "Was that pig-like sound from you?" The dark-haired youth responded, "I prefer not to tarnish the sanctity of the practice room, especially while Professor Fong is playing." With that, Wen Qijiao pulled a youth out through the back door of the classroom. They walked together across the vibrant campus of St. Salia. Wen Qijiao agreed to compensate him. Yet, he remained elusive about the amount. She insisted on examining his hand, but he nimbly evaded her grasp. When she suggested taking him to the hospital, he lamented dramatically, claiming he might not survive the journey. Wen Qijiao proposed a visit to the infirmary first, but he insisted that an annoying person occupied it and refused to go. Wen Qijiao's grip on her yellow handbag tightened as she contemplated whether to knock him unconscious without causing death, questioning if his own labored breathing could be deemed illegal. Lost in thought, they inadvertently wandered into the bustling sports square of the North Campus. Wen Qijiao's eyes immediately fell upon Xin Wang, practicing dunks beneath the farthest basketball hoop. His well-defined muscles glistened with sweat, his jersey clinging to him as he leaped with explosive energy, his golden hair dazzling in the sunlight, and his Adam's apple bobbing as he drank water. Absorbed in his training, he hadn't noticed them. Has Xin Wang really grown this tall? Just seconds after Wen Qijiao averted her gaze, Xin Wang finished the last sip from his bottle, tossed the basketball to a teammate, and turned to leave. "Xin Wang, it's not break time yet. Add extra practice tomorrow. There's no time today. Where are you going?" Xin Wang turned his head with a faint smile. "My sweetheart has come to see me. I'm going to meet her." Unlike the calm near the practice room, this area was alive with youthful exuberance. "Catch.
pass.
The ball has flown away. How could you pass like that?" "Excuse me. May I ask if you could pass us the ball from your face?" A boy within the basketball court's iron net sheepishly scratched his head in Wen Qijiao's direction. She instinctively thought the ball had struck the dark-haired youth beside her. But upon turning, she found him unscathed. the ball having struck the face of someone behind him. The two individuals were nearly aligned, indicating that the ball was originally intended for the dark-haired youth. However, it was unclear how he managed to evade it with such an uncanny speed. When Shiji raised her hand and poked the lightly smiling dark-haired boy, teasing, "You quick-witted lad, managing to dodge that. Are you up for a visit to the medical?" The smile on the boy's face faltered as he glanced at Wen Qiqi's finger, promptly shutting his eyes and collapsing weakly to the ground. Wen Qiqi thought, is this truly a case of staged injury? With the assistance of their classmates, the dark-haired boy was helped to a nearby bench. Wen Qiqi rummaged through her bag and pulled out a piece of white paper, inscribing a lost and found notice with the words "non-owners, please claim with caution," and affixed it to the boy's side. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, "Wen Qiqi?" She looked up to see a tennis court directly ahead, filled with both boys and girls, all casting their gazes upon her, tinged with palpable malice. Quickly, she spotted the speaker among the crowd, Lin Weixue, standing amidst the boys and girls with a smile reminiscent of a fierce flower. "Care to join me for a game of tennis?" This scene felt vaguely familiar to Wen Qiqi, yet it seemed inverted. In the original narrative, Lin Weixue had embarrassed her in the cafeteria, prompting her to challenge Lin Weixue to a fair match during physical education class. Yet, somehow Lin Weixue, with her horrendous luck and perhaps a touch of incompetence, had ended up breaking her own racket and tripping over her own feet, only to whimper about being bullied. As Wen Qiqi stood amidst her confusion, the male lead, Li, descended dramatically from above. It was no exaggeration. Whenever the female protagonist cried, he appeared instantaneously, more reliably than a lightning rod. In a bewildering turn of events, Wen Qiqi found herself on the receiving end of a reprimand from Li, who warned her never to trouble Lin Weixue again. Recalling the narrative, Wen Qiqi straightened up and smiled. "Are you certain you wish to compete against me? The daughter of the Shen family wouldn't disdain my humble origins, would she?" Lin Weixue feigned a sorrowful expression, prompting one of her female companions to speak up. "Wen Qiqi, we are all classmates. Don't look down on others just because of your family's wealth. We heard from Lin Weixue that you made her uncomfortable during lunch, forcing her to pay for everyone's meals." Wen Qiqi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Weixue quickly tugged at her friend, who continued indignantly, "We also heard that you beat up Duan Muyance. We intended to teach you a lesson after class, and now that we've found you, let us settle this." Wen Qiqi arched an eyebrow. Another boy chimed in, "We won't bully you. Let's have a fair tennis match. If you win, we won't bother you. But if you lose..." He left the implication hanging ominously. "You'll need to kneel and apologize to Sugur and Lin Weixue." The fervor in their voices was palpable. Wen Qiqi casually tied her long hair into a high ponytail, replying, "You think it's fair for all of you to gang up on me?" Lin Weixue, playing the role of the benevolent one, interjected, "How about we make it a doubles match? If you lack a partner..." She blinked, her eyelashes glistening with feigned innocence. "I could team up with you." Her female companion tugged at her sleeve in confusion. "Lin Weixue, you know we're all on the school tennis team. Partnering with her will only bring you down." Lin Weixue bit her lip dramatically. "But Wen Qiqi is still our classmate. Even if she doesn't want to play with me, I still wish to help her." The boys behind Lin Weixue cast sympathetic glances her way. "Lin Weixue, you are too kind. For someone like her, it's not worth your effort. With such a generous heart, you'll surely face difficulties in the real world." Wen Qiqi stifled a gag as she stepped into the tennis court, setting her bag aside. Thankfully, she wore flat shoes today. While her skirt was somewhat inconvenient, it was a minor concern. Standing firm before her opponents, she grasped a tennis racket retrieved from the bin, stating, "You made a valid point." She turned to Lin Weixue. "I truly have no desire to play with you." Lin Weixue feigned hurt. "Why not?" "Because you're too nice," Wen Qiqi replied. Lin Weixue was momentarily speechless. Wen Qiqi stretched lightly. "Let us get started. I'll take you on 2 against 1. Clearly." Her tone irked them, prompting the opposing team to send forth 2 players who had previously represented St. Celia Academy in national tennis competitions. The first serve was executed with exceptional precision and force, launching the ball at a high trajectory, pulling Wen Qiqi far from the net. Everyone anticipated her imminent failure. Lin Weixue began to taunt, "Qiqi, if you lose, you won't have to apologize on your knees. Just..." But her words were cut short as Wen Qiqi darted forward with lightning speed, a blur of motion. She leaped high, delivering a powerful one-handed smash. The green tennis ball rocketed towards her astonished opponents like a missile, unstoppable and perilous. It left a black mark on the court as it zipped between the two bewildered players. As Wen Qiqi landed, she twirled the racket skillfully in her slender hand. Her smile gentle and unassuming. "I forgot to mention, I'm willing to play, but medical expenses are not my responsibility." In Chapter 15, the scale of the situation was vast, and with a single swing, she rendered two school bullies senseless. No one could have anticipated that. In a 2-on-1 scenario against such an outstanding duo from the school tennis team, Wen Qiqi would not only receive the ball but also return it with elegance, leaving her opponents momentarily stunned. A crowd of students quickly gathered around the tennis court, eager to witness the spectacle. Shen Wang found himself obstructed by the throng. But being tall, he had a clear view. Although his brothers advocated for allowing Wen Qiqi to develop her own capabilities in response to provocation, he felt differently. Unlike his third brother, who remained a detached observer when Wen Qiqi faced trouble, Shen Wang could not bear to stand idly by. He needed to express his support visibly, to convey his affection for her. Thus, upon witnessing the group bullying Wen Qiqi, he dashed across the sports square from the basketball court, his strides purposeful and swift. As his breath remained somewhat unsteady, he leaned against the door of the tennis court, raising his gaze to behold the girl leaping with fierce determination to execute a powerful serve. He was captivated by the unfamiliar smile gracing her face, a blend of effortless disdain and an undeniable charm. How remarkably captivating she appeared. It had been ages since he had engaged in any physical activity. What a refreshing experience! Playing tennis undoubtedly surpassed listening to music by 100-fold.
Come on, come on.
It's not every day we find two members from the school team. Let us practice together. The girl's cheeks flushed from exertion, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shen Wang paused, halting his intention to join in. Leaning against the door, his gaze was transfixed upon the girl. Since she wished to play, he could allow her a little more time. After all, he was present. Shen Wang remained still, while others began to move. The boy with black hair, previously left unconscious by Wen Qiqi, sat up, disregarding the piece of paper still stuck to his shirt, and dove into the crowd. He slipped through effortlessly, like a fish into water, appearing before Wen Qiqi in a fluid motion. Was it fair for two individuals to bully one? This was hardly the essence of equity. Since it's doubles, allow me to be your partner, the boy proclaimed as he searched for a new tennis racket. Wen Qiqi cast a glance at him. "Are you all right? No need for hospital? You can play tennis now?" The boy lowered his gaze to meet hers briefly before clutching his forehead, his brows knitting in discomfort, appearing even more fragile than Lin Weixue. "I feel so dizzy. You must have learned some formidable technique. When you struck me, it felt as though my arm might break." Wen Qiqi. The two on the opposite side stared at each other, momentarily speechless, neither making a move. This boy was unknown to Wen Qiqi, yet they recognized him. He was none other than Xiao Qian, the son of the school's largest investor, another notorious figure at St. Celia Academy, aside from Dunmian's. However, no one was quite sure of Xiao Qian's prowess. His title as a bully was primarily due to his wealth, which naturally attracted others to curry favor with him, thus elevating him to that position. But in this scenario, should they fight or not? Would it be genuine or merely a facade? If it were a ruse, then Wen Qiqi's previous strike was quite perilous. Should they feign a fight, they might suffer a humiliating defeat. Yet if they were to engage genuinely, the patient does not require assistance. "I can handle two opponents myself," Wen Qiqi stated as she stepped forward. Then, before the eyes of all present, a crisp crack resonated from the racket in Wen Qiqi's hands. She looked up, and what do you know? The tennis racket had broken. This was indeed a perfect replication of the original plot. Wen Qiqi glanced down at her position. If her memory served correctly, Lin Weixue had also twisted her ankle at this very spot in the narrative. Xiao Qian, unfazed, smirked. "Wen, do you not see the message from your racket? It desires us to team up. It's merely seeking an opportunity." Wen Qiqi cast another glance at the still smiling Xiao Qian, took 2 steps to her left, and cleared the space. Here, you stand here and give it a try. Xiao Qian, bemused, complied. He promptly stumbled and fell. Once again, he fainted away. Wen Qiqi calmly disposed of the broken racket into a trash bin and turned towards her bag, to the kind classmates observing, "Please assist in carrying this injured student away." Behind her, the rustling sound of Xiao Qian being lifted echoed. The opposing team, having seen Xiao Qian depart, regained their audacity. Wen Qiqi, "We have no spare rackets on the court. Do you plan to kneel and apologize to Sugu and Shueshui instead?" Wen Qiqi rummaged through her bag, casually replying to the two. Playing tennis does not necessarily require a tennis racket. The two blinked in bewilderment. Fortunately, the chef who made today's pastries generously provided me with a bit extra. The crowd's curiosity shifted towards Wen Qiqi. She then produced from her seemingly modest bag
A frying pan.
What? A frying pan instead of a tennis racket. This was absurd. Surely, no one would attempt to play tennis with a frying pan. Yet, I consulted Baidu, and it confirmed that a frying pan could indeed be used to play tennis. When Qiqi assessed the frying pan in her hand, being a piece of restaurant cookware, there was no concern regarding its material. Even the handle was significantly elongated compared to regular frying pans. Was this not perfectly suited for playing tennis? It bore a striking resemblance to a tennis racket. Returning to the net, she tossed the green tennis ball playfully, her eyes sparkling with delight as she smiled cutely. "Are you ready? I'm about to serve." For reasons unknown, as when Qiqi brandished the frying pan to serve, it appeared to be an absurd joke. Yet, the opposing team felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Previously, competing in national-level matches had never instilled such pressure. Swallowing hard, they assumed defensive stances. "Come on, we'll ensure you lose convincingly." The tennis ball soared high. Due to the peculiar nature of the frying pan, when Qiqi gripped it with both hands. As the ball descended, it was the moment when Qiqi swung the frying pan backward. "When I believe you still need to bang." The sound of Xiao Qian's voice coincided with the frying pan striking his face. Fortunately, it was merely a light swing, when Qiqi had not exerted her full strength, resulting only in a reddened left cheek for Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, looking rather pitiful, lamented, "When you've once again inflicted injury upon me. Weren't you dizzy? That's inconsequential." He stood upright beside Wen Qiqi. "May I team up with you this time?" Noticing the frown on Wen Qiqi's face, he clenched his teeth. "Rest assured, I can withstand the hits." Wen Qiqi beamed. "But my dear classmate, didn't I just step on your hand?" "Oh, that's of no consequence." Xiao Qian peeled off the faux skin from his right hand, revealing a tender, fair hand, and displayed it before Wen Qiqi. "Look, I'm fine. I can play doubles with you." Wen Qiqi. So he came to provoke her from the start, didn't he? Wen Qiqi raised her hands. "Without a tennis racket, what will you use to play?" Xiao Qian glanced at the two opponents across from them, who nervously averted their gazes. He then looked at the frying pan in Wen Qiqi's grasp, who stepped back, clutching it. "I only have one pan. Don't even think about snatching it." Xiao Qian's gaze landed on a protruding corner of her bag, his eyes brightening. "What's that?" Wen Qiqi glanced and replied, "A rolling pin that came along with the frying pan." "Then I shall use that." Wen Qiqi. "The scene before me is utterly chaotic. What a misfortune. A perfectly fine doubles match of tennis has turned into a spectacle as one player brandishes a frying pan with great bravado while the other wields a rolling pin, wearing a small basin atop his head, striking a pose akin to a baseball batter. What on earth is happening?" Enduring in the infirmary for quite some time, Duanmu Yun's left cheek bears a fading red mark, yet his demeanor remains lethargic and devoid of enthusiasm. Lu Zhen sits beside him, engrossed in his phone. Reciting methods to acquire a girl's contact information. "You must appear courageous, maintain a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance, and simply ask her directly." Duanmu Yun's retaliates by tossing an ice cube at him, "And then I'll be apprehended and pinned to the ground?" Lu Zhen deftly evades the projectile and continues. "You could enlist the help of an accomplice, for instance, say, 'My friend thinks you are incredibly cute.' But he lacks the courage to approach you, thus obtaining her contact information. Another ice cube is flung his way, accompanied by Duanmu Yun's icy retort. Creating friendships out of thin air? How clutch. Lu Zhen skillfully dodges once more, but before he can read the next suggestion, a voice exclaims from the doorway, "Ouch." Wang Hu, struck squarely on the forehead by an ice cube, squats down. "Brother So, I've brought my comrades to avenge you."
Why are you still hitting me? Avenge?
Duanmu Yunce furrows his brow. What need is there for vengeance? Wang Hu remains crouched. "My friends heard you were beaten by Wen Qiqi, and they intend to make her kneel and apologize to you." His voice dwindles as he notices the frightful expression on Duanmu Yunce's face, his darkened gaze and fiery red hair intensifying his fury.
Where are they?
Wang Hu stammers. "At the North Campus tennis court." Without a moment's hesitation, Duanmu Yunce storms out, ignoring Wang Hu entirely. Lu Zhen, unperturbed, saunters leisurely towards Wang Hu, gently tapping his forehead. "Is it the members of the school team who wish for Wen Qiqi to kneel and apologize?" Wang Hu, unable to conceal the truth, nods. Lu Zhen chuckles lightly, walking towards the exit. Those school team members are too slow-witted. It is indeed time for Brother Su to acquire a new set of followers. As for you, Huzi. He turns back to face Wang Hu. "Though you have followed Brother Su since entering the school, and he values loyalty, I advise you, do not challenge Brother Su's limits for that trash." To Duanmu Yunce, the tennis court is a scene of unparalleled commotion. A crowd has gathered, encircling the entrance in layers. Some individuals even stack themselves in a human pyramid to gain a better view of the unfolding drama. What a remarkable shot. I can't believe they can serve like that. They actually managed to return that ball. This is an overwhelming victory. How embarrassing for the other two. Look at that girl. Her face has turned pale. She must be running out of stamina. Indeed, she seems rather frail. Is it worth it for Duanmu Yunce? Just hearing these remarks from the periphery ignites a tempest within Duanmu Yunce. He shoves his way through the throng, intent on intervening in the bullying of Wen Qiqi. Although he cannot recall why Wen Qiqi is the woman he cannot extricate himself from. As he nears the entrance of the tennis court, the intensity of the match becomes increasingly clear. "Look at that girl," she asks, dripping with sweat. The shots from the opposing team are excessively demanding. Their skill level is far too high. It's simply unplayable. Duanmu Yunce's brow furrows deeper as he pushes forward. "Wen Qiqi, do not overexert yourself." The opposing players are from the school team. While their skill may not reach national levels, for an ordinary student, particularly one as sheltered as Wen Qiqi, this certainly constitutes bullying. The more he reflects, the angrier he becomes. Alas, it seems this match is drawing to a close. They haven't secured a single point, which is quite pitiful. That girl is essentially playing for her life.
Look.
That girl is about to collapse from exhaustion. "Wen Qiqi," Duanmu Yunce shouts, bursting forth from the crowd and into the tennis court. Concern breeds chaos. As he strides towards Wen Qiqi, frowning, he completely overlooks her preparing to receive a serve with a frying pan. Bang! The sound echoes, surpassing even the earlier thud against Xiao Qian's face. For the first time, Duanmu Yunce feels a profound pain across his visage. Whenever he misbehaves, his brother punishes him by making him kneel, but he has never experienced pain on his face. Yet today he does. The searing heat of the frying pan, the blistering court beneath him, the dizzying sky, and the vision of a girl before him, radiant as an angel. In his stupor, he extends his hand and murmurs, "Do angels also tie their hair in high ponytails?" When Duanmu Yunce regains consciousness, an ice pack is once again applied to his face. This time, however, it is his right cheek that bears the cold treatment. How symmetrical. Wen Qiqi continues to fill a bag with fresh ice cubes and, upon noticing his awakening, casts him an apologetic glance. "Are you all right?" Duanmu Yunce feels an urge to weep, though he cannot quite fathom why. Perhaps it is the relief of seeing the girl he is worried about so long unharmed. Perhaps it is the frustration of having received 2 blows from her yet failing to acquire her contact information. Or perhaps it is the gratitude that she remains lively, still able to stuff the evidence of her offense into her bag. His eyes glisten with unshed tears as he turns his head away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet he cannot suppress the emotion. When Qiqi, flustered, exclaims, "Oh, I didn't notice you were coming. I didn't mean to hit you, truly."
Please don't be upset.
The more she attempts to console him, the further he turns his head. Xiao Qian, seated beside Duanmu Yun's, glances at him and then at the flustered Wen Qiqian, mimicking Duanmu Yun's earlier whimper. Don't make things worse. He is promptly shoved aside by Wen Qiqian wielding the rolling pin. Xiao Qian, at a loss for words, clutches the rolling pin tightly, accepting the ice cube Lu Zhen offers while shielding his own left cheek, which bears a mark from the frying pan. Duanmu Yun's remains silent. His situation is somewhat delicate. Tears linger in his eyes, fearing that if he speaks, he will break into sobs. He refuses to do so, especially not in front of another school bully, Xiao Qian. He cannot afford to appear as shameless as Xiao Qian. Wen Qiqian, let us go home. Shenwang has already taken it upon himself to carry Wen Qiqian's yellow bag. His voice gentle, yet his gaze fixed upon Duanmu Yun's and Xiao Qian, who sit in silence. Xiao Qian, noticing Shenwang's scrutiny, tilts his head, a languid smile gracing his lips. When I no longer require your compensation, please allow me to keep this rolling pin as a memento. When Qiqian turns to look at him, and Shenwang, standing behind her, raises the broken racket, feigning to throw it at Xiao Qian. All right, when Qiqian concedes, and Xiao Qian's smile becomes even more charming. Duanmu Yun's, hearing the commotion, turns his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It appeared rather pitiable. He cast a glance at Wen Qiqi. What a predicament. Duanmu Yunsu, originally characterized by his aggressive crimson hair and an air of disdain, now resembled a reluctant puppy, his eyes beseechingly directed at Wen Qiqi. In a moment of impulsiveness, Wen Qiqi thrust a frying pan into Duanmu Yun's hands, exclaiming, I'll offer this as an apology.
I am sorry.
If it's insufficient, I shall apologize again another day. For now, I must return home with my seventh brother. Duanmu Yunsu accepted the frying pan, but when he looked up, Wen Qiqi had already mounted the back of Shenwang's motorcycle, waving at several individuals by the tennis court. Shenwang reciprocated the gesture, creating an amiable atmosphere, if not for the final gesture that mimicked slicing a throat. Naturally, Wen Qiqi remained oblivious to this gesture. The trio at the tennis court fell into a brief silence. Xiao Qian broke the quiet with a gleeful remark. I heard that young Master Duanmu was beaten by Wen during lunch, all for asking for her WeChat. The moment Wen Qiqi departed, Duanmu Yunsu's inexplicable emotions vanished. He shot a cold glance at Xiao Qian, his tone sharp. Mind your own business. Xiao Qian, unabashed, pulled out his phone. In this day and age, surely no one lacks Wen Qiqi's WeChat? Provoked by his words, Duanmu Yunsu leaned forward. His tone unfriendly. You have it? Xiao Qian nonchalantly opened WeChat, searched for Wen Qiqi's name, entered the chat, and with a smirk remarked, Oh, look at this. It's Wen Qiqi's WeChat. How could anyone not have it? Lu Zhen, suppressing laughter behind them, watched as Duanmu Yunsu's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you have her WeChat? Xiao Qian casually typed, unfazed, during old Master Shen's birthday. The younger generation was told to exchange contact information. He looked up. You didn't tee at her, did you? Duanmu Yunsu.
Oh, how could he not have?
He simply never attended. Observing his expression, Xiao Qian laughed even more heartily, sending a message that read, Pleasure collaborating today.
Duanmu Yunsu.
Secretly, yet intently focused on Xiao Qian's phone screen, soon noticed a red exclamation mark. Xiao Qian? Duanmu Yunsu. Lu Zhen cleared his throat, pulling out his phone. Who is it? Someone has WeChat, but doesn't realize they've been blocked. He proceeded to showcase his chat with Wen Qiqi to Duanmu Yunsu and Xiao Qian. The courteous young man initiated with a simple hello. Lu Zhen sent the message under their watchful gazes, and then another red exclamation mark appeared. Chapter 16. Jiao, Joy Shenwang. I wish to change my WeChat ID. A gentle breeze wafted through the air. The sleek black Triumph rocket zipped through the traffic like a nighttime panther. Despite wearing the same all-black helmet provided by Shenwang, Wen Qiqi felt the fierce chill enveloping her, akin to the uncompromising nature of Shenwang as he leaned into the motorcycle. Wen Qiqi clung tightly to his waist. What prompted this sudden desire to change her WeChat ID? His voice remained as vibrant as ever, brimming with youthful exuberance. Wen Qiqi glanced at the bustling street. I can't very well confess that I deleted all the male contacts in my WeChat except for the 7 Shin brothers due to my prior infatuation. The original narrative even spared not old Master Shin. Turning her head, she murmured softly, "Out with the old, in with the new. A new number for a fresh start." Shen Wang merely chuckled, the wind howling making his voice slightly louder. If Qiqi wishes to pursue something, then she should go ahead and do it. The motorcycle gradually slowed, eventually halting at a bustling intersection. Shen Wang extended his long legs to steady the bike. Reaching out to remove Wen Qiqi's helmet, his eyes radiating sincerity, "I will always support you unconditionally." St. Slaria Academy, even its student dormitories, boasted the utmost luxury. Regardless of whether students resided on campus, each was allocated a private apartment. On his way back to the dormitory, Duanmu Yunsu happened to see workers affixing a nameplate for Wen Qiqi on an unoccupied apartment. Though aware she did not reside there, he couldn't resist peering inside. To his surprise, the lights were on. Is Wen Qiqi staying here tonight? Didn't she go home with Shen Wang? Contemplating that Shen Wang also lived in this apartment complex, Duanmu Yunsu lowered his gaze and resolutely stepped into the apartment's vicinity. After hesitating at the door for a moment, he steeled himself to knock. The door creaked open. "Young Master Duanmu? What brings you here? Waiting for Wen Qiqi?" It was not Wen Qiqi who emerged, but rather Jiao from the Jiao family. Duanmu Yunsu's eyes betrayed his disappointment. He withdrew his hand, his tone indifferent. "What are you doing here?" Jiao, unfazed by his demeanor, crossed her arms and tilted her head, smiling with anticipation. "Earlier, Qiqi mentioned she might consider staying on campus with me, so I prepared a few little skirts, shoes, and cosmetics for her. After all, she is quite adorable." And the Shen brothers might not fully appreciate her charm. Though Jiao possessed an excellent figure, she could not completely obstruct Duanmu Yunsu's view of the cluttered room filled with various brand-name decorative boxes. He frowned, pondering. Is this what she refers to as a little bit? The room is brimming, leaving no space to stand. Jiao grinned mischievously. "Such a pity, Duanmu Yunsu. My starting line has always been ahead of yours. I wonder if I will have the chance to share a bed with Qiqi tonight and whisper secrets." Noticing Duanmu Yunsu's growing seriousness, Jiao's smile remained fixed. "I have prepared a multitude of sleepwear styles for her. Casual, cute, authoritative, and even some innocent ones." Duanmu Yunsu instantly averted his gaze, turning his head away as a sudden flush crept up his face. Realizing something, he felt his cheeks heat further. Jiao's laughter grew more delightful. She knew he was prone to overthinking. Nevertheless, despite his face resembling the hue of his hair, he spoke. "She has gone home tonight. She won't be coming over." After stating this, Duanmu Yunsu swiftly retreated down the steps. Jiao's smile faltered.
Who did she go home with?
So early? Duanmu Yunsu strode purposefully toward his own apartment, his voice restrained yet calmer. "She went back with Shen Wang." Oh, Jiao's voice rose melodically as she stood by the door. A smile graced her lips before she turned and stepped inside. "However, I recollect that Xinyan mentioned he would come to fetch Qiqi tonight." After a refreshing shower, Duanmu Yunkai, draped only in a bath towel, leaned against the railing of the open balcony, skillfully lighting a cigarette as he dialed a number. "Young master." The voice on the other end answered promptly. Perhaps due to the prolonged silence, Duanmu Yunsai's voice emerged slightly hoarse. "Investigate the preferences of the adopted daughter of the Shen family. Be swift." The call ended abruptly. Contemplating, Duanmu Yunkai dialed another number. "Is there something you need?" The voice on the other end bore a resemblance to his, though it carried a hint of mocking disdain. Duanmu Yunkai got straight to the point. "You attended the old Master Shen's birthday banquet, correct?" Silence lingered on the other end. "Do you have contact information for Wen Qiqi?" The noise on the line instantly ceased. Duanmu Yunkai felt his throat constrict. He held a certain apprehension towards his elder brother. Fortunately, when Duanmu Yunjing finally spoke, his tone was not overly severe. "I don't." Just as Duanmu Yunkai contemplated ending the call, Duanmu Yunjing's warning voice drifted through. "I've told you before, those individuals from the Shen family are not to be underestimated. Their hands are hardly clean. Duanmu Yunkai, do not jeopardize yourself for a woman." "Shen Wang, are we not heading home? Why are we here?" The fourth brother mentioned he has to work overtime tonight and will return late. We can play for a while before heading back. It won't delay us. Though puzzled, Wen Qiqi quickly immersed herself in the bustling city. Who could resist street food? Even knowing that the health standards might not match those of home-cooked meals. She couldn't resist fried skewers, grilled cold noodles, watermelon slush. In less than 2 minutes, she had gathered 3 or 4 snacks, while Shen Wang followed closely behind, scanning QR codes to pay, his face adorned with a relaxed, indulgent smile, devoid of any complaints. However, Wen Qiqi's appetite was not sufficient to finish everything. Typically, she would take a few bites, her face glowing with satisfaction, before offering the remainder to Shen Wang. He, on the other hand, was open to all offerings.
Yet,
Wen Qiqi's generosity exceeded his capacity. When she attempted to hand him a freshly fried, still warm chicken nugget, he gently refused. I can't hold any more. With a hint of exasperation, he added, perhaps, you could feed me. Leaning closer, a casual smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with mirth.
sister.
Wen Qiqi was taken aback, their eyes locking. In those clear, bright eyes, only her reflection was visible, so earnest. If one were to consider their birth dates, Shen Wang was indeed 3 days her junior, and by all rights, he should address her as sister. However, this title was only used when he was very young and often bullied by her. Since he matured, he had refrained from uttering those words. The family rules of the Shen clan, might makes right, had further solidified this. Thus, Shen Wang was even less likely to call her sister, while Wen Qiqi was obliged to refer to him as seventh brother daily. Hearing that title again invoked an odd sense of embarrassment. Yet, faced with those innocent eyes, she found it difficult to decline and offered him the chicken nugget. Shen Wang didn't even glance at the food she presented, like a leopard fixated on its prey. He pretended to accept her offering, but his gaze was solely fixed on her. Though Wen Qiqi averted her eyes, she could still feel the slight graze of his sharp teeth against her fingertips. His eyes crinkled with amusement as he straightened up, his tone light.
Thank you.
Wen Qiqi rubbed her greasy fingers on Shen Wang's clothing. Don't feign innocence. I know you're mocking me by calling me sister. The young girl huffed, applying extra force as she wiped her fingers. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Wang's face before he spoke. The basketball team's custom uniforms are one of a kind. If they get stained, cleaning them might be a challenge and the entire team might have to compensate, including hiring a designer for a redesign. The cost would likely, when Qiqi immediately withdrew her hand, sprinting ahead. There are no stains. You must trust me. They're wearable. Shen Wang chuckled softly.
Meanwhile,
Shen Yun, adhering to the schedule, arrived half an hour early at the school gate, sending Wen Qiqi numerous messages without receiving a reply. He called, but there was no answer. Thus, he began to vent in the group chat. Shen Yun, third young master. Good news. Wen Qiqi is missing. Smiley face. Shen Muze, sixth young master? Are you out of your mind? How is this good news? Jiao. Laughs Shen Yun. I know it was you. Jiao. Did you abduct our Wen Qiqi? Not even allowing her to reply. Truly, a woman's heart is the most venomous. Jiao. You are quite the genius, Shen Yun. Shen Yun, as long as you acknowledge my brilliance, swiftly return Wen Qiqi to us. Shen Yun, threatening emoji. Jiao, foolish emoji. Shen Yun, question mark. Jiao, aside from Qiqi, isn't there another member of your Shen family at Saint Slaria? Shen Yun, none that I know of. Jiao. Shen Ci, fourth young master, glanced at the messages in the group before entering the operating room and replied with a few words. Shen Wang took her? Jiao, laughs. Shen Yun, damn. No wonder that little brat Shen Wang isn't picking up the phone. I swear, once I see him, I'm sending him straight to fourth brother's operating room. Shen Wang noticed the barrage of notifications in the group chat. He merely cast a brief glance before shoving his phone into his pocket, continuing to accompany Wen Qiqi as they explored a newly discovered artisan market. At the Xiao family residence, Xiao Qian sat across from his stern father, idly stirring his spoon. I met Wen today. His father remained expressionless, casually inquiring. Just a meeting? Not nearly sufficient. If we are to outmaneuver the Shen family, Wen Qiqi is crucial. I understand. A faint smile graced Xiao Qian's face.
Today.
I partnered with one in a tennis match. I believe she has already remembered me. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi, having grown weary from their stroll, rested with Shen Wang at a street corner. He casually asked, Qiqi, do you know Xiao Qian? Wen Qiqi blinked. Leisure? What kind of leisure? Entertainment or something else? Do we have other plans? Shen Wang rubbed his temples. Perhaps he had overthought things. To capture the attention of Wen Qiqi, an ordinary person must indeed exert some effort. By the way, I just took a photograph of you. Shen Wang sent a picture to Wen Qiqi's newly created WeChat. It was a vibrant snapshot of life. The young girl stood beneath the lights, gently inhaling the fragrance of blooming flowers from the florist, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating warmth and sweetness.
Oh.
The lighting, the sensuality. Shen Wang, you possess quite the talent. Wen Qiqi was utterly delighted. How had she not noticed that Shen Wang could take such beautiful photographs? Just perfect for my new profile picture. Wen Qiqi was in high spirits. And so was Shen Wang. After Shen Yun made his 30-second call, Shen Wang shared this very photo in the group chat.
Shen Wan, Shen Laoqi, Shen Fendian.
It turns out that photographing Wen Qiqi feels rather delightful. Shen Yun, you dare to ignore my calls yet have the audacity to message in the group. Fury ensues. Jiao, haha Jiao. Had I known your family's chat was this entertaining, I would have joined your group much sooner. Shen Muse, Shen Lao Lu, old 7 if you provoke fifth brother. You're done for. This time, you're truly finished. Shen Wang. Screenshot of Wen Qiqi's new WeChat. Shen Wang. How can this be considered provoking fifth brother? Dog emoji. I'm merely showing fifth brother the effectiveness of the photography skills he cultivated in me. Shen Wang. Wen Qiqi chose this photo as her new WeChat avatar. Jiao. New WeChat? Smelling something, I've added her. Shen Yun. I added her slightly faster than you. Shen Muse, Shen Lao Lu. What are you all racing for? Wen Qiqi has already accepted my friend request. Wen Qiqi, beside Shen Wang, exclaimed, Huh? How did everyone find out about my new WeChat so quickly? I was just about to check my old WeChat. Far away in another region, Shen Fengyan had just finished the first song of his concert and wiped the sweat from his brow. He glanced through the messages in the group chat, promptly added Wen Qiqi's new WeChat, and sent her a compressed file. Wen Qiqi. Wow. What kind of compressed file did fifth brother send me? It's so large. Shortly after, she received a message from Shen Fengyan. Your new avatar is beautiful, Qiqi. However, the lighting is too bright, and the edges are somewhat overexposed. I've selected some of your photos. If you like, you can choose again. Wen Qiqi's eyes lit up. Thank you, fifth brother. Your photography skills are the best. I'll definitely take a good look. Receiving the reply, Shen Fengyan smiled slightly and sent a cute chibi expression pack of Wen Qiqi. He then returned to the group chat and activated the voice input. Shen Wang watched with surprise as Shen Fengyan sent a 23-second voice message in the group. He opened it and discreetly held the phone to his ear, listening intently. The background was filled with the chaotic sounds of the concerts backstage, staff members chatting incessantly, fans shouting for Fengyan. The clearest voice was that of a staff member, Teacher Shen. The next song is about to start, followed by Shen Fengyan's melodious voice. All right, I'll be over shortly. Thank you. Then came Shen Fengyan's extremely low, almost demonic whisper emanating from the phone. You better keep your eyes open tonight. Before third brother Shen Yun could completely lose his temper, Shen Wang hurriedly took Wen Qiqi back to the Shen residence. Having dallied during their outing, they arrived home quite late. Shen Wang escorted Wen Qiqi into the community before heading to the garage to park the car. Upon seeing the vehicle belonging to eldest brother Shen Mo's Ho parked outside, Wen Qiqi was somewhat surprised. Isn't eldest brother usually living near the company? The company is far from the Shen home, and he's always busy, rarely coming home. Curiously, Wen Qiqi leaned closer to the car window, at which point Secretary Xiao O instantly exited the vehicle, visibly relieved. Miss, you are finally back. Wen Qiqi asked. What happened? Secretary Xiao O glanced at the back seat, lowering her voice. President Shen has been busy all day. I don't know why he insisted on returning home today. He has been going through documents the whole way and is now so exhausted that he has fallen asleep in the back seat. I'm not sure if I should wake him. The car door was gently opened by Xiao O. In the back seat, Shin Mo's-ho was leaning against a corner. A pair of glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. In his hand was a document, and even in slumber, his brow remained tightly furrowed. Sleeping in the car was indeed not a wise choice. When Qiqi softly called, "Brother, wake up, we're home," Shin Mo's-ho, not in a deep sleep, stirred awake at her first call, though he did not visibly show it. When Qiqi, unsure if he was awake, reached out to touch him, only to have her wrists seized by Shin Mo's-ho with surprising speed. His glasses slipped down his nose as he opened his eyes, their gaze instinctively wary and unfriendly as they fixed upon her. The car was dimly lit, cloaked in shadows. But Shin Mo's-ho was illuminated by the moonlight reflecting off the window. His eyes, filled with a flicker of menace, sent a chill down her spine. Before Wen Qiqi could speak, Shin Mo's-ho relaxed his grip, pulling her towards him. Heaven knows that she was already in an unsteady position leaning into the car. With that tug, how could she maintain her balance? Inevitably, she fell against the firm, powerful expanse of his chest. "Brother!" Wen Qiqi exclaimed in annoyance, her voice unmistakably loud. Hearing her, Shin Mo's-ho paused, uncertainly uttering, "Qiqi?" The heart beating in front of her was strong and fervent, the sound resonating clearly in her ears. Before she could respond, she felt another shadow cast over the car door. "Eldest brother, you really did return?" Wen Qiqi turned to see Shin Yun, his smile somewhat sinister and feigned. "I thought you were just saying that." He effortlessly pulled Wen Qiqi closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Eldest brother, Qiqi and I are picking a cake for fourth brother. We need to prepare for his celebration soon." The emphasis on the word together was particularly heavy. Having grown accustomed to such playful coercion in her childhood, Wen Qiqi didn't find anything amiss with third brother's behavior, merely noting that his tone remained irritatingly smug. She shot him a glare. Shin Yun's lips curled into a smirk. "If eldest brother is busy, you needn't have come down specifically. We can bring the cake up to you." Shin Mo's-ho met his gaze, raising an eyebrow. "Once my official duties are concluded, I can attend to personal matters later."
Oh.
"Then eldest brother, you take care of your official business first. I'll take Qiqi upstairs." Shin Yun looked up, directing a disingenuous smile at Shin Wang, who had come to a stop by the opposite car door. "Shin Lao Qi, let us talk later." Shin Wang smiled back, unperturbed. "Third brother actually has important matters to discuss with me? I'm quite looking forward to it." Amidst the invisible tension, only one person lay in the crossfire. Upon returning home after performing surgery, Shin Qiqi was already quite fatigued. No matter how sharp and capable his features appeared, the weariness was difficult to conceal. Pushing open the door to his home, Shin Qiqi beheld the dining table where Shin Yun and Shin Wang exchanged silent smiles. Shin Mo-shu sat upright in his seat. And Wen Qiqi, having fainted from hunger, lay sprawled out. Shin Qiqi felt a twinge of exasperation. He could certainly perceive the atmosphere among his brothers, but, for heaven's sake, Wen Qiqi had fainted from hunger. Couldn't they prioritize something more pressing? Shin Yun huffed lightly. She didn't faint from hunger. She overindulged. Thanks to that scoundrel Shin Wang. Wen Qiqi mumbled in her sleep, "Just one more small cup of roasted corn," and suddenly exclaimed, "Thank you."
Shen Qi.
Noticing the coolness emanating from him, Wen Qiqi groggily opened her eyes and, upon spotting Shin Qiqi, beamed like a flower. "Fourth brother, you're back." Shin Qiqi ruffled her hair. "Yes, you didn't have to wait up for me so late, you." Sensing the three pairs of eyes upon him, one intensely scrutinizing, another barely perceptible, and the last one concealing a dagger behind a smile, Shin Qiqi sighed and added, "You all." The three pairs of eyes retreated. Even Shin Qiqi, who was most mindful of his image, couldn't help but roll his eyes. When they couldn't hear his thoughts, his brothers weren't nearly as obvious. Wen Qiqi excitedly wheeled over a table draped in burgundy fabric. "Fourth brother, happy 3-year anniversary at work." Shin Qiqi smiled with warmth. For the first time, he felt that Wen Qiqi had truly returned. The Wen Qiqi who had once screamed for Nangongli without a care for her own life or image had finally reverted to her pre-16 self, the version his brothers cherished most. The moonlight of their hearts, how could it belong solely to Nangongli, the person before him? Shin Qiqi grasped a corner of the red cloth. Yet, Each of the 7 Shin brothers held this person as the singular Moonlight in their hearts. The cloth was lifted. Shin Qiqi locked eyes with an oversized cockroach in the cake box, surrounded by a dozen tiny cockroach models that Shin Yun had added for effect. Silence enveloped the room, a stillness reminiscent of an evening at Cambridge. Silence, too, reflected Shin Qi's current state, especially at the moment when Shin Yun urged him to slice the cockroach cake at its head. This cake. It was indeed a gooey mess. Chapter 17 Shin Wang. Put on your headphones. Having been raised by the Shin family, Wen Qiqi could be considered at ease in most aspects, even dominating in many. However, there were a few areas where she found herself mired in a quagmire, cooking, for instance. Typically, Shin Wang would never rise so early. Years of life-and-death training had instilled in him a constant vigilance, even in sleep. The moment when Qiqi began clattering pots and pans downstairs, he awoke with a start. Pushing the door open, he inhaled a peculiar aroma that wafted through the air. It was reminiscent of biochemical weaponry. Had someone launched a surprise attack on the Shin family? Shin Wang frowned, his movements swift and precise, as he leapt from the 3rd floor down the stairs. Landing softly and crouching to conceal himself, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound, Wen Qiqi, struggling to flip an egg in a pan. What? Was he seeing things? The usually lazy Wen Qiqi was actually making breakfast? A sudden noise from behind startled her, causing her to lose control of the heat. And flames leapt from the pan. Before the heat could reach him, Shin Wang had already positioned himself in front of her, pressing her small head behind him while effortlessly covering the furious flames with a lid. The fluidity of his actions left Wen Qiqi no time to react. The firelight faded from her eyes, and with it, the tension in Shin Wang's gaze dissipated, replaced by a relaxed, cheerful smile. What are you doing up so early? Wen Qiqi rubbed her face, her eyes dimmed with disappointment, resembling a child who had misbehaved. This expression struck Shin Wang as exceedingly endearing. She cautiously glanced at the pan. Well, you see, last night when we cut the cake, I scared 4th brother into fainting, so I thought I'd make him breakfast this morning to make up for it. Shin Wang surveyed the array of indistinct dishes on the table and raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that 4th brother might actually find yesterday's cake acceptable, even delightful? Quite the creative approach. Qiqi. Wen Qiqi. Shin Wang. When you go to the underworld, you and Shin Yun can sit with the children. Seeing her fuming expression, Shin Wang affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. All right, 4th brother is magnanimous. He won't be upset over this. He casually tied on a black apron hanging nearby, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong, fair arms, and methodically cleaned and sliced the ingredients piled beside Wen Qiqi, cooking ISN tier forte. Let me take on the task of pleasing 4th brother. His confidence radiated naturally, and his knife skills dazzled the eye, making Wen Qiqi squint when he presented a pot of thick, grayish goo that resembled paste. Shin Wang. I've just realized. In the entire Shin family, the only one who can rival my culinary skills is you. I can't find anyone else. Shin Wang shot her a disgruntled glance. What I make will certainly be better than your cooking. Just a little. His usually clear and simple eyes were now clouded by the odor of the soup, glistening with unshed tears. Wen Qiqi grinned mischievously. Please articulate clearly. Devoid of personal bias. Shin Wang, his eyes watering, could only sputter. Another door upstairs creaked open. Shin Weixue, wearing an older style of glasses, descended slowly. Still half awake, he instinctively bypassed the culinary chaos on the table and pulled a slice of bread from the refrigerator, placing it on a plate. Big brother, want to try my cooking? If Wen Qiqi had a tail, she would likely be wagging it fervently in anticipation, her eager expression impossible to ignore. Silently, Shin Weixue selected the only passable jam from Wen Qiqi as hand amid the table's culinary disasters. He offered the slice of bread. Don't spread too much jam. As Shin Qiqi made his way downstairs, he witnessed the spectacle of Wen Qiqi wielding a jam pen and Shin Wang brandishing another, both competing for territory on a slice of bread that had originally belonged to Shin Qiqi, who had already prepared coffee and warmed new bread, filling his stomach before heading to work. Now it was just the 3 of them. As Shin Qiqi took his seat, he captured the attention of the 2, who were nearly smearing jam onto each other's arms. He deftly cleared the dining table before speaking, his voice calm as water. So, What have you two been up to this morning? Planning to demolish the kitchen and rebuild it? Or do you aim to add a few more food poisoning patients to my hospital? In an ordinary tone, the two children immediately released their hold, as if reprimanded. However, Shen Wang's arm was longer, and as he withdrew, he inadvertently left a smear of jam on Wen Qiqi's arm. Infuriated, Wen Qiqi promptly threw herself into Shen Xi's embrace. Feigning sorrow with impeccable acting, her delicate features resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, Shen Xi, unhurried, allowed her to tug at his sleeve as she exaggeratedly recounted her grievances. Shen Wang expressed regret, wishing for a do-over. Shen Xi gently wiped the jam from Wen Qiqi's arm with a damp cloth and then looked at her earnestly, asking, "Tell fourth brother, what were you planning to do this morning?" Wen Qiqi explained the sequence of events, then anxiously inquired, "Fourth brother, are you truly all right?" While his health was fine, Shen Xi's gaze swept over the disarray of items on the table, noting that Qiqi's apology gift lacked sincerity. "If you wish to learn to cook, I would be delighted to teach you." Wen Qiqi lowered her gaze to the man enveloping her in his arms. He tilted his head slightly, the silver-rimmed glasses framing his typically composed demeanor. A hint of a smile graced his lips, as if playfully teasing. "I can wait until you have mastered it, then I shall accept your apology gift." Wen Qiqi blinked thoughtfully, considering this proposal. After all, Shen Xi was renowned as the finest chef in the Shen family, comparable to international culinary masters. She needed to deliberate carefully. "Skills are never burdensome," she mused, completely oblivious to the barely contained eagerness in the man's eyes. Shen Wang finished his Sprite in one gulp, quietly crushed the can, and approached the two with an innocent smile, suggesting, "Fourth brother, why not teach me as well?" He playfully leaned his soft golden hair against Shen Xi's right ear, articulating clearly, "I learn faster than Wen Qiqi. Since you're so busy, I could oversee her cooking." Observing the two with their heads nearly touching, Wen Qiqi felt that something was amiss. It seemed unbalanced somehow. Shen Xi lifted Shen Wang effortlessly, asserting, "Though I am busy, there is still ample time ahead. I can teach slowly." Shen Wang, unfazed, gazed lazily at Wen Qiqi, saying, "If you don't hurry and finish breakfast, you'll miss the first economics class." Wen Qiqi suddenly jolted awake. She dashed back to her seat, devouring her food, only realizing something was off when she took a sip of warm milk. It was pleasantly warm, not scalding hot. This milk was not heated by Shen Yun. She looked up, asking, "Where's third brother?" Her brow furrowed involuntarily. "Did you two talk about something last night, leaving my big third brother out of it?" Shen Wang remained silent, while Shen Xi replied, "Third brother has been sent to the research institute by eldest brother." Wen Qiqi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is eldest brother going to dissect third brother?" Shen Wang spat water onto the floor in disbelief. Wen Qiqi continued, "Although he can be annoying, I'm curious about his mind, but isn't this a bit too blatant and illegal? Could it be that third brother is going to the research institute to conduct research, rather than being the subject of it?" With her 125 awakenings worth of understanding of Shen Yun, she stood up resolutely, declaring, "Absolutely not." Meanwhile, far away at the research institute, Shen Yun, dressed in a lab coat, sneezed while analyzing data. Seizing the moment as his colleagues were preoccupied, he whimsically commented in their group chat, "Shen Yun, if I suddenly sneeze, it must mean Qiqi is thinking of me, Shenmia's third brother, that's just rhinitis. For rhinitis, use 999 brand cold medicine, and mom won't worry about my studies anymore." Shen Wang, third brother, Qiqi is indeed thinking of you. She's at home preparing a tombstone and selecting a cremation box for you. Shen Yun? Question mark. As he rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat, Shen Yun was poised for a lengthy verbal duel with the two youngsters when a voice message unexpectedly played in the group. The voice call was initiated by Shen Xi. Shen Yun donned his headphones, casually glancing at the profile of the person already on the call. Rarely, second brother Shen Jihan was also present. Aside from Shen Xi, all others had muted their mics in an unspoken agreement. As silence enveloped the chat, a young girl's voice emerged from Shen Xi's microphone. Speaking of which, there was indeed a period when third brother did not stay at home, and during this time, the first victim to fall for Lin Weixue in the Shen family was. Everyone's attention was riveted on the sole, open microphone. He was. Breathless anticipation filled the air. He was unable to tolerate any longer. Shen Yun interjected in the group. What is going on? Did you two at home feed Wen Qiqi a tape rewind? At that moment, Wen Qiqi was not seated at the table. She had ventured into the kitchen. The table lacked anything substantial for her to eat, and Shen Xiai, unable to bear the thought of her munching on mere bread, was in the midst of preparing her beloved takoyaki. Although he was indeed cooking, Wen Qiqi's eager glances from her seat were too conspicuous to ignore. His eyes darkened beneath his lenses. Suddenly, Shen Xiai removed his glasses, placing them aside. He beckoned Wen Qiqi with a gesture. Without hesitation, she nestled into his embrace, one hand grasping chopsticks, the other holding the pot. Her inner thoughts paused, but her eyes sparkled with delight. She seemed unconcerned about the proximity between them, since she was unperturbed. Shen Xi's fingers, having slipped from the glasses, now rested on the back of Wen Qiqi's hand. Soft and warm, he guided her through the process, his voice barely above a whisper in her ear. Focus, do not think of anything else. His voice was too low for the others to hear. Shen Wang, meanwhile, had risen, leaning against the refrigerator, his gaze shifting from Shen Xi's hand to the now blackened screen of Shen Xi's device, sneering softly. Wen Qiqi diligently followed Shen Xi's instructions. Completely immersed in the act of cooking, her mind quiet for a considerable time. It was only when the group began to barrage her with questions that her thoughts shifted. Finally, I'm eating takoyaki made by fourth brother again. How blissful, how blissful. I nearly forgot about the plot. Shen Yun and the others. Having eaten her fill, Wen Qiqi squinted playfully at Shen Wang, who had only received half a takoyaki from Shen Xiai, sighing, It's just Shen Wang. Shen Wang continued to blow on his takoyaki, seemingly oblivious to Wen Qiqi's musing. Shen Yun remarked, That rascal can't hear Wen Qiqi's thoughts. Perhaps he should be allowed to ride the waves of fortune. According to the plot, today, the basketball team that Shen Wang belongs to will hold an internal competition led by the two teams headed by the male protagonist, Nangong Li and Duan Muyance. Coincidentally, the female protagonist, Lin Weixue, is present at the event. Due to an injury sustained by one of Shen Wang's teammates and the absence of a substitute, Lin Weixue decides to join Shen Wang's team to be closer to the innocent and naive Shen Wang. This naturally incites dissatisfaction from Nangong Li, who retaliates against Shen Wang through deliberate physical contact, ultimately causing Shen Wang to injure his right leg, resulting in a month-long hospitalization and missing the selection for the city team. When Qianqian glanced at the boy beneath the table, whose long legs were unabashedly sprawled out. What a pity such legs aren't on the basketball court, she mused. Shen Wang stifled a cough, managing not to choke on his words, then stood up and lightly tapped Wen Qianqian on the head. Let us go, we're going to be late for class. When Wen Qianqian finished packing her things and headed downstairs, she found the car of her fourth brother, Shen Xiai, waiting outside. Shen Wang hopped onto the motorcycle, cradling his helmet, and tilted his head towards Shen Xiai. Fourth brother, is the hospital not busy today? Shen Xiai, donning silver-rimmed glasses, elegantly opened the car door for Wen Qianqian. I requested the morning off from the hospital. I can take you to school. Given the proximity of Shen Xi's car, Wen Qianqian naturally slipped into the back seat. Shen Xiai cast a glance at Shen Wang, remaining silent, his eyes cold and commanding. Shen Wang smirked slightly. Then I appreciate it, fourth brother. He tossed the motorcycle key to the butler, preparing to open the back door. However, Shen Xiai had already locked that side, tapping the roof of the car and saying, Shen Wang, sit in the front. Shen Wang glanced at him and climbed into the passenger seat. Silence enveloped the ride. When Qianqian fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. The two in the front did not engage in conversation until they arrived at their destination, when Shen Xiai fiddled with a brand new pair of headphones. Shen Wang was puzzled. Can you really hear her thoughts? It's not that significant to me. Shen Xiai replied coolly. If it weren't for the fact that our fates are intertwined, your mistake could lead to a complete collapse of everything, and I wouldn't mind letting you learn a lesson. But now that we're in the same boat, if you can't hear her voice, I will relay it to you. He forcefully shoved the headphones into Shen Wang's ears. Put them on, listen to my words, and don't act impulsively, Shen Wang. Shen Xi's gaze bore into Shen Wang's, his voice lowered. Do you understand? Chapter 18. Oh my. Duan Muyance and Nangong Li are for real. The plot? Inner thoughts? Lessons? Fourth brother intends to say nothing and expects me to understand. Shen Wang casually twisted the headphones around his fingers, pushing them slightly away from his ears. Isn't this a bit much? Shin Xiai glanced at Wen Qiqi, who was at the school gate answering Xin Yun's call. No.
I didn't set up a tombstone for you.
It wasn't me. The girl leaned against the wall by the gate, frustrated and raising her voice. No. Third brother. Stop crying. I truly didn't curse you. How about this? If you stop crying, I'll cook for you this weekend. Why are you still crying louder? Returning his gaze to Shin Wang, Shin Xiai remarked, for any further explanations, you can directly ask Jiao in the group. As for why to ask Jiao, both Shin Xiai and Shin Wang knew that none of their unreliable friends would honestly tell Shin Wang the truth. Indeed, not a single one. Shin Wang nodded in understanding, his fingers moving away from the headphones, revealing a warm and innocent smile. All right then. I trust that fourth brother wouldn't harm me. Shin Xiai looked at the sunny golden retriever, remaining silent as he returned to the car. As the vehicle turned a corner, he heard Shin Wang murmuring, Fourth brother, are these headphones not faulty, right? Through the rear-view mirror, Shin Xiai observed the golden-haired boy casually tossing the shiny white object into the air before catching it in his palm, striding towards the gates of St. Celia Academy. Shin Wang, Shin Xiai tentatively called out. Silence enveloped the headphones. Just as he prepared to pull over, a cheerful laughter filled the air, laced with an inexplicable hint of rivalry. Fourth brother, were you just flustered? All right, if you stop crying, I'll accompany you to play video games this weekend, okay? Hang up. Got it, love you. If you keep making noise, I'll hit you. As Shen Wang approached Wen Qiqi, she had just hung up, visibly relieved. The two entered the campus side by side. Shen Wang expressed surprise. Third brother cries? Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Qiqi replied, Yes, definitely faking it. When have you ever seen him genuinely cry? Shen Wang's dark eyes glanced downward, remaining silent. That thick-skinned brother of his could go to a concert with sixth brother after losing a match. How could he possibly cry? Wen Qiqi's words lingered in his mind, yet he envisioned an entirely different scene. That night, when Wen Qiqi was very young and had a high fever, with only him and Xin Yun at home. The doctor had said that if her fever did not subside that night, she would be beyond saving. He remembered how Xin Yun tirelessly replaced the wet cloth on Wen Qiqi's forehead, his hands trembling, tears never ceasing. Despite being the carefree third brother, who usually took life lightly, that night was also the stormy night he feared most. Young Shen Wang had thought Xin Yun cried out of fright as he comforted Wen Qiqi, who was shivering, assuring her that the thunder wouldn't strike them, urging him not to be afraid. Then, he found himself shoved under the bed by a tearful Xin Yun. Have you ever seen third brother cry? Wen Qiqi's casual inquiry snapped Shen Wang back to reality. He smiled lightly. I've truly never seen it. Exactly. He's just pretending to cry to throw a tantrum, but I heard you say you love him. Shen Wang turned his head, his beautiful brows arching. Embodying the unrestrained essence of youth, Qiqi has never said she loves me. At 18, Shen Wang was at the most impetuous age of youth. Even Wen Qiqi, who had grown up with him, was momentarily dazed by the sun, the gentle breeze, the blue sky, and the pure essence of youth. Until Shen Wang gently took hold of her wrist, his bright eyes slightly furrowed, like a humble supplicant earnestly praying, Say you love me too, all right? I want to hear it.
Sister.
Wen Qiqi's daze shattered with the utterance of sister. She looked at the laughter hidden in the boy's eyes, rolling her eyes. Why don't you cry for me instead? Shen Wang blinked innocently. Can I cry for that to happen? Just then 2 girls passed by, conversing. I heard Professor Fong is teaching violin today. Shouldn't the violin classes be scheduled for the month after next? Why has it suddenly been moved up? I don't know, but I heard that the violins for this practice session are provided by Professor Fong. Attending his class will earn you a violin. Well, let's hurry. Wen Qiqi's ears perked up as she swiftly snatched her bag from Shen Wang's shoulder. Your basketball game is at 2 o'clock, right? See you at 1:30.
Bye.
No need to see me off. Wen Qiqi's movements were so swift that Shen Wang barely had time to react, his hand still warm from her touch. Unable to contain himself, Shen Wang earnestly reported to the person on the other end of the headset, Fourth brother, how about we sign her up for the World Olympics tomorrow? She could place, I'm serious. The practice room was bustling with students. Fortunately, the classroom was spacious enough. Wen Qiqi squeezed her way to the front of the podium, happily receiving a brand new violin from the registering student. Wait a moment. Before she could admire the instrument in her hands, a man emerged from the crowd surrounding him, also holding a violin. It was Fang He, the youngest genius professor in the music department, whom the protagonist Lin Weixue in the original storyline had been captivated by after their brief encounter. His gaze landed on her, and he nervously extended the violin in his hand towards her. This one is prepared for you. Wen Qiqi was slightly puzzled. The two violins appeared identical at first glance. Although she didn't quite understand, she exchanged her violin with Fang He. As the bell rang, everyone took their seats. Initially, there might have been whispers among the students, but seeing that Wen Qiqi's violin was no different from theirs, the chatter gradually subsided. Fang He not only possessed a gentle appearance, but also taught with a warm and courteous demeanor, making the experience a delight. However, Wen Qiqi had little exposure to music, and many of the technical terms left her perplexed, leading to her inner musings. Every time, she quietly prepared to Google a specific term. Fang He would thoughtfully highlight it and provide a detailed explanation. The music students were left bewildered. What has gotten into Professor Fang today? He usually wouldn't mention such basic concepts. Perhaps there are more non-music students attending today? After ensuring that Wen Qiqi had no questions, Fang He set down his chalk, seated himself on a high stool, with his long legs elegantly extended and arms resting comfortably on his thighs, his voice rich and magnetic. You may begin practicing. Wen Qiqi was eager to try. Others around her had already started playing. Not to be outdone, she assumed her playing position, closed her eyes, and prepared to draw the bow across the strings. Fang He's gaze fell upon her. Then a resounding bray erupted. Wen Qiqi opened her eyes in despair. Damn it! She realized she had entered a second swamp. Fang He, taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. He recalled that this girl was always off-key, yet loved to sing uplifting songs to encourage herself. The person he was searching for must be her. Fortunately, many novices like Wen Qiqi were producing a cacophony of strange sounds. Some were scraping their violins like nails on a chalkboard, while others mimicked cartoon characters. This particular bray was hardly captivating. Wen Qiqi set down her violin with a sigh. Just as she was about to leave in dismay, someone caught her attention before Fang He could. Wen Qiqi turned around suddenly. If her violin playing was akin to an eager little donkey ready to embark on a journey, then this person's performance resembled a frantic little donkey jumping around in place. Wen Qiqi's eyes sparkled. A fellow donkey enthusiast. Where are you, my fellow donkey friend? Let us embark on a whimsical duet of brays. I'm ready. You frolic. Together, we shall create a musical realm. However, as she scanned the room, Wen Qiqi failed to spot her fellow donkey enthusiast and instead found Wen Qiqi. Did you really chase after me all the way here? Damn it, it was Nan Gongli. Wen Qiqi turned to leave. Yet Nan Gongli's voice was loud, and the classroom fell eerily silent for a moment. Since you came for me, aren't you going to say hello? Wen Qiqi didn't halt her steps. She had specially entered the school for him, and on her first day, she had made an effort to speak to him. Now, on the second day, he had somehow learned she would be attending this class and had come to bump into her. He stood up from his seat, taking a couple of steps toward her. Wen Qiqi, your scheming is quite profound. Wen Qiqi, meanwhile, was in a whirlwind of thoughts. This scenario never occurred in the original plot. Nan Gongli had never entered the practice room, nor had such an encounter with her. The path ahead was blocked by an eager observer, forcing Wen Qiqi to stop and face Nan Gongli. He was surrounded by several girls, 2 or 3 of whom she recognized, wealthy women he had relied on in the past. However, in the original text, due to his financial independence with Jiu's support, he typically ignored these eager social climbers, let alone accompanying them to music classes. Indeed, wealthy young lords and ladies often enjoyed cultivating themselves through the arts, and these young ladies were fervent fans of Professor Fang. Meanwhile, Nan Gongli was a brash individual who openly derided music. It was not hard to guess that his presence here was entirely against his will. Without Jiu, was he now reduced to relying on the whims of other women? Wen Qiqi smirked. Nan Gongli? Nan Gongli's expression soured slightly at her tone. What attitude was this? Hadn't she previously made a scene just to see him? Was she now embarrassed by his straightforwardness? Humph. Women are always troublesome, he thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. If it weren't for the pressing debts, I wouldn't he reveal our acquaintance at this moment. Nan Gongli's smile softened reluctantly. Pretending not to know me? Wen Qiqi crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. It's been 2 years, and you've gained some weight. I almost didn't recognize you. Nan Gongli suppressed his irritation and enticed. I know you've been thinking about me all this time. Everyone was captivated by this spectacle, their attention diverted from Fang He, who had just stood up and left the podium. Although I don't want to admit it, indeed, the moment you saved me from the pool. Nan Gongli theatrically clutched his chest. I was moved by you. Wen Qiqi, help. I might just lose my breakfast. How could Nan Gongli utter such repulsive words? Has he lost his mind? Wasn't he the one who looked so disdainful when I rescued him, blaming me for feeding him poisonous mushrooms and demanding compensation? Fang He paused in her steps. Although it was indeed our mistake that led to consuming the toxic mushrooms and subsequently falling into the water. His first instinct wasn't to save himself, but to rush towards me. I was genuinely touched, though I can't quite recall. Is it possible that I lunged at you because I found you utterly unbearable, wanting to drown you so I wouldn't have to see your face? Over these past 2 years, you have frequently invaded my dreams. He approached slowly, reminiscent of a Klitsch idol drama. The protagonist strides toward what he perceives to be the heroine, while the NPC classmates part ways to clear a path. When Qianqian had already prepared to unleash a flurry of martial arts moves, as she watched Nan Gongli extend his hand toward her, he proclaimed, "You are the unforgettable moonlight of my heart. Since we both hold each other in our hearts, why not become good friends?" Damn it. This is infuriatingly amusing. This scoundrel Nan Gongli, unable to utter the words to be together, offering no title, merely insisting we are just good friends, right? When Qianqian, unable to contain her anger, momentarily faltered, then suddenly seized Nan Gongli's wrist, pulling him closer, her eyes filled with an intimidating pressure. What did you just say? With his striking red hair, broad shoulders, and a slender waist, he bore the remnants of smoke on his fingers. Who else could it be but Wen. Before Wen Qianqian could speak, the sound of a camera shutter clicked incessantly behind her, followed by a chorus of rumors. I knew they were real. Look. They're arguing over Wen Qianqian again. Shocking news for my family. The reason Wen fled basketball practice is. I always wondered why Lu Zhen was in the music room. It turns out he was monitoring Duanmu's lady. Lu Zhen blinked amidst a flurry of gossip, poking at Duanmu Yuncai's bicep. Cousin, you two are getting a bit too close for comfort. Chapter 19 Xiao Qian. You fought well, but next time, don't do it again. Although Nan Gongli stood at around 180 centimeters, he was still half a head shorter than the 189-centimeter tall Duanmu Yunkai. Coupled with his lean physique, he found himself utterly unable to escape Duanmu Yuncai's grip, despite his best efforts. His face flushed with indignation, Nan Gongli was forced to tilt his head back, glaring resentfully at Duanmu Yunkai, who remained unfazed. You must admit, it does resemble a scenario where a little wife tries to catch the CEO's attention by getting close to someone else, only to be caught and interrogated by the domineering CEO. Their childish banter continued. What gives you the right to hold me? Who do you think you are? Be quiet. Let go of me. I'm not familiar with you. If you don't release me, I'll have to be rude.
You can certainly try.
When Qianqian, I never expected Nan Gongli and Duanmu Yunkai to take on such a dramatic role. As Professor Fang approached with a concerned expression, when Qianqian, in a moment of desperation, mustered her strength, heave-ho, she forcefully pushed both men out the door. My sincerest apologies, Professor Fang, for interrupting your class. I promise to make amends next time. The girl hurriedly dragged the onlooker Lu Zhen along, leaving an apologetic remark as she departed. Fang He quietly picked up the violin that Wen Qianqian had left behind on the table, his fingers gliding over the hidden French inscription etched on the instrument. Tulik Seisher F. Rents. He smiled faintly, murmuring softly, until we meet again. On the lawn not far from the music room, Wen Qianqian and Lu Zhen sat cross-legged under the blazing sun, expressionless as they observed the two figures still standing in the shade, maintaining their previous standoff. Lu Zhen shielded his eyes from the sun. How much longer must we remain seated here? Wen Qiqi fashioned her hands into binoculars to scrutinize the two, perhaps until someone can progress the plot, for it seems to have encountered a bug. Ever since they had been pushed outside into this cool area, they had remained in their heated stance, glaring at each other, neither willing to speak or make a move, resembling characters trapped in a narrative deadlock. Indeed, according to the original plot, such a farce had never occurred.
Yet,
Previous alterations to the storyline had not resulted in such a situation. What could possibly be the issue? When Qiqian pondered the reason when Lu Zhen spoke up, is it not because you knocked them so hard that their discs became herniated, rendering them immobile? When Qiqian, Lu Zhen pointed out, even if they are fictional characters stuck in a plot, they shouldn't be sweating profusely. Following Lu Zhen's finger, when Qiqian noticed beads of sweat glistening on Duanmu Yuncai's forehead. Furthermore, Lu Zhen tucked a stray hair behind his ear, his eyes reflecting confusion, yet retaining a gentlemanly smile. Even if they truly are stuck, why should we sit here and wait for them? Then, why not push them into the sunlight and let us sit in the shade? Doesn't that sound more pleasant? You make a compelling argument. Lu Zhen's lips curled into a smile as he stood, pulling Wen Qiqian up with him. Just as they prepared to switch places with Nangong Li and Duanmu Yuncai, they had barely taken 2 steps when Nangong Li's voice erupted. Who do you think you are to stand between me and Wen Qiqian? His voice was thunderous, startling Wen Qiqian, who leapt like a startled rabbit. She nearly kicked Lu Zhen, who was closest to her, in reflex. Lu Zhen felt momentarily dazed, unsure if it was the heat playing tricks on him, but he could have sworn he saw his great-grandmother flash before his eyes. It appeared that the plot had been restored. Duanmu Yuncai's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Clenching his fist tightly, he raised it high, forcing Nangong Li to rise onto his toes. What I, Duanmu Yuncai, wish to intervene in, no one dares to obstruct. His gaze brimmed with disdain, akin to a wolf glaring at an intruder in its territory, laden with a fierce warning. The moment Duanmu Yuncai's name was invoked, Nangong Li's expression shifted. Unlike Xiao Qian, who relied on wealth to ascend to the position of school bully, Duanmu Yuncai was a man of action. His fists had always been his finest representatives. When Qiqian observed Nangong Li's face, reflecting disbelief and concern over the immense trouble he had stumbled into. Come on, Duanmu Yuncai's hair color is so flamboyant. There isn't another like him in the entire St. Clelia Academy. Goodness, how clueless can you be? Moreover, weren't you both on the same basketball team? It's as if this is the first day you're meeting.
wait.
Author, the plot you've repaired after the bug is far too simplistic. Lu Zhen observed her expression and couldn't he help but chuckle, remarking that the world is rife with absurdities and one must simply grow accustomed to them. It was only then that Wen Qiqi realized the ease with which Lu Zhen navigated the situation, prompting her to inquire why he remained unaffected during the occurrence of bugs. Wen Qiqi's immunity to these glitches stemmed from her status as an awakened character within a novel, thus no longer subject to the author's whims. But what of Lu Zhen? She found herself without an answer. Before Lu Zhen could respond, Nangong Li had inadvertently provoked Duanmu Yuncai, inciting a confrontation that left him sprawled on the ground. In that instant, Wen Qiqi felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if she were witnessing a rehearsed play unfold before her eyes. The young ladies who had previously surrounded Nangong Li rushed out, encircling him with expressions filled with concern and empathy, entirely indifferent to the fact that he had just expressed a desire to befriend another girl. Nangong Li, casting a few taunts, unreasonably challenged Duanmu Yuncai to a basketball match in the gym that afternoon. Duanmu Yuncai, usually dismissive of such trivial invitations, surprisingly acquiesced. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the events unfolded abruptly in accordance with the original plot. What had begun as a friendly match had morphed into a contest of male pride. If the narrative were to be forcibly repaired after encountering a bug in this manner, then what significance did her efforts hold? Was she merely a punchline in the author's struggle? Do you appear to be disappointed with Brother Su? Lu Zhen teased, his voice drifting into her ear. Wen Qiqi chose not to respond, yet he continued, You seem to share my ability to perceive the world's foolishness and irrationality. If that is the case, then trust in Duanmu Yuncai without reservation. Wen Qiqi looked up to see the red-haired youth, his uniform slung over his shoulder, a blade of grass casually held between his lips. His once indifferent, aloof demeanor transformed into one of unexpected fluster as his gaze met hers, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Lu Zhan lounged lazily, arms crossed behind his head, unable to recall when he first sensed Lin Weixue's uniqueness. Perhaps it began with the inexplicable praise from his friends or Wang Hu's obsessive infatuation. To him, Lin Weixue seemed utterly ordinary. A girl so forgettable that one could easily overlook her. Yet, this very woman had caused his friends to fall one after another. Just yesterday, he had assumed Duanmu Yunkai would follow the predetermined path, meeting Lin Weixue, falling for her and supporting her. However, Duanmu Yunkai bypassed her entirely. In that moment, Lu Zhan felt as if a tether binding Duanmu Yunkai had snapped. With that thought, he chuckled softly, feeling a sense of delight. I have witnessed him transcend numerous boundaries, moving directly toward you, just as he does now. I firmly believe that even if this world is a fabrication, meticulously orchestrated, our heartfelt emotions remain undeniably genuine. As his words fell, the tall figure of the youth obscured the glaring sunlight, his voice deep and laden with suppressed emotion. Are you all right? Gazing at the boy's flushed face and concerned eyes, Wen Qiqi felt a sudden sense of relief. The trashy author had crafted such a dismal narrative. No matter how they attempted to mend the plot, could they truly restrain someone like her, who had perished 125 times? All that the author could not depict through personal experience, she had bravely explored in her 125 cycles. She, Wen Qiqi, had long ceased to harbor any fears. A carefree smile graced her lips. If I could give him a couple of good punches, I would feel much better. Should I bring him back?
Nangonli,
who had wandered off, inexplicably sneezed. An exuberant Wen Qiqi casually queried the two. Aren't you supposed to be training with the basketball team? What brings you to the piano room? Lu Zhan responded, it's complicated. How could he articulate the truth? Wasn't he it merely because he wished to learn an instrument to perform at Duanmu Yuncai's birthday banquet, donning a disguise to practice the violin? Only to be met with Wen Qiqi's exuberant braying? He pondered if there could be a sound more abstract than a donkey's bray and decided to try it out himself. To his dismay, he discovered that producing a braying donkey was far more abstract than the actual sound. Duanmu Yunkai was momentarily speechless, unable to explain that he was eager to find Wen Qiqi after she had gifted him a frying pan, which he had painstakingly chosen as a return gift after a long night of deliberation. Wen Qiqi, noticing their hesitance, decided not to press further and prepared to seek out Jiao. Just then, Duanmu Yunkai, having learned to be a bit more astute, refrained from grasping her wrist and simply tugged at her sleeve instead. I have something quite suitable for you. Duanmu Yunkai retrieved an object from his bag. A tennis racket?
a frying pan.
A tennis racket frying pan hybrid? It was hard to describe, yet it undeniably appeared to be an exquisite item. Wen Qiqi's eyes sparkled. What is this? A multifunctional tennis racket. Duanmu Yunkai gently placed the handle of the racket into her hand. The handle length can be adjusted. The red button transforms it into a racket, while the green button converts it into a frying pan. Wen Qiqi was taken aback. Such a thing exists? You can try it out. Duanmu Yunkai pressed the red button and thoughtfully produced 5 or 6 tennis balls from his backpack. The multifunctional racket instantly morphed into a tennis racket, appearing remarkably high-tech, yet surprisingly lightweight. As Duanmu Yunkai tossed a tennis ball into the air, he looked at Wen Qiqi. Are you ready? Yes. Wen Qiqi stood with her legs apart, slightly bending her knees, poised for action. The tennis ball was thrown her way, and with minimal effort, she made contact. Yet the next second, the tennis ball shot away like a meteor, vanishing before their eyes. The three stood in stunned silence, as if time had frozen, until Lu Zhan cleared his throat. You too served? Duanmu Yunkai glanced into his backpack and then back at Wen Qiqi. It seems we did. And the ball? I don't know. Let us try another one then.
All right.
With a series of soft thuds, 6 balls were deftly struck away by Wen Qiqi. Lu Zhan gazed into the distance where the balls had vanished, exclaiming, What a pity you aren't throwing shot puts, Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi responded with a puzzled expression. Duanmu Yunkai frowned. It might be the racket's fault. The butler informed me that this product is still in the testing phase and may be unstable. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, whispering to Duanmu Yunkai, Are you serious? You can't let Wen Qiqi just hit tennis balls like that. Playing tennis is indeed not my forte. Duanmu Yunkai nodded earnestly. He then pulled a basketball from his bag and asked, shall we give this a try? Lu Zhen. Wen Qiqi, sure.
O Liu Zhang?
After witnessing the basketball vanish like a meteor, Lu Zhen crouched on the ground, covering his face in despair. There's no saving it now, and I even lost one. Xiao Qian, as per usual, was disinterested in attending class, casually scrolling through messages on his phone as he walked forward. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing aura. Whoosh! Xiao Qian swiftly crouched and slid aside. A tennis ball, the origin of which was unknown, crashed violently into the spot he had just vacated.
Ha!
Do you think such trivial tactics could harm me? How foolish. His thoughts were cut short as another fierce gust of wind approached. Xiao Qian had no choice but to summon all his focus, desperately dodging a relentless barrage of 6 consecutive balls. By the time the last ball struck the ground, Xiao Qian had lost his initial bravado. He pressed his hands against his knees, panting heavily. You think you can challenge me? Ha, you're still too inexperienced. He straightened up and shouted, if you're a man, don't hide. The only response was the sound of birds flapping their wings in the forest.
Could it be
that no one was truly attacking him? Soaked in sweat, Xiao Qian intended to head back to the dormitory for a shower. Just as he lifted his foot, the familiar sensation returned.
Ha!
Xiao Qian sneered, confidently leaning back to evade. The same trick again? Not this time. Xiao Qian's words were abruptly halted as something propelled him into the air. Looking down. What the hell? How could someone use a basketball for an ambush? Chapter 20 Shinci, the quality of your headphones is appalling. 1:45 p.m., St. Slaria Academy Gymnasium. What was supposed to be an ordinary, unpublicized basketball game had drawn quite a crowd in the stands. Wen Qiqi, guided by Jiu, took a seat in an excellent front row position. Qiqi, the discipline committee requires order. You wait here obediently for my return, okay? After confirming Wen Qiqi had nodded, Jiu handed her 2 lollipops and hurried off. Once she was sure Jiu was out of sight, she donned her silver headphones and whispered, Building 4, Building 4. Jiu is in position. Standing at the only open entrance of the gym, she surveyed the area and lowered her voice. No sign of the female lead, Lin Weixue. All right, thank you for your hard work. The response in her earpiece was polite, from Shin family's 4th son, Shin Ci. Jiu raised an eyebrow. You all say Shin Wang can't hear thoughts. Do you really think our loud interference in his storyline will have any effect? Who cares if it works, just do it. The voice didn't sound like Shin Ci's. Shin Ci wouldn't say something so audacious. Following the sound, Jiu spotted a man dressed entirely in black, wearing a black hat, sunglasses, and a mask, sneaking out from a corner, smugly spreading his arms. So, what do you think? Surprised to see me? Before Shun Yun could finish his sentence, Jiu snapped her fingers, and 4 or 5 bodyguards emerged from the bushes. Get this strange person out of here. Understood, Mississippi Shin Yun? After being chased by bodyguards around the gym 5 times, Shin Yun finally shouted to Jiu, explaining himself. Exhausted, he tore off his oversized black trench coat along with the disguises and collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily while shielding his eyes from the sun with his palm. Jiu leaned closer. So you're telling me your elder brother, Shin Hui, sent you to the farthest research institute last night? Shin Yun. His voice was strained from fatigue. What did he send you there for? To be a test subject? To study why the strongest minds who graduated from prestigious universities are obsessed with gaming competitions? Shin Yun. He was speechless, but propped himself up. Frowning in displeasure, I play games for a reason. As for the research institute. He tilted his head back, allowing the sunlight to bathe his fair skin. Closing his eyes, this research facility belongs to the Shin family. They've encountered some setbacks, and I had no choice but to go. Researching what? A multifunctional tennis racket. What? But I deliberately exaggerated some values. Those old men will find out during testing. Shin Yun chuckled softly. Jiu frowned. So what about you? Returning this time? Shin Yun replied candidly, I escaped. He squinted at Jiu. Don't tell my elder brother. This is something only we two know. If you dare to breathe a word. Shin Yun stood up, slowing his steps, advancing towards Jiu. She met his dangerous gaze and took half a step back. The man smiled like a cunning fox. Then I'll send you to the operating table of the fourth sun. Hearing this, Jiu lowered her head, reaching to tap her headphones. Did you record that, Shenxi? Shenyun? Shenxi. Yes, it's recorded. I can share it with elder brother now. Shenyun. Jiu. As a reward, remember to let Qiqi stay at school for a day next week. Shenyun. He moved swiftly, executing an unconventional angle, and while Jiu was still processing, he effortlessly snatched the headphones from her ears and casually placed them on his own. With his other hand, he held down Jiu's arms, and the man who had just been chased by bodyguards now held a fierce demeanor, his eyes devoid of any amusement as he easily kicked away the handheld device from one of the bodyguards. For a moment, no one dared to approach. Shenyun resembled a terrifying terrorist, tilting his head slightly and speaking, Shenxi. Although his lips curved into a playful smile, there was no mirth in his eyes. Third brother. The other party seemed unperturbed. Don't tell elder brother, otherwise. Shenyun's words trailed off, but Shenxi understood the implication. I want to say a word. Truly, he was my good little brother, far more obedient than those two rascals, Shen Wang and Shen Muse. Shenyun's eyes sparkled with mirth again as he returned the headphones to Jiu, standing aside to type on his phone. Jiu, somewhat astonished, turned around, bending down to whisper into the headphones. Wait, Shenyun? How come his skills are so impressive? Shenxi smiled mildly. What did you expect? He didn't ascend to the position of the third son in the Shen family for nothing. He appeared preoccupied with something, his tone indifferent, entirely unconcerned. You should know. Jiu, our Shen family has never ranked by age. Jiu still found it hard to comprehend, and as she turned around, Shenyun was still typing, yawning repeatedly. Damn, I stayed up all night analyzing their data, and now I'm dead tired. He struggled to open his eyes. Muttering to himself, I must send a message to Shen Wang, urging him not to inform my elder brother once he sees me. As for Qiqi, Shenyun's lips curled into a smile. How could Qiqi ever betray me? Feeling reassured, he composed a string of text messages and casually tapped his phone screen before turning it off. He pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to maintain his alertness. Meanwhile, Jiu received a system notification. Shenyun has renamed the group to Shen Wang. You and third brother are the best of friends. Don't tell elder brother that I sneaked back home. Jiu. On the other end of the earphones, a man could not hide his elation. Third brother never lets me down. Wen Qiqi had barely settled when someone limped over to sit beside her. Turning her head, she recognized a familiar face. Wen classmate, what a coincidence. Xiao Qian tilted his head and waved at her. Do you remember me? Wen Qiqi scrutinized him carefully. Suddenly her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she placed a finger over her lips. Oh, I remember now. Xiao Qian smiled knowingly. He was certain that Wen Qiqi would remember. You are the one who feigned injury. The smile on Xiao Qian's face faltered. Her eyes crinkled as she popped a strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth, wearing an expression of delight. Where did you get hurt this time, looking so disheveled? Xiao Qian, undeterred, continued to smile contentedly. If you give me the remaining lollipop, I will tell you. Wen Qiqi, wary, shifted to a position further away from him. Just then, a commotion erupted behind them. Wen Qiqi looked up, realizing that the two teams were entering the arena. Sitting in the front row, she quickly spotted Shen Wang among the team that was making its way in. The youth's golden hair was still slightly damp as if he had just emerged from the water, casually tousled, his eyes radiating with exuberant vitality. As they passed each other, Wen Qiqi waved her hand to greet him, and the young man smiled back, extending his hand, not to greet her, but to casually untie the red hairband from her wrist. Let me borrow this. Shen Wang's words were directed at Wen Qiqi, yet his gaze silently swept over Xiao Qian. Standing at the center of the basketball court, under the gaze of the crowd, he tied the vibrant red hairband around his forehead. His teammates teased him. At this rate, you look a bit like Duanmu with that hair color. Duanmu Yuns, holding a basketball, casually glanced over, only to notice the flash of red, finally recognizing the sunny, cheerful boy, Shen Wang. I do not expect to share our captain's hair color, but I only need this little bit of red. The whistle blew. The basketball was tossed high into the air. The match had officially commenced. Shen Wang leaped ahead of the opposing center, soaring into the air. His smile was faint yet filled with confidence. That's enough. With no restraint, he forcefully slammed the ball into the opponent's territory. Although the narrative described both teams as evenly matched, Shen Wang's sudden ferocious attack, combined with Duanmu Yun's control, caught the opponents off guard. The stands erupted with cheers for Shen Wang. Wen Qiqi was intently focused on the court while simultaneously scanning for Lin Weixue's whereabouts. Why was the female lead so late? At that moment, Xiao Qian spoke up, his tone somewhat disheartened. It seems today's luck is rather poor. A tennis ball just came flying at me for no reason this morning. Wen Qiqi's ears perked up. Moments later, 6 more tennis balls came hurtling through the air. Her ears twitched again. 1 plus 6. Xiao Qian paused, chuckling softly. That seems to equal 7, doesn't it, Wen classmate? Could it possibly be related to you? Wen Qiqi turned her head, forcing a smile. How could that be? Xiao Qian glanced at her, his smile broadening. Of course, after that, a basketball also hit me. With your strength, Wen classmate. Before he could finish, Wen Qiqi reached out her hand, still clutching another lollipop. Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow. What is this, Wen classmate? It's for you, don't be upset. Xiao Qian. Are you worried I might cry? He recalled how Wen Qiqi had consoled Duanmu Yun's yesterday. Testing the waters. Wah? Wah wah? Wah wah wah? The lollipop was abruptly thrust into his arms, and Wen Qiqi turned her head, even scooting away a couple of seats. Xiao Qian. Why does this have a different effect than with that guy Duanmu Yun's? Am I not doing it right? Should I be more bashful? Nonetheless, Xiao Qian looked down at the lollipop in his arms, slowly unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Quite sweet. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi was silently praying. I truly did not intend to hit this guy this morning. I hope he doesn't suddenly drop dead mid-sentence. Amen. Did you manage to deal with Lin Weixue? Jiao stood at the entrance of the gym, observing the fierce competition between Shen Wang and his team on the court, casually inquiring of Shen Yun. Shen Yun, still engrossed in writing an apology letter to Shen Mo, looked up after composing over 3,000 words, a look of lament on his face. I saw her heading to the gym on my way here, so I trapped her using other means. Jiao, curious. Trapped? You're quite impressive. What method did you use? Shen Yun resumed his writing, casually replying, I gathered all the young gentlemen she has befriended over the past few months and brainwashed them into a 1v1 healthy relationship perspective, instructing them to seek an explanation from Lin Weixue. Jiao. Truly, you never fail to amaze. She had more questions. You mentioned that Shen Wang cannot hear Qiqi's thoughts, yet I feel. On the court, as Shen Wang frequently scored, he caught the attention of the opposing players, Li and others, who maliciously targeted him. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi's thoughts raced faster than the commentators, sending information into the arena like a small machine gun. Most of the time, just as she felt anxious for Shen Wang, he would effortlessly evade Li's deliberate sabotage, as if he could foresee it. Do you think Shen Wang can hear her? Shen Yun replied without lifting his head. Jiao turned back. You feel that way too? Shen Yun switched off his phone. He has loved sports since childhood. My brothers and I can hardly compete with him in ball games. So I deduced that he must be able to hear Wen Qiqi's thoughts. He gazed at the boy who was fiercely dunking on the court, a proud smile tugging at his lips. It's quite a stretch. What about that tall beauty? Jiao pointed to the red-haired youth on the court. He also accurately dodges Li's traps. Could he not also be a lover of sports since childhood? Shen Yun scratched his head, pouting. What a hassle. Once the basketball game ends, we can just ask him. Throughout the entire match, Wen Qiqi remained completely engrossed. In the original novel, the author did not provide a detailed description of this basketball game, with most of the narrative focusing on the female lead Lin Weixue and Shen Wang, while the male lead Li was portrayed in a flamboyant manner. A well-executed basketball game was rendered by her as a mere 3-person waltz. Even when Shen Wang sustained an injury, the original narrative merely summarized it with a line about Li being infuriated and resorting to minor underhanded tactics, while Shen Wang, overly engrossed in Lin Weixue's struggle to seize the ball, inadvertently twisted his ankle, having been jostled by others due to his lack of height. Reflecting on the original story, Wen Qiqi mused. Ultimately, she had to rely on her own focus, observing, analyzing, and anticipating in an attempt to identify the crucial moment that could prevent Shen Wang from being injured. Fortunately, Shen Wang's agility was comparable to that of his counterpart, Shen Mu's, and he evaded several perilous situations. Thankfully, the game remained without incident. Yet, as the match neared its conclusion, the female protagonist had yet to make an appearance. Leaning back in her chair, Wen Qiqi began to contemplate. In the original plot, Lin Weixue's ability to capture Shen Wang's heart was not merely a matter of playing basketball together. Their subsequent private interactions were particularly significant, serving as the pivotal moment of Shen Wang's complete infatuation. However, the whistle abruptly blew, signaling the end of the game. Without a hint of suspense, the victorious team was that of Shen Wang and Duanmu Yunkai. Nangang Li shot them a fierce glare before retreating under the watchful eye of the referee. With the game concluded, players exited the court, and the spectators left, still buzzing with excitement. Jiao and Shen Yun ambushed Duanmu Yunkai in the backstage corridor. Behind Duanmu Yunkai, Lu Zhan remarked with an air of incredulity, "How astonishing! Who would dare to rob Brother Kai?" With a mischievous glint, he scanned the scene, only to be whisked away by Shen Wang. "You too, Lu Zhan." Since Wen Qiqi was nearby, her inner thoughts were clearly audible to Jiao and Shen Yun, yet they solely revolved around Shen Wang. Thus, Shen Yun's inquiry was rather straightforward. "Duanmu Yunkai, can you comprehend human speech?" Lu Zhan, applauding finally. "This world has gone mad." The third son of the Shen family dares to ask the young master of the Duanmu family if he can understand human language. The gymnasium was nearly empty. Shen Wang accepted the bottle of mineral water from Wen Qiqi and returned her hairband. After mechanically tying it back onto her wrist, her mind was still racing with thoughts of the narrative. "It's been too long. I've died over 125 times. How can I possibly remember the intricate details of Shen Wang's subtle feelings? Where did they even have their private rendezvous?" Shen Wang, with a slight tremor in his voice, casually remarked, "You seem to be free this afternoon. Some sports equipment needs to be moved into the storeroom. Would you lend me a hand?" Without a second thought, Wen Qiqi readily agreed. "Sure." As they carried the heavy sports equipment, just as they stepped into the cramped storeroom, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the gymnasium. Wen Qiqi turned around. To her astonishment, the female lead, Lin Weixue, was at the forefront, followed by dozens of wealthy young masters, all clamoring, "Shui Shui, who do you truly love? You must clarify today." Wen Qiqi thought, Has the fishing pond erupted? A throng stormed into the gym, with Nangang Li in the center attempting to block Lin Weixue, eager for clarity. It appeared that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Just as her excited eyes blinked twice, she heard a series of cracking sounds. Suddenly, the floor of the stadium collapsed. Lin Weixue and her entourage of suitors fell into the gaping chasm that had appeared out of nowhere. Wen Qiqi suddenly understood. Could it be that, in the original plot, Shen Wang and Lin Weixue both fell into the suddenly crumbling gym floor, and their feelings intensified as they supported each other while awaiting rescue? However, as Shen Wang is not in the pit, perhaps he has evaded this narrative twist? She breathed a sigh of relief, just as she intended to slip away to observe the excitement, only to be halted by Shen Wang's grip on her collar. "The items in your hands need to be placed above. Finish that first before you go watch." Wen Qiqi pouted but complied obediently. She turned around and handed the items to Shen Wang, hearing the storeroom door slam shut behind her. The storeroom had no windows. The lights were dim and antiquated, and the space was confined and suffocating. Being in there felt stifling, especially with both of them present. Watching Shen Wang's head gradually lower, Wen Qiqi suddenly recalled the true plot. "I forgot. Shen Wang has claustrophobia. It is precisely their confinement that leads to the deepening of their feelings." The youth's head drooped further, his hands visibly trembling. Wen Qiqi panicked and quickly reassured him. "Shen Wang, hang in there. I'll go knock on the door." The boy remained silent, unsteady as he leaned against the corner, sliding down to the floor. As Wen Qiqi pounded on the door, with all her might, Shen Wang's earpiece crackled with Shen Xi's intermittent voice. "Shen Wang, where are you? The signal seems poor. I can't hear you clearly." The enclosed space was suffocating Xinhuang, yet he still raised his hand to grasp the earpiece, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Before others could damage the earpiece, he left Xinxiai with a parting message. Xinxiai, your earpiece quality is abysmal. Chapter 21. Young lady. Please continue. No, I meant to ask, can you hear human speech? Duanmu Yunkai found himself cornered in a small alcove, a black cloth covering his head and his wrists bound with rough rope. Beside him, Lu Zhen fared slightly better, though he was not hooded. His mouth was stuffed with cotton. Noticing Duanmu Yunkai's stubborn silence, Shenyun shifted his gaze to Lu Zhen. And you? Can you hear human voices? Lu Zhen rolled his eyes. Of course I can hear. Reluctantly, he nodded. Shenyun tilted his head. It seems they can hear. The more who can hear, the more troublesome it becomes. He tightened the black whip he had procured from somewhere. How about we silence them?
Liu Zhang, no.
Brother, as long as they're not deaf, they can hear us. Are you planning to slaughter the earth? Not to mention, Duanmu Yunkai's brother never claimed the Shin family was insane. He never suggested they were devoid of principles. Sweat visibly beaded on his forehead. Ugh.
Ugh.
Are you all insane? Ugh. If you're intending to butcher us, could you at least find a slightly more rational justification? Jiao, observing Shenyun's erratic behavior, turned to the more reliable Xinxiai to report. Xinxiai. It seems Lu Zhen and Duanmu Yunkai can also hear Qiji's thoughts. Should we bring them into the fold? Yet, there was silence on the other end.
Shenqi?
Still no response. Hearing Lu Zhen's muffled cries, Jiao pulled Shenyun aside and whispered. Xinxiai, hasn't he responded? All right, then let us proceed with my plan. Shenyun stepped forward menacingly. Since brother has already pronounced my death sentence, I might as well take 2 down with me. It's worth it. Just as he took a step, he felt his phone in his pocket vibrating violently. Shenyun furrowed his brow in displeasure as he noticed the caller ID labeled cold-blooded medical killer. He answered the phone languidly, his tone dripping with indifference. Hello. Why are you calling me instead of Jiao? If my brother calls and finds the line busy, he might just take my life. Xinhuang was unreachable. Shenxi's voice was tinged with urgency. Shenyun could even hear the sound of him starting his car. That rascal. Isn't it normal to not check your phone while playing basketball? Why are you looking for him? Do you need surgical test subjects? I have 2 here. Xinxiai turned the steering wheel. Wen Qiqi is with him. Shenyun's expression froze. Are you saying? I'm saying Xinhuang has gone missing with Wen Qiqi. I don't know where they went. Since the afternoon match began, there has been a lot of noise from Xinhuang's earpiece. And the signal even cut out for a few minutes before they vanished. I'm currently on my way to St. Slaria Academy. Before Xinxiai could finish. Shenyun hung up the phone. He ignored Duanmu Yunsu and Lu Zhen in the corner, tossing the tools of his trade to Jiao without responding to her inquiry about what was wrong, and rushed toward the surveillance room. Due to Shenyun's abrupt departure, the guards stationed outside assumed something was amiss and, in concern for the young lady's safety, barged into the room. Jiao glanced at the whip in her hand, at the bound Duanmu Yunsu and tearful Lu Zhen, then back at the group of guards uncertain about whether to enter. Several pairs of eyes darted about uncontrollably in the small corner, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jiao. No, please continue, young lady. A loud proclamation, a synchronized step back, and they dutifully closed the door, incredulously discussing, could it be that the young lady has a penchant for such things? Jiao. Damn it. I really want to kill Shenyun. Shenyun scrutinized the surveillance footage in the control room, perplexed. He could only see Xinhuang standing in a corner of the gem, expressionless, glancing at the camera before inexplicably vanishing. Are there blind spots in the surveillance? The nearby security guard, counting money, replied, the gym has recently been renovated. Many cameras have been temporarily disabled. Shenyun clenched his fists and slammed the table, restraining his curse, and just as he turned to leave, the guard shouted, There's still 1 camera you haven't checked, young master. Shenyun turned back, and the large screen displayed Wen Qiqi's image. She stood in the stands and someone arose, leaning forward, seemingly chatting with her. Wen Qiqi turned her head. It was unclear what they discussed, but she followed that person out of the surveillance zone. With a trembling hand, he pressed a button on the control panel, magnifying the image. He saw Xiao Qian's smug face. Outside, chaos erupted as the gym suddenly collapsed, and Lin Weixue and her companions screamed in despair. The disciplinary committee was at a loss, attempting to comfort them. The soundproofing of this little room was questionable, despite Wen Qiqi shouting until her throat was raw. There was no response from the outside. The lights seemed to dim further. She turned to look at the boy leaning against the wall. His head hung low. The confident demeanor he once possessed entirely vanished. He resembled a castaway lost in the depths of the sea, desperately resisting the rising fear, yet trembling uncontrollably. Wen Qiqi felt a pang of sorrow. In her childhood, she had inadvertently discovered that Shen Wang suffered from claustrophobia. It was during a game of hide and seek with Shen Qiqi. Young Wen Qiqi, eager to win a dinner prepared by Shen Qiqi, had hidden Shen Wang in an exceedingly confined space. In the end, Shen Qiqi couldn't be bothered to search. Instead, Shen Wang was reduced to tears, trembling so much he could hardly stand. It was only through Wen Qiqi's persistent comfort and encouragement that he eventually stopped crying and mustered the strength to crawl out of that small space. Since then, Wen Qiqi had always avoided putting Shen Wang in cramped situations. However, after undergoing 125 cycles of awakening, she found herself facing a Shen Wang who was willing to sacrifice everything for Lin Weixue, unwilling to open his heart to her. She had forgotten that he was not the sunny, fearless golden-haired pup described in books. He too harbored his own fears. He was a boy in need of protection. Thus, when he invited her to help move things earlier, it was also perhaps because he subconsciously trusted himself more. When Qiqi heard Shen Wang's restrained sigh, surrendering his futile struggle, returning to her side. Shen Wang. She called him softly. The boy extended his hand to grasp her wrist, perhaps lacking control over his strength. Wen Qiqi felt a sharp pain in her wrist. She merely furrowed her brow without making a sound. Yet he seemed to realize this and quickly released her hand. His tense fingers hovered in the air, trembling slightly. His breath was heavy, head bowed low, his voice emerging from between clenched teeth. Striving for steadiness but still quivering, I'm fine. Unlike the boy from her memories, this one had learned to bear his fears alone. You don't have to. He took a deep breath, worry. The word remained unspoken. Shen Wang sensed a pair of warm, gentle hands lifting his chin. Their eyes inevitably met, hers sparkling like stars in the dim light. The air was frigid, yet her hands radiated the warmth of existence. The suffocating fear was palpable, but hearing her voice brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. You can lean on me, Shen Wang. Wen Qiqi spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity that captivated his gaze. She knelt between his open legs. Shen Wang suppressed a surge of unnamed emotions, feigning nonchalance, a mocking smile on his lips. Wen Qiqi, I'm no longer a child. I've grown up. This little thing. I can endure it. And move on. She could see through his deception, so she did not release her grip. After a moment of shared gazes, Shen Wang ultimately succumbed. Shen Wang, age is not a reason for you to be strong. In front of me, you need not pretend. Her voice acted like a spell, invisibly shattering the last bastion of defense within him. His gaze fell, voice hoarse. Why? He was both hopeful and fearful. He longed for an answer, yet was uncertain of what he truly sought. Because you are family, because you are kin, because you have grown up together as siblings. These answers felt less like redemption and more like the final bullet that would shatter him. Why have you forced yourself and Wen Qiqi into this predicament? At the moment the door closed, why did exhilaration overshadow fear? Why, despite an innate dread of such confined spaces, do you tremble in anticipation of inhaling her faint fragrance? Are there not too many questions? Wen Qiqi does not conform to expectations. Her voice has lost its gentle lilt. It seems she is displeased with his hesitance, delivering a sharp reprimand to his head. Shen Wang. Wen Qiqi glared. Isn't it because you are Shen Wang that I... The girl's words trailed off as she was suddenly enveloped in the embrace of the boy before her. His heart, ablaze with fervor, thudded violently, almost escaping his chest. Shen Wang's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, an ocean of emotions roiling beneath, an overwhelming desire compelling him to hold the girl even closer. Just for a moment, he whispered softly, just like this, for a little while. Only in this manner could the fears threatening to consume him dissipate. Only thus could he feel that the world had not forsaken him. Only in this way could the restless heart find a fleeting peace. Only you,
The boy.
perhaps haunted by some terrifying thought, spoke with a quiver. Do not abandon me. All I require is your presence, nothing more.
Sister.
Wen Qiqi could sense Shen Wang's strength faltering. It was as if he was expending every ounce of energy he possessed to merge the girl in his embrace into his very existence. Uncharacteristically, she made no additional movements in response to his call of sister, allowing Shen Wang's nose to rest against her shoulder. Yet, Shen Wang was too warm, and after a day of turmoil, Wen Qiqi felt drowsy, letting out a soft, sleepy hum. Beneath the dim lighting, the corner of the boy's lips, buried in the girl's neck, finally curled into a relieved smile. Gradually, the noise outside grew louder, as if more people had arrived to rescue Lin Weixue and the others trapped in the pit. Wen Qiqi, regaining her spirits, pondered, wouldn't it increase our chances if we sought help at the door together? Because they were so close, their bodies pressed tightly together, as she spoke. Shen Wang could even feel the resonance within her chest. This sensation was extraordinary. Reluctantly, Shen Wang released her, and vitality rekindled in his eyes. Let's give it a try. Wen Qiqi stood and extended her hand. Can you still stand? Shen Wang grasped her hand, supporting himself against the wall to rise, smiling brightly. I can still manage. Having received no news from Xiao Qian, Shen Yun returned to the gymnasium, following the security guard as they checked each room. The storage room was neither too far nor too close, located in a small corner of the gymnasium, its entrance lacking any sign, easily overlooked. However, as Shen Yun passed by, he paused. What is this place? The guard glanced over and replied, Seems like a storage room? Yes, it's usually kept closed. Heeding Shen Yun's voice, Wen Qiqi and Shen Wang inside shouted, Third brother. Foolish third brother. Big foolish third brother. Yet, Shen Yun, standing at the door, was oblivious to the commotion within. Wen Qiqi, exasperated, murmured to herself, could this complete isolation from the outside world also be a facet of Mary Sue literature? According to the original plot, Shen Wang and Lin Weixue were to be confined for nearly 3 hours. It had only been half an hour, and while Shen Wang's stress response had somewhat eased, it was merely temporary. 3 hours. How could one force a claustrophobic person to cultivate feelings in such an enclosed space? Was there truly no difference between this and taking his life? To enhance the romantic subplot between the female lead and Shen Wang, did they care so little for his very existence? If Lin Weixue truly could not soothe Shen Wang, would he faint from anxiety and no one be there to assist him? The more Wen Qiqi contemplated, the angrier she became, her voice rising an octave. Shen Yun, you big fool. We are right here in the room. Don't be foolish enough to believe that no one would come to this place. Shen Yun paused, sensing something peculiar. Was there a buzzing in his ears? He glanced at the worn door lock, then at the earnest guard, lowering his head in silence, yet following the guard as he prepared to move to the next room. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Wen Qiqi pouted. Shen Wang turned to her, exhaling deeply. Move a bit closer. I'll see if I can kick the door open. No need. Wen Qiqi replied softly, and Shen Wang raised his eyes. She rolled up her sleeves, exuding determination. I refuse to believe it. Taking a step back, she motioned for Shen Wang to move aside. Shen Wang felt an ominous premonition and obediently stepped aside. Just as he had been awed by Wen Qiqi's exceptional tennis skills, he sensed that this time she would astonish him once more. Her gaze was resolute as she squinted, assessing the distance and angle to the door. If these absurd world rules insist on obstructing me. Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated with strength. Without hesitation, she took a large stride, her long leg lifting high. Then I shall break through it. Aiming at the lower part of the door, she delivered a powerful kick. The stubbornly locked door was forcibly broken open by Wen Qiqi. The force of it left Shen Wang wide-eyed in astonishment. What had Wen Qiqi consumed recently? Popeye's spinach? Once Wen Qiqi burst from the small room, her first action was to pull Shen Wang out. Then she turned, eyes ablaze, ready to confront her oblivious third brother. Although it might be a contrived plot device, Wen Qiqi was still incensed by Shen Yun's indifference as he passed by. Shen Yun, she shouted through clenched teeth. Spinning around, "Are you deaf?" Just as she was about to finish her sentence, her head collided with the chest of a muscular man. Above her, Shan Yun's teasing voice chimed, "Oh, I just got the key, and you've kicked the door open yourself?" The girl, brimming with ire, suddenly found no outlet for her frustration. As Shan Yun gently pressed her forehead, he glanced at the visibly distressed Shen Wang, his gaze darkening, his voice feigning lightness as he comforted the girl in his arms. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Third brother is here." Chapter 22. In the face of absolute strength. The author's grace is but a trifle. Supplement to Chapter 21 regarding Shen Wang's character, approximately minus 100 words. Shen Wang may be a fool, but your third brother can never be one. Sensing Wen Qiqi's emotions stabilizing slightly in his embrace, Shen Yun mockingly disparaged Shen Wang while unabashedly praising himself. Rarely, Shen Wang shot Shen Yun an exasperated glare. Shen Yun was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, this little rascal Shen Wang has finally displayed other expressions besides his foolish grin? Before he could lean in for a closer look at Shen Wang's disdainful expression, which he seemed too lazy to conceal, his phone in his chest pocket vibrated incessantly. Someone was messaging him. Wen Qiqi, curious, looked up at him. "Third brother, you have a message." With the mentality that there was nothing in Shen Yun's chat history that warranted discretion, Shen Yun unabashedly took out his phone and opened the message notification in front of Wen Qiqi. The moment he read the message, 2 words, regret, were emblazoned across his forehead. Damn it, the message was from his elder brother Shenmash. It was a critique of the 4,000-character essay Shen Yun had penned. Shen Yun. These reflections were written for Wen Qiqi, weren't they? You didn't even bother to erase the name Qiqi. Do you have an explanation for referring to her as Qiqi? Elder brother? Shen Yun. Wen Qiqi. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Shen Wang tiptoed over, trying to catch a glimpse of the screen. However, Shen Yun swiftly withdrew his phone. At the moment Shen Masha's call came in, he gently pushed Wen Qiqi toward Shen Wang and crouched in a small corner. Lowering his voice, "No, elder brother, I truly meant no harm. You must let me explain." Wen Qiqi blinked at Shen Wang, making an effort to recall. It seemed, back when third brother had made her cry, he had indeed written countless reflections and guarantees to seek her forgiveness. But that had all occurred before she turned 16. How could words meant to placate a 16-year-old girl be used to placate a 24-year-old elder brother? If he were to use anything, it should be the recent reflections he had written to deceive her at 18 to fool the elder brother. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow. Observing Shen Yun, who had shifted from a triumphant victor just moments ago to pacing anxiously in the corner like an ant, unsure how to explain. He suddenly recalled a joke exchanged among brothers. A creature subdues another, and Shen Yun was certainly no creature. Aside from Shen Yun, who had begun to make noise again due to poor signal, the atmosphere behind Wen Qiqi had not been particularly quiet. Now that emotions had settled, she turned her gaze toward the interior of the gymnasium. It was bustling and chaotic. An ambulance had already parked at the entrance, and there were even firefighters present. Truly, it was a law etched into the essence of carbon-based life forms. One could always seek the assistance of the fire brigade in times of need. The rescue operation commenced urgently, with wealthy young masters who had fallen into the pit being pulled up one after another. Given the sheer number of them, the rescuers could not heed their cries of "My father is XXX. I demand a premium hospital room. I want the best medical service. My family is wealthy." They hurriedly placed one on a stretcher and swiftly moved to rescue the next. It was an indescribably absurd commotion. Some even continued to tug at each other's hair, arguing that Lin Weixue could never possibly fancy such losers. Wen Qiqi witnessed, for the first time, that rescuing the wealthy was even more troublesome than rescuing ordinary individuals. It was overwhelmingly noisy. Throughout the entire rescue process, the quietest among them was Lin Weixue, who sobbed pitifully like a weeping pear blossom. The highbrow Nangong Li had also said little, merely casting a glance in Wen Qiqi's direction, his gaze laden with unspoken meaning. It was as if he were saying, "I know you cannot help but worry about me, yet you dare not approach, and can only observe from afar." He feigned profundity as he turned away, striking an exceedingly stylish pose on the stretcher. However, due to the absurdity of that pose, when he was lifted onto the ambulance, His head was caught between the two classmates from the disciplinary committee.
Ha!
He appeared even more foolish now. Amidst the cacophony, Wen Qiqi glanced at Shenwang, who seemed to be relatively unscathed. She sighed with relief. Thank goodness, Shenwang was not trapped in that small room for 3 hours. Shenwang lowered his eyes, quietly observing Wen Qiqi, who had her eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer. May the ludicrous plot refrain from imposing emotional drama upon his wounds. He should be free, not a mere tool to accentuate the protagonist's charm. He ought to pursue his athletic dreams, rather than sacrifice his life at a whim for a single word from the heroine. Shenwang. The girl slowly opened her eyes, meeting Shenwang's inquiring gaze. She smiled sweetly. We will survive. Shenwang's eyes widened in surprise. We will all survive. This time for certain. I swear on third brother's life. Unable to contain himself, Shenwang chuckled and extended his hand. His fingers brushed against Wen Qiqi's earlobe, ultimately tucking her stray hair behind her ear. We must make a pact. What? The youth extended the pinky finger of his other hand before Wen Qiqi. You promised me, you will not abandon me. Wen Qiqi pondered the dialogue that had taken place in the storage room and tentatively placed her finger against his pinky swear. Suddenly, dizziness overwhelmed Wen Qiqi, preventing her from finishing the last word. Her finger barely grazed Shenwang's before she lost consciousness and fell backward. Wen Qiqi. The last moment of her memory was Shenwang's outstretched hand, third brother's voice calling from the corner, and
Shenxi's visage.
How could fourth brother appear in her fading memory? Wen Qiqi slowly awakened, the scent of disinfectant filling her nostrils. She was gazing at the hospital gown on her body, and then at Lin Weixue in the adjacent bed. Wen Qiqi frowned. What point in the narrative timeline was this? Had she been taken to the hospital after fainting? Was she sharing a room with Lin Weixue? However, given the Shen family's financial capacity and social connections, it was utterly implausible for her to be in a double room. Could it be yet another forced plot device? Wen Qiqi sat up, hearing the commotion. Lin Weixue struggled to sit up from her bed. After surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she turned her gaze toward Wen Qiqi. However, upon comparing the positions of their beds, Lin Weixue looked enviously at the well-lit window beside Wen Qiqi, her delicate brows furrowing, her cherry lips pouting in a petulant manner, about to speak. Wen Qiqi, accustomed to this, leaned half her body out, grasped a piece of tissue, and, with a hint of disdain, pinched Lin Weixue's pouting mouth through the tissue.
Ah, peace at last.
Lin Weixue. I know what you want to say, but please hold your tongue for now. Lin Weixue. Aren't you just wanting to swap beds with me? Lin Weixue's brows knitted tighter as she hurriedly shook her head, her expression genuinely pitiful. As if to say, how could I possibly mean that? Wen Qiqi supported her chin with one hand and chuckled softly. You need not pretend with me.
Trust me.
Her lips curved upward, her eyes shimmering with a disinterested indifference, laced with a touch of scornful mockery. I understand you far better than anyone else. In the 125 cycles of awakening, Lin Weixue has undoubtedly been the person with whom Wen Qiqi has interacted the most, even surpassing Nangong Li. Lin Weixue's role as the protagonist is not due to her inherent qualities, but rather a consequence of the author's design, a mere bestowal from the creator of the novel The Spoiled Girl of the Underworld Young Master. However, such a gift. Wen Qiqi chuckled lightly. In the face of absolute strength, it means nothing. Therefore, do not harbor any intentions against me. Otherwise, I do not mind teaching you a lesson in this cycle. Although Lin Weixue could not comprehend the meaning of cycle, she did not entertain the notion of doubting Wen Qiqi. Instead, a peculiar sensation washed over her, as if she had experienced the consequences of deliberately opposing Wen Qiqi countless times before. This feeling sent a shiver down her spine, not merely fear, but rather a profound sense of retreat at the soul level. Lin Weixue averted her gaze, no longer daring to meet Wen Qiqi's eyes. The girl also softened her grip. I need some quiet time now. Can you remain silent once I let go? Lin Weixue remained silent. However, Wen Qiqi was unfazed. If you do not wish to be quiet, I will have to resort to methods that may not be to your liking. She released her hold. Lin Weixue swiftly distanced herself, turning her back and furrowing her brows, hesitant to speak. Wen Qiqi, uninterested in her reaction, quietly turned her gaze to the window. The time was nearing evening, with the distant sunset casting its golden rays, still illuminating the world. As mealtime approached, a nurse brought in the food. Without her phone, Wen Qiqi could only inquire of the nurse, "Do you happen to know Shen Ci?" Logically, she had been admitted to the very hospital where Shen Ci worked. The nurse politely nodded. "Miss Wen, Director Shen is currently in a meeting. Please do not worry. Your brothers will arrive shortly." Wen Qiqi expressed her gratitude and glanced at the label on the food packaging. The label originally bore the character for Ci, indicating Shen Ci's personal touch, as he always affixed his exclusive label to items he prepared. Yet now, that character had been entirely obscured by a marker. 2 characters were altered to read Wang, while 3 others read Yun. One label had even erased Yun, forcing a Wang into the scant remaining space. Third brother and Shen Wang. As childish as ever. Well. In contrast to Wen Qiqi's indifference, Lin Weixue's voice now sounded somewhat affected. "Is all this for me?" Initially, Wen Qiqi was not curious, but Lin Weixue's incessant chatter piqued her interest. "So many. Who sent them?" "Did Zhang, Wang, Li, and Chen bring dinner as well? But it's too much. I can't possibly eat it all. Could you please ask them to stop sending more?" Wen Qiqi, speechless, covered her eyes with her hands, enduring Lin Weixue's deliberately exaggerated tone. "Please share these generous offerings with your classmates. I only wish to keep the bento made solely by Brother Nangong." Lin Weixue's intention was indeed to dissuade Wen Qiqi. She was acutely aware of the relationship between Wen Qiqi and Nangong Li, especially after witnessing the way Nangong Li gazed at Wen Qiqi during her rescue. Despite having been warned by Wen Qiqi moments ago, Lin Weixue mustered the courage to assert her claim. She wanted to convey to Wen Qiqi that Nangong Li had already reserved a place in his heart for her. No amount of wealth or power could wrest his affections away from her. With that thought, her smile grew increasingly sweet. Just enough. Suddenly, a head appeared over the bento box. Wen Qiqi's. Lin Weixue jumped in fright, losing her composure. How could Wen Qiqi move like a ghost, so silently? Lin Weixue had no time to regain her voice. As Wen Qiqi looked at the dark mass inside the bento box and spoke, "You dare eat what Nangong Li has made?" Lin Weixue remained silent, and Wen Qiqi sat up, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. A brave soul. She then lazily crawled back into bed. "Do you know why Nangong Li ate the poisonous mushrooms I cooked 2 years ago?" "Why?" The girl nestled back into her small bed, opening the fragrant meal nonchalantly. "Because he cooked the other dishes himself and was too afraid to eat them." Wen Qiqi had anticipated that after her meal, her unreliable third brother, her dependable fourth brother, and occasionally reliable Shen Wang would come to visit her. However, she was greeted by unfamiliar faces, seemingly Lin Weixue's admirers. They crowded around Lin Weixue's bed, chattering incessantly, making Wen Qiqi want to stuff their mouths with Lin Weixue's socks. Unfortunately, Lin Weixue only had 2 socks, while there were 6 or 7 people in front of her. Even her own socks were insufficient. How infuriating! Wen Qiqi gradually shifted her attention to the nurse, but soon felt it was unethical and temporarily abandoned the thought. The newcomers repeatedly uttered the same phrase, "Snow. We'll get you transferred to a single room soon." Although they said this, none could actually follow through. They merely engaged in verbal sparring. Even when Nangong Li inadvertently entered the room, he uttered similar words. It was indeed a battleground, and Wen Qiqi, adopting a relaxed mindset, began to observe the men surrounding Lin Weixue, including Nangong Li. Noticing Wen Qiqi's gaze, Nangong Li scoffed, instinctively sitting up straighter. He believed he stood out amongst this motley crew. However, Wen Qiqi thought, why does Nangong Li look so youthful and bald? His hair is so sparse. That chubby boy has thicker hair than he does. Sitting there was dull, especially with another girl watching, igniting an inexplicable competitive spirit among them. Lin Weixue's admirers took turns making phone calls, bribing nurses, all with the intent of swiftly arranging for Lin Weixue to have a single room, as if competing to see who could accomplish it first. Lin Weixue, blushing and feigning sweetness, said, "Everyone, you needn't go through such trouble for me. I quite enjoy sharing a room with Wen Qiqi." Wen Qiqi smiled and rolled her eyes. "Just leave." However, those admirers did not get their wish. They received a unified response. Due to the high number of patients today, there are currently no single rooms available. The admirers, dejected upon hearing this, were left with one who, over the phone, stubbornly asserted that if Lin Weixue were to feel unwell, everyone would face the consequences. Nangongli, Wen Qiqi smirked. Lin Weixue reassured everyone. It's alright. The hospital is simply short on resources. It's not your fault that there are no single rooms available, as the expressions of distress faded from the faces of her admirers. A nurse entered the ward with a bright smile. Approaching Wen Qiqi, she said, Miss Wen, I apologize for the delay in fetching you. Your private room has been prepared, and we can escort you there now. The group of suitors expressed their discontent as Wen Qiqi stood up, exclaiming, Did they not say there were no single patient rooms available? How does she have one? On what grounds? Without her uttering a word, the security personnel at the door rushed in to restrain the agitated young gentleman. The nurse adjusted her glasses, her demeanor cheerful yet devoid of any obsequiousness. The Shun family status, gentlemen. How could it possibly be compared? Shen Xiai concluded an impromptu seminar and returned to his office, where Shun Yun and Shun Wang sat upright on the sofa, their postures remarkably formal and serious. Shun Yun's phone lay on the coffee table. Shen Xiai raised an eyebrow, casually loosening the cuffs of his shirt while inquiring, What's the matter? Shun Yun subtly shifted to the side, attempting to discreetly escape the camera's view. The individual on the other end of the video call, engrossed in a book, lifted his gaze and spoke. Shen Xiai has arrived? Please come sit. Instantly, the relaxed expression on Shen Xi's face vanished, replaced by a solemn demeanor as he occupied the space between Shen Yun and Shen Wang, his eyes lowered. Fixed on the relaxed figure on the screen, their second elder brother, Shen Jihan, the very person whom the Shen brothers feared the most.
Good night, Qiqi, he said.
Shen Yun, typically boisterous, now appeared somewhat restrained in the presence of the individual on the screen, choosing his words with utmost precision. Currently, it's just the three of us in the hospital. It was unclear in which country Shen Jihan resided, and the time difference was palpable. While the hospital outside was enveloped in the stillness of late night, sunlight flooded the villa where Shen Jihan was, yet it cast no illumination at his feet. Clad in a casual wine-red bathrobe, he appeared freshly showered, revealing new injuries on his well-defined chest. Unfazed by his brothers witnessing his wounds, he rested casually on the sofa, one hand drying his silver hair with a towel while the other manipulated a small monitor beside him, occasionally exchanging glances with a figure standing nearby. He responded to Shen Yun's words without raising his gaze. Elder brother is still at the company. We haven't informed him about Wen Qiqi's hospitalization. Without prompting from Shen Jihan, Shen Yun relayed the details as if they were not brothers, but rather superior and subordinate. The fifth brother was in another city for a concert, and the sixth was still filming. They were all kept in the dark. The other party remained silent, causing Shen Yun to feel increasingly anxious. After all, the second elder brother had always been a figure of overwhelming authority over them. Among the three, only Shen Wang maintained a relatively relaxed demeanor. As Shen Yun contemplated speaking again, another phone beside Shen Jihan rang with an elegant tone. He raised his gaze, gesturing for silence, and stepped aside to answer the call. Once Shen Jihan was out of sight, Shen Yun exhaled deeply, turning to Shen Xiai with a conspiratorial glance. Attempting to communicate silently, Shen Yun, why is the aura of the second elder brother always so intimidating?
Shanqi?
Shen Yun, I just completed the hospitalization procedures to visit Qiqi, and I hadn't even mentioned it to elder brother, yet the second elder brother called immediately. Shen Xiai? Shen Yun, you have no idea how frightening his tone was when I answered the call. Why do you keep staring at me like that, fourth brother? Shen Xiai cleared his throat twice, lowered his head to retrieve his phone, typed a message, and showed it to Shen Yun. Are your eyes uncomfortable? Shen Yun. Shen Wang also held up his phone, displaying a message in the input box. Third brother, do you need me to arrange an ophthalmology emergency now? Shen Yun. Having witnessed the entire exchange, but unable to participate due to his lack of a phone, Shen Yun felt utterly exasperated. With no other recourse, he pulled the ears of both brothers closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. How does the second elder brother know that Wen Qiqi is hospitalized? Did you two leak information to him? Shen Xiai regarded him with a blank expression, while Shen Wang's demeanor suggested he was equally at a loss. The two could barely suppress the urge to convey to Shen Yun that he was being foolish. Shen Yun frowned. Shin Si handed his phone back. We've delayed enough. Let us continue. Just then, Shin Jihan returned to the screen, and Shen Yun hastily rose. His gaze precisely landing on the words displayed. What matter in the Shin family could be concealed from the second elder brother? Shen Yun understood all too well that the answer was none. This time, Shin Jihan remained focused, sitting upright before the camera, his long fingers interlaced. Casting an inscrutable glance at the three, time is of the essence. I have matters to attend to shortly, so. A slight smile graced his lips. Yet it was evident to the three that in the next moment, he could easily draw a weapon and point it at their foreheads. Shin Jihan had always been a capricious and utterly unpredictable individual. Leaning forward, droplets of water from his silver hair fell onto his collarbone. His gaze scrutinizing. Who'll explain to me why Qiqi is hospitalized? In the private room, Wen Qiqi finally retrieved her phone. However, her thoughts were not entirely on the device. Her gaze drifted beyond the meticulously tidied space as she stood by the window and pushed it open. The fresh air, infused with the scent of flowers, enveloped her, prompting memories of the past. This room was intimately familiar to her. Throughout her life, every hospitalization had been within these walls. The tree directly outside her window always blossomed with pure white gardenias during her stays, even in winter. As a child, she believed it to be magic, only to later realize it was merely her fourth brother's thoughtful gesture to distract her from the discomfort of treatment, adorning that tree with blooming gardenias. In her youth, the flowers were sparse, but now, they flourished like a constellation of stars. That tree had never failed to bloom, not even during this unexpected hospitalization. A notification sound from her phone interrupted Wen Qiqi's reverie. She glanced at the screen, and upon seeing the sender's name, her lips involuntarily curled into a soft, sweet smile. The three individuals have recounted the events with utmost sincerity. They also mentioned that arrangements were made for Wen Qiqi's comprehensive medical examination in the past few days. Her health is generally sound. Her sudden fainting was merely a result of excessive exertion. As a physician, Shin Si felt a twinge of inexplicable guilt when he uttered the final 4 words. Indeed, a cold laugh emanated from the other end of the phone. An 18-year-old girl, in the prime of her youth, is being overworked by you? The three remained silent. Ever since entering St. Celia Academy, they had constantly found themselves in trouble, and this afternoon, they were even locked in a storage room. Shin Jihan's voice was icy, and all 3 pairs of eyes were fixated on the red hang-up icon on Shen Yun's phone screen. While I had spoken of liberating her true nature, I did not permit you to. The man's expression was devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the 3. Letting her get hurt is unacceptable. Second brother, we. Shen Yun looked up, abruptly meeting Shin Jihan's cold, snake-like gaze, and instinctively turned away. You know, second brother. We could never bear to let her suffer. The household servants were instructed by you to change their tone, Shin Yun. The figure on the sofa maintained an air of superiority. Qiqi had previously caused quite a commotion over that scoundrel, so I chose to overlook the matter. His arm languidly rested on his leg, fingers slightly curled. But now you understand my point. Shen Yun raised her gaze, a spark of defiance flickering in her eyes. Second brother, I simply cannot tolerate it. Why should that garbage be worthy of Qiqi's thoughts? That's why. Yet, confronted by Shen Jihan's unwavering gaze, Shen Yun conceded. I understand. I will handle matters with the household staff. Shen Jihan acknowledged. Glancing at the time, he stood up, preparing to change his clothes for an outing. Eldest brother is preoccupied with official duties, and 5th and 6th are not in the capital. Since you 3 cannot ensure her safety, I shall have to send Qigu back.
Qigu.
Shen Wang had never heard of this individual. However, it appeared that Shen Yun and Shin Si were familiar with him, their expressions revealing this knowledge. This was the first time Shen Wang had spoken during their brief, yet lengthy conversation. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Jihan paused in his actions of removing his clothing, casually extracting a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and igniting it. Shen Wang, why haven't you been drinking today? Must you speak to me in such a hushed tone? Shen Wang's eyes shifted, a faint smile gracing his lips. When brothers are discussing matters, as the younger sibling, it is not my place to interject. Shin Jihan leaned closer to the phone, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You should know when to interject and when to refrain. Shen Wang smiled silently. The butler on the other end urged Shin Jihan in an unintelligible language, and he cast an annoyed glance at the three through the camera before suddenly breaking into a smile. Once this business concludes, I should be entitled to a lengthy vacation. Until then, my brothers. Wen Qiqi received a message from fifth brother Shin Fengyan. He had been busy organizing a concert and had seldom found time to respond to her messages. Understanding his situation, Wen Qiqi had refrained from disturbing him over the past few days. However, when she unexpectedly received his phone call invitation, she found herself momentarily taken aback. The call connected. Qiqi. The other end of the line was surprisingly quiet. When Qiqi glanced at the time, shouldn't this be when Fifth Brother's concert was concluding with its final song? Why was it so quiet? After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end called out her name once more. Qiqi, are you asleep? Not yet, Fifth Brother. Wen Qiqi held the phone close, standing by the window. Aren't you at the concert, Fifth Brother? How do you have time to call me? Shin Fengyan glanced at the dense crowd of audience members below. He was indeed performing. However, there was a new song he had written 2 days prior that he wished to share with her. Wen Qiqi blinked. Aside from his somewhat obsessive tendencies and a hint of darkness that emerged after developing feelings for the female lead, Shin Fengyan possessed many admirable qualities. He was exceptionally musically gifted.
Fengyan.
In every musical celebration, he was a figure worthy of reverence. In a manner of speaking, Wen Qiqi was also a fan of Shin Fengyan. Although she was unaware of his current circumstances, she squinted her eyes. All right, Fifth Brother, what type of song are you going to sing this time? I'm a bit tired, so if it's not something gentle and soothing, you might have to sing it for me another day. Otherwise, I might just jump up and go find Third Brother for a fight. Shin Fengyan chuckled on the other end of the line. The audience members in the concert hall were straining to silence their voices. In fact, the final song of the concert had already been sung. Today, Shin Fengyan had not taken a break during intermission and had concluded the setlist early. As the audience longed for an encore, he spoke up, I have a small request. He was adorned in a flowing white outfit, grand white wings cascading from his shoulders. Resembling an angel, he sat atop a towering crescent moon prop, looking divine, pure, and extraordinarily beautiful. Not to mention, even if Shin Fengyan were to request something outrageous at that moment, the fans below would undoubtedly oblige without hesitation. Who would refuse such a courteous and ethereal being? I have recently composed a new song. His head gently leaned against the curved edge of the moon, his arms raised, soft white feathers drifting down in the light. I wish to sing this song for the person who means the most to me today. The fans had yet to react wildly when they saw Shin Fengyan place a finger gently over his lips. He said, "Sure." The concert was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. This is a song quite suitable for slumber. I kindly ask everyone to remain quiet while listening to it, all right? The fans eagerly nodded in agreement, and soon, not a single soul dared to make a sound. The final song is dedicated to you all, and to me. Before the prelude began, Shin Fengyan dialed Wen Qiqi's number, pulling the microphone slightly away, whispering softly in a tone only he could hear, "The most important one is for you, Qiqi." As the call connected, the aforementioned dialogue unfolded. Given the venue's tranquility and the gentle and slow prelude, Shin Fengyan had the opportunity to chat with Wen Qiqi for a moment. It is a melody you will surely adore. Shin Fengyan drew the microphone closer once more. In her earpiece, Wen Qiqi stifled a yawn. Then I must trouble you again, Fifth Brother, to lull me to sleep. A tender smile graced Shin Fengyan's lips as he softly began to sing the new song. It was indeed a gentle melody, serene, stable, and impossible to interrupt. Simultaneously, it was so enchanting that one could not help but be captivated and fall under its spell. Like an elegant yet malevolent deity, he meticulously laid out a gentle trap. Requiring no sweet words to ensnare you, a mere glance from him would effortlessly dismantle all your defenses. You succumb willingly, falling into his snare, nurturing him as your master. As the final note reverberated, silence enveloped the room, an awe-stricken quiet that contrasted starkly with the initial stillness. This silence was laden with astonishment and lingering echoes. No one dared to interrupt the prolonged melody. Shin Fengyan was not surprised by this outcome. He reclined slightly, wearily resting his weight against the prop. yet a unique satisfaction played upon his lips. Qiqi, good night. By that time, the other end of the line had fallen silent, as if the person had drifted into slumber accompanied by his voice. Shen Fengyan held no expectations for a response. Just as he considered ending the call and concluding the concert, a drowsy voice of a girl reached his ears. Fifth brother. So beautiful. It seemed she chuckled softly, turning over with a voice that trailed off. Good night, brother Fengyan. Wen Qiqi thought she would sleep soundly through the night. In truth, she did drift off for an hour, only to inexplicably awaken again. Groggily, as per her daily routine, she found herself dialing a video call without even retaining much awareness.
Huh.
The call connected swiftly. The moment she heard that familiar voice, she felt assured enough to fall back into slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Jihan, attending a banquet at an estate abroad, gazed at the peacefully sleeping girl on the screen, unable to bring himself to end the call. Second master, at this hour, connecting with Mississippi. Might be, the housekeeper began, but Shen Jihan raised a hand to silence him, the phone spinning in his grasp. I've muted my end. I'll just watch her for a moment. It won't delay anything.
Just a moment.
In the hospital, alongside the foolish individuals who had fallen into a pit at the gymnasium, another patient was being admitted. Inside the upscale ward, shortly after Wen Qiqi's departure, a nurse peeked in. The young masters surrounding Lin Weixue's bedside appeared elated. Is there a vacant single room? Is it for Weixue to change rooms? It must be because of our Liu family. As tensions flared among them, the nurse smiled apologetically. Miss Lin. Upon being called, Lin Weixue sat up, ready to relocate. Although the nurse made a gesture of invitation, her words struck Lin Weixue like thunder. Currently, the hospital is experiencing a bed shortage. A Mr. Xiao will be moving into this upscale ward. You have been reassigned to a standard room.
Please follow me.
How is that possible? Lin Weixue's gaze swept over the awkward young men around her, her voice laced with disbelief. How could I be assigned to a standard room? Aren't there so many people vying for a single room? Why am I being demoted? The nurse's face reflected her own embarrassment. She understood the reality, but dared not speak it. Just then, someone gracefully pushed open the ward door and strode in. Xiao Qian, whose leg injury had nearly healed, bluntly exposed the truth. It's simply because they are mere children without real power. Their boasts are just that, boasts. He surveyed the room, approached Wen Qiqi's bed, noticing the impressions on the mattress, and felt the wave of delight. Adjusting his sunglasses, his starry eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be so? The young masters, still in school, would never be allowed by their families to utilize their resources for an inconsequential girl. The exposed youths fell silent, leaving Lin Weixue blushing and pale upon her hospital bed. Xiao Qian lowered his sunglasses, spreading his arms. Now, kindly relinquish my bed. After Lin Weixue was forced to move, Xiao Qian waited patiently in another bed for Wen Qiqi to return. Lacking information, and perhaps due to the Shun family's tight-lipped nature, he only knew that Wen Qiqi was in this ward and, based on the impressions on the bed, he firmly believed she had merely stepped out for a moment. He lightly touched a small mark on his face, murmuring, "When classmate, you cannot neglect to advocate for me regarding your third brother's actions." A smile crept across his face as he reclined comfortably on the bed, eagerly turning toward Wen Qiqi's side. "When classmate, this time. You mustn't dismiss me with mere stick-like items." How vexing. This cunning girl was more shrewd than he. Twice now, she had sent him away with stick-like things. This time, it could not be so simple. However, Xiao Qian waited through the night without seeing Wen Qiqi return. Instead, several patients arrived to occupy her bed. Xiao Qian could not permit them to disrupt his plans, swiftly arranging for them all to be upgraded to private rooms. That night, a peculiar rumor circulated through the hospital. Those assigned to room 702 would automatically be upgraded to private rooms, a guaranteed success. Having not encountered Wen Qiqi, yet found himself continuously spending money, Xiao Qian pondered. Why does it feel like ever since I aimed to connect with Wen Qiqi, my life has been nothing but a series of misfortunes? Chapter 24. It's been a while since I've seen the young master smile so joyfully. Buzz. The moment the call was disconnected by Shen Jihan, Shan Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling significantly lighter. His second brother's interrogation had finally concluded. He leaned back casually against a chair behind him, tilting his head back, his thin lips unconsciously parting as he wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. Completely oblivious to the two younger brothers who had silently taken seats in chairs opposite him. Can we avoid having me answer the next call from second brother? Shen Yun shook his head, feeling like a restless creature. P.S. Truly terrifying. Shen Qiqi fiddled with the tea set on the coffee table, pouring a cup of hot tea. The only ones who can converse with second brother, aside from Wen Qiqi and eldest brother, are you, third brother. Catching a glimpse of Shen Wang's reflection in the clear tea, Shen Qiqi scoffed, commenting, "Oh, having had a drink, Shen Wang dares to speak back to second brother." With a smirk, Shen Wang reached out to take the tea from Shen Qi's hand, but Shen Qiqi deftly sidestepped, placing it in front of the still troubled Shen Yun. Shen Wang met the calm gaze of his fourth brother, then chuckled softly and looked away. Shen Yun abruptly sat up, instinctively reaching for the scalding tea, only to hastily set it down again, the heat causing his eyes to redden slightly. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "Why are you both so afraid of second brother?" "My fear stems from the fact that he used to beat me up as a child. I've never seen him lay a hand on you two. Yet when he calls, you both fall silent as if struck dumb." The two remained tight-lipped. The first sound to break the silence was the ringtone of Shen Yun's phone. Perhaps he lingered in that last location, by your side, within your nightmares. If you see him, please do not be afraid. Another call. Shen Yun glanced at the caller ID and, in anguish, covered his face. The persistent ringing urged him on. "Oh God, could you grant me a moment of respite? Why must the Shen family torment this poor soul?" Having just endured second brother's interrogation, he now faced the wrath of the eldest. With a sorrowful countenance, he answered the call, his voice tinged with both indignation and a hint of ingratiation. "Greetings to the esteemed big brother, whose absence feels like an eternity. What commands do you have for me?" The eldest, Shen Mosh, was unfazed by his tone. "This is not about a reprimand." Shen Yun sighed in relief. "It concerns Wen Qiqi." Shen Yun's expression shifted to bewilderment. "What happened to Wen Qiqi?" "Shen Jihan had just messaged me." Shen Mosh's voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of barely contained fury. "What have you done to Wen Qiqi?" Shen Yun glanced at his two silent brothers, resignedly rubbed his eyes, and began to fabricate. "Big brother, I swear she was merely exhausted from an all-night gaming binge." "Do you believe me? Are you speaking of Wen Qiqi or yourself?" Shen Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of prayer and retreated to a secluded corner to explain to Shen Mosh, while Shen Wang stood up, stretching leisurely. "I shall take my leave." Shen Wang lifted his foot. Shen Qiqi gently tapped the lid of his teacup against its rim, the sound soft yet audible to Shen Wang. He did not pause, and Shen Qiqi called after him. "Where are you going?" Shen Wang turned his head. "Where else?" "To see Wen Qiqi." Shen Qiqi leaned back in his chair, adjusting his silver-framed glasses, his tone unhurried. "The serpent has issued a decree. Do you dare act against it? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Shen Wang looked at him defiantly before turning to push open the window of Shen Xi's office. The fragrance of gardenias flooded in, overwhelming in its intensity. The golden-haired youth leaned against the window, the night breeze tousling his hair. He tilted his head, a carefree smile gracing his lips. His voice clear and melodious. "Who dares to defy the odds? Who knowingly commits transgressions? Who is?" His tone lifted at the end. "A restless spirit. Fourth brother." Pure white petals of gardenias danced through the window, landing softly on the ground, overlapping in delicate layers. The two brothers exchanged a silent glance. "It is I. It is I. It is I. The blame rests solely on me for failing to care for Qiqi. Big brother, please calm your anger and abandon any malicious thoughts of sending me to training camp." Inside, only Shen Yun moved about like a dutiful grandson, bowing and apologizing from one corner of the office to the other, and then from the north corner to the south. He had no idea how many white petals he had trampled underfoot. As Shen Yun passed by for the 36th time, Shen Wang flicked his golden hair back and chuckled softly. "Fourth brother, your gaze only perceives the serpent." A faint light shimmered in the depths of the golden-haired youth's eyes. He promptly shut the window, waving his hand in an attempt to disperse the lingering scent of gardenias. "The serpent has its desires, and similarly, the rabbit has its own." Shen Qiqi, unhurried, removed his glasses, his eyes sharp and shadowed. How dare the golden retriever compare its desires to those of the serpent? Shen Wang walked towards the door. His tone light and carefree. I see no hesitation in the eagle. Regardless of the predatory instincts of carnivores, they must ultimately consider the sentiments of their prey. Therefore, Shen Wang stood at the door, grasping the doorknob, slowly closing it while revealing a faint smile. Fourth brother, do you believe the rabbit prefers the fierce gaze of a formidable predator or the harmless nature of a golden retriever? Just as Shen Wang's words fell, an unidentified object flew toward him. Slap, slap. The clear sounds echoed in the quiet corridor. Shen Wang stood momentarily stunned, failing to remove the soaked white cloth that had adhered to his face. Similarly, Shen Qiqi did not move to brush away the damp cloth that had unexpectedly landed atop his head, still dripping. Within the room, only Shen Yun, with a phone pressed to his ear, lowered his voice to a menacing growl. Damn it, when second brother video calls, you two don't dare to utter a word. Yet when big brother calls, you chatter behind my back, is that it? His eyes brimmed with a hidden ferocity. What of serpents and rodents? Do you all wish for an early demise and rebirth? In the Mortal Manor banquet in Wei country, Butler Pei leaned in to report to Shen Jihan, who held a glass of red wine. Second master, the target is located at the right rear, currently conversing with a member of the Duanmu family. We. Shen Jihan's gaze remained fixed on the image of the lightly slumbering young woman on the screen, his fingers idly scrolling across it. His voice always imbued with an air of nobility. Butler Pei, in business, one must not rush. Butler Pei nodded silently, straightening his posture, exuding an imposing aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Navigating through the throngs of guests, Shen Jihan's attention fell upon a man engaged in animated conversation with a man clad in a black zhongshan suit. Duanmu Yunjing, the heir of the Duanmu family. Unlike the Shen family's dealings in both light and shadow, the Duanmu family preferred to operate in the more clandestine sectors of society. Having long traversed this world, Shen Jihan often encountered Duanmu Yunjing, who sought to claim a share of the pie. The man, dressed in a black turtleneck paired with a leather jacket, did not inherit the family's red-haired genes, but instead sported striking silver-gray hair. This resemblance brought to mind Shen Jihan, though his silver hair was purer, leaning towards a moonlit hue. The two were of similar ages, often mistaken for one another when they first entered the field. However, the Duanmu family instilled some semblance of ethics, while Shen Jihan was taught from a young age that any means justified the ends. This led him to engage in morally dubious acts under the guise of Duanmu Yunjing's name. Their enmity only deepened over time. Today, they found themselves in the manor, eyeing each other amidst the crowd, both vying for the same supplier, sharing a fleeting smile. Duanmu Yunjing raised his wine glass towards him, the gesture subtle, only slightly higher than his heart. Shen Jihan reciprocated with a grand gesture, lifting his glass above his brow, a haughty smirk gracing his lips as he provocatively tilted the glass, spilling a few drops of crimson liquid onto the grass. Returning his glass to an upright position, Duanmu Yunjing remained unfazed, signaling to his companions to bring forth a contract before Shen Jihan. Butler Pei bowed once more. Second master, they are about to sign the contract. Shen Jihan raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled. Stuido. Princess's exclusive translation team. Italian for fool. Duanmu Yunjing discerned Shen Jihan's lip movements. However, he was utterly oblivious to any language aside from Chinese. Yet it was evident that Shen Jihan's disdainful smile, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, did not convey anything pleasant. The contract was passed into the hands of the man in the zhongshan suit, with his subordinate translating that once signed, he would receive an interest rate 8 points higher than that of the Shen family. As the man wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to sign, Butler Pei furrowed his brow. At that moment, Shen Jihan tucked his phone into his pocket, exchanged a knowing glance with Butler Pei, and casually donned a Bluetooth headset, nonchalantly remarking amidst the girl's occasional dreamy mutterings, "When does business here ever depend on black and white to take effect? Duanmu Yunjing, you are still too foolish." As the contract was signed by the man in the zhongshan suit, 3 silenced bullets shot forth from the hidden corners of the estate. One was aimed directly at Shen Jihan, while the other 2 were directed at Duanmu Yunjing. Shen Jihan appeared to have anticipated this, effortlessly dodging the bullet aimed at him. He swiftly rolled behind cover, retrieving a silver handgun from his lower back and mercilessly fired 2 shots toward the source of the bullets. The sound of gunfire erupted. The estate was immediately thrown into chaos. Guests disguised as members of rival factions revealed their true identities, drawing weapons and unleashing a barrage of fire towards those belonging to Qin Jihan and Duanmu Yunjing. On Duanmu Yunjing's side, the 2 bullets had found their mark. However, they had not struck him directly. A splatter of crimson stained his face as he expressionlessly discarded the man in the Zhongshan suit, who had shielded him from the 2 shots, onto the ground, rolling him to a corner of a table before gripping his own gun tightly. It seemed that there was more than one group involved. The situation was chaotic. Duanmu Yunjing caught sight of Qin Jihan, comfortably hidden behind cover, and signaled him. "You knew it was a trap all along?" Amidst the hail of bullets, Qin Jihan fired a shot in Duanmu Yunjing's direction. Duanmu Yunjing leaned back swiftly. The bullet flew past him, piercing through a Y-country assailant attempting to ambush from behind. "You nearly killed me." From a distance, Duanmu Yunjing could only gesture at the madman, Qin Jihan. Were it not for their long-standing rivalry, he would have known that the one to be shot would have been him. Qin Jihan shrugged. With such a low price and such urgent timing, how could one not be a fool? Duanmu Yunjing. The gunfire on the scene gradually drew closer to the 2. Qin Jihan and Duanmu Yunjing exchanged cover to retaliate. However, the opposing firepower was overwhelming, and the ammunition they carried was far from sufficient. They were on the brink of running out of bullets. The 2 met again behind a nearby cover. "Looks like the second master wants to die in the same place as me." Duanmu Yunjing smirked slightly. "You're truly pathetic." Given their proximity, Qin Jihan launched a sideways kick, which Duanmu Yunjing had anticipated and successfully blocked. "I want to die." Qin Jihan's tone was nonchalant. "There are still people waiting for me to come home." Duanmu Yunjing raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Qin Jihan lifted his gun, pressing the muzzle against Duanmu Yunjing's forehead. A manic smile revealing his bloodthirsty nature. "I don't believe that your Duanmu family would engage in such a significant business deal while being as solitary as I am. Bring out your people. Otherwise, I will end your life before that group outside does." Duanmu Yunjing remained silent, merely furrowing his brow to meet his gaze. 3. Qin Jihan began counting down. "Huh. You would rather wager your life on me than bring a few more people along?" Duanmu Yunjing faced the gun's muzzle without an ounce of fear. 2. Qin Jihan had no time to entertain his nonsense. "Without the Duanmu family backing you, I truly wonder how many lives you, Qin Jihan, would have left in Y country."
1.
At the moment Qin Jihan squeezed the trigger, a more formidable force seized control of the estate behind their cover, and the clamoring voices suddenly diminished. The Duanmu family had arrived. "You actually fired." Even if it was a blink, Duanmu Yunjing felt a buzzing in his head, irritably swatting Qin Jihan's gun aside. "I never lie." After tossing out this statement, Qin Jihan pulled out his phone from his pocket. The serene visage of the girl appeared on the screen. His emotions gradually returned to tranquility. "Is this Wen Qiqi?" Duanmu Yunjing inquired, leaning closer. Qin Jihan instinctively elbowed backward, and Duanmu Yunjing, accustomed to the maneuver, squatted to evade. Yet, he did not anticipate Qin Jihan's follow-up, as a powerful fist landed mercilessly on his chest, causing him considerable pain. "If you look at her one more time, I will hit you once more." An exceedingly calm warning. Duanmu Yunjing narrowed his eyes. "You're usually not interested in the jewelry business, but I've heard that the Qin family's heiress has a fondness for sparkling pearls and diamonds, so you came here for the largest pink star in Y country?" Qin Jihan said nothing, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Butler Pei returned to Qin Jihan's side, glancing at Duanmu Yunjing, and conversed with Qin Jihan in Italian. "Second master, the diamond isn't on him, but we've gathered some other useful information." Qin Jihan nodded. Most of the translators Duanmu Yunjing had brought, who spoke Italian, had perished in the gunfight. He randomly pulled a dazed intern from the translation team and pressed, "What were they saying?" Due to the distance, the intern could only strive to recall Butler Pei's recent lip movements, answering earnestly. He said, "It's the first time young master has spoken so much to a man." Duanmu Yunjing. Butler Pei continued. "Duanmu Yunjing just mentioned the young lady. Should we deal with him here?" Shun Jihan's gaze toward Duanmu Yunjing held an inscrutable smile, remaining silent as he mouthed to Butler Pei. Pei Shu, Qiqi dislikes the heavy scent of blood on me. The intern translated. He said, it's been a long time since I've seen young master smile this happily. Duanmu Yunjing. Butler Pei frowned. Second master, you must have seen their lip movements as well. I feel they might be quite unwell. To protect your reputation, it would be best to eliminate them. Shun Jihan casually rotated the silver handgun in his hand, a smile lingering on his lips. Duanmu Yunjing grabbed the intern by the collar, his tone laced with threat. What did they just say? The intern could only stutteringly piece together. He said I have never seen young master care so much for someone before. Duanmu Yunjing. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of a helicopter echoed from above. 2 ladders were lowered, and Butler Pei, carrying a black leather bag, was the first to ascend. Shun Jihan leisurely extended his hand to grasp the ladder's chain. Duanmu Yunjing. The deafening roar of the helicopter's blades forced Duanmu Yunjing to shield himself from the rushing wind with his forearm, responding tersely. Speak. As the helicopter ascended slowly, Shun Jihan floated off the ground, his expression relaxed and joyful, yet his words carried a potent threat. Tell your brother to stay away from Qiqi. Chapter 25. Shun Laosan bounces back. Run. Jiao had not stayed at school today. Although she had firmly threatened Lu Zhen not to disclose the matter, the earnestness in his eyes and the repeated nods gave her an unsettling feeling. Lu Zhen was too clever and cunning. His quick agreement was likely a ruse. Staying overnight at school would inevitably attract Duanmu Yuncai's attention. After all, this might be the first time in Duanmu family's young master's life that he had been kidnapped. How could they let this matter rest so easily? Even if it were members of the Jiao and Shun families who had abducted him. No one could guarantee he wouldn't pull some tricks tonight. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it, Jiao cheerfully boarded the car home after confirming with her bodyguard that her other siblings would not be returning. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, Duanmu Yunkai leaned against the wall while Lu Zhen untied the ropes binding his wrists, raising an eyebrow. Did you see who kidnapped us? Lu Zhen, his voice muffled, replied, just a couple of societal outcasts. Duanmu Yunkai asked, you don't recognize them? Their voices sound quite familiar to me. Lu Zhen hesitated to respond, feeling threatened. The Duanmu family was not afraid of these 2 families. The Lu family, although prestigious, lacked protection. Thus he subtly hinted one has pink hair, and the other wears a red tie with black shoes. Seeing Duanmu Yunkai frown, Lu Zhen felt a glimmer of hope. It's those 2, whom you know very well. The description of the pink-haired individual could likely only refer to Jiao in the entire school. As for the one in the red tie and black shoes, it was because every time the Shun family was invited to dine at the Duanmu residence, Shun Yun dressed particularly formally. Duanmu Yunkai had often complained to Lu Zhen about this issue, even remarking, I don't understand why Shun family's 3rd son can match his black suit with a different shade of red tie each time. There are more varieties than on my brother's color palette. The hints were so obvious. Surely, with Duanmu Yuncai's intellect, he could figure it out. Under Lu Zhen's hopeful gaze, Duanmu Yuncai's expression grew serious. You mean someone I'm very familiar with? Yes. One with pink hair, and the other in a red tie with black shoes? Yes. I saw them today. Yes. I got it, it's Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants, right? Lu Zhen exclaimed, yes, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Duanmu Yunkai paid little heed to Lu Zhen's astonishment, picking up a piece of rope that had bound him and placing it in a vacuum bag within his backpack. I've told you before, animated characters truly exist. Lu Zhen retorted, will Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants make you feel their voices are familiar? Can Patrick produce a girl's voice? To put it another way, why would Patrick and SpongeBob kidnap you? And even if they did, would the security allow them into St. Celia Academy? How did they even find their way to the gym? Duanmu Yunkai pondered. The 2 had already left the gym, and the red-haired youth thoughtfully rubbed his chin before murmuring, that does seem unreasonable. Leaves danced in the wind on campus, settling on the vibrant tips of his red hair. The boy's eyes suddenly sparkled with ecstatic realization. I know. Lu Zhen rolled up his sleeves, ready to accompany Duanmu Yunkai to cause a ruckus at the Shun and Jiao families after he revealed the answer. However, The animated characters that had crossed into the real world were not limited to just those two. There was also Doraemon. Lu Zhan exclaimed.
Huh.
Duanmu Yunkai wore a smug expression. It must have been Doraemon who provided SpongeBob and Patrick with voice changers and anywhere door. Their question about whether I could understand human language was to unlock the mysteries of human speech, allowing more animated characters to merge into the real world. Lu Zhan interjected. Wait. My mind can't keep up. For reasons unknown, he asked, how do they communicate if their languages are different? Duanmu Yunkai replied, aren't there Chinese translations? Of course. They would use Chinese. Lu Zhan was at a loss, realizing he had overlooked this point. His friend's appearance was as majestic as the peaks of the Himalayas, yet his intelligence was akin to the Turpan Depression. Quite reasonable. Too reasonable. As Lu Zhan was left in a daze, Duanmu Yunkai spoke again, since the animated world is a creation, a fabrication. What compelling evidence do we have that our world is genuinely real and not a construct of higher-dimensional beings? Lu Zhan, awakening from his stupor, gazed at Duanmu Yunkai in disbelief, repeating his words, the absurdity of the world, characters with bizarre allure, the fabrications of higher-dimensional beings. It seemed he was on the verge of understanding something profound. He just needed one connecting thread. He wanted Duanmu Yunkai to elaborate further for enlightenment. But when he looked up, Duanmu Yunkai had vanished.
Kaye.
Lu Zhan turned to see Duanmu Yunkai standing in a corner, listening intently. On the other side of the wall were two girls conversing. I heard there was a collapse in the gym today, and many were sent to the hospital. It seems that the basketball team at Shenwang and that wicked girl, Wen Qiqi, were also taken to the hospital. As Lu Zhan overheard part of the conversation, a flash of red light blinded him. Without a second thought, he grasped Duanmu Yunkai, exhaling deeply. Wait. You need to be cautious. You just experienced a kidnapping, Kai Ge. And even if you run to the hospital now, you wouldn't know which room Miss Wen is in, I know. Lu Zhan stared at him in disbelief. Duanmu Yunkai pulled out his phone, scrolling to the bottom of a hidden file, retrieving a photo. The Shin family's hospital rooms are quite systematic. They pay attention to feng shui. My brother has studied this. These are the most likely room numbers. Lu Zhan was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to marvel at Duanmu Yunkai's brother's brilliance or to wonder at how idle he must be to study such things. According to the occupancy of the city center hospital, only 3 rooms had patients admitted today. Duanmu Yunkai tapped on his phone, pulling up a screen. 3 room numbers appeared prominently on the screen: 207, 702, 507. Lu Zhan stared in astonishment. How do you know these? This contradicts your intelligence profile. Duanmu Yunkai switched off his phone. My brother taught me. He knows everything about the Shin family. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yunjing, still in Y country, sneezed. A companion handed him a steaming cup of thick red tea, advising, young master, you are well aware that this banquet is a trap. Is it truly worth sacrificing so many subordinates just to install a tracker and listening devices on Xinjiang? Duanmu Yunjing remained silent. Moreover, Xinjiang had already discovered and destroyed these devices 5 minutes ago. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yunjing smiled slightly, his finger gliding over a map displayed on the computer before pausing at a location, gently tapping it. I suspect he will head here next. He turned, picked up a lighter from the table, donned his black jacket, and lit a cigarette for himself, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke that obscured his features. Yet his voice, tinged with satisfaction, resonated. To take down the Shin family, one must spare no expense. This is merely business. The smoke lingered, but those around him could infer his expression. Duanmu Yunjing was smiling. The moment Jiao Ju stepped through the door, regret washed over her. Before her stood a boy clutching a cardboard box, and an ominous premonition enveloped her. The boy joyfully thrust the box at her, his sweet, adorable smile brightening his face. Sister, you're finally back. I've missed you so much and prepared a gift just for you. You'll love it. Observing her immobility, the boy blinked eagerly, urging, open it and see, sister. If you don't, I won't let you. Faced with her identical twin brother, Jiao Quan, Jiao expressionlessly drew a military knife from the waistband of her bodyguard, sending the contents of the box scattering across the floor. Although she hadn't looked inside, she felt the faint chime of bells. Tossing the box aside, she retorted, "Are you satisfied now?" Jiao Quan's lips curled into a smirk. Yet his eyes were filled with regret. "Sister, you've truly squandered my heartfelt intentions. Is heartfelt sincerity about eavesdropping on me and gifting me such trash as whips and handcuffs?" The boy spoke earnestly, his beautiful eyes reflecting sincerity. "I thought you would like them. Anything you enjoy, I will procure for you. Compared to the perverts of the Shun family, I believe you are the biggest pervert, dear brother." Jiao rolled her eyes and retreated to her room, promptly locking the door behind her. She attempted to call Wen Qiqi, but the line was busy. Lying on her bed, she opened the group chat titled "Third Brother is Dead, Burn Paper for Matters." Jiao, why can't I reach Qiqi? Did you bunch of perverts confiscate her phone and imprison her? Almost instantly, she received a reply, "Shinmia's, Shinlaolu isnt, that's something your brother Jiao Quan or fifth brother would do." Shinmia's, though fifth brother isnt in Kyoto. Only your brother could pull off such a stunt. Jiao, please don't bring my brother into this, thanks. Shinmia's, speaking of Jiao Quan, I must once again marvel at your parents' genius in naming you.
Shenmuza, Jiu Han, Jiu Xiao, Jiu Quan.
Shinmia's, the 9 springs of laughter, brilliant. Jiao, shut up. I want to chat with Qiqi, stop popping up. Shinmia's. By the way, I couldn't get through to Qiqi either. Shinmia's, Shunyun Shin Ci Shinwang hello, just a quick ping. Shinmia's, ping me back. Jiao. Shinwang, Shin Laoqi at your service. Jiao. Shinwang, Qiqi's sweet sleeping face. Shinwang. Sure, my sweetheart is already asleep. So don't call anymore. Jiao. Shinmia's. The photo sent by Shinwang was taken from an unusual angle, as if it had been secretly captured from outside a small window. Jiao quickly typed, "Which hospital, which ward? I'm on my way." Shinmia's, I'll definitely arrive before you. I know the location and have already booked my flight. Jiao, can a plane arrive faster than a car in the same city? Shinmia's, private jet no less. Jiao, do you not have to file a flight plan? Don't think I haven't read up on this. Be careful I don't report you to the authorities. Amid their banter, Shinwang had been silent for quite a while, when suddenly Shin Ci interjected with a message. Shin Laosi, I advise you both not to come tonight. Jiao. Oh dear, how come even Dr. Shun is saying such things? Can this group truly coexist peacefully? Shinmia's, fourth brother, that's not your style. Did that brat Shinwang steal your phone to send that? I knew he was a bad seed. Jiao, I understand. Shinmia's, I understand. Shin Ci, because third brother has rebounded and is showing off to seventh brother. Jiao. Wait, I can recognize each of those words individually. But why can't I comprehend them when they are together? Shinmia's. Seriously? Shin Fengyan, Shin Lao has third brother been oppressed again? Shin Ci, yes. Shin Ci, to prevent him from affecting other patients, this floor has been cleared. Jiao was still puzzled by Shin Ci's statement when she saw that Shin Ci had sent a video. The video was shot in the hospital corridor, dimly lit. For the first 2 seconds, Shinwang was outside a patient's room, searching for the best angle. In the next 2 seconds, Shan Yun appeared, dragging a wet mop with his left hand while twirling a broom like a golden hoop in his right hand, stepping into the frame. Just the sight of his back was enough to send chills down one's spine, reminiscent of a chainsaw-wielding figure from a horror film. Upon locking eyes with Shinwang, Shan Yun erupted, "Sweep away morality. Be true to oneself." Shinwang raised an eyebrow, then bolted. The two engaged in a spirited chase down the corridor. As Shan Yun ran, he flung water from the mop towards Shinwang, cackling maniacally, "Tonight, none shall survive." Yet, as they reached the door of Wen Qiqi, it seemed as if they were both pressed by an unseen hand to slow down, gliding past her door in slow motion. Shan Yun even took a moment to peek through the small window at Wen Qiqi. After a few steps, their speed returned to normal. One continued in a frenzy, while the other fled. Jiao was left dumbfounded. Shin Mu's fanned the flames, fourth brother, with seventh brother's stamina. Third brother alone can't go mad enough. Shin Ci, I am a man of propriety. Shin Mu's added fuel to the fire. Fourth brother, I heard that voice message you sent in the group. What seventh brother said to you when he cut off contact this afternoon, didn't he sound like an accident? Shin Qiqi, I hail from a land of etiquette. The words were typed, but suddenly, he handed his phone to a friend beside him. Please hold this for me. Subsequently, Shin Qiqi began to wrap his fingers meticulously with bandages. His friend glanced at him, puzzled. Isn't that how one wraps up for a boxing match? Are you going to box this late? Shin Qiqi continued his actions, removing his glasses and stowing them in his pocket. No, I merely wish to impart some wisdom to my dear seventh brother, teaching him to treat others with courtesy. Shun Muse, ever the instigator, chimed in, maintaining a presence without physically being there. Fourth brother, if the younger sibling is being so provocative, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it if I were you. The group chat fell silent for 5 minutes. Shin Muse curiously tapped on Shin Xi's profile picture. Fourth brother? After a moment, a new message appeared.
Shenqi, Dr. Shen.
Has dashed out.
Shenxi, photo.
JG Shin Muse opened the photo. It featured 3 individuals, Shan Wang, confidently waving at the camera from afar, Shin Yun, energetically advancing with a mop, and Shin Qiqi, a blur, rushing towards Shin Wang, barely captured by the camera. As Shin Muse continued to scrutinize the details of the photo, another message pinged in the group chat. It was from Uncle Pei. Wait. When did Uncle Pei join the group? The butler Pei. It's been a while since I've seen the young masters having such fun. A heartwarming smile. JG, Duanmu Yunkai finally located room 702. Standing at the door, a wave of nervousness washed over him as he glanced back at the jovial Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen raised his left hand. Flowers prepared. He raised his right. Fruit basket prepared. Turning around, he revealed his hat pocket. Your bank cards are all here. Take your pick. He then recited his rehearsed lines flawlessly. I heard you were injured. Although it's late, I couldn't rest easy, so I came over. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. Are you managing well here? Does the pain still persist? Is there anything you desire? He paused. Duanmu Yunkai nodded at the well-prepared Lu Zhen, took a deep breath, steeled himself, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Xiao Qian sprang upright. His mind raced. A patient moving into this room wouldn't knock. They would typically enter under the nurse's guidance. Could it be? Wen Qiqi left while it was still bright, and didn't he turn on the lights? Now, upon returning from a stroll, she found her room illuminated. Aware that there were other patients, and thus politely knocked, Xiao Qian stepped down from the bed, approaching the door cautiously. With each step, his brow furrowed tighter, contemplating other possibilities. Perhaps it was another polite patient coming to chat? Or perhaps a courteous nurse reminding him that it was late and time to rest. Maybe. Before Xiao Qian could finish his thoughts, a gentle knock resounded at the door. This time, the tapping was soft, almost tender, as if to avoid disturbing anyone inside. Xiao Qian's eyes brightened. Such gentle politeness could only belong to Wen Qiqi. Outside, Duanmu Yunkai watched as the doorknob slowly turned, his heart racing. He counted silently to calm himself.
3, 2, 1.
The door opened. Both inside and outside spoke simultaneously. When classmate Miss Wen, you. The moment they registered each other's faces, their voices abruptly ceased. In the awkward silence, their eyes met. In perfect unison, they exclaimed, How did you end up here? I was going to ask you the same. What is it to you? Damn, you annoy me. They turned away from each other, and the atmosphere returned to an odd stillness. After a moment, Lu Zhen stood between them, shoving the flowers into Xiao Qian's arms. Get well soon. Then he handed the fruit basket to Duanmu Yunkai. Eat well for your brain. Finally, he closed the hospital room door for the two. That night, Wen Qiqi slept exceptionally well. Upon waking, she found a handsome young man standing by her bedside. Miss Wen, are you feeling any better? Wen Qiqi sat up as the man measured her temperature, her gaze lowered as she replied, Much better. May I ask who you are? I am a friend of Dr. Shen. He had a little accident last night and cannot come for the time being.
Accident?
Wen Qiqi blinked. Oh, by the way, Miss Wen, Dr. Shen has arranged a full body checkup for you today. Your temperature is completely normal. Shall we proceed to draw some blood? Wen Qiqi nodded obediently. As she got out of bed, feeling slightly faint from low blood sugar, the man steadied her. Are you all right, Miss Wen? Wen Qiqi shook her head to clear her thoughts. about to express her gratitude when she caught sight of the man's badge. Her expression turning slightly puzzled. The man, confused by her look yet maintaining his smile, asked, "What is it, Miss Wen? You're Li Ju? My fourth brother's best friend?" Li Ju, a close university companion of Shen Xiai. After graduation, they began working at the same hospital.
To this day,
Li Ju remains Shen Xi's most harmonious partner in the operating room. Their bond is akin to that of brothers. However, according to the original narrative, Li Ju would meet his untimely end in an accident a few days later. This tragedy is a crucial catalyst for the fourth brother's descent into darkness. Chapter 26. Wen Qiqi, the deity of ancient Greece who governs the rationality of brothers. Is that how Dr. Shen introduced me to you? Dr. Li Ju smiled gently. His countenance was remarkably handsome, reminiscent of a charming older brother next door, evoking no sense of wariness. His voice, warm as jade, exuded a gentlemanly grace, soothing as a spring breeze. What a surprise this is. When Qiqi gazed at him, the man perused her medical records without looking up, a smile playing on his lips. That doesn't quite sound like something he would say. His gaze scanned the pages of suicide records, softening his demeanor further, his tone adopting a gentle cadence, as if soothing a child. Did you deduce that yourself, Miss Wen? When Qiqi found herself entranced by his clear eyes, opening her mouth but unable to produce sound. Distant memories struggled to piece themselves together in her mind. The original storyline never clarified the reason for Li Ju's demise. In fact, this name had only appeared once. The narrative richly detailed how Lin Weixue was hospitalized due to Wen Qiqi's tennis humiliation, followed by a series of competitive encounters among wealthy young men and the male lead, Gongli, within the hospital. Amidst the attention from various suitors, Lin Weixue, after accepting their extravagant gifts, suddenly wept uncontrollably, declaring their love suffocating, prompting her to flee the ward alone. Until this point in the narrative, the name Li Ju was mentioned almost incidentally. The original text describes Lin Weixue in a state of despair, unable to comprehend why so many people were fond of her. She was at a loss regarding how to handle their affections without causing harm to any of them. While aimlessly wandering the hospital, she encountered Shen Xiai, who was hiding at the staircase entrance of the back door, smoking a cigarette.
His eyes,
tinged with red from recently weeping over the inability to save his dear friend Li Ju, portrayed a rather disheveled figure. With a mere thought of the novel's description, Wen Qiqi's mind conjured an image of Shen Xiai, pitiful, trembling, and haggard. Overwhelmed by despair, he was in a state of self-destruction. The first drag of smoke must have made him cough violently, for he was not a smoker. As a medical professional, Shen Xiai had witnessed too many tragedies caused by excessive smoking. Not only would he refrain from smoking himself, but he would also distance himself from anyone in his vicinity who lit up, even if they were engaged in conversation. Of course, if it were his third brother smoking, the scene would be quite the spectacle. His fourth brother, expressionless, would swiftly dodge, while the third brother would bellow, "Where are you going? Come back and talk." As he chased after him, cigarette butt in hand. The mere thought of his third brother's relentless pursuit made Wen Qiqi shake her head vigorously. How infuriating! Wasn't she supposed to be focused on the plot? Why did her thoughts drift towards her third brother? As she attempted to expel the intrusive image of Shen Yun from her mind, she suddenly felt warmth on her forehead. Coming back to her senses, she found Dr. Li Ju standing there, his hand resting gently on her forehead. He then raised his hand to check his own forehead, worry etched on his face. "Does your head still hurt, Miss Wen? If you're not feeling well, you can rest a bit longer. The test results are not urgent. Your health is paramount, Miss Wen." In that moment, Wen Qiqi could suddenly understand why Shen Xiai and he had become such good friends. Truly, this pure-hearted, warm individual was a rare find. One could search high and low through the Shen family and never discover another like him. "I'm fine," she replied. The female lead, Lin Weixue, had only been admitted yesterday, and, according to the narrative, it would take at least a week of turmoil for her to encounter the fourth brother. This implies that there is still a week left to alter Dr. Li's fate. Wen Qiqi rose and walked towards the door. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. "This time, I must ensure that everyone survives. Only children make choices. I, Gula Qiqi, want them all." Just as she reached the door, a thought struck her, and she turned her head to ask Li Ju, By the way, Dr. Li, what accident befell my fourth brother? Li Ju paused at the doorknob, recalling the commotion from the previous night in the corridor. As brothers, it was inconceivable that they would truly come to blows. Or so Li Ju believed. In reality, Shen Wang, in a bid to evade Xinxi's punches and Xunyun's kicks, had leapt directly from the 7th floor. The sight made Li Ju's heart race. When he leaned out the window to assess Shen Wang's predicament, the chaotic night wind whipped against his face, obscuring his view with petals. He had no choice but to close the window and glance at the unresponsive Xinyun and Xinxi before hastily rushing downstairs. However, by the time he arrived at the 1st floor, ready to rescue, he found Shen Wang casually preparing to take the elevator back up to the 7th floor, his coat draped over his shoulder, appearing completely unscathed and full of energy. He waved at Li Ju, cheerfully asking, Dr. Li, are you off your night shift? So early?
Li Jua.
When the two finally returned to the 7th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal Xinyun, lost and confused, binding 5 mops to his waist as he spun rapidly toward Xinxi, resembling a figure skating dancer. The mops, still damp, sprayed water everywhere as he twirled. A sinister grin plastered across his face. Li Ju, momentarily stunned, could not discern whether this was a man or a ghost. It was only when Shen Wang and Xinxi each grabbed one of his arms, skillfully maneuvering away, that he regained his senses. By nearly 4 in the morning, Xinxi and Shen Wang had employed a bit of cunning and exerted immense effort to subdue the frenzied Xinyun, bringing him back to Xinxi's office. At last, Li Ju could return for a brief rest. Emerging from his memories, Li Ju managed a forced smile. They were a bit too zealous last night. It took a toll on their bodies. But it's nothing to worry about. Their health is. Just as he spoke, the door swung halfway open, and his peripheral vision caught a familiar grin at the entrance, accompanied by a chilling cackle. He slammed the door shut once more. Wen Qiqi. Li Ju's mind went blank for a moment.
No.
It couldn't be. Xinxi had assured him that he had a way to confine Xinyun to his office until he returned to normal. So what was that thing at the door? Was it, for heaven's sake, Xinyun's spirit? What's wrong, Dr. Li? Wen Qiqi blinked. Why did you lock the door again? Are we going to draw blood for the test? Li Ju, wanting to formulate a response, remembered Xinxi's fervent warnings before returning to the office. His third brother's current state must never be seen by Wen Qiqi. Absolutely not. Just as he was about to conceal the truth, his phone rang suddenly. It was the head nurse. He smiled apologetically at Wen Qiqi. Please wait a moment. He confirmed the door was locked and stepped aside to answer the call. The head nurse's voice was urgent. Dr. Li, we cannot contain Mr. Xinyun. He just smashed open the door to your office barehanded. It was made of special materials to prevent disturbances, and he broke it with one punch. Last night, Xinxi had assured him not to worry. Even if his third brother hit rock bottom, he would be absolutely fine. That was pure nonsense. It wasn't he just not very dangerous. It was a monumental danger. Li Ju felt an urgent need for oxygen. He attempted to reassure the nurses hiding at the station. Everyone, stay quiet and avoid making any noise. It's okay to call the police if necessary. By the way, where are Dr. Shen and his brother? A brief silence followed on the line.
Li Jua frowned. Come.
The head nurse quivered. They have been dragged along by Mr. Xinyun to the door of your current ward. As the voice on the other end fell silent once more, the sound of the door lock being tampered with behind Li Ju became painfully prominent. Click! Li Ju spun around sharply. He saw Wen Qiqi had already opened the locked door, the doorknob pressed down by her hand. At the same moment, the head nurse's voice screamed through the phone, Dr.
Li.
Mr. Xinyun has stood up. He is heading towards your door. Li Ju, without a moment's hesitation, set aside his phone and rushed towards Wen Qiqi. Miss Wen. Just as he made his move to pull her back, the door creaked open slightly, only to be forcefully shoved aside from the outside. A tall figure stormed in with an imposing presence. Jia, it was Siga? Before seeing him, they heard his voice. The instant when Qiqi's voice reached his ears, Xinyun's bloodshot eyes, locked in a gaze with Li Ju, abruptly shut. Upon reopening, the bloodshot hue faded, and Xinyun's demeanor returned to normal, his lips curling into a habitual, arrogant smile. What's this? Missing me so early in the morning without Sigo around? As he gently pushed the door open, Wen Qiqi looked up from behind it and remarked, "You look exhausted, Sigo." Shen rubbed his eyes. "Perhaps I wandered in my sleep, and didn't he rest well?" "Yan, I'm feeling quite drained, as though I've been carrying a weight of several thousand pounds." He intended to lift his other hand, but soon realized he could not. The three of them glanced down to see Shen, yawning, shifting into a more comfortable position on the floor, fast asleep, with one of his hands being pulled high up. Yes, it was handcuffed together with Shen Yun's. A sense of foreboding crept over Li Ju. Could this be the method Shen Xiai mentioned for keeping Shen Yun confined in the office? Shen Wang, completely drowsy, was only stirred awake when Shen Yun shook him vigorously. He managed to open one eye, casting a cold glance at his brother, who had returned to normal, before shutting it again and raising his hand, his voice a mix of weariness and impatience. "Shen Yun, now that you're normal, let Shen Xiai unlock this damned thing." This lad was so out of it that he hadn't even realized where he was. His words starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Ignoring Wen Qiqi, Shen Wang turned his head and yawned again. "What a ridiculous idea, chaining me to you, Shen Wang." Shen Wang's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected sound. Wait. How did he hear Wen Qiqi's voice? Had she entered CG's office? "You have been tied to Sigo all night?" He turned to meet Wen Qiqi's puzzled gaze. Shen Wang jolted upright, inadvertently pulling Shen Yun up with him. Rubbing his tousled golden hair, Shen Wang prayed fervently that Wen Qiqi had not caught the two words he had spoken earlier. "Shen Wang, curses?"
I.
Shen Yun chuckled. "Shen Wang, call Sigo and Sigo by name?" That. Shen Yun chuckled again. The emotions brewing in Shen Wang's eyes grew increasingly complex, teetering on the edge of collapse. How on earth could he salvage his image? Before he could clarify, Wen Qiqi laughed lightly. "In this manner, you do resemble Fifth Aunt's decisive nature." Wen Qiqi had been taken in by Shen Er's wife, so she referred to the other elders of the Shen family as uncles and aunties. Fifth Aunt was the fifth member of the previous generation of the Shen family, Shen Wang's biological mother, a woman whom even old Master Shen praised to this day. In an instant, Shen Wang's emotions became a tangled mess due to her words, soon overshadowed by a deeper desire. With a composed smile, he replied, "Sigo is sensitive to changes in his sleeping environment and tends to sleepwalk. As his younger brother, it's only right that I take extra care of him." Shen Yun rolled his eyes in response. As for the handcuffs, Shen Wang raised his wrist slightly, tilting his head to look at the tardy Shen Xiai. "You'll have to let Sigo explain that." Shen Xiai unlocked the handcuffs with a key, casually fastening them to his own waist. "Just handcuffs, given to me by Ergo, kept in the hospital. I thought I might as well use them." Shen Xi's gaze lifted slightly, revealing a hint of fatigue. It appeared he had hurriedly run to fetch the key, and his collar was slightly open, revealing a thin sheen of sweat on his neck. "I remember, CGE's original ambition was not to be a doctor. He initially aspired to be a righteous police officer. But when old Master Shen learned of this, he was locked away for an extended period, and subsequently forced to study medicine." Shen Yun and Shen Wang averted their gazes in silence. The Shen family was never truly clean. Regardless of how normal or noble Shen Xi's aspirations were, the family would never allow him to stand on the opposing side. Ultimately, one must sacrifice either family or self. Shen Xiai chose to distance himself from the family. Old Master Shen taught him to sacrifice his own will first. Shen Xiai displayed no visible emotion, as if he were not the one who had endured torment. He took a few steps toward Wen Qiqi. Ergo gave more than just handcuffs to Siga. Shen Xiai reached out to Wen Qiqi. "Come, I'll take you for an examination."
All right.
Wen Qiqi took his hand, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the area closest to his heart beneath the white coat. There's also a gun. A handgun identical to that of a high-ranking Kyoto officer. The scheduled examination for the day was not extensive. After returning Wen Qiqi to her hospital room, Shen Yun, Shen Xiai, and Shen Wang squeezed into the office to catch some rest. Why in the office, you ask? It was simply because it was closest to Wen Qiqi's room, allowing for immediate attention. As Wen Qiqi calculated the time, she dialed a number. The call connected, and Shen Jihan lay in bed, resting his head on his arm, his eyelids fluttering open. Qiqi, it's rare for you to call so late. What's the matter? Seeing Wen Qiqi looking well on the video call, Wen Qiqi let out a sigh of relief. Ergo, come home early. Wen Qiqi did not inquire why. His eyes narrowed lazily as his fingers scrolled on his phone. Uncle Pei presented a lengthy schedule before him. His business commitments extended until April of the following year. His expression darkened momentarily as he replied, next month, I'll be home. Wen Qiqi gleefully shook her head.
Gut nicht, RG.
Wen Qiqi smiled indulgently, closing his eyes. Good night. However, the call had not yet ended when he heard the unspoken thoughts of his brothers. Wen Qiqi's thoughts. The deaths of the other brothers can be traced in the novel. But only Ergo's death is rather perplexing. Although I have never known what business Ergo was involved in, given his capabilities, he could not have been easily captured by the female lead. Nor could he have committed suicide after spending a week alone with her. Chapter 27. Surrendering fate to the uncontrollable. The call ended. Wen Qiqi sank into the cushion behind him, gazing with intensity. A gray and white patterned Maine Coon kitten leaped onto his bed, shook off the dust from its coat, and elegantly settled down, tucking its paws beneath itself and yawning. Sensing the soft fur brushing against his hand, Wen Qiqi did not lift his head but merely raised his hand slightly. The Maine Coon obediently nestled against his palm, emitting a soothing purr. Second Master, your schedule for next month allows for only 3 days of free time, Butler Pei remarked, extracting a small opening from a lengthy list of appointments. Leaving a note indicating a return home. Wen Qiqi remained silent, his long, slender fingers gently stroking the kitten's fur. In addition to your business dealings, there are several family matters to attend to, as well as necessary receptions that require your presence. Are you certain you wish to return to the old residence at this juncture? The Maine Coon, suddenly glaring fiercely, was the first to respond to Butler Pei. With its claws bared and teeth exposed, it arched its back and emitted a low growl, as if ready to pounce on Butler Pei, who was trying to persuade Wen Qiqi. Butler Pei was not surprised by the kitten's protective demeanor. Wen Qiqi slowly closed his eyes, his fingers continuing to caress the fluff of the agitated kitten. Butler Pei, do I seem like someone who? He abruptly sat up, his exposed chest rising and falling gently, lifting the Maine Coon by the scruff and placing it on the chair beside the bed. Would take my own life. Butler Pei maintained a smile, as if he had heard an absurdity. Anyone could contemplate such an act, but as long as Miss is alive, you would never consider it. Upon hearing this answer, Wen Qiqi let out a low laugh, neither confirming nor denying it. The kitten, abandoned on the chair, spun around its tail, pounced onto the seat, shook its head, and stealthily crept back into Wen Qiqi's embrace. TSK. The kitten had only made it partway before Wen Qiqi lifted it again. This time, he set it directly on the ground, his voice deep and alluring, laden with a potent charm. You do not belong in my arms, little one. The afternoon examination was straightforward, consisting of a few cardiac and pulmonary auscultations, abdominal palpations, and a preliminary assessment of the internal organs' health. These were all areas in which Wen Qiqi excelled, negating the need for Wen Qiqi to visit other departments. However, upon entering Wen Qiqi's office as instructed, Wen Qiqi found it empty. Wen Qiqi was absent, as were Xin Yun and Xin Wang. GA. A message from Wen Qiqi arrived on her phone. Please wait a moment. I am still in a consultation. You can sit for now. If you need anything, you can ask Li Ju. There was nothing she particularly needed, save for perhaps a bit of thirst. Wen Qiqi muttered to herself, just as she was about to reply, a soft knock sounded at the door. She looked up to see Dr. Li Ju pushing open the slightly ajar door, holding a cup of warm fruit tea. Dr. Shen asked me to bring this to you. Wen Qiqi remained silent as Dr. Li Ju smiled at her. He mentioned at noon that there are many flavors of fruit tea you enjoy in the cabinet. But with so many varieties, I wasn't certain if this one would be to your liking. Steam wafted from the exquisite glass cup, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of kumquat and lemon. Wen Qiqi was meticulous to the last detail. Wen Qiqi curled her fingers around the glass and smiled at Dr. Li Ju. Thank you, Dr. Li. I appreciate it. It's no trouble at all. I actually have patients this afternoon and need to get busy. If you need anything, just send a message in the group. Wait, what group? Wen Qiqi asked, puzzled. As Dr. Li Ju reached the door, He heard her question and pulled out his phone, sending a smiley face in a group chat with 3 members. This group, Wen Qiqi. Wait, why is it just the 3 of us, Shinxi, you and me? Dr. Li Ju tilted his head, unable to provide a clear explanation. Actually, as long as we add each other on WeChat, you can message me directly if you need anything. I'm not sure why Dr. Shen created a group. Though he did not understand, he respected Shen Xi's decision. Perhaps Dr. Shen has his reasons. Wen Qiqi. Could it be that 4th brother fears I might steal his precious little sunbeam friend? After Dr. Li Ju left, Wen Qiqi found herself waiting alone in the office for quite some time. Bored, she began to glance around. In doing so, she caught sight of something gleaming high atop Shinxi's bookshelf. Unable to discern what it was, yet intrigued by the sunlight reflecting off it, she decided to message Shinxi. 4th brother, what is that glimmering thing on your shelf? Shinxi's response was delayed, but eventually came. What shelf? The bookshelf. It might be a medical book stored in a file. Can I take a look? Can I really? Wen Qiqi did not see what followed, extending her hand to reach for it. However, it was too high to grasp. Undeterred, she took a couple of steps back, inhaled deeply, and made a running leap. 1 foot pushed off the bottom of the shelf, and she soared upward. The bookshelf was too tall. Despite her jump, she still couldn't reach it. How frustrating! Pouting, Wen Qiqi eventually decided to fetch a stool, climbed up, and stretched her hand to grasp the coveted item. As Shinxi had mentioned, it was indeed a special material file folder. This reflective material was quite rare. Why would 4th brother hide a medical book in such an eye-catching place? To motivate himself to study medicine well enough to treat grandfather Shen in his old age? Upon opening the file folder, it was not a medical book, but rather a blue notebook. It had a certain vintage quality, reminiscent of the notebooks issued in school during childhood. Flipping it open, the first page bore several childish scrawls. Shinxi, protecting one person and protecting many is equally important. Below this was a more mature line, surrendering fate to the uncontrollable. As she turned the pages, the initial ones were blank. Soon, however, words began to appear. At the top of the first page was a photograph of Li Ju, asleep at his desk, pen in hand, with unfinished medical records beneath him. Wen Qiqi felt it inappropriate to pry into the contents, so she continued to flip with a guilty conscience to the next page. This time, the 2 pages contained more photos of Li Ju. One was taken in the corridor, showing Li Ju standing in front of a patient room, locking the door. The other depicted him perched in a tree, wiping sweat from his brow while fastening gardenias to the branches, creating a false appearance of blossoms. Wen Qiqi sensed something was amiss, yet could not quite grasp it. I remember. 4th brother is of normal orientation, isn't? Hesitating whether to continue her clandestine observation, a sudden, alarming crack echoed from the stool beneath her. Shinxi was hastily returning to his office. After applying with a simple to Wen Qiqi, he pondered for a considerable time. He recalled that during the recent thorough cleaning, all the medical books had been removed from the shelf and placed into the drawer. However, one item, intended to be hidden more discreetly, had been forgotten amidst a phone call. That particular item absolutely positively must not be seen by Wen Qiqi. Pushing open the door, his voice trembled with urgency. Qiqi, the thing on the cabinet, this is rather fortuitous. Wen Qiqi was precariously perched on the edge of the cabinet, her hands gripping the corner as she dangled in midair, searching for a foothold. To his surprise, she appeared entirely unfazed. In fact, she greeted him cheerily. 4th brother, you're back. Just a moment, let me see how I can jump down without. Before she could finish, he was already at her side, one hand cradling her calf, the other pressing against her back. The warmth of his palm was astonishingly intense. Shinxi tilted his head, meeting Wen Qiqi's gaze. His eyes, shadowed behind his glasses, were as profound as an ink abyss. His throat tightened as he rasped, "You can let go now. Trust me." The white coat could not conceal his well-trained physique. Rather, it lent an air of credibility to his robust form. A playful smile crept onto Wen Qiqi's lips. "Then I'll come down, 4th brother." Without hesitation, she released her grip and fell securely into his embrace. He only slightly lowered his arm to cushion her descent before effortlessly lifting her again. The girl beamed in his arms, shaking the booklet she held. Fourth brother, this. Suddenly, Shinsiai set her down, snatching the item from her grasp and concealing it behind his back. A flicker of panic, so unlike his usual composed demeanor, flashed in his eyes. You haven't seen the content, have you? I have, Wen Qiqi declared, embodying honesty and mutual respect. Shinsiai's expression shifted as he gazed at her, a mix of emotions swirling within him. You know everything? His voice wavered. Wen Qiqi was oblivious to his trepidation. He gripped her shoulders tightly. Qiqi, allow me to explain this book. Isn't it just Dr. Li Ju's career records? She interjected, catching him off guard. Wen Qiqi smiled charmingly. I know you and Dr. Li Ju are the closest. It's your first time documenting his journey as a doctor, isn't it? The pressure on her shoulders gradually eased. Shinsiai's gaze drifted to the notebook he had hastily dropped on the floor. He managed a smile, uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful. Yes, that's correct, he casually admitted, releasing the still chattering Wen Qiqi, bending down to retrieve the fallen notebook. Wen Qiqi, ever the chatterbox, became even more loquacious, urging Shinsiai to cherish this rare friendship. Meanwhile, Shinsiai, taking advantage of his height, discreetly flipped open the notebook at an angle where she could not see. Beyond the page she had glimpsed, countless notes filled with meticulous detail awaited. Each page bore photographs related to her, including the initial 3 that chronicled her medical cases, hospital wards, and gardenias. The entire volume, from cover to cover, recorded but one name, Wen Qiqi. Unbeknownst to her, the person chronicled was still shaking his arm, urging him to listen earnestly, not to daze off.
Shen chuckled softly,
closing the notebook and placing it into the locked drawer. He secured it. It's getting late. Let us conduct a checkup. He gently tapped her little head, guiding her to sit at the desk, readying the stethoscope. Wen Qiqi obediently awaited her examination, casually inquiring, Where are third brother and Shenwang? I haven't seen them. Shinsiai adjusted the instruments. Shenwang has returned to training. And third brother, the thought of Shenyin being forcibly taken away brought a smirk to his face. He was sent to the training camp by our elder brother. You know, his dream was always to compete on the world stage of esports. Our brother is helping him fulfill that dream. Wen Qiqi nodded earnestly, agreeing. Elder brother is truly a good person. With the stethoscope now in place, Shinsiai looked at her. Are you ready? Wen Qiqi puffed out her chest with pride. Of course. Shinsiai was bemused by her self-satisfied expression as he pressed the stethoscope against her heart. Reviewing her previous examination records, Wen Qiqi had always been frail, with a heart weaker than most. Hence, her historical checkup results had never been promising. Coupled with the self-harming tendencies of the past 2 years, her body had become quite worn. Shinsiai had prepared himself to record another average or poor result needing further examination, but upon hearing the rhythmic beat through the stethoscope, his pupils constricted. The hand gripping the pen trembled uncontrollably. Wen Qiqi's heart, how could it beat more steadily and robustly than that of a typical athlete? How could this be possible? He looked up. The girl before him, bathed in sunlight, squinted slightly, a lazy yet graceful smile curving her lips. Am I still considered healthy, fourth brother? Wen Qiqi had initially contemplated how to extend her stay at the hospital to prevent Dr. Li Ju's tragedy. To her astonishment, before she could utter a word, Shinsiai had already decided to keep her for a more thorough examination. She wondered what had him so concerned, noticing his eyes were slightly reddened. After exiting Shinsi's office, Wen Qiqi played with a retractable toy knife in the corridor, glancing at the fiery sunset outside, and suddenly smiled. Good health, after all, was merely the most basic condition following her 125 cycles of awakening. The phone rang. It was from Jiao. Wen Qiqi answered. Qiqi, darling, are you feeling any better? Is there anywhere you still hurt? Do you need to come to my house? I can bring back the top foreign doctors for you. And I've prepared a ton of delicious food. Wen Qiqi struggled to interject, merely listening to Jiao's heartfelt concern. It was infuriating. St. Sliria Academy had never been closed for a century, yet for some unknown reason, today, all students were confined to the premises, unable to leave. Wen Qiqi nodded in response. It made sense. The original plot required the protagonist to be surrounded by distractions to provoke the male lead, thereby fostering their relationship. Thus, St. Sliria Academy had been sealed off to prevent Wen Qiqi and Jiu from wreaking havoc in Lin Weixue's ward. Currently, Jiu finds herself confined within, while Wen Qiqi remains outside. The narrative has been affected, and she is seemingly unbound by any further constraints. On the phone, Jiu continues to grumble about various matters at school, only briefly mentioning the lockdown, as if unaware of its profound absurdity, before diverting the conversation to other topics. In the background, one can faintly hear Lu Zhen venting his frustrations through the strains of his violin due to the situation. Wen Qiqi pays little heed to this, her mind preoccupied with unraveling the mystery surrounding Li Ju's demise. As she passes by a hospital room, she instinctively halts, drawn by the voice within. "Since I reside in this room, my friends have the right to visit me. On what grounds do you accuse me? Is it the joy shared with my friends that strikes you as unfair?"
Ha!
A smile graces Wen Qiqi's lips, amused by the trouble caused by a seemingly innocent young lady. Chapter 28. The reward I seek is your worth. In the original storyline, thanks to the support from the Jiu family, Nangongli receives a generous allowance each month. Coupled with the narrative's bewildering influence, Jiu, in her fear of losing Nangongli, despite witnessing his flirtations with other wealthy young women, still transfers him substantial sums as tokens of reassurance. It appears that Nangongli garners more from the Jiu family than Wen Qiqi, the daughter of the Shin family, receives in her monthly allowance. Moreover, he hardly spends on his daily needs, thus allowing his little treasury to swell, enabling him to lavishly bestow gifts upon the female protagonist. Wealth tends to corrupt a man. An author with means tends to indulge in extravagant narratives. On the afternoon when Lin Weixue was first admitted to the hospital, he, along with other rich heirs crowded into the room, began tossing bank cards to the nurse as if bidding in an auction, expending hundreds of thousands to secure Lin Weixue a deluxe private room. Descriptions suggest that Lin Weixue's room was adorned like a princess's chamber, filled with exquisite jewels, vibrant floral arrangements, and enticing baskets of fruits and delicacies. Everything imaginable was provided. Those in the know understood that Lin Weixue was merely recuperating, while others might mistakenly believe she was being lavished upon in a royal sanctuary. Initially hesitant, Lin Weixue gradually accepted these gestures, even striving to foster harmony amongst her admirers. Though Wen Qiqi had never encountered her, she recalls that in the original text, Lin Weixue was a master of time management, managing to meet 16 men in a day without them crossing paths. Her approach was neither rejection nor clarity, nor resistance. When questioned about their relationship, she would feign vulnerability, recounting a childhood devoid of love and care, evoking sympathy from her admirers who pledged to compensate for her past sorrows with warmth and affection henceforth. However, Wen Qiqi only grasped a superficial understanding of Lin Weixue's manipulative prowess over men. With some free time, her curiosity piqued regarding how Lin Weixue managed such affairs. Moreover, the number of individuals present suggested an intense battleground of emotions. Thus, Wen Qiqi stepped back, concealing her toy knife, and stood at the threshold of a regular ward. Wait a moment. She glanced at the sign indicating it was a standard ward. Hadn't the narrative previously claimed it to be a luxurious private room? How could it be? Was Nangongli unable to afford the expenses? That seemed implausible. Even if the Jiu family had ceased funding him, the funds Jiu had previously deposited in his account surely exceeded hundreds of thousands. Wen Qiqi pondered little further, leaning against the door, observing the scene inside. This hospital's standard ward accommodates 4 patients. Perhaps due to a lull in admissions, only 2 nameplates were affixed outside. Lin Weixue, mild concussion. The other, a middle-aged man, bore no specified ailment. However, the door stood ajar, and the occupants appeared to exceed 2. Near the door, a cluster of 7 or 8 young men in St. Slia uniforms stood crowded, with Lin Weixue positioned centrally, her back to Wen Qiqi, indignantly proclaiming to the 2 individuals on the opposite bed, "This hospital is public. Since my friends wish to visit and converse with me, on what grounds do you dismiss them?" Upon hearing the word friends, Wen Qiqi's lips twitched. This female protagonist and the male lead seemed to befriend everyone. In their lexicon, any relationship is simply a friendship. No wonder they get along so well. Opposite her was a father and daughter duo. The man appeared to suffer from some mental instability, startled into a stammering whimper by Lin Weixue's raised voice, retreating into his daughter's embrace, his eyes darting in confusion. The daughter, appearing no older than 20, comforted her trembling father, glaring at Lin Weixue with indignation. "I've told you countless times. My father requires peace to recuperate. I've been urging you to keep your voices down. Yet you all are either arguing or laughing raucously. This is a hospital,
Not your playground.
can you not show respect for the other patients?" Lin Weishue's expression flickered with a hint of fear, stepping back slightly. Those surrounding her were swayed by the woman's words, contemplating their actions. Perhaps they had indeed gone too far, just as this thought began to form. Lin Weishue abruptly grasped the sleeve of one man, tears brimming in her eyes yet refusing to fall. But we weren't that loud, moreover. Our arguments are merely a means to strengthen our bond. It is our way of expressing ourselves. The man she held paused momentarily. She turned to the father and daughter. "We choose to express our feelings in your presence out of trust and respect for you, for your existence matters to us. How can you claim we lack respect?" Wen Qiqi was taken aback.
Huh.
What logic is this? Our laughter is merely with a tone tinged with sobs, attempting to convey, "We see you all looking so sorrowful, and we wish to share our joy with you." Her eyelashes glistened with tears, appearing rather pitiful. "Why don't you appreciate our sentiments and instead blame us, wanting to drive us away from here?" The young men surrounding her were touched by her nonsensical outpouring. With one stepping forward to speak, "Shueshue is right. I am the sole heir of the Wang group, in my esteemed position. I am honored to express my feelings before ordinary citizens like you." Indeed, indeed. The daughter opposite furrowed her brow, stunned by their absurd declarations, finally managing to exclaim, "Are you all out of your minds?" Lin Weishue's tears flowed more freely with that remark, only calming down as her male companions took turns comforting her. She gently dabbed the corners of her eyes with a tissue, observing the increasingly unstable middle-aged man, and spoke, "I see that uncle is gravely ill, as his daughter. Why have you only arranged for him to stay in a standard ward?" A flicker of guilt crossed the daughter's eyes. The expenses of a large hospital were still beyond her means as a graduate student who had yet to graduate. This ordinary ward was even financed through a loan. It was her inadequacy. Despite her father's severe illness, she could not provide him with the best place for recuperation. Lin Weixue, noticing her silence, continued to wipe her tears, her words flowing incessantly. "Since you despise us, why not move out? Whether it be changing wards or upgrading to a better one. As long as you have the means, we won't stand in your way, will we?" She blinked. The daughter, provoked by her words, clenched her teeth. "If you are incapable of doing any of this," Lin Weixue, tears brimming, gazed at her, "then you still ought to coexist peacefully with us, shouldn't you? We can bring you more joy here in the standard ward. I can share the fruits my friends have brought me, and I can also give you some bird's nest soup. Wouldn't that be nice?" She reached out, intending to turn the woman's face toward her. But just as her hand extended, it was violently swatted away by the mentally unstable father in the woman's arms. The back of her hand turned crimson, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in Lin Weishue's eyes. She gently rubbed her hand, her tone resolute. "In any case, I find the standard ward quite pleasant. I really like it, and I want to be moving out." Wen Qiqi, who had witnessed the entire scene, nodded in agreement, concluding, "Truly, she serves as the perfect foil to provoke jealousy in the male lead." Witnessing Lin Weixue being struck and remaining unperturbed, Lin Weixue casually grabbed a bunch of grapes from the table and held them before the silent woman. "Here, consider this a small gift of apology." She raised the grapes high, her lips curving innocently upward. "I noticed Uncle was staring at these last night. He must have wanted to eat them.
So I'm giving them to you."
No need to thank me." Releasing her grip, the entire cluster of grapes came crashing down toward the woman and her trembling father. Instinctively, the woman shielded her father, tightly closing her eyes. Yet, the anticipated pain failed to arrive. Instead, she heard Lin Weishue's incredulous voice, "Wen Qiqi, how are you here?" The daughter opened her eyes to see the girl playfully tossing grapes. She stood alone, facing a crowd, calm and composed. These grapes, they seemed to be glued together. How could they possibly remain intact when thrown like that? Lin Weixue instinctively wanted to refute Wen Qiqi, but suddenly, a large grape was shoved into her mouth, the other end pressing against Wen Qiqi's still slightly exerting finger. Be a bit quieter, will you? Wen Qiqi tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes were utterly indifferent, her voice soft, with such a large silence sign posted in the corridor. Do you have a concussion that affects your understanding of the characters, or is your eyesight so poor that you cannot see them? You. Lin Weixue realized she could not outmatch Wen Qiqi in a debate and quickly retreated into her sycophantic group, looking aggrieved. How can you say that to me, Qiqi? She tugged on the sleeve of a nearby person, classmate Zhang. I'm so scared of Qiqi like this. Can you ask her to leave? Faced with the request of his crush, the boy cleared his throat, about to speak, but faltered under Wen Qiqi's piercing gaze. He could not find the words. For Wen Qiqi added, consider your business relationship with the Shen family before speaking to me. The sycophantic group fell silent. They were already under the scrutiny of their elders, lacking any authority within the family business. Additionally, having heard that Shen Mozho had dismissed all those who had verbally attacked Wen Qiqi that afternoon, they dared not provoke the wrath of this young lady from the Shen family. Seeing them mute, Lin Weixue, dissatisfied, bit her lip and could only engage Wen Qiqi again. Qiqi, weren't you recuperating in a private ward? Why are you here in a standard ward? Was your stay in the private ward merely a performance put on by the Shen family? She expressed concern for Wen Qiqi. Qiqi, I know this hospital is renowned in Kyoto. Many from abroad come here for treatment. It's perfectly fine if you can't stay in a private ward. Staying in a standard ward like me is quite good too. Wen Qiqi brushed her slightly tousled hair, responding casually, What nonsense are you talking about? This hospital is invested in by our Shen family. Securing a private ward is not a simple task. A member of the sycophantic group scoffed. I am not sure about the rest, but our Lin family has also invested in this hospital. The largest shareholder is clearly named Wen Qiqi. What connection do you have with the Shen family? Wen Qiqi sighed. What does it matter what my surname is? Ha, you must be. The speaker froze, unable to believe, gazing at her. Could it be that you are related to that Madam Wen? Wen Qiqi chuckled lightly. There is no blood relation. Then why are you here? The speaker became arrogant again. Wen Qiqi leisurely replied, She is the wife of Shen Jing'an and Shen Jing'an. She left her sentence unfinished, simply smiling. The others quickly understood. Shen Jing'an was the patriarch of the Shen family. Wen Qiqi disregarded the expressions on their faces, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. The Shen family had never engaged in the medical business before, deeming it too risky with little profit, and since no one understood this field, they had never ventured into it. However, after Shen Qiqi was compelled to abandon his dreams and willingly chose to study medicine, the elder Shen spared no effort to invest in this hospital under his wife's name, aiming to transform it into the most advanced and highest standard medical facility in Kyoto within just a few years. One could say this hospital was the elder Shen's gift to Shen Qiqi for his coming of age, a gesture of debt, a form of compensation, a heavy love. Lin Weixue concealed her shock but remained undeterred. Then why are you here? I came to upgrade their ward. Do you know them? I don't. Then why would you upgrade their ward? Wen Qiqi fiddled with her phone, her tone unfriendly. Why do you care so much? Lin Weixue, adaptable, replied, Qiqi, since you have the means to upgrade their ward, and my relationship with your brother is quite good, perhaps you could. She displayed a bashful smile. Or I could speak to Xinwang about it. How could this sister manage to be surrounded by sycophants while still expressing youthful infatuation when mentioning Xinwang? You want to upgrade the ward too? When Qiqi sent her message, turning to Lin Weixue while waiting, didn't you say you liked the standard ward? Soon it will be just you left here, which is equivalent to a private ward, isn't it? Rather than using that money to upgrade the ward, why not repay the debts owed by our Shen family? Repay debts? The smile on Lin Weixue's face froze. What debts? The efficiency of the medical staff was swift. Soon someone arrived to assist the father and daughter with their paperwork. When Qiqi extracted a pink, cat-shaped voice recorder and waved it in front of Lin Weixue, saying, On the tennis court, your friend mentioned that you paid for that lunch. The recorder clearly echoed the girl's words from the court. When Qiqi smiled, Since Miss Lin wishes to generously cover the bill, I certainly won't refuse. The invoice will be sent to you shortly. Lin Weixue's eyes widened in shock. That was merely a joke. How could you take it seriously? Wen Qiqi noticed her advancing to snatch the recorder and deliberately tossed it into the air. We are all adults here. Lin Weixue attempted to push Wen Qiqi away with one hand while desperately reaching for the recorder with the other. However, as her hand reached out, it was firmly grasped by a strong grip on her wrist. Her gaze reluctantly shifted from the falling recorder to meet Wen Qiqi's calm, slightly mocking smile. Those eyes were chillingly indifferent, as if piercing through Lin Weixue's every pretense, leaving her shivering with unease. Wen Qiqi held onto the unruly Lin Weixue with one hand while effortlessly catching the recorder with the other, spinning it with ease. Oh, I forgot to mention. She lowered her voice and glanced at Lin Weixue. The hand holding the recorder moved closer to Lin Weixue's neck, and before she knew it, the recorder had transformed into a small plastic knife after spinning twice. It was not sharp, yet it emanated a considerable sense of pressure. The blade's tip pressed against Lin Weixue's neck, sending a chilling shiver down her spine. Wen Qiqi smiled softly, whispering, "Be good. Listen to me. It will benefit both you and me." As Wen Qiqi exited the ordinary hospital room, a girl's voice called out to her from around the corner. Miss Wen. It was the girl from the room earlier. I am truly grateful to you. I don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, I would be willing to serve as your maid. She bowed deeply, trembling slightly. After a long silence without a response, she tentatively called out, "Miss Wen?" The footsteps echoed. They were receding rather than approaching. The girl abruptly lifted her head, realizing Wen Qiqi had already passed her by. As if unwilling to spare a glance at her, a poor soul. Disheartened, she lowered her head. Miss Wen is indeed a proud person. With your education and talent, why degrade yourself to be a maid? She looked up to see Wen Qiqi's voice cutting through the air. Our Shin family does not engage in unprofitable ventures. We do not support useless individuals. I reviewed your information earlier. Your grades are excellent. I will arrange some professional tutoring for you, and you must adapt quickly. She turned her head at the end of the corridor, her smile radiant. So, repay me with your hard work, Miss Qiqi. Chapter 29. The world is tattered. Qiqi mends it also. Her name is Wen Qiqi, not Wen Ranran. Although Wen Qiqi's health appeared sound after a day's examination, Shen Xiai still prepared a light dinner for her that evening. The three of them, including the Dr. Li Ju, who had come for meal, enjoyed a dinner that, while not extravagant, was exceptionally delicious in Wen Qiqi's hospital room. You can actually cook? The melt-in-your-mouth dishes made Li Ju's eyes light up. Unable to resist, he took an extra 2 pieces of meat, ensuring to offer the more succulent piece to the smaller Wen Qiqi. I had no idea you possessed this skill after knowing you for several years. Shen Xiai silently handed him a piece of broccoli, attempting to silence him. However, Li Ju, chewing quickly, opened his mouth again. Every time I visited your home to discuss matters, you always had me cook. I thought you wouldn't. He squinted his eyes, grinning mischievously. Looks like I've been riding on Miss Wen's coattails. Wen Qiqi was too engrossed in the meal to hear their conversation, merely looking up after hearing her name. Huh? She blinked, confused, and sniffled. What's wrong? Shen Xiai glanced at Li Ju, who understood, and replied with a smile, with a brother like Dr. Shen who can cook. Miss Wen is truly fortunate. Shen Xiai, who intended for Li Ju to speak less, sighed deeply, contemplating how to ease the atmosphere. Wen Qiqi, however, nodded earnestly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, having a chef-level brother is indeed wonderful. I'm so lucky to have you as my brother. She gazed at Shen Xiai with sparkling eyes. It's great to have you, fourth brother. Shen Xi's eyelids lifted slightly, meeting the starry depths within her gaze. His throat moved as he reached for a tissue, covering his mouth. Beneath the tissue, hidden from Wen Qiqi's view, the corners of his lips involuntarily curled upward. After the meal, Shen Xiai cleared the dishes and left the hospital room, leaving only Li Ju and Wen Qiqi inside. Yet they had little chance to converse. Just as Li Ju was about to speak, a phone call came in. He hesitated for 2 seconds upon seeing the caller ID. Why is Shen Xiai calling just after he left? Although puzzled, Li Ju stood by the window to answer the call. Did you forget something? I noticed there is no dish soap in Miss Wen's room, or are you planning to ask me to wash the dishes with you? A faint sound of running water came from Shen Xi's end. Li Ju, your medical case hasn't been completed yet. I brought it with me in my bag. Li Ju was taken aback. But we're off duty now, brother. Shen Xiai remained silent, seemingly engaged in washing dishes. Li Ju, though reluctant, complied, rummaging through Shen Xi's bag for the medical case while feeling something was amiss. Wait. Didn't I finish writing my medical case before leaving? You've already reviewed it. Whose case did you bring? He pulled out the document entirely, revealing 2 characters in the name section. Shen Xiai pondered, oh, it's mine. Li Ju. The records from this afternoon aren't complete. I need your assistance, Dr. Li Ju. I'll invite you to dine with Qiqi tomorrow.
Deal. E.
For some inexplicable reason, Shen Xiai felt he hadn't gained anything from this arrangement, but rather felt he had lost something. After hanging up, Li Ju sat down at another table, brimming with joy, and smiled at Wen Qiqi, who was answering a call from Jiao. It's fine. It won't affect me. I have no particular requirements for my working environment. His smile was gentle and appropriate, causing Wen Qiqi to marvel at how stable Shen Xiai's friend's emotions were. Then, Li Ju turned away. The smile faded as he bent over his desk, scribbling hastily in cursive, one character spanning 3 lines. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi was engaged in a video call with Jiao, who was busy arranging the apartment prepared for her in St. Celia. Qiqi, darling, when will you return from the hospital? I can't leave here to visit you. I miss you so much. She sat cross-legged on the soft, brown carpet adorned with cat patterns in the cloakroom, swaying slightly, and suddenly proposed. How about I have my bodyguard take me over the wall to see you? Before Wen Qiqi could respond, Lu Zhan's voice drifted over from the other side. Climbing over the wall? So has been trying all day. He's attempted pole vaulting and climbing ladders, but that wall seems haunted. He just can't get past it. If you manage to climb over, I'll have So bow to you. Lu Zhan? Wen Qiqi was puzzled. How could he be in the girls' dormitory? Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhan leaned in from above the camera, his face magnified with a casual smile. Good evening, Miss Wen. This direct shot of his handsome visage did not last 3 seconds before Jiao pulled him away. If you scare Qiqi again, I swear. The phone returned to Jiao's hands as she guided Wen Qiqi to another spot, explaining, your room is still being decorated. Lu Shi-san and that silly beauty wanted to prepare a surprise for you, so I let them in. The camera finally ceased its swaying, and Jiao's tone grew slightly anxious. Qiqi, will you be upset with what I've done? If you don't like it, I'll kick them out immediately. Wen Qiqi shook her head. That's not very important. Mainly, what is Lu Shi-san? Lu Zhan's new nickname? Jiao paused for a moment, then laughed. Oh, you don't know this joke. Lu Zhan thinks the second character of his name is too difficult to write, so he always writes Lu Shi-san during exams. As for Y13, it seems to be, because that's his lucky number. Stop making things up. Lu Zhan's voice echoed again. Jiao rolled her eyes and dashed to another room, continuing to introduce a series of surprises she had prepared for Qiqi. Eventually, she stood before a cabinet, her voice filled with pride. Qiqi, I've prepared a plethora of adorable plush toys for you, all in this cabinet. She opened the cabinet door, then fell silent. What the heck? Where are all my cute Disney dolls? Why have they all turned into various sports equipment? Jiao shouted. Where the hell did you put the toys I prepared for Qiqi? The camera shifted to the door, where a red-haired youth appeared, covering his ears. He wore a gray shirt and black trousers, his soft red hair styled, resembling a young master poised to inherit a family fortune. Weren't those toys stuffed in the adjacent cabinet? He rubbed his ears, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Did you forget that you marked that cabinet with Linabel's sticker? Jiao glanced at the nearly identical cabinet beside her, skeptically opening it in front of Wen Qiqi. To her astonishment, it was indeed filled to the brim with plush toys that tumbled out as soon as the door swung open. But why would she have stuffed the toys in a cabinet that wasn't the central one? Narrowing her eyes, Jiao glared at Du Nmync. Did you swap the positions of the 2 cabinets? As they bickered on the video, Wen Qiqi casually flipped through a calendar beside her. 4 days remain until Dr. Li Ju's time of death. Suddenly, Jiao, who was attempting to move the cabinet, halted, glancing at the screen where Wen Qiqi was lost in thought, unaware of the change in her expression. How can we ascertain the cause of Dr. Li Ju's death? Wen Qiqi remained silent, and Jiao confirmed it. This was her innermost thought. She glanced again at Lu Zhen and Du Nmync, who were busy moving things, and an idea struck her. She opened the group chat. Jiao. 2 messages, 1 good news, 1 bad news. Jiao. The good news is Lu Zhen and Du Nmync truly cannot hear Qiqi's innermost thoughts. Shen News, Shen Lao Lu, wait, you little rascal. Are you eavesdropping on Wen Qiqi's thoughts again? Shen Yun, Shen Lao San, I'm already dizzy from gaming. Is there any bad news more abstract than being stuck in diamond promotion with a bunch of noobs? Shen Muse. Third brother. Just practice more, dog emoji. Shen Wang, Shen Lao Chi, third brother. Can't carry the team? Or can't you? Dog emoji. Shen Mosh, Shen Lao Da, what's the bad news? Jiao. Do you know Dr. Li Ju? Jiao. Qiqi said he has 4 days left to live. The original plot provided too vague a direction. It can only be confirmed that Dr. Li Ju will suddenly die 4 days later, most likely in the hospital. As Wen Qiqi pondered this, a sudden crash echoed from the doorway. A porcelain plate had shattered on the ground. Li Ju stood up, opening the hospital room door. Outside, Shen Xiai slowly lifted his head, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Li Ju, murmuring in a barely audible voice, "Death?" Li Ju didn't hear him clearly, puzzled. Dr. Shen, what are you saying? Fourth brother? Wen Qiqi also stood.
Shen Qi pushed past Li Ju,
striding into the room with urgency, seizing Wen Qiqi's arms, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Is it really true? Fourth brother. Though unsure what was troubling fourth brother, when he learned of Dr. Li Ju's death, his expression would surely mirror this one. Faced with the sudden passing of his best friend, fourth brother had not returned home for days, bearing the weight of solitude. Do you think he will? Shenxi's words were abruptly interrupted by someone at the door. He turned to see his elder brother, Shen Mosh, standing there. You seem to have something troubling you unexpectedly. Lu Zhen, weary from tidying up, seated himself in a chair before Jiao, brushing back some stray hair. Upon receiving Shen Mosh's last message in the group, he is the 4th friend, Jiao found it hard to quell her emotions. She had initially believed the plot would only lead them to sacrifice for the grand romance of Lin Weixue and Nan Gongli, that, even in death, it would come at the end. Everything would be timely. However, upon suddenly realizing that one of their friends would die in 4 days, she couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. The outcome in 4 days held great significance. If fourth brother's friend survived, it would prove that Wen Qiqi could alter their predetermined fate, thereby saving them all. If he died, Jiao was suddenly overwhelmed, struggling to breathe. Ignoring Lu Zhen's scrutinizing gaze, she pushed open the window beside her, leaning out to inhale the fresh air, attempting to find proof of her own existence. Lu Zhen's voice came from behind. Miss Jiao, you seem. He stood up, poured a glass of water, and walked to the window, offering it to Jiao. Jiao felt a surge of anxiety, yet managed to muster a smile as she accepted the cup. Just as the rim approached her lips, she heard Lu Zhen's voice, like an omen foretelling her demise. Her pupils dilated sharply as she exclaimed, You can hear it too? Lu Zhen smiled. Oh, yesterday. Shen Yun posed the same question. It seems, Miss Jiao. He lifted another cup and took a gentle sip. You can perceive some sounds that we ordinary characters cannot? Jiao stepped back, while Lu Zhen, unperturbed, smiled like a cunning fox in control of the situation. Let me guess what you can hear. His gaze shifted to the phone Jiao had tossed aside after ending the call. It's about Wen Qiqi. Isn't it? Chapter 30. My apologies. When classmate came to see me. The next day, Li Ju handed the medical case to Shen Xiai, yawning as he remarked, Wasn't your consultation yesterday afternoon a bit too swift? I nearly missed writing your case. Up late? Shen Xiai lifted his gaze to Li Ju, who continued to yawn incessantly, exerting a slight pressure on the pen in his hand. Yes, I pulled an all-nighter, but I'm managing well. Li Ju casually sipped from his thermos filled with goji berries and teased, Your expression suggests you're quite afraid I might suddenly drop dead. Shen Xiai redirected his attention back to the computer screen. If you're truly worried about my sudden demise, perhaps you should grant me a few days off to recuperate. Li Ju, well aware of Shen Xi's disposition, didn't expect him to humor such a frivolous request, yet was taken aback when Shen Xiai agreed. What? The sun rises in the west. Shen Xiai perused the medical case he had submitted. Recalling his elder brother Shen Mo-shu's admonition, he was not overly surprised by Shen Mo-shu's sudden appearance, given Wen Qiqi's hospitalization. As long as he was in this city, the other brothers would carve out some time to visit her. Shen Mo-shu's arrival was, in fact, comparatively tardy. For the time being, it was crucial that Wen Qiqi remained unaware of their ability to hear her innermost thoughts, as it would introduce numerous unstable variables. The two sat in the back seat of a luxury business vehicle, and Shen Mo-shu spoke calmly. "You're not typically this impulsive, fourth." Shen Ci remained silent, bowing his head. How could he be indifferent to the death of a friend? He could never be that callous. He had always been this way. The deliberate calm and composure instilled by the Shen family should never have been his true nature. As for Dr. Li Ju, I will discuss the matter with Shen Jihan. Shen Ci raised his eyes slightly. His subordinates would discreetly protect Dr. Li Ju. The rest would require your vigilance. I firmly believe that outcomes are determined by human effort. Shen Mo-shu gently rotated the jade ring on his finger. After all, Wen Qiqi can only perceive the original plot, while we... He extended his hand, his palm resting on the back of Shen Ci's head, gently turning it toward himself. His gaze darkening. Are in the process of creating a new world. As his thoughts coalesced, Shen Ci spoke. I plan to take you to the police station for a change of scenery in the next few days. Li Ju responded. Are you speaking coherently? No, Dr. Shen. He placed both hands on Shen Ci's desk. Is it such a crime to have slightly illegible handwriting? You can't possibly intend to send me to the station. Shen Ci did not look up. The police station can ensure your safety far better than a hospital. Li Ju was left speechless. In the end, Li Ju did not go to the police station, although Shen Ci had summoned the officers. It was utterly absurd. He, Li Ju, an exemplary citizen, was infinitely cleaner than Shen Ci's family, yet was to be taken in for 4 days of interrogation. Li Ju refused. He fled with the medical case in hand,
Pursued by the officers.
When Wen Qiqi opened the door, she was taken aback, even beginning to suspect that her fourth brother Shen Ci might be the one to harm Dr. Li Ju. Eventually, Shen Ci relented, and they both apologized to the officers, donating a sum to the police station to conclude the farce. Initially, the officer had been quite irate and intent on lecturing Shen Ci, but the compensation offered was exceedingly generous, enough to fund the construction of a new precinct. Upon the officer's departure, normalcy returned to the hospital. After her examination, Wen Qiqi followed Dr. Li Ju, seizing the opportunity to inquire about his recent circumstances, such as any debts, enemies, or entanglements with illicit groups. Li Ju's immediate response was, "Does Dr. Shen count?" Wen Qiqi was perplexed. He chuckled, writing medication instructions for recently admitted patients while answering her. "I have no debts, no enemies, a political standing as a party member, no detrimental habits, and my health is good according to recent checkups." He raised his head. "Why do I feel like you and Dr. Shen both seem eager to send me off today? However, he is sending me away from the hospital, while you seem intent on sending me from this world." Since no reasons could be discerned from Dr. Li Ju himself, Wen Qiqi began to investigate his interpersonal relationships. However, given Dr. Li Ju's exceedingly good temperament, his patients held him in high regard, with numerous banners adorning his office, proclaiming his miraculous healing abilities. His reputation in this hospital was nearly as esteemed as Shen Ci's. His colleagues consistently praised Dr. Li Ju. He has an exceptional temperament, always smiling, never losing his temper. Whenever someone we know falls ill, we always seek out Dr. Li Ju. Someone like him is bound to live a long life. After a day of fruitless investigation, Wen Qiqi felt somewhat disheartened at dinner. Shen Ci was aware of her distress. He too could not comprehend why, for days later, Li Ju would suddenly pass away. It seemed an impossibility. Only Li Ju enjoyed his meal, contentedly belching. It was supposed to be his turn to wash the dishes today. Yet Shen Ci silently took the utensils and exited, leaving Li Ju and Wen Qiqi in a state of confusion. "Dr. Shen, your demeanor seems off today. Did my hasty handwriting on the medical case earn me a reprimand from the higher-ups?" Li Ju scratched his head. "I remember him not caring much when we were both reprimanded before." He smiled gently, about to say something more to Wen Qiqi, when a phone call interrupted him. It was from a duty nurse. Since Li Ju was on the night shift, receiving a call at this hour was not unexpected. The nurse reported a quarrel in a regular ward. A patient had suddenly fainted and required Dr. Lin Weixue's assistance. His previously jovial expression shifted to one of seriousness. I will be there immediately. He hastily rose, grabbing the white coat hanging on the back of the chair, his voice urgent. A patient has encountered an issue. I must go check on them. Miss Wen, please rest well. Wen Qiqi obediently agreed. A few minutes after Li Ju left, she too stood up and followed him out. Though she had long suspected, Wen Qiqi furrowed her brow upon seeing that the ward Li Ju rushed to was the very one occupied by Lin Weixue. As expected. The plot could not escape the female lead, could it? Thus, was the death of Dr. Li Ju also intertwined with her fate? Standing at a distance, Wen Qiqi could only catch a glimpse of the room's occupants through the reflection in the mirror. A group of men, Lin Weixue lying in the center, inhaling oxygen, and Dr. Li Ju, who forced a professional smile amidst the commotion. Uncertain of their conversation, it seemed Dr. Li Ju had deduced that Lin Weixue was not in serious condition and was preparing to instruct the nurse to remove the oxygen machine, only to be obstructed by the crowd of onlookers. Dr. Li Ju appeared exasperated, yet as long as they insisted on keeping it, he saw no harm in leaving it be. After all, they were paying for it. Just as he was about to leave, the crowd surrounded him again, clamoring with a series of inane questions about when Lin Weixue would awaken and whether there would be any aftereffects. While Dr. Li Ju managed to maintain his politeness in answering, Wen Qiqi was scanning the area for a way to extricate him. As she searched, someone stood behind her and suddenly spoke. Wen Qiqi? Startled, she instinctively turned around and executed a high kick. With all her might, the person she kicked stumbled back several steps, nearly losing balance, his voice furious. Are you out of your mind? In the dim green light of the emergency exit, Wen Qiqi recognized the newcomer. It was Nangong Li, the vividly green Nangong Li, glancing back at the mirror to see the crowd inside again. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but chuckle. You've chosen a color that suits you well.
Nangong Li, displeasure.
Brushed off the dust from his clothes. You don't need to say such things to provoke me. You came here to spy on Lin Weixue. Waiting for me to show up, didn't you? He raised his gaze, exuding an air of arrogance. I gave you a chance a couple of days ago. It was you who did not cherish it. Now you sneak around to see me. Wen Qiqi, your tactics have not changed in these 2 years. They're still as pathetic. Wen Qiqi rolled her eyes. That kick lacked force. Could you step a bit closer so I can kick you again? Nangong Li? Forget it. It's too much effort for you to come to me. I'll come to you instead. Stand still. Wen Qiqi feigned bending down, preparing to take a running start. Just as she was thinking of creating some commotion, this was perfect. Soon, Nangong Li and Lin Weixue would each occupy a hospital bed, and she doubted they could continue their endless chase. They would both be resting in their beds. What are you doing? Nangong Li suddenly looked somewhat alarmed, stepping back a large distance. Wen Qiqi resembled a missile ready to launch. Just as she began her sprint, an arm abruptly crossed in front of her abdomen, forcefully halting her momentum and pulling her into an embrace.
Who was it?
In this situation, she could not make a sound, so Wen Qiqi stomped on her captor's foot with all her strength. A muffled groan escaped above her. The boy lowered his head, his voice whispering in her ear. It seems I've underestimated your strength, classmate Wen. Was he here to extort money? Shouldn't he be at St. Celia Academy? How did he end up here? Seeing that the crisis was averted, Nangong Li regained his arrogance. Wen Qiqi, I know you want to see me, but there's no need to be so enthusiastic next time. Wen Qiqi, like a small cat forcibly picked up, bared her teeth and struggled, lowering her voice. Why are you restraining me? Let me go kick him. Xiao Qian eased his grip, responding to Wen Qiqi. Sure, you can't kick him right now. What? Is he someone you support? Xiao Qian gritted his teeth, having endured another stomp. Your fourth brother met with the officer today. You should know what this means for your Shin family. Wen Qiqi fell silent instantly. Even if the officer he invited was merely the lowest rank, those at the higher levels were all eyeing your Shin family covetously. Shin Si's actions were tantamount to sending them a signal. If you dare to kick him now, you'll be sipping tea at the police station tonight. Wen Qiqi completely calmed down. Moreover, that brat. Xiao Qian chuckled. He even brought a wearable camera. Wen Qiqi frowned and then slapped his hand. Let go. Xiao Qian smiled, merely loosening his grip without retracting his hand, only to receive a third stomp.
Ouch.
It felt as if her toe would swell up to the point of being unable to wear shoes. Let us cooperate for now, classmate Wen Qiqi. Before she could respond, Xiao Qian maintained his gentlemanly smile, turning to Nangong Li. Nangong, you might be misunderstanding something. Misunderstanding? Xiao Qian deliberately shifted his hand from her abdomen to her waist, pulling her closer to himself. Classmate Wen is here to see me? Very well. A fourth stomp.
Not to see you.
Nangong Li raised an eyebrow. Wen Qiqi has pursued me for 2 years. Everyone in Kyoto knows. How could she possibly be here to see? Xiao Qian arrogantly lifted his chin. Nangong, you do well to mind your own business. The one in the ward needs your concern. Since you have no special feelings for classmate Wen, please show some restraint. There's no need for you to dislike her and still force her to hang around you like a dead weight. You, within the ward. Lin Weixue seemed to have heard Nangong Li's voice, miraculously taking in oxygen and managing to speak. Nangong, brother. Hearing the voice from the ward.
Nangong Li alta.
Xiao Qian subtly nodded toward the ward. Nangong, one must not be too greedy. The person you chose needs you, so please. Do not linger here. Nangong Li glared furiously at the nonchalant Xiao Qian, but ultimately could not utter another word, turning to enter the ward. The moment Nangong Li left, Wen Qiqi made a move against Xiao Qian. Had it not been for Xiao Qian's quick reflexes, she would have either landed another punch or delivered a lethal kick. Why did you say that just now? The angered girl, now reminiscent of her sunlit self, was no longer the gentle and amiable figure of the day. Instead, she resembled a rose with thorns, stunning yet perilous. Xiao Qian couldn't help but laugh. Nangong has been causing me a lot of trouble lately. Making him uncomfortable brings me a sense of satisfaction. Isn't that the most instinctual way to express dislike? Wen Qiqi tilted her head, suddenly inquiring. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Xiao Qian, caught off guard by the question, was momentarily taken aback. I still don't know your name. Did I never mention it? You claim to be a master of deception, do you? Even though the girl before him appeared ready to strike again. Xiao Qian lowered his head and leaned closer to her. Classmate Wen, my name is Xiao Qian. To be candid, while I harbor a strong dislike for Nangong Li, the fierce determination in his eyes regarding your affections truly evokes a sense of jealousy within me. Chapter 31. Who among us does not have classmate Wen's WeChat?
Ah, it is you, silly beauty, Xiao Qian.
The moment when Qiqi learned his name, she recalled his role in the original plot. In the early narrative, much like Duanmu Yunkai and Lu Zhen, he too had a place in that grand, perfect ensemble photograph depicting the virtuous conclusion. He belonged to the righteous faction, serving as the sharpest blade wielded by the protagonist Lin Weixue against the Shen family. Unlike the quiet support offered by the former two towards Lin Weixue, Xiao Qian exhibited an unusually proactive demeanor in the latter half of the story. He even devised strategies, personally orchestrating plans and taking matters into his own hands. Although he personally despised interacting with Lin Weixue, he relished the prospect of dismantling the Shen family. The downfall of the Shen family was facilitated by his subtle, yet significant influence. If one were to liken the relationship between other righteous figures and the Shen family to a mantis capturing a cicada, Xiao Qian stood as a vulture atop a distant peak, observing from outside the narrative. The rest of the righteous faction, often dulled by the plot's contrivances, would occasionally utter superfluous words at critical junctures, inadvertently granting the Shen family chances to escape. Yet Xiao Qian, from beginning to end, fixated solely on the Shen family, never engaging in idle chatter. He consistently favored a black umbrella on sunlit days, obscuring his face, which bore a bemused expression. As he stood before the tombstone of the 4 deceased members of the Shen family, casually shattering a bottle of exquisite red wine. What a perverse individual. Wen Qiqi could never fathom why the author would assign such a twisted adversary to the Shen family, one even more deranged than Duanmu Yunjing from the Duanmu family. At least Duanmu Yunjing possessed a modicum of public conscience, refraining from engaging in underhanded tactics against the Shen family. In fact, after the suicide of his second brother, Shun Jihan, he attended the funeral, vowing to protect the Shen family for as long as he drew breath. Yet, ultimately, Duanmu Yunjing was also quietly dealt with by Xiao Qian. Wen Qiqi was forced into prison, and upon her release, she witnessed the tragic fates of her brothers, progressing toward her own conclusion in the story. Was this a means to balance the overwhelming power of the Shen family within the narrative? Thus, even the Xiao family, merely wealthy and not entangled in any nefarious enterprises, could hunt down the Shen family at will? Recalling these events, Wen Qiqi flipped her fingers at her sleeve, a plastic knife silently reappearing in her hand. Her fingers caressed a switch on the hilt, the sharp blade glinting ominously under the moonlight. The boy before her still wore a smile, his youthful lips betraying a hint of naive desire. Suddenly, Wen Qiqi raised her gaze. In that moment, the brilliance within her eyes was a spectacle Xiao Qian had never witnessed before, a riot of colors, alluring yet bordering on the grotesque. Due to their proximity, Xiao Qian sensed her shift in demeanor the instant it occurred. His acute instinct for danger compelled him to retreat immediately, but the blade was too close, leaving a non-fatal yet significant wound upon his neck. Feeling the warmth of blood trickling from the wound, Xiao Qian hastily tore a strip from his cotton shirt to staunch the flow. The tumult of emotions swirling within his gaze was far too complex, transcending mere disbelief. He groaned softly in pain, his lashes fluttering weakly, his eyes reflecting a comprehensible resignation. "Classmate Wen, are you intending to send me straight to the morgue in the hospital?" Wen Qiqi made no further moves. She had not anticipated resolving such a significant threat in this manner. Her emotions surged, and she felt discomfort unless she left some mark of retribution upon Xiao Qian. After all, this time was not a catastrophic beginning. She did not wish to perish alongside this individual and restart the cycle. Thus, her voice remained cool, though inherently soft. "Xiao Qian, your Xiao family pales in comparison to our Shen family." Xiao Qian lifted his head. Due to the blood loss, his complexion had turned somewhat ashen. The girl tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her voice sweet yet laced with venom, uttering the harshest of statements. "Even though many are now watching the Shen family, I could still send you to eternal bliss right here. You must understand, your Xiao family is merely in its infancy, while we, the Shen family, have held our position for an eternity. Egg against stone. If you insist on trying, I do not mind showing you whose backing is sturdier." Xiao Qian's lips suddenly curled into a smile, yet the pallor of his face, coupled with his feeble grin, painted a picture of imminent demise. "Classmate Wen, you must see clearly. I have yet to accomplish." The three words remained unspoken as a cacophony erupted outside the door of the protagonist Lin Weixue's hospital room. Crash. Why has Lin Weixue fainted again? If she does not awaken immediately, I shall ensure you, charlatan doctor, accompany her to the grave. An unending barrage of fruit baskets was hurled out of the hospital room. In an apparent bid to create a scene, Nangongli, while throwing objects, did not simply empty the table of fruits but punctuated each statement with a toss. Why did she faint after just a few words with me? 3 bunches of grapes tumbled onto the floor outside the room. Why does she look so pained while on oxygen? 2 watermelons were tossed out simultaneously. Defying belief as Nangongli, despite his refined demeanor, struggled to hurl the large fruits outside. Why has she not been cured yet? She has been hospitalized for 37 hours, 48 minutes, and 25 seconds. This time, a hapless suitor of Lin Weixue, sporting a pineapple-like hairstyle, was unceremoniously thrown out, rolling thrice on the ground. The 2 individuals in the corridor could only watch in astonishment. Wen Qiqi even caught a glimpse of Dr. Li Ju, usually of placid temperament, suddenly harboring an impulse to harm. Nangongli continued his raucous tirade, while Dr. Li maintained a effet of numbness, or perhaps a mockery of a smile. As he contacted the security office, Ordinary Ward 327, there are individuals feigning death and causing a disturbance. The outcome of a ruckus at such a late hour was, of course, the arrival of security. Despite Nangong Li's threats invoking the names of several affluent heiresses, the security personnel remained unyielding, dragging him away without a hint of compassion. Before departing, Nangong Li shot a venomous glare at Dr. Li. "I will not let you off easily." A revelation struck Wen Qiqi. Oh no! Could it be that Nangong Li, that wretched scoundrel, has resorted to some nefarious means to eliminate Dr. Li? She felt the need to be cautious. Dr. Li, upon noticing Wen Qiqi, initially appeared taken aback, his smile barely forming before he spotted Xiao Qian, pale and bloodied, standing behind her. The smile vanished in an instant. In the spirit of saving a life being of greater merit than constructing a 7-story pagoda, adhering to the principle that every patient, be they pig, dog, or beast, deserves rescue, Dr. Li Ju swiftly escorted Xiao Qian into a nearby ward for urgent care. Wen Qiqi, however, could not escape. Although Xiao Qian's response to Dr. Li was that his brooch had accidentally scratched him, Dr. Li was not so easily deceived. While attending to Xiao Qian, he earnestly advised Wen Qiqi not to act impulsively, suggesting that young people often quarrel but can reconcile, and that one should not harbor lifelong resentment due to a moment of passion. Wen Qiqi initially intended to interrupt him, but Dr. Li's kindness and gentleness made it difficult for her to do so. His tone was not that of a lecture, but rather that of a caring older brother concerned for a younger sister who might stray from the right path, employing words that Wen Qiqi could accept to console her. Against such sincere goodwill, Wen Qiqi found herself quite at a loss. She had plenty of means to deal with villains, but when it came to good-hearted individuals, she could only lower her gaze and softly nod, stating, "We did not argue. I am not well acquainted with him, Dr. Li." Once Xiao Qian's neck wound had been treated to a satisfactory degree, Dr. Li turned to Wen Qiqi, "Miss Wen." She, standing at the door, responded, "What is it?"
Dr. Li?
He rose and approached her, slightly bending down to gaze up at her. Akin to an older brother soothing a younger sister throwing a tantrum, misunderstandings must be resolved promptly. Regardless of the nature of your relationship, it is essential to find a solution. Matters should not be prolonged, nor should they be allowed to descend into the worst possible outcome. Dr. Li raised his hand, gently ruffling Wen Qiqi's hair. Furthermore, and most importantly, ensure your own safety. The consequences of your actions are not as significant as the fact that they may affect you and cause your brothers to worry. They care for you deeply and are afraid for your well-being, while they might be able to resolve issues that arise. The process of you facing those consequences is something they would rather avoid. It would cause them great pain. Wen Qiqi met his serious gaze, momentarily stunned, then slowly nodded in agreement. Dr. Li smiled as he stood upright, retrieving his phone. "Dr. Shen has called me 4 or 5 times. I will step out to return his call. You too." He glanced back at Xiao Qian, who was feigning weakness by the bedside, then looked at Wen Qiqi. "Would you like to discuss this? Or, if you prefer not to talk, I can take you back right now." Without a second thought, Wen Qiqi replied, "No need." When classmate, Xiao Qian interjected, speaking in unison with her. The youth leaned against the head of the hospital bed, unable to move his neck too much, so he relied on the white wall for support, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I have not yet relinquished my thoughts." "Are you sure you do not wish to talk?" Wen Qiqi shot him a glare. Dr. Li observed Xiao Qian's words with a hint of admiration. Was it truly the case that today's youth required such fervent exchanges in matters of the heart? Perhaps they needed more time to understand one another.
Doctor.
Li opened the ward door. "Miss Wen, I will be right outside. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to call for me." Wen Qiqi pondered for a moment before finally nodding. If he had not let go of his thoughts, that was acceptable. She could allow him to release other burdens. The door to the ward closed, and Wen Qiqi's previously gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold gaze directed at Xiao Qian. "What thoughts do you still have? If you truly cannot let go, you need not do so." She opened the hospital window, and the howling wind rushed into the room, her chestnut hair dancing in its embrace. She approached Xiao Qian's bedside, let go of life itself. The fade of the villain was laid bare, yet he extended a hand. Wen Qiqi found herself a bit taken aback. Xiao Qian presented his phone to her, palms upturned. "This is the most direct approach," he stated with a mild smile. "My phone is equipped with tracking and listening software. As long as you and I are mutual friends, and you bind those monitoring entities to your account." His eyes held a madness that Wen Qiqi could not comprehend. "Then every move I make will be known to you, when classmate." His long fingers curled around the edge of the phone. "You would be the first to know of any ulterior motives or thoughts I might harbor." Wen Qiqi furrowed her brow. "Have you lost your mind?" Her words made Xiao Qian laugh, causing her to look at him with a strange expression. Why was it that this ostensibly villainous character was not adhering to the expected norms? Although she had never encountered his true face in the previous cycles, she was certain he was the type willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. She had even contemplated the opportunity to secretly eliminate him, yet now he was willingly turning himself in?
No, no, no.
This phone couldn't he possibly be a ticking time bomb, could it? Wouldn't he drag her down with him? Would he? Xiao Qian, undeterred by her peculiar gaze, spoke with sincerity. When classmate, the Xiao family is not as easily eradicated as you might think. Will you choose to remain in a defensive stance against me, eliminate me, and then tackle the larger issues posed by the Xiao family? Or? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Control me. Wen Qiqi frowned. You are truly deranged, Xiao Qian. This was not merely due to a single incident, but rather because throughout the 125 cycles of awakening, every time a member of the Xin family perished, she received lavish and ostentatious letters of harassment from Xiao Qian. In those letters, he would repeatedly write her name, begging her, if you plead for mercy, I might spare your Xin family. Unable to endure Xiao Qian's madness any longer, Wen Qiqi had, on several occasions, taken explosives obtained from her second brother shortly after awakening and attempted to blow up the Xiao family, finding success once or twice. However, each time Xiao Qian died, the narrative would forcibly reset to the moment before his demise. After venting her frustrations by killing him a few times, she had grown weary of him. Yet, she had not anticipated that Xiao Qian had begun his obsession so early on. Xiao Qian, unaware of Wen Qiqi's thoughts, composed himself. I concede. I cannot compare to the 7 members of the Xin family. Wen Qiqi rolled her eyes in response. Yet, Xiao Qian raised his phone high, presenting it before her. His eyes gleaming with a thrill of provocation. You must choose one, Wen classmate. Kill me or tame me. That evening, in addition to Xiao Qian's friend request, Wen Qiqi also received a friend request from Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen's message was brief. The players are not necessarily controlled by those within the game. External factors are equally significant. After all, this is a world. Though Wen Qiqi could not decipher his cryptic message, she accepted his friend request. As the hour grew late, the two conversed only briefly. Following her usual routine, Wen Qiqi called her second brother to report in before retiring for the night. In the deep of night, Xiao Qian silently created a group chat. System notification: Xiao Qian invited Duanmu Yunkai and Lu Zhen to join the chat. Lu Zhen? ? Duanmu Yunkai. Are you sick? Xiao Qian. Screenshot of WeChat conversation with Wen Qiqi. JG Duanmu Yunkai, originally intending to sleep, abruptly sat up, enlarging the photo. It was a simple screenshot of a chat interface, where Xiao Qian had sent a solitary goodnight message to Wen, with no reply from her. But to his dismay, there was no red exclamation mark. Duanmu Yunkai. Is that your alternate account? Lu Zhen. Miss Wen didn't reply to you. That's not good. Lu Zhen. Screenshot of WeChat conversation with Wen Qiqi. JG Duanmu Yunkai hastily clicked to view. Damn it, Lu Zhen had a back-and-forth exchange with Wen Qiqi. Duanmu Yunkai. ? Seriously, you two are doing this at such an hour. I'm losing my composure here. Chapter 32, Restraint and Composure. Fourth brother. Do you still not acknowledge the chaos you've caused? The countdown to Dr. Li Ju's demise stood at approximately 36 hours. Wen Qiqi stood as she had the day before, positioned neither too close nor too far from Dr. Li, quietly observing from the shadows. Suddenly, her phone vibrated intensely. The sound jarring. Furrowing her brow, Wen Qiqi unlocked her device, revealing a cartoonish image of a bloodthirsty, rabid dog, its animated tongue lolling provocatively at her. With an impassive expression, she traced her fingertip along the creature's neck, silencing the vibration, causing its eyes to swirl in dizziness. The interface then automatically redirected to her chat with Xiao Qian. The phone was brought to her lips. A cold voice laced with warning. I did not permit you to come here. I know, Wen. The voice did not emanate from the phone but from behind her. Turning her head, she found Xiao Qian standing there, clad in a white shirt layered over a black turtleneck, paired with sleek leather trousers and boots. His hair appeared artfully tousled, and his fair, well-defined fingers adjusted his rimless glasses. A handsome and elegant rogue. He wore a languorous smile, his lips curling. I'm here to have Dr. Li remove the bandages. Miss Wen, would you kindly put down the knife? As he spoke, he tugged down his black turtleneck to reveal the bandage wrapped around his neck. Without even glancing, Wen Qiqi turned away, swiftly tucking the plastic knife back into her pocket. Xiao Qian, unperturbed by her demeanor, leisurely adjusted his collar, his voice light. "Miss Wen, all my movements are under your control. You may ease up on the hostility a bit." "Not a chance." Xiao Qian lowered his gaze, his fingers resting on his collarbone bending slightly.
Doctor.
Li Ju soon found time to see him, observing Xiao Qian sitting across from him, obediently compliant, while Wen Qiqi maintained a gentle, harmless smile. Her mind racing, this awakening came 6 months earlier than usual. Those 6 months felt like an eternity to Wen Qiqi, who had endured 125 time loops, she distinctly recalled. She had never encountered Xiao Qian at St. Leah Academy, let alone engaged in any subsequent intentional approaches. Why was this cycle so different from the previous ones? Another bug in the system?
Li Zhua.
Outside, the voice of the fourth son of the Shin family, Shin Qiqi, approached. The voice grew closer. There's a seminar at 3 this afternoon. Wen Qiqi snapped back to reality. In the original plot, the later Xiao Qian and the Shin family could be considered mortal enemies. Uncertain of how the current Xiao Qian would react upon encountering fourth brother Shin Qiqi, and whether Shin Qiqi would recognize Xiao Qian's identity, she felt the wave of anxiety wash over her. She could only employ the 36 strategies, with avoidance being the best tactic. Just as Dr. Li Ju finished changing Xiao Qian's bandages, Wen Qiqi seized a pillowcase, covering Xiao Qian's head without a second thought. In the moment he appeared utterly bewildered, she pressed his head down, forcibly dragging him out through the back door. Xiao Qian had never experienced such a chaotic escape. He felt like a lost bull, unable to find direction. Shin Qiqi, having heard the voices of others in Dr. Li Ju's office, opened the door only to find Dr. Li alone, awkwardly fiddling with the unraveled bandages, offering a helpless smile. "The director is looking for you. I'll tidy up for you." Shin Qiqi took the bandages from Dr. Li's hands, patiently wrapping them up. Dr. Li smiled kindly, thanked him, and exited the office. The quiet, empty room now housed only Shin Qiqi. Silence enveloped the space, the sound of a pin dropping audible. As he rewrapped the bandages into a ball, he slowly crouched down, his hands casually resting on his knees. His indifferent gaze swept through the transparent lenses towards the trash bin, buried beneath the refuse. A corner of a fresh blood-stained bandage peeked out. Xiao Qian was laughing, and it sounded particularly cheap. "Miss Wen, are you afraid that I might create misunderstandings with your fourth brother?" Having left Dr. Li Ju's office, Wen Qiqi released her grip. "No. I'm afraid he might kill you before I do." Xiao Qian's smile lingered, as if to say that Wen Qiqi truly could not bear to part with him. However, her next remark caused his smile to falter. "Though I wouldn't mind your demise, I do care that my brother might end up in prison because of you. Fourth brother has finally found a path that the Shin family want to interfere with, and I will absolutely not allow you to ruin it." Wen Qiqi spoke plainly, unaware of the darkening glint in Xiao Qian's eyes. Yet he soon chuckled again, a hint of malice creeping into his tone. "Miss Wen, your surveillance over me should be complemented by an additional tool." Wen Qiqi raised an eyebrow at him. Xiao Qian's smile widened. Who could resist such disdainful contempt, akin to that directed at refuse? He boldly leaned closer to the girl, "An instrument to monitor my heartbeat." "What does my heartbeat have to do with you?" Suddenly, the boy seized Wen Qiqi's wrist with surprising strength, unlike the feeble demeanor he had displayed in recent days, effortlessly pulling her arm towards him. His eyes, dark yet revealing a hint of madness, conveyed, "This way, you will know just how fast my heart races when you drag me away." Slap, as anticipated. The girl decisively slapped him, even more swiftly than she had with Nan Gongli. For reasons unknown, this comparison seemed to amuse Xiao Qian, causing him to chuckle softly. "You talk too much, Xiao Qian." Wen Qiqi withdrew her hand. Xiao Qian lowered his gaze. "Yet it is not I who fails to initiate conversation with you, Miss Wen, but rather you, who rarely speaks to me, while I respond to every word you utter." Ignoring him, Wen Qiqi continued forward. Xiao Qian pursued her relentlessly, inquiring, "Classmate Wen, do you guess if I am an E person or an I person?" Wen Qiqi glanced at him and replied with a smile, "You are a B person." Xiao Qian was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with hurt. "Classmate Wen, such words make me quite sad." As they distanced themselves, Wen Qiqi suddenly noticed something peculiar. Xiao Qian's figure bore a resemblance to Dr. Li Ju. Choosing to ignore Xiao Qian's incessant chatter, Wen Qiqi sent a message to Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen responded swiftly. Two individuals with similar physiques? Such a ruse only works on those who are unfamiliar, does it not? Perhaps it is worth a try. This world is quite mad, who knows? We might just deceive the fates. With Lu Zhen's affirmation, Wen Qiqi began to strategize. She cautioned Xiao Qian to maintain a low profile when leaving the ward, forbidding him from embarrassing himself in crowded places. Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow. Embarrass myself? It is best that no one remembers you over the next few days, especially those who have access to Dr. Li Ju. Are you trying to keep me a secret? Classmate 1? Go away. All right then. Wen Qiqi was unaware of Dr. Li Ju's whereabouts, so upon returning to the office, she was taken aback to find Shen Xiai there. Shen Xiai sat upright in his office chair, his legs crossed beneath the desk. His doctor's white coat hung on the back of the chair, revealing only a tailored white shirt and a dark vest, the wine-red tie neatly tucked in. A muscular arm bore a bracelet, exuding an air of austere restraint. Fourth brother, where is Dr. Li Ju? Upon hearing her, Shen Xiai looked up. He adjusted his wristwatch and leaned back. He has an afternoon consultation. He should already be in his office. Wen Qiqi nodded, her gaze fleetingly avoiding his. Her heart racing. No one ever mentioned to me that fourth brother has such a fine physique. Since when does fourth brother favor uniforms? The embodiment of restrained allure, he was a striking contrast to her own familial ties. Well, I shall take my leave then, fourth brother, Qiqi. Wen Qiqi halted in her tracks. Come sit here. She hesitated briefly but obediently turned back, taking a seat closest to Shen Xiai. Fourth brother throughout her life. Aside from her second brother, Wen Qiqi instinctively listened to Shen Xiai. The reason was simple. Shen Xiai had always played the role of the righteous one in the family saga of the Shen household, as if his mere existence within such a family was a colossal error. His innate integrity and unwavering principles had earned him her admiration since childhood. He remained aloof amidst the fray for wealth and power among the other brothers, while he sat in the farthest corner engrossed in books, untouched by worldly desires. Sometimes, Wen Qiqi questioned whether Shen Xiai possessed any human desires of his own. Shen Xiai leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. You seem to be getting quite close to Dr. Li Ju lately. Rarely did Shen Xiai inquire about her affairs. Although she felt a flicker of confusion, she maintained her composure and replied, Dr. Li Ju is a kind person. I often fall ill. So, I wanted to ask him for advice on improving my health. Shen Xiai raised an eyebrow, twirling his pen. You could ask me about such matters. Wen Qiqi met his gaze, momentarily entranced. Though his eyes appeared unchanged, there was a sense that he was suppressing something. One can never have too many perspectives. Wen Qiqi felt the urge to escape once more. Yet, Shen Xiai stood first, placing a hand on her shoulder before moving to wash his hands at the sink. Seizing the moment, Wen Qiqi hurriedly messaged Xiao Qian, keep an ear out for Dr. Li Ju's office. Moments later, the tiny chip nestled by her ear conveyed Xiao Qian's voice. I'm stationed at the door. Everything appears normal. Meanwhile, Shen Xiai wore a similar listening device. But he had multiple reports coming in. Fourth Master, no issues in Direction A. Fourth Master, Direction C is clear. Fourth Master, Direction D is normal. Having spent too long shadowing Shen Jihan, his followers now refer to him as Fourth Master instead of Fourth Young Master. Shen Xiai remained silent, having muted his side. Those on the other end could not hear him. As water splashed against his wrist, Shen Xiai's gaze casually drifted toward Wen Qiqi, who was manipulating her phone with fervor. She was rapidly typing. If anything happens to Dr. Li Ju, you're done for. Xiao Qian replied. How so? What sort of action might classmate Wen take? Will you handle it personally? It wouldn't be another one of your beloved explosives, would it? Before Wen Qiqi could respond to the last message, a crashing sound erupted near the sink. She looked up to find Shen Xiai standing there. Shards of broken cups scattered on the floor, a cut marring his exposed forearm, blood spilling forth. Yet, his expression remained composed. Fourth brother. Wen Qiqi rushed over, frantically retrieving a bandage from the first aid kit to staunch his bleeding. It's nothing, Shen Xiai reassured her. But the concern etched across Wen Qiqi's face revealed a depth of emotion in his eyes that was hard to decipher. Having learned some basic medical techniques from Shen Xiai, Wen Qiqi was no novice in treating wounds. However, as she accidentally poured too much saline for disinfection, the pain was excruciating. Yet, Shen Xiai's gaze fell on the phone abandoned by Wen Qiqi, and he deemed it worth the trouble. In her flustered state, she realized she had never tended to a wound like this before. Usually, injuries were merely brushed aside, but now it was Shen Xiai who was hurt, her own brother, making casual remedies utterly inadequate. Her hands instinctively softened. "Fourth brother, if it hurts too much, please tell me." Shen Xiai pressed his other hand against his brow, forcefully suppressing the emotions within his gaze. "The hospital has been crowded and chaotic lately. You should refrain from following Dr. Li Ju around too much." He spoke directly. And when Qiqi nodded, absorbing his words, "I understand. I won't wander off anymore, fourth brother." Her eyes were filled with concern for his injury, while his were filled with worry for her. "How do you maintain control in such circumstances?" "Whatever happens, I will always shield you first, Qiqi," Shen Xiai continued. But when Qiqi was too preoccupied with wrapping his wound to fully absorb his words, clumsily, yet with earnest intent, the gauze was wrapped securely. And when Qiqi let out a faint sigh of relief, revealing a sweet and relaxed smile, Shen Xi's breath grew slightly heavier as he watched the girl, still fiddling with her arm in an attempt to make the clump of gauze appear more presentable. He spoke, "I do not wish for you to venture into the unknown, even if it is for my sake." When Qiqi paused, momentarily bewildered, "Qiqi, look at me." Instinctively obeying his command, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes, which had suppressed so much, now resembled a flood desperately trying to break through the final barrier. After a brief moment of eye contact, she averted her gaze again. "Fourth brother, your sleeve." She intended to roll up his sleeve, but as she raised her hand, he firmly grasped her wrist. "Qiqi." His voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying an undertone of coercive pressure. "Be good, look into my eyes." When Qiqi shifted her focus from Shen Xi's tense wrist to his gaze, suddenly, a phrase she had once encountered flashed through her mind. Grasping the wrist has never been a secondary choice to holding hands, but rather an undeniable compulsion. Chapter 33. Do not resist me, Qiqi. I have concealed myself in the designated location. Xiao Qian, hidden in the shadows, lowered the brim of his temporarily donned cap, striving to diminish his presence. His hawk-like sharp eyes, however, remained fixed on Dr. Li Ju within the consultation room. One hand pressed against the wall, its knuckles prominent. The other hand held an earpiece, fully concentrated, seemingly unwilling to miss a single sound from Wen Qiqi, even her breath. Yet, since her encounter with Shen Xiai, Wen Qiqi had remained silent. Xiao Qian glanced at the time, noting that he had not heard her voice for 16 minutes and 42 seconds. Nevertheless, Wen Qiqi could still hear him. With this thought, he chuckled softly. "Classmate Wen, Dr. Li seems particularly tense today, doesn't he?" Inside the consultation room, Dr. Li Ju mused, how utterly bizarre. He attempted to close the door, but for reasons unknown, it remained stubbornly ajar, resisting the efforts of 3 or 5 patients. If it would not close, then so be it. Why did it feel as if he were being watched? Not just once. A red, likely from a sniper's scope, occasionally appeared on him. Could it be that Shen Xiai, unable to send him to the police station, had heeded Miss Wen's suggestion and opted to use a sniper instead? The Shen family, how malicious. Dr. Li Ju nervously swallowed, vowing he would practice calligraphy diligently in his next life. Xiao Qian could not suppress a chuckle at the sight of Dr. Li Ju's flustered demeanor. At the rate he was sweating, he could only endure the consultation for another 2 hours before succumbing to dizziness and faintness. "Classmate Wen requested that I keep watch alone, yet here I am, while you enjoy the air conditioning in your office. Is that not a tad too comfortable?" Xiao Qian attempted to elicit a response from Wen Qiqi, but to no avail. Amidst the lengthy banter, his tones suddenly shifted. These two patients, or rather, this group of patients, seem rather familiar. As expected, classmate Wen, Lin Weixue and Nangang Li, along with a host of their entourage, had gathered at Dr. Li Ju's door. This was the most renowned hospital in Kyoto. Their family's influence was negligible, yet they dared to cause a ruckus here. Xiao Qian's words trailed off as he silently grappled with the absurdity of the scene before him. How could these two individuals so brazenly provoke trouble without a hint of shame? He found it incomprehensible, utterly ridiculous. Yet he reported back into the earpiece. They have started causing a scene. Nangong Li even intends to lay hands on Dr. Li, yet the security seems utterly absent, as if they have all vanished. His tone dripped with disdain. Is this the level of security at your family's hospital? The mood shifted to a more conciliatory tone. Classmate Wen. While you ask me to remain hidden, this Dr. Li must hold some importance to you, correct? Of course, I understand that in your heart. He cannot compare to me. Seizing the opportunity while Wen Qiqi remained silent, Xiao Qian teased. However, dealing with these two could be done discreetly. Perhaps this favor could be considered a token of gratitude for sparing my life, classmate Wen. He continued to ramble, pulling two playing cards from his sleeve, clasping them between his fingers. Yet, before he could act, several others surged forward, seemingly intent on confronting Lin Weixue and Nangong Li. These individuals appeared robust and capable, even more reassuring than the security personnel. Strangely, however, they could not harm Nangong Li, who effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of his foot. What a farce! Surely, Nangong Li had not summoned subpar actors, had he? Xiao Qian pondered, noticing the hospital's security finally arriving, albeit slowly. The security could only expel Nangong Li and his group. However, as soon as they attempted to strike him, their bodies became unwieldy and uncontrollable, inevitably striking themselves with their own batons. Xiao Qian furrowed his brow, the smile fading from his face. Classmate Wen, I believe I am beginning to grasp the rules of the game you mentioned. Everyone is bound by these rules, yet you are exempt. Am I correct? Still, he received no response. Only when he saw the consultation room return to order did he turn aside, his voice relaxing. The crisis has been averted. Classmate 1. However, I have been talking here for so long without a word from you. Is it not a bit? Suddenly, Xiao Qian heard the microphone on the other end click on, producing a sound reminiscent of something brushing against the chip. He instinctively perked up his ears, a smile creeping onto his face in anticipation. He had even prepared a response for Wen Qiqi. No matter what she said, he would reply, under your control. I shall unconditionally obey your commands, even if it means enduring insults, classmate 1. Yet, the voice that emerged from the earpiece was not that soft, gentle timbre. Instead, it was an utterly ambiguous and restrained whisper, filled with suppressed desire. Do not resist me, Qiqi. Xiao Qian's pupils constricted. That voice belonged to Xin Ci. The time for Xiao Qian to contemplate this revelation did not even exceed 2 seconds before the audio was abruptly cut off, as if the person on the other end had disrupted the chip's signal. Silence enveloped the earpiece. Even amidst the cacophony of the bustling consultation room outside, Xiao Qian found himself fixated on the eerie stillness within the earpiece. Classmate 1? Xiao Qian tentatively called out. There was no reply. Yet, the phone displayed that the call was still ongoing. The depth of his gaze intensified uncontrollably, a tempest brewing silently within his eyes. He pressed his hands firmly over his headphones, bending slightly, his voice emerging from the depths of his throat. Wen Qiqi. Still, there was no response. Moments earlier, Wen Qiqi had awakened from her slumber, pondering more than once the quintessential nature of a charming man. In contrast to fifth brother Shen Fengyan's alluringly seductive appearance, fourth brother Shen Ci's visage leaned towards an unwavering rectitude, the kind that instilled a sense of reverence, evoking a feeling of respect that deterred any thought of intrusion. His features were elegantly defined, exuding an air of dignified handsomeness that unmistakably marked him as a promising successor of socialist ideals. Yet, what enigmatic allure did Xin Ci possess that made the female protagonist, Lin Weixue, reluctant to part from him? She had been baffled by this notion, but now, it seemed she was witnessing it firsthand. Xin Ci sat across from her, a crimson tie taut against his chest, rising and falling with his labored breaths. His arms were firmly pressed against his sides, showcasing the exquisite contours of his muscular physique. Although his injured arm lay placidly on the table, his palm resolutely gripped her wrist, the pressure firm, yet yielding enough to avoid discomfort. However, Wen Qiqi understood the underlying message. Escape was futile. The inky depths of his gaze shed the usual restraint and decorum, now merely lowered, revealing an unmasked, indescribable yearning. Qiqi. With each utterance, his fingers brushed against her ear, teasingly and almost inadvertently. Each caress sent uncontrollable shivers through her being. She lowered her head, her face flushed with a stubborn yet undeniable warmth. She had always heeded fourth brother's words. Beyond any other reason, it was simply because disobedience would lead to the present predicament. Their conversation over the past few minutes had revolved around seemingly innocuous topics, such as the reasons behind Wen Qiqi's nocturnal escapades, whether she had harmed anyone in the dead of night, and what had kept her preoccupied aside from examinations. For instance, why had she been glancing at her phone so frequently moments ago? Whenever her gaze met Shenxi's, she would hastily avert her eyes, fully aware he would not be deceived, yet still fabricating lies that were not too far-fetched in response to his inquiries. She could hardly confide in Shenxi. "I've been preoccupied with rescuing your brother and inadvertently dealing with a scoundrel who will come to harm you. You needn't thank me. Just prepare a few meals to satisfy my appetite." Shenxi appeared unfazed by her deliberate deceptions, merely tightening his grip slightly. It was an oddly ticklish sensation. The roughness of his fingertips glided over her ear, creating a paradoxical feeling of shame and comfort within Wen Qiqi. She turned her head away, lips pursed in discontent, struggling to maintain her focus. On one hand, she had to sift through the nonsensical chatter from Xiao Qian on her earpiece for relevant information regarding Dr. Li Ju. On the other hand, she needed to respond to fourth brother Shenxi's increasingly probing inquiries delivered in a gentle tone. One moment of distraction resulted in a sudden tightening of his grip, causing her to instinctively retract her neck, resembling a startled, blushing young rabbit. Her eyes meeting Shenxi's in a pleading gaze. Fourth brother. She knew he was easily swayed by her displays of vulnerability. As anticipated, the man swiftly articulated her unspoken desire. "You wish for me to release you?" His gaze bore down from above, curiosity glinting within his eyes. The submissive Wen Qiqi nodded slightly. Shenxi suppressed the smile, threatening to break forth, and stealthily moved his fingers closer to her ear. "Now, answer my final question." His fingertips brushed the communication chip he had observed for quite some time. "What question?" Wen Qiqi was oblivious to his movements. Shenxi leaned in, his grip on her wrist gradually tightening. Instinctively, she longed to flee, yet the path of escape was sealed by Shenxi. She could only tilt her head slightly, meeting his gaze. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes, a sentiment she believed she had misinterpreted. How could fourth brother exhibit such an emotion? Without hesitation, Shenxi pressed on the chip, a creation of Xin Yun from earlier, an operation he was somewhat familiar with. Effortlessly, he activated the microphone linked to the chip, leaning in closer, his tone low and enticing. "Do not resist me, Qiqi." He asserted his claim in the presence of the other individual on the line. After deactivating the microphone, Shenxi gently removed the chip from her ear, his movements so subtle that they raised no suspicion. She remained with her eyes cast down, obediently responding to his words. "How could I ever resist you, fourth brother?" Initially, Shenxi's intent was merely to reprimand Wen Qiqi for her divided attention while conversing with him and engaging in a call with an outsider. However, upon hearing her words, he suddenly felt that his intentions were no longer as simplistic as mere reprimand. Despite having achieved his goal, his body instinctively pressed down further. He could sense Wen Qiqi right before him, and he believed that if he leaned in, their foreheads would gently touch, and she would not withdraw. Breath quickening, he was acutely aware of his actions. Yet the constraints he had established to govern himself began to crumble under the weight of his unraveling rationality. He could no longer contain himself. His hand, which had lingered at Wen Qiqi's earlobe, naturally slid down her cheek, resting upon her chin. A slight lift of his index finger, a gentle pressure from his thumb on her chin, just a little closer. "I might only report to second brother." Shenxi abruptly regained his composure. Second brother was quite effective, a refreshing wake-up, without any strain on the mind. Leaning back, he massaged his temples. Sensing the release of tension, Wen Qiqi animatedly asked, "What is the question, fourth brother?" Shenxi opened his eyes, the fervor within them having faded into indifference as he spoke. "Qiqi, are you in a relationship?" Are you saying that the Navi beauty has been digging since last night and has yet to give up? Ji Jia watched as Duan Mu Yun-su tirelessly excavated the walls of St. Slia Academy, seemingly searching for a new exit, his astonishment evident. Wait. Did you tell him that the transformation device for Ultraman is buried here? How can he dig so persistently? Lu Zhen stifled a significant yawn. Dark circles under her eyes starkly visible. It's not because of that. I certainly know it's not. We informed him that beneath the corner of the walls at St. Slia lies the transformation necklace of the magical fairies. Jijio. Shen Xiai had received a negative response. However, Wen Qiqi no longer remained seated obediently across from him. The blush on her cheeks had yet to dissipate as she hurriedly stood to clean up the shards scattered around the sink. The shards scattered here are exceedingly sharp. Should one tread upon them and sustain an injury, it would not bode well. Wen Qiqi asserted her point with conviction, then casually lifted her gaze, reaching out to close the upper cabinet door above the sink. Shen Xiai remained silent, although the intimidating presence of his elder brother, Shen Jihan, loomed large. His mind was still somewhat clouded with fervor. The emotions that come with hindsight often carry a weight of social embarrassment. Fourth brother. It was only upon hearing Wen Qiqi call for him again that Shen Xiai raised his head. The young woman leaned against the sink's edge, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Fourth brother, I understand that injuries are often unavoidable, but I still hope. Her eyes, previously narrowed, opened slightly wider. That the wounds you bear are as minimal as possible. She picked up an abandoned hair tie from a chair and moved towards the office door. Her tone light and sincere. Even if it's merely a pinprick, I would still feel heartache for you, fourth brother. Shen Xiai remained mute, allowing Wen Qiqi to depart. After a moment's pause, he finally stirred. Rising to his feet, he discarded the bloodied bandage from his wrist into the trash bin. Coldly observing the remnants of the bandage that existed solely due to him, Shen Xiai's gaze shifted. He approached the sink once more, lifting his eyes to scan the transparent cabinet, neatly organized inside. For the first time, he stood facing his reflection in the mirror, his brows knitted, murmuring softly, Qiqi. Did you see through my nefarious schemes from the very beginning? Li Ju always arranged everything with meticulous care, just like the other items in the cabinet. How could those cups have fallen without cause? And how could they have precisely grazed his arm? Shen Xiai leaned his hands against the marble countertop, closing his eyes and tilting his head back, taking a deep breath. All the coincidental injuries were merely the result of his inability to restrain his emotions. Was it not true that, clever as she was, Qiqi must have realized it all when she hurriedly approached and caught sight of the cabinet? Shen Xiai acknowledged that there was an element of gamble involved, a wager that she would know it was intentional, yet still care enough to worry for him and tend to his wounds. He had won some aspects of the bet, yet lost others. He turned on the faucet, allowing the water to cascade down over his head. If the individuals beside him were his brothers, any one of them would suffice. Regardless of their closeness to Wen Qiqi, he would not have reacted so strongly. After all, they had coexisted for over a decade, with an unspoken line none dared to cross. But now, merely knowing that Wen Qiqi had grown slightly closer to a stranger was enough to unsettle his emotions. The cool water washed away the warmth from his forehead. Shen Xiai raised his head, his eyes slightly reddened and disheveled. He offered a bitter smile. How could this be permissible? In a separate narrative, the Dr. Li Ju did not remain at the hospital to dine with Wen Qiqi and Shen Xiai, but rather hurried home after receiving a phone call. With Shen Jihan's men shadowing him and constant updates relayed through his earpiece, Shen Xiai refrained from voicing any concerns. Standing by the window, Wen Qiqi observed as Dr. Li Ju rode away on his bicycle, lost in thought. Though Dr. Li Ju's residence was not far from the hospital, and according to the original plot, he would face no safety threat that night, Wen Qiqi still sent a message to Xiao Qian. The bright and sunny boy has returned home. Keep an eye on him. The message was seen but left unanswered. After a minute of silence, she exited the chat interface and messaged Butler Pei. Butler Pei, please ensure his safety tonight. Accompanying the message was a photograph. Meanwhile, in another country, Butler Pei, engaged in a pursuit of another powerful family alongside Shinjihan, felt his phone vibrate. After swiftly discharging a round of bullets toward their target, he returned to the passenger seat. Ahead, A vehicle exploded, flames and smoke rising dramatically, while Butler Pei wore an expression of calm indifference. Upon checking his phone, he noticed the message from Wen Qiqi adorned with a charming avatar. A smile of appreciation spread across his face. It had been a while since he had seen the young lady so concerned for someone. The sound of Shun Jihan cocking his gun echoed from the back seat. Butler Pei quickly regained his composure. Second Master, the message from the young lady pertains to Dr. Li Ju, whom the eldest master mentioned previously. She wishes for us to protect him. Shun Zihan turned his head, meeting Butler Pei's gaze in the rear-view mirror. With a slight smile, Butler Pei continued, "We shall follow her instructions." Shun Zihan, succinct in his response, fired a shot at a motorcycle speeding toward them. The aim was precise, and the tire burst instantaneously. "I have said it before, Butler Pei," he remarked, the mingled scent of oil and fire eliciting a smirk from his lips. "Her words take precedence over any commands I could issue." After receiving a humorous emoticon from Butler Pei, Wen Qiqi couldn't help but chuckle. She pondered briefly before sending a message to Shin Jihan. "Second brother, stay safe and return home safely." Within minutes, she received his reply. "MHM, okay." As night fell, Shin Ci remained in the office, diligently working to meet deadlines. To avert unforeseen events the following day, he had deliberately cleared Dr. Li Ju's schedule for the morning, resulting in an increased workload for himself. Wen Qiqi, unable to sleep, felt a twinge of pressure. After all, she lacked complete confidence in her ability to switch the death notice intended for Dr. Li Ju. Furthermore, it seemed this particular switch had stirred some emotions. Her messages remained unread, perpetually in the typing status, with his location indicating he had circled the hospital 19 times. Was he engaging in a late-night jog? Wen Qiqi was disinclined to intervene and was about to close her eyes to embrace slumber when Xiao Qian finally sent a barrage of messages after 2 hours. "Master, master. The puppy is here," the obnoxious notification tone echoed, prompting a twitch at the corner of Wen Qiqi's mouth. It has been proven that the heavens punish every child who neglects to silence their message notifications before bedtime. Merely hearing that obnoxious alert tone made Wen Qiqi feel an overwhelming sense of shame. What kind of dreadful ringtone had Xiao Qian chosen for himself? Wen Qiqi silenced her phone, opting not to glance at the message. Mere minutes later, her phone vibrated. Sitting up, she beheld the ghastly image of a rabid dog on her screen and got out of bed. Indeed, upon opening the door, she found Xiao Qian standing not far from the hospital room, in front of an emergency exit staircase, gesturing at her phone. Wen Qiqi unlocked her screen. One message after another from Xiao Qian popped up. "The Xiao family has dispatched someone to keep watch. How ruthless of you, Wen, to leave me to guard alone for a night. Regarding tomorrow's arrangements, many details have yet to be discussed with me. I need to speak with you privately, Wen, to prevent my foolishness from disrupting your plans. So, Wen,
Come see me.
just you and me." Wen Qiqi shot him a fleeting glance, meeting Xiao Qian's dangerously arched gaze. She took a step forward. Exiting the hospital room, she turned back to close the door, then approached Xiao Qian. "I knew Wen would not decline my invitation," Xiao Qian thought, smiling as he watched the unamused Wen Qiqi pass him and ascend the staircase. Standing on the elevated platform, unsurprisingly, Xiao Qian, wearing white gloves, wiped the door handle of the emergency exit, which bore Wen Qiqi's fingerprints, and continued up the handrail, stopping one step below where she stood. "When the chips developed by your Shin family are still too inferior, I have prepared a new one for you." He did not mention the specifics of tomorrow's arrangements, but handed her a chestnut-colored leather gift box. "This way, no one will interrupt our conversation." Wen Qiqi regarded him with disdain, slowly responding, "I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Wen, do you think the reason for our disrupted conversation?" Xiao Qian, like an uncontrollable mad dog, suddenly lunged forward. He closed in on her, forcing Wen Qiqi to retreat against the wall. On either side, his arms pressed firmly against the wall, enclosing her in the narrowest space possible, their foreheads touching, his voice subdued. "Is nonsense?" He smiled more viciously, his tone steeped in madness. "Wen, do you know it was your dear brother Shin Ci who sabotaged your headphone chip? Do you know how many times I shouted your name into the headphones? Do you know that when you said you would always care for him, I was standing at Li Ju's office door? Do you know?" His voice suddenly softened. Abruptly tearing at a corner of his clothing, he revealed a timing device. He took Wen Qiqi's wrist and guided it to his racing heart, his voice filled with affection. I am always prepared to perish alongside you, Qiqi. The girl in his embrace remained silent. Xiao Qian assumed he had frightened her. With gentle movements, he released her wrist, speaking to himself. Of course, Wen. If you wish to see me, I am also willing to continue living with you. The sentence hung unfinished. He raised his gaze, meeting Wen Qiqi's calm yet disdainful eyes. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and his words faltered. The next moment, the girl moved suddenly. The speed was astonishing. Before Xiao Qian could react, he found himself kneeling on the ground, his hands bound behind his back with the red ribbon that had been tied in her hair. Unable to break free, a rope, of unknown origin, was looped around his neck, the other end in Wen Qiqi's hand, slowly tightening. Though his neck felt the strain, Xiao Qian could still sense one of Wen Qiqi's feet pressing down on his back, applying continuous pressure, like a teacher reprimanding a disobedient dog. He winced, licking his lips, his eyes squinting, yet a smile remained. When there are cameras nearby, this position may not be suitable for us. The rope tightened mercilessly. I have checked. This area is in a blind spot for surveillance. Xiao Qian coughed violently as she choked him. Wen Qiqi eased her grip slightly, yet pressed down even harder with her foot. Do not lose sight of your place, Xiao Qian. Lin Weixue and Nan Gongli are protected by rules. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to clash with them. But you. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, picking up her thread. I know. I can strike you if I wish, or take your life. Wen Qiqi observed his increasingly flushed face, mistaking it for a lack of oxygen due to the tightness of the rope, and loosened her grip. It is good that you understand. Just then, Wen Qiqi's phone rang again. It was quite late, and she was puzzled as to who would be calling at such an hour. Pulling out her phone, she saw a video call request from Jiao. It was already past 11:30. Given Jiao's habits, she should be asleep by now, never awake at this late hour. Was there an urgent matter? Wen Qiqi shot a curious glance at Xiao Qian. He, understanding, turned his head down, maintaining his position kneeling on the ground. However, his body leaned slightly forward due to Wen Qiqi's foot, which had not been retracted. He tilted his head, licking his lips again. Rest assured, Wen. I will heed your instructions, and will not speak out of turn. Wen Qiqi regarded him skeptically, but with Jiao's persistent call, she reluctantly chose to trust Xiao Qian for the moment. The call connected. Jiao's tear-stained face appeared on the screen. Oh, my dear Qiqi. Wen Qiqi responded with a puzzled expression. Xiao Qian chuckled softly. Wen Qiqi shot him a glare. Xiao Qian lowered his eyes, a smile playing at his lips. Jiao uttered no other words, simply weeping uncontrollably, seemingly unable to stop anytime soon. From the video background, it appeared she had not yet returned to her apartment. Still on the playground, with distant stars twinkling in the night sky. What happened? Wen Qiqi inquired. Jiao sniffled. I feel so sorry for you, my dear Qiqi. You must be under immense pressure right now, my dear Qiqi. Her eyes were red, her hands unsteady, as the camera panned. Wen Qiqi noticed a few scattered green beer bottles on the ground. Regardless of the outcome, my dear Qiqi, you need not feel burdened. Jiao seemed intoxicated, her words nonsensical. Lu Zhen was initially observing Duanmu Yunkai, who was desperately attempting to dig a tunnel to escape St. Slytherin Academy in search of Wen Qiqi's contact information. Upon hearing Jiao's increasingly peculiar remarks from the playground, he helplessly pinched his philtrum. Even if the outcome were dismal, it mattered not. I will help you flee this city. We shall not be imprisoned. Imprisoned? Wen Qiqi caught the word slipping from Jiao's lips. What kind of imprisonment? Jiao blinked her beautiful large eyes and burped slightly. It means. Lu Zhen swiftly snatched her phone, redirecting the video feed to himself, allowing Jiao to dangle from his leg in her drunken frenzy while he endeavored to maintain a smile. You misheard, Miss Wen. What Jiao meant was failing a course. Yes, St. Slytherin Academy has recently implemented assessments. Jiao has already failed 5 or 6 times. It is akin to imprisonment in her view. And she believes you will not succeed either. Just as Jiao shouted the first word, her voice was abruptly muffled by Lu Zhen's hand. Damn it. Didn't Jiao repeatedly emphasize that Wen Qiqi must not know her innermost thoughts could be overheard by others? Now, she was drunkenly playing the role of a werewolf. Exposing secrets, Wen Qiqi pondered the accuracy of Lu Zhen's words. In the stillness, Xiao Qian emitted a strange sound, akin to a muffled moan of satisfaction. Wen Qiqi swiftly kicked Xiao Qian, hurriedly covering his mouth. Lu Zhen had still caught that sound, raising an eyebrow. Miss Wen, are there others present? No, there are not. The girl wore a pure, natural smile. It is quite late. Why are you still on the playground? Whoa, dear Qiqi. We are discussing how to allow you. Lu Zhen had no choice but to hold the phone a great distance from Jiao. How to enable you to reside in the school dormitory. Jiao longs to admire the moon with you. You know, Miss Wen, tonight's moon is particularly round. It is a day of reunion. Wen Qiqi also looked up. Outside the high windows of the stairwell, a full moon hung high in the sky. The full moon signifies reunion, never depart. Her mood brightened once more. After I am discharged, I will visit the school to stay with Jiao for a few days. Hearing this, Jiao stumbled joyfully from the other end. Really? Truly?
Yes.
However, Jiao's smile faded in an instant. As she recalled that tomorrow marked Dr. Li Ju's death date, tears welled in her eyes. Whoa, dear Qiqi, you must not feel too much pressure. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you will always be my best Qiqi. When Qiqi blinked. So, succeed at what? Lu Zhen raised the phone high. Beyond Jiao's reach, successfully being discharged, Mississippi. Let us leave it at that. It is late, so rest early, Miss Wen. Without even waiting for Wen Qiqi's response, Lu Zhen hastily pressed the end call button. Observing the Jiao family security team, who encircled him but remained inactive, awaiting Jiao's command, Lu Zhen obediently handed over the phone. Jiao accepted the paper handed to her by the bodyguard, softly sobbing. It is not his fault. You all may withdraw. I cannot control my emotions. Her eyes brimmed with concern. I merely think it unfair to place all the pressure on dear Qiqi. Conversely, from another perspective, it is a form of fairness. The bodyguards retreated, and Lu Zhen stretched his back. She is the only one capable of seeing the future, and the only one capable of altering it. With such power, she must also bear the accompanying responsibilities. However, she could choose to remain passive. As mere supporting characters, we are likely not of significant importance to her. She could easily escape from us, fleeing with her inheritance from the shackles of fate. Lu Zhen gazed up at the brilliant moon. Yet, she chose to stay. That moon was indeed exceptionally round and luminous. The surrounding stars could not compare to its brilliance. What sort of soul would choose to save us? Responding to Lu Zhen's murmured thoughts, Jiao, slightly sobered, leaned closer. No, she seeks to save me. Not you and that fool. Lu Zhen. Unable to maintain the smile on his face, he exchanged glances with Jiao, who was gleefully relishing the drama. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the wall. I finally escaped. I have left St. Slytherin Academy. It was the voice of Duanmu Yunkai. Lu Zhen was taken aback. Jiao jumped in surprise at his reaction. What are you doing? Lu Zhen rushed to the corner of the wall, asking as he ran. Did you hear Brothers' voice? Jiao, perplexed, replied. Fool. I didn't hear anything. What did he say? Lu Zhen halted at the entrance of a tunnel, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Although the entrance was visibly mending, one could not deny that Duanmu Yunkai had indeed excavated a passage leading away from St. Slytherin. Still reeling from the shock, Lu Zhen pressed his hand against his rapidly beating heart, murmuring, We, as mere supporting characters. He looked up toward the wall. Can we truly break the rules? Have you seen my messages? The call ended, and Xiao Qian inhaled a breath of fresh air as he lay on the ground, gazing up at the standing Wen Qiqi. Have you noticed anything unreasonable? Don't play games with me, Xiao Qian. Wen Qiqi wiped her palms with the disinfectant wipes Shenxi had earlier stuffed into her pocket, her tone distant and indifferent. Speak plainly about what you know. Let us be direct. Xiao Qian was pulled up by Wen Qiqi by his collar, and the girl wore a smile. I do not enjoy guessing. He smiled back. Then, Miss Wen, once I tell you, can you reward me directly? The interest faded from the girl's face as she prepared to let go. The boy grinned, licking his lips. Miss Wen, though I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter, I indeed dream of you every night. I dream of dismantling your Shin family, of you wielding various bizarre weapons relentlessly. The boy leaned closer to Wen Qiqi, his lips parting softly, the sound barely audible. Kill me. Chapter 35. It is too dangerous, Wen Qiqi. What I mean is, you need me by your side. At 8:30 in the morning. With half an hour remaining until the hospital officially opened, Dr. Li Ju arrived as usual, placing a carefully wrapped thermos into the upper shelf of the refrigerator. Noticing Shin Ci entering, he was unguarded. Aren't you scheduled for a shift this morning? What brings you here? Li Ju's smile was warm as he focused on organizing the refrigerator, oblivious to Shen Ci's deepening expression. And continued, my mother unexpectedly came to visit me last night and made me chicken soup. It's said that this chicken is the kind raised at home, particularly beneficial for patients, the kind that aids in recovery. Shin Ci removed his watch by the edge of the pool, washing his hands as he spoke. As a doctor, you should be aware that the human body can only absorb a limited amount of nutritional sustenance. I know, Dr. Li Ju replied, still smiling as he peeked out from the refrigerator. Miss Wen is rather fragile. It's always wise to provide her with some nourishment. Shen Ci lifted his head, glancing at Li Ju, who had retreated back into the refrigerator to rummage for something. A hint of confusion crossed his face. Is this for Qiqi? I know you must have prepared plenty of supplements for her. You take your role as an older brother quite seriously, or so I've heard.
Li Jua, bushi organizing.
Didn't he look up, but Miss Wen mentioned that I am your good friend. There was a palpable joy in his voice when he mentioned this. When a friend's sister is unwell, it is only natural to care for her. Although Miss Wen appeared quite healthy, capable of swiftly dealing with a small boy, he smiled innocently at Shin Ci. Rest assured, my mother's culinary skills are surely on par with yours. I guarantee that after Miss Wen has one bowl, she will crave a second. Noticing Shin Ci's furrowed brow, he cautiously pushed the pot of chicken soup further into the refrigerator, warning, but there isn't too much. Do not indulge too much. Shin Ci turned away without responding, drying the remnants of water from his hands. After unlocking his phone, he dialed a number. Because they had spoken in advance the previous night, the call was answered promptly. A man's alluring voice, slightly husky, came through the earphones. I'm on the plane, about to take off. Apologies, time is short, fourth brother. In the video, Shin Ci's fifth brother, Shin Fengyan, appeared elegantly reclined in his airplane seat. Unlike his exaggerated makeup at the concert, he wore a simple gray windbreaker now, his gaunt face pale and clean, with eyes that were bright and clear yet cast downward. He seemed more like an angel clandestinely descended upon the mortal realm than he had at the concert. He appeared somewhat fatigued, yet the corners of his mouth lifted in a gentle smile, a paragon of elegance, unmatched among gentlemen. Time is gentle, and the youth is graceful. Shin Ci remained silent, opting instead to send a message to Shin Fengyan. You can manage, right? Shin Fengyan, bored, playfully rolled the zipper of his windbreaker with his tongue, chuckling. I earned my hypnosis certification while pursuing my doctorate in psychology. It wasn't you who took the exam for me. In the video, the corners of his eyes subtly lifted, still imbued with warmth, but tinged with a hint of aloofness. If fourth brother does not trust my words, you could use ether to subdue him, employing your medical expertise, or find a sturdy stick and utilize the violence that second brother excels in. Just be cautious not to use second brother's strength. It could be lethal. He chuckled, his narrow fox-like eyes narrowing without warmth. After all, there are myriad ways to incapacitate someone. It is not always necessary to be gentle, is it? Shin Ci remained mute, turning to approach Li Ju with his phone. Shin Fengyan sensed the shift in focus, chuckling softly into Shin Ci's earphones. Fourth brother, siblings should settle accounts clearly. That hypnosis fee still needs to be accounted for. When you transfer it to Qiqi's account, could you please note my name? His voice, still warm as jade, bore a hint of melancholy. We wouldn't want Qiqi to think that every transfer is without reason. Shin Ci paused momentarily. The man on the line extended his words. Also, fourth brother, after a patient enters deep sleep, they may struggle to distinguish reality upon awakening, reacting instinctively. Your friend doesn't have any peculiar habits, does he? Shen Xiai did not reply to Shen Fengyan, but took a deep breath, addressing Li Ju. Li Ju. Whatever you prepare for Qiqi, ensure it is delivered personally by you. Li Ju, puzzled by his words, chuckled. What are you talking about? Of course. I will hand it over myself. Turning around, he met Shen Xi's earnest gaze as Shen Xiai quietly pressed the earphones into his ears. Shen Xiai raised his phone. And before he could lock eyes with the unfamiliar man in the video, Li Ju first noticed an antique silver pocket watch swinging gently in the video. Accompanied by the man's voice through the earphones, his consciousness began to fade. In mere moments, Li Ju succumbed to deep slumber. The earphones returned to Shen Xi's ears as he listened to Shen Fengyan's faint breaths before takeoff, gently reclining Li Ju in the office's resting chair. He draped a blanket over him with care. After ensuring that there were no imminent dangers within the room, Shen Xiai exited the office, locking the door securely. Though this method of evading death seemed somewhat cunning, it was undeniably effective. As long as someone stood guard outside, and as long as Li Ju remained undisturbed within these walls, enduring until the narrative points spoken by Wen Qiqi, then he would survive, wouldn't he? Shen Xiai understood that, given Li Ju's personality, he would not remain obediently in the office for an entire morning. Thus, this was the only option. To render him unconscious, allowing him to sleep here, and evade fate. Casting one last glance at the peacefully breathing Li Ju from the window, Shen Xiai felt a slight easing of his tension. Surely, no madman would force their way into this locked office to take Li Ju's life? The key turned within the lock, and Shen Fengyan's languid voice arose again. The plane is about to take off. Do not forget your promise, fourth brother. Shen Xiai prepared to end the call, but a light laugh came from the other end. Oh, by the way, fourth brother. Sixth brother Shen Mu's flight departed earlier than mine. You should be seeing him soon. Shen Fengyan teased with enthusiasm. May fortune favor you, fourth brother.
Today?
Shen Xiai was particularly busy, yet he still managed to send a message early in the morning to Wen Qiqi, who had been missing in action. Li Ju isn't feeling well today. He's resting in the office. He attached a photo of Li Ju peacefully asleep in the resting chair. Don't worry, I've left security at the door. Nothing will occur. Wen Qiqi received the message, but stood momentarily stunned before Lin Weixue's hospital room, forgetting to reply. The silence at the door to this room was unnaturally eerie. It shouldn't be like this. According to the storyline, today was supposed to be Lin Weixue's discharge day. Her various admirers should have been arriving with gifts to greet her, leading to the later scene where Nangong Li became jealous, resulting in a verbal scuffle among the crowd, ultimately causing Lin Weixue to flee the room in tears. However, it was now nearly 11:30. The original plot's timing had just been around noon. How could it be that at this moment, Lin Weixue was the only one inside, sound asleep? Where were her suitors? When, it's so quiet over there, have you encountered an anomaly? Using the Shen family's chip, Xiao Qian's mischievous voice came through from the other end. Wen Qiqi walked past Lin Weixue's door, her gaze traversing the tightly shut doors of the neighboring rooms on either side. Previously, there had been ample space when she visited Lin Weixue. In recent days, the sudden influx of patients has been perplexing. They have hung signs on their doors requesting tranquility and undisturbed rest, with even the windows covered to obscure the interior. It seems as if something is deliberately concealed. This is illogical. What do you know? Hearing Xiao Qian's voice, Wen Qiqi discerned that this scoundrel was certainly hiding something from her. At that moment, Xiao Qian was concealed in a narrow changing room near Dr. Li Ju's office, clad in the white coat that Wen Qiqi had unearthed for him. With his mask slightly lowered, he maintained a strained posture, gasping for breath. I know. I dislike this place, Wen. The space is too cramped, ill-suited for someone of my stature. Yet, I willingly hide here at your command, given my obedience. When this matter is resolved perfectly, might I receive some reward from you? The phone remained silent. Xiao Qian was not in a hurry. After waiting for Wen Qiqi to take a few steps in the corridor, pausing once more, he continued. Wen, I trust you have discovered something by now. Although you claimed last night that I could never comprehend the real you. He chuckled softly, his words trailing off. In truth, their last interaction had been far from pleasant. One's candid revelations had met with the other's cautious warnings. Faced with Xiao Qian's fervent declarations about dreams of every cycle, Wen Qiqi was not surprised. After all, They were in the midst of the 125th cycle. It was only natural for some to go mad. Thus, when Xiao Qian fervently asserted, "I have seen you at the pinnacle of hatred, where only I reside in your eyes. In this world, only I can recall those shared memories with you," his head proudly lifted, gazing up at Wen Qiqi, who leaned slightly forward, a smile dancing on his lips. "To understand the real you." Wen Qiqi retorted with a curt 5 words, "You understand nothing." She did not bother to offer more.
Subsequently,
The noose around Xiao Qian's neck was abruptly yanked forward. His body hit the ground, yet his neck was pulled upwards. Xiao Qian tilted his head back, a hint of crimson in his eyes. Despite the overwhelming pain, his gaze remained wild and unrestrained. However, before he could speak, Wen Qiqi stuffed a wad of white gloves into his mouth, the very pair he had worn that night. Crouching before him, one hand gripping the rope while the other pressed the knot down against his throat, her expression maintained a familiar yet subtly altered gentle smile. "You talk too much. It's late. I haven't the time to waste with you. Remembering your foolish actions is a commendable step, but it bears no significance to me. The past is but decayed refuse. Only the present and future merit my attention." Present and future. At the thought of this, Xiao Qian snapped back from his memories to finish his earlier thoughts. "Then when? Do you truly understand your brothers? In the present and future, will those brothers remain by your side? Can they be deemed virtuous?" Pausing before the last patient room, Wen Qiqi stood at the corridor's end. Her gaze lowered. In her earphones, Xiao Qian continued to coax, "A full ward. Vanished suitors. Who orchestrated this? Was it your elder brother, Shen Mozhan, who wields immense power over the capital's business lifeline? Or your fourth brother, Shen Xiai, who, despite being an ordinary doctor, partakes in high-level hospital decisions? Or perhaps both. To achieve their ends, they imprison and manipulate. When they are as despicable as I, why can't you focus on me?" At the airport, Shin Mia's was bundled up tightly, yet still recognized by keen-eyed fans. He had to flee around the airport for a considerable time to shake off the throngs. Back in the car, the security guard offered him a pleasantly chilled orange juice. "Young master, shall we head directly to the old residence?" Shin Muse removed his sunglasses and mask, his tone displeased. "To the old residence, my foot. We are going to the hospital. If it weren't for the filming delays these past days, I would have returned much sooner." Shaking his hair refreshingly, he suddenly smiled. "Fifth brother is back today. Remember to reserve a vehicle for him." His grin grew audacious. "You know where he should be sent. After so many experiences, you and I should both be aware." Xiao Qian straightened, hand on the doorknob. The voice on the other end warned, "It's not your time to emerge yet. If the plot deviates unexpectedly, leading to Dr. Li Ju's demise, I know you want to spare me one. Yet, fate cannot be curtailed by human will. Listen." Xiao Qian's voice faltered. Meanwhile, strange sounds in the corridor grew more numerous and louder, as if a multitude of hands pressed against the hospital room doors, or as if they had yet to learn how to open the doors, resorting to forceful shaking of the frames, the noise far from pleasant. Even when bound and pulled by others, the supporting characters of the plot were preparing to make their entrance. Xiao Qian's voice remained languid, heightening the tension and making it difficult to relax one's guard, akin to a deranged killer wielding a chainsaw. Calmly, he declared, "Those doors are about to open." As he predicted, at the moment the door handles were pressed down one by one, Xiao Qian swiftly pushed open the changing room door. Standing in the center of the corridor, he faced the distant Wen Qiqi, his lips curling into a smile as he waved. "Have you lost your mind? You shouldn't be out now." The furious whisper from Wen Qiqi echoed in his ear. "Isn't now the perfect moment? If you wish for me to take Dr. Li's place, then with the killer about to emerge, how could I, the victim, remain hidden? Wouldn't that put you when alone in danger?" With the conclusion of his words, over a dozen figures burst forth from the patient room. It seemed that by forcibly intervening in the plot, their eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, each wielding bloodied weapons, as if breaking free from an orchestrated trap. Like caged beasts finally unleashed, they were enraged and ready to vent their fury. Xiao Qian spread his arms, his tone indifferent, "Though I have yet to confront so many at once. For you, I am willing to make any attempt. So, come, wait. Where are you going?
Hey.
Xiao Qian was caught off guard. Those individuals. Why does he not even cast a glance at him? Instead, he rushes directly towards Wen Qiqi. Second young master, you appear somewhat unsettled today. The butler, Uncle Pei, prepared a cup of fragrant black tea that filled the air with its aroma. Not far away, Xin Zihan tightened his grip on the reins, leaning forward as he galloped across the equestrian grounds. Observing the deepening hoofprints left on the ground, Uncle Pei smiled. If you are concerned, you might consider calling Miss Wen to ensure her safety. Alternatively, you could inquire about those stationed around her. I have faith in her. The magnificent steed gradually came to a halt, beads of sweat glistening on Xin Zihan's forehead. He accepted the towel offered by Uncle Pei, wiping the perspiration from his neck, which had become exposed due to the vigorous exercise. I believe she can handle herself. Absolutely. Faced with the sudden shift of numerous suitors pursuing Lin Weixue, Wen Qiqi took a step back, her fists clenched, poised for confrontation. Her gaze fell upon the distress signal device held by the foremost suitor, a device that could sound an alarm while delivering a punch. One strike per adversary, and it would conveniently ring for emergency assistance. What a perfectly suitable weapon. She was eager to give it a try. Xiao Qian was bewildered. Although he raced toward the girl at breakneck speed, he was unable to catch up to those hastily scripted side characters.
Yet,
why did he feel that the girl's expression was more fervent than when she saw the approaching crowd? As the throng surged closer to Wen Qiqi, she readied herself to act. However, it was perilous. A familiar voice resonated. As the crowd rushed past her, a young man positioned himself in front of her, firmly guarding while maintaining a respectful distance. His striking red hair shone brightly, and his gaze was intensely earnest. Duanmu Yunce furrowed his brow. It's too dangerous to stand against the tide of people, Wen Qiqi. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, eager to understand the reason behind his concern, his ears flushed red. He turned his head, his voice awkward. What I mean is, you would be much safer with me by your side. A new month has begun. May we all have a splendid August. I hope we can elevate this book to a modest height, fingers crossed. Additionally, for reasons unknown, the circle could not disseminate, so here it is in the main text. Below is a reflection concerning the empathy for Xiao Qian mentioned in the previous chapter. Unbeknownst to me, I have mentioned Xiao Qian numerous times in the circle. The other character sketches, I promised, remain unaddressed. This is primarily to elucidate the empathy expressed by a reader towards Xiao Qian at the conclusion of chapter 34. Since the comments could not be posted, I can only share this here in the main text. In a sense, Xiao Qian has not completely awakened. In fact, this has not been the first instance. From a previous cycle, he began to change. He would awaken one morning, drenched in sweat from nightmares that haunted him throughout the night. For several consecutive days, he dreamed of similar scenarios, envisioning a figure seeking vengeance after he began to dismantle the Shun family. It is peculiar. Xiao Qian is someone who greatly values victory. Yet in his dreams, he found himself achieving what many could not, triumphantly mocking the Shin family on their chessboard, and yet he did not feel joy. Rather, he grew increasingly aware of the absurdity of it all. Winning so effortlessly felt like a mirage, as if others had crafted the bait, and he, the Navi fish, willingly took the bait. As explained by the author, in The Young Master of the Underworld and His Proud Girl, the original author needed someone to overpower the Shin family, and thus Xiao Qian was orchestrated in such a manner. Although he harbored this desire, the author intentionally weakened the Shin family's power to ensure Xiao Qian's unchallenged victory. However, this was not what Xiao Qian desired. The contest he longed for was reduced to a crushing victory by the author. Truly despicable. In certain cycles, he attempted various approaches, even without employing any means. Whenever Lin Weixue proposed an idea, he would make slight adjustments, and the once astute Shin brothers would charge to their doom, akin to fools. This banal game was not what Xiao Qian sought. Thus, he redirected his focus from those childish traps to contemplate his own demise. He felt a strange anticipation for the girl who would unpredictably come at him from various angles and means. Engaging with her was far more entertaining than dealing with those dim-witted arrangements. Yet, at the onset of each new cycle, Xiao Qian would forget all these matters. As if resetting the game, the NPC's memories wiped clean by the system's code. But this time, on the day when Qiqi awakened, amidst the torment of nightmares, he glimpsed her photograph, the figure that had relentlessly defied the predetermined narrative, showing him no mercy, materialized before him. At that moment, all his thoughts surged uncontrollably. He declined his father's other assignments and chose to enroll in school, eager to encounter her in this tangible reality, especially to witness the disdainful gaze she cast upon him, as if he were mere refuse. He longed for that moment. P.S. I seem to have never considered whether he might feel sorrow, having been killed so many times. After all, he is quite mad. A madman who cares about victory has no time for melancholy. What he simply desires is for Wen Qiqi's gaze upon him to differ from that of others, that intense personal emotion resonating with his very soul. Thus, being near her, watching her, and ultimately possessing her is 1,000 times more exhilarating than merely outmaneuvering the Shen family. Chapter 36. It is regret. It is an inability to let go. It is seizing the opportunity to meet you at the age of 18. In the few minutes since Duanmu Yun's appeared before her, the surrounding commotion faded away, as if the world had been muted. The bashful, awkward red-haired boy tilted his head, stubbornly maintaining a protective stance, wary of crossing boundaries with Wen Qiqi. His arms inevitably bore slight abrasions from the onrush of Lin Weixue's admirers. His complexion was fair, more delicate than that of a girl, with crimson marks concentrated near his elbows. Wen Qiqi did not avert her gaze. On the contrary, she tried to extend her fingertip, lightly tapping the soiled collar of the boy's shirt. The earthiness felt dry, seemingly remnants from the previous night. How did the proud and haughty young master of the Duanmu family end up in such a state? The boy sensed warmth at the collar, his eyes widening in surprise. Lips pressed tightly, his breathing cautious. His posture instinctively straightened, as if yearning for the girl's fingertip to linger beyond the collar. A vulgar thought clamored in his mind. Wen Qiqi, lower your finger a bit. Just as that voice grew increasingly disruptive, pushing him toward impatience, Duanmu Yun genuinely felt her fingertip descend slightly. This was unlike the heart-racing encounter when they first met, pinned against the marble slab. The current heartbeat seems increasingly difficult to control. Brother, I want to marry. No, I want to wed.
No.
This sensation feels like drowning him. Yet, Wen Qiqi remained puzzled. Duanmu Yun should not be here. Having experienced 125 cycles, she understood best that within a fixed narrative, certain individuals were destined to occupy specific roles and perform certain actions, bound by unyielding rules. Just like those around her, resembling soulless beings unaware of their purpose, yet fervently rushing towards Lin Weixue's hospital room as suitors. They were characters crafted by the original author, mere puppets dancing to the author's whims, fueling the flames of romance between the male and female leads. But Duanmu Yun, a person entirely unrelated to this affair, had he truly severed the strings tethering him? Out of sheer curiosity, Wen Qiqi could not resist prodding his upright chest. Was this truly the living Duanmu Yun? Perhaps a bite would reveal whether he felt pain? The girl's gaze was filled with disbelief, so much so that she overlooked the approach of Xiao Qian, whose face bore no smile, his eyes shadowed and fixed intently on Duanmu Yun. After all, Duanmu Yun was not Sangge. Biting him might very well lead to a swift pursuit by the Duanmu family. Wen Qiqi sighed, turning to observe the commotion in Lin Weixue's hospital room. Sensing the warmth of her touch withdraw, Duanmu Yun lowered his gaze. His ears were now flushed with warmth, his breath having taken 2 or 3 minutes to normalize. Yet, he still dared not meet Wen Qiqi's gaze, which he was meant to protect, lowering his head to clear his throat. Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi was peering out from his embrace, using his cover to watch the lively scene in Lin Weixue's room. What a spectacle! As individuals rushed in with bloodied weapons, Wen Qiqi even witnessed Lin Weixue, elegant as a sleeping beauty, springing up in fright from her bed. She leapt 2 feet high. How unfortunate it was that she would not be participating in the Olympics. The suitors remained utterly oblivious to the terrifying nature of their offerings, all clamoring to present their gifts to Lin Weixue, hoping she would accept their tokens of affection.
Oh,
what a scene! I could see Lin Weixue trying to flee, only to be pulled back to her bed. It was captivating, though perhaps lacking in snacks. Halfway through, Wen Qiqi exclaimed, "What's wrong? Why did that foolish beauty stop mid-sentence?" Duanmu Yunsu, caught off guard by her words, forgot the carefully rehearsed phrases he had prepared. It was akin to being abruptly called upon in class after an all-night study session. His mind went blank. He stammered, I can protect you, Wen Qiqi, so, may I? Add your. Just the thought of the screenshot shared in that small group emboldened Duanmu Yunsu. Add your WeChat. The words faltered as his hand was pried open, fingers intertwining with another.
Cool.
The grip was light, somewhat fragile. Merely feeling this touch caused Duanmu Yunsu's mind to explode. His already limited intellect seemed to vanish entirely. Wen Qiqi was holding his hand. Wen Qiqi glanced at Xiao Qian, who smiled gently at her, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Qian said nothing, merely held Duanmu Yunsu's hand, allowing Wen Qiqi a path to get closer to the spectacle. His smile was faint, but the implication was clear. I understand you well, classmate Wen. While I assist you in navigating your narrative, I'll conveniently eliminate Duanmu Yunsu from the equation. Wen Qiqi stepped aside, mouthing to Xiao Qian, "Don't bully him." Xiao Qian shrugged, initially intending to inform Wen Qiqi that he wouldn't engage in anything dangerous under surveillance, but seeing her dive back into the drama without waiting for his reply, he admitted to himself that he felt an urge to create some grand commotion to capture the girl's attention.
Duanmu Yunsu remained blissfully unaware.
His face was now flushed not just on his ears but across his entire visage, visibly so. Wen Qiqi. I didn't force you this time. Xiao Qian, listening to his fragmented and anxious speech, narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Force? Duanmu Yunsu seemed to have steeled himself, finally turning his head, his voice resolute. Wen Qiqi, so this time, could you give me your WeChat, your mother? Upon seeing Xiao Qian's smiling eyes, Duanmu Yunsu swung his fist. Xiao Qian blocked it with his other hand, tightening his grip on Duanmu Yunsu's fist. Showing no mercy, his smile devoid of any human emotion. Good afternoon, silly classmate. Duanmu Yunsu glared at him. Why are you here? Who else would you think it is? Xiao Qian replied. What did you just call me? Say it again, I dare you. Unfazed, Xiao Qian continued to provoke. Foolish beauty. ISNT that your name? You seem to be asking for a beating. Duanmu Yunsu's physical strength was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. He put forth considerable effort, causing even Xiao Qian to stumble backward 2 steps before regaining his balance. Faced with an enraged bull, fueled by Red Bull, Xiao Qian raised his hands in surrender, silently positioning himself between Duanmu Yunsu and Wen Qiqi, appearing harmless. When his gaze fell upon Wen Qiqi behind him, Duanmu Yunsu, not wishing to cause a scene in the hospital, snorted. What are you still doing here? Have you not yet recovered from your last bout of insanity? Xiao Qian, unperturbed, maintained a smile, gesturing towards his attire. Look at what I'm wearing, classmate Duanmu. Duanmu Yunsu scrutinized him. You dare to step out in human clothing and consider yourself a person? Xiao Qian smiled naturally, revealing no cracks in his facade. I am a doctor now. He emphasized the title, Wen Qiqi as attending physician. Expecting Duanmu Yunsu to at least grit his teeth in anger, Xiao Qian was preparing to enjoy the spectacle when he saw the latter calmly pull out his phone, snap a picture of him, and then make a call, his voice clear and logical. Hello, I would like to report a case of falsified documents. The two continued their bickering just outside the hospital room, while Wen Qiqi observed closely. Lin Weixue seemed unwilling to accept the bizarre and frightening gifts. Yet the various suitors insisted on presenting their meticulously prepared offerings. Shue, they're not expensive. Please accept them as a token of my sincerity. One individual held a black wig stained with blood. Shue, I am aware of your kind heart, and I understand that you do not wish to accept my gift without providing an answer. However, this is my sincere offering, and I must bestow it upon you. The individual before me clutched a half-used 4-drip bag, from which an unidentifiable liquid continued to drip. Lin Weixue felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She instinctively took a step back, only to find her body pressed against a hard object. Terrified, she let out a shrill scream. Behind her stood a person with red-rimmed eyes, brandishing a hefty fire extinguisher, his finger poised on the release lever, wearing a grin that was all too eager. Weixue. Although my gift is modest, it is the thought that counts, and it will transform. Lin Weixue, overwhelmed with fear, discarded her dignity in an instant, shoving a wig gifted by another into his mouth, shouting, "Swallow it back. Do not let it transform." The scene was undeniably hilarious. Wen Qiqi swayed with laughter at the sight. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Turning around, she spotted Nangongli.
Ah.
Was he bound to a stool? What a peculiar sight. Nangongli hurriedly rushed in to progress the narrative. He naturally overlooked the odd stares from passers-by and the two ominous figures at the door. Just as he was about to enter the hospital room, he abruptly halted. Turning his head, his previously vacant gaze regained a hint of lucidity, and he questioned, "Wen Qiqi, what brings you here? Are you here for me? For your head? Hurry up and move the plot along. We've been waiting for you." Wen Qiqi's voice was low, and with a swift motion, she redirected Nangongli back on track. Her actions quick, fierce, and efficient. Nangongli, still processing the situation, found his eyes drawn to Lin Weixue, who was stuffing a wig into a boy's mouth on the hospital bed. At this point, he was utterly bewildered. Lin Weixue caught wind of the commotion at the door. The eccentric couple exchanged glances in that moment. The formidable plot repair capabilities were activated once more. Tears brimmed in Lin Weixue's eyes as she cast a pitiful plea toward Nangongli. "Brother Nangong, no, it's not what you think. I am with them." Sensing the futility of her explanation, she turned away, gently wiping her tears. "Forget it, Brother Nangong. No matter how I explain, you will never believe in my innocence." Nangongli was involuntarily triggered. He squeezed into the crowd, grasping Lin Weixue's delicate hand. "How could I not believe you, my dear fool? I have also prepared a discharge gift for you." He rummaged through his pockets. Empty. He searched his jacket pocket. Not even a single bill. Under Lin Weixue's hopeful gaze, Nangongli raised the stool behind him, resolute. "This is my gift for your discharge." In a hospital room on the upper floor. The door was yanked open violently, the latch falling to the ground. Shin Mozho sat on the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion. His secretary, Xiao O, leaned in. "President Shin, we have restricted Nangong-Li's movements to the utmost as you instructed, but..." He paused, unable to fathom how. Despite layering multiple defenses and even assigning several tough guards to watch over Nangong-Li, that rascal still managed to escape, chair in tow. "I see," Shin Mozho replied coolly, glancing at the time before rising to his feet. The secretary draped a coat over him. "It's almost time. Ensure that people are in place and be certain to guarantee Wen Qiqi's safety." The fifth son of the Shin family, Shin Fengyan, had finally landed. His fans were obedient and well-behaved, waiting quietly at the airport for his arrival. Shin Fengyan greeted his fans and accepted the letters they offered before exiting the terminal. Seeing the sleek black car before him, flanked by several suited bodyguards, he raised an eyebrow. "Is this from the sixth brother? Young Master 5, please get in the car." The bodyguards did not respond to him but instead opened the car door. "That rascal, is he trying to send me somewhere again?" Shin Fengyan's voice was smooth, yet his tone was far from amiable. "Young Master 5, please get in the car." The bodyguards remained unwavering in their insistence. "Young Master 5, please get in the car." He stood still, his hand descending, when a security guard stepped forward, hands behind his back, posture rigid. "Young Master 5. Young Master 6 specifically instructed us to prepare blindfolds before his return. It is impossible for you to hypnotize us with your pocket watch now. I advise you to get in the car and return with us." Shin Fengyan halted his motion, narrowing his eyes at the bodyguards by the black car, letting out a low chuckle. Ultimately, he chose to comply. However, as he spun his phone in his hand, the charm dangling from it jingled with a crisp sound. Who said hypnosis can only rely on sight? Wen Qiqi was initially enjoying the spectacle. The sight of Nangong-Li heroically sacrificing himself to present a chair to his beloved Lin Weixue was simply exquisite. As Lin Weixue appeared as a teary-eyed mess, her eyes swollen and red, pushing away the gift from Nangong-Li and attempting to flee the room in tears, Wen Qiqi swiftly shut the door behind her. Lin Weixue. Wen Qiqi, through the door, chuckled, TSK, in romance, misunderstandings are inevitable. With so many of you, can't a small misunderstanding be resolved? Talk it out. Who knows, you might just untangle your complex love hexagons. Avoiding confrontation with tears won't solve anything, dear Lin. Wen Qiqi tiptoed and peered through the window with a mischievous smile. I'm helping you, Lin. Inside. Lin Weixue struggled to yank the door open while various individuals argued over their convoluted love triangles. Meanwhile, Nangong Li pondered the chair in his hands. Outside. Wen Qiqi began the countdown. 3,
2, 1.
The noon bell tolled. The time of Dr. Li Ju's demise had finally passed. She exhaled a long sigh of relief. Apart from Du Mu Yunce and Xiao Qian, it seemed there were numerous unfamiliar faces in the corridor. Fleeting glances occasionally rested on Wen Qiqi, though devoid of malice. It was nonetheless peculiar. Spotting Shen Ci at the consultation room door, Wen Qiqi cheerfully dashed toward him, but just a few steps in, she abruptly heard a familiar voice from behind. So hungry, did you not have lunch? I brought some food. Would you like to join me? Shen Ci froze instantly. He looked up to meet the gaze of Li Ju, who was emerging from the locked office. Impossible. The time for the hypnosis to end was still far off. Li Ju could not have awakened so soon. Could it be? The time had not yet elapsed. When Qiqi realized this too, her attention swiftly shifted to the middle-aged man before Li Ju, whose body was trembling uncontrollably. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with suppression. Why? Why couldn't you save my mother? Why did she die on the operating table? Why didn't you let me see her? His head shot up suddenly, his gaze fierce. You worthless doctors. All of you deserve to die. The dagger was raised high. Its target was the Dr. Li Ju standing before him. Achievement unlocked today. Enduring the persona of Duanmu Yunkai in the original novel, he had little involvement and appeared infrequently. After the death of Duanmu Yunjing, he inherited the Duanmu family and became the greatest force behind the female protagonist, without exception, Duanmu Yunkai. Once an arrogant and carefree giant, his demeanor transformed overnight into that of a mature, composed, and rarely speaking individual following the personal organization of his brother's funeral. In the original storyline, his interactions with the female protagonist Lin Weixue were limited. He only occasionally helped out at the behest of his brother Wang Hu. He had seen Lin Weixue once. After assisting her with a minor trouble, Wang Hu brought her to a banquet of the Duanmu family. From a distance, Duanmu Yunkai cast a glance her way, but quickly averted his eyes. She appeared ordinary, lacking a distinguished background, yet wore an expression that reflected a desire for everything. It was utterly tiresome. However, Lin Weixue did not share this sentiment. At that banquet, she persistently drew closer to him. Whenever she approached, Duanmu Yunkai retreated a step back. He rejected her gratitude, turned down her toast, and dismissed her pleas for help after she fell into the water. He disregarded her teary-eyed gaze as she was rescued. Duanmu Yunkai could not comprehend why, despite Wang Hu being right beside her, she pursued him with such intensity. It was disgusting, leading him to resolve never to see Lin Weixue again. Even Lu Zhen couldn't resist teasing him, noting how rarely he exhibited such aversion towards women. Indeed, with others, he could maintain a semblance of gentlemanly demeanor. But with Lin Weixue, he always sought to distance himself as much as possible, akin to evading misfortune. Thus, he rarely involved himself in her affairs, wishing to keep his distance. With Lu Zhen's counsel and the passage of time, this carefree young man evolved into the prudent leader of the Duanmu family, always prepared for contingencies. Regarding the Shen family, he held no strong opinions. He lived with a philosophy of detachment. Duanmu Yunjing had advised him to keep his distance from the Shen family, so upon inheriting the Duanmu family, he severed all ties, transactions, and relationships with them, as if they were strangers. After all, he had only encountered their 7 brothers during the annual birthday celebrations of the elders. After sorting everything out, he visited Duanmu Yunjing's grave, reminiscing about family matters, the dwindling Shen family, and whispering, "I miss you, brother." Even in drunken solitude at the grave, he honored his elder brother's wishes, extending a helping hand during the Shen family's misfortunes. The release of Wen Qiqi from prison was facilitated by his support. He had never met Wen Qiqi, and his knowledge of her stemmed mostly from hearing about her fervent pursuit of Nangong Li during her school days. Later, he gleaned some information regarding her conflicts with Lin Weixue through Wang Hu. However, in Wang Hu's descriptions, Wen Qiqi always appeared contemptible, foolish, yet unwilling to concede. On the day of her release, when Wang Hu brought up past events, Duanmu Yunkai inexplicably recalled his former self, a time when he was under his brother's protection. Believing himself to be invincible, driven by curiosity or perhaps other emotions, he instructed his driver to take the route that Wen Qiqi would inevitably traverse upon her release. As the car window rolled down, Lu Jin yawned and handed him a fresh cigarette. The smoke swirled before him, blurring the image of a figure being released from the prison gates. Dressed lightly, her presence was ineffably striking. And then, she cast a fleeting glance in his direction. It was filled with rage, resentment, yet an unwillingness to surrender. He could not fathom it. Although he recognized that, given his intellect, many things eluded his understanding. He had to admit that in that moment, Wen Qiqi astonished him. Raising the window once more, he felt momentarily dazed. It was only after Lu Zhen inquired several times about their next destination that he regained his focus. After casually mentioning a location, he noticed that the cigarette in his hand felt oddly out of place. Everything suddenly seemed tasteless. He couldn't help but glance back through the rear-view mirror once more. The girl continued her determined strides, unwavering. After a long pause, he sighed, "Lu Zhen, what is it? If I were 18 now, and met her, I suppose I would pursue her." Before Lu Zhen could respond, he shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Not suppose, it is certain." Chapter 37. It was not I who chose her, but she chose me. The sharp tip of the knife. Bloodshot, frenzied eyes. The terrified screams of other patients desperately trying to escape. Li Ju witnessed it all clearly. Even though his head was inexplicably heavy, out of sheer survival instinct, he managed to take a step back. But just as he intended to evade, countless memories that did not belong to him but were rightfully his flashed through his mind. Over 100 similar scenes. Each time, he diligently attended to the last patient, preparing to join Shin Ci for lunch, only to be confronted by a complete stranger wielding a forbidden knife in the hospital. They had no connection whatsoever. He was merely the weakest doctor within this man's line of sight. Thus, he was innocently chosen. He had never committed any heinous act. Just a moment ago, he was wholeheartedly dedicated to his patients. Yet now, each thrust was erratic, as if fueled by a primal urge, growing increasingly forceful. How could he possibly escape? A doctor in his workplace cried for help. Even with the assistance of well-meaning patients attempting to intervene, he ultimately succumbed to excessive blood loss, unable to be saved, unable to fulfill his mother's farewell wish of returning home safely. As the harbinger of death flashed before him, Li Ju's breath hitched abruptly. He yearned to escape the fate that had been sealed, yet his body remained entirely motionless, as if shackled by invisible chains. Whispers echoed in his ears. "Li Ju, your script should end here. Surrender your resistance, Li Ju. Do not struggle in vain. You are a character I have created, and your fate is mine to command, life and death, all under my control." Though his body was immobile and speechless, Li Ju still defiantly widened his eyes. His eyelids instantly dried and reddened. The knife drew ever closer. His fingers strained with all their might, yet could only manage a slight twitch of his pinky. How could it be that such a death should befall a doctor? Unwilling. Unwilling. How could I ever accept this? Not far away, Shin Ci remained motionless. Not just him, but also Xiao Qian, Duanmu Yunkai, and the descending Shin Mosui. It seemed as though everyone who could possibly alter the dire circumstances had been pressed into an involuntary freeze. Among them, Duanmu Yuncai's condition was marginally better than that of Xiao Qian and Shin Ci. He could move, but it felt as if he were bound by countless weights. Every motion a Herculean effort. The personnel Shin Mosui had stationed in the corridor remained unaffected by the unfolding drama. Yet their first instinct upon witnessing the scene was not to rescue Li Ju, but to hasten toward Wen Qiqi's direction, prioritizing her safety as per their orders. However, as they encircled her from all sides, the young lady, with remarkable ease, executed a swift slide, slipping out of their protective perimeter and making a beeline for Li Ju. "Second master, Are you truly certain you do not wish to view the hospital's real-time surveillance? The butler, Uncle Pei, ventured cautiously. Shun Jihan fiddled with the instruments before him, his gaze fixed on the multitude of invitation emails, his tone nonchalant. I do not wish to monitor the real her. But as for the hospital surveillance, Uncle Pei's smile was genuine and earnest. Surely, that cannot be considered surveillance? You are merely ensuring the young lady's safety in real time. Shin Jihan hesitated slightly. Uncle Pei continued with his cheerful demeanor. Moreover, you have already perused those invitation emails repeatedly throughout the morning. Looking again will not yield any concerning emails about the young lady. Uncle Pei. Shin Jihan admonished in a low voice. The butler smiled and lowered his head. The invitations before him now resembled an irritating fly, and Shin Jihan turned away, sinking back into the sofa, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. Uncle Pei tiptoed over to the instruments, understandingly closing the numerous vexing pages and retrieving certain information. Shin Jihan lifted his hand, pushing back his silver hair, his eyes betraying an unrest that could not be quelled. Whenever it came to Wen Qiqi, whether trivial or significant, he could never quite relax. As Uncle Pei boldly, yet discreetly engaged in his subterfuge, he sought to divert Shin Jihan's attention. Second Master, I have long been curious. Why is the young lady so special to you? Or rather, what led you to choose her? It was not I who chose her, but she. Shin Jihan gradually opened his eyes, a tender warmth inadvertently glimmering within, rendering even the harsh sunlight gentle. Chose me. Childhood memories were suddenly rekindled. When Qiqi first arrived at the Shun household, the old master extraordinarily granted her the power of choice. Oh! Due to his unfamiliarity with the technology, he had been unable to locate the real-time hospital surveillance video, prompting Uncle Pei to step in. At that time, my father's generation had 8 siblings in the Shin family. Qiqi was allowed to choose her preferred guardian after spending a week with them. The chosen individual would rightfully become her parent. Uncle Pei typed out a series of unfamiliar codes, his smile faltering momentarily. What on earth were these? At that time, Qiqi was merely 7 years old, and the only girl among them. The elders were particularly fond of her. He chuckled softly, his voice warm. My mother once mentioned that during that week, they fiercely competed for her guardianship. Indeed, Shin Jihan recalled some amusing anecdotes. During that week, even we 7 brothers were unceremoniously dispatched to boarding school by our parents, not allowed to linger at home for even a second, lest we tarnish Qiqi's impression of them. In the eyes of the elder relatives, they believed their sons were not only unworthy of the sole precious girl, Wen Qiqi, but also felt a tinge of shame regarding the matter. As his fingers traced his brow, he smiled more broadly. At that time, Shenwang was also just 7 years old, and during that week at the boarding school, he relentlessly cried and complained to Shin Mo's-hui about Qiqi's perceived cruelty, even frequently bringing her up in front of Shin Yun and Shin Si. Shin Mu's added fuel to the fire, spreading rumors among us brothers that our parents would choose Qiqi over us. You know, I despised the thought of others coveting my belongings as a child, and I loathed the idea of sharing my parents with another child. Uncle Pei took a moment to respond. So that is how it was? Shin Jihan detected his distraction, straightened his posture, and noticed a series of virus alerts popping up on the screen, casually lifting a wine glass from the table and speaking leisurely to himself. Thus, when Shen Wang proposed sneaking home to gather information, I acquiesced. Uncle Pei was still fervently dismissing the pop-up alerts. And then? Shin Jihan took a sip of wine then. His eyes narrowed slightly. He distinctly recalled that only he and Shen Wang had snuck back home. The two, not far apart in age and temperament, surprisingly found common ground. Shen Wang took the lead, while he concealed himself in the shadows, heading straight for the small garden where Wen Qiqi was. Taking advantage of the diversion of the servants, Shen Wang boldly stepped out and spoke with unreserved confidence, intending to assert dominance over the frail and cherished little girl who had just been the center of attention. Yet, when the little girl turned to look at him, the 7-year-old Shen Wang momentarily forgot what he was going to say. It was hardly Shen Wang's fault. At that moment, Shen Jihan, perched high in the branches, observed the young girl's innocent and gentle demeanor, feeling an uncontrollable softness in his heart. Subsequently, Shen Wang received a resounding slap from Wen Qiqi. The little girl's voice was sweet, akin to a summer peach, yet her tone was fierce. Did you just call me an unwanted orphan? Dare you say another word? Though she was undeniably beautiful, Shen Wang, as a child, would not easily let such a slap go unpunished, especially since he had been accustomed to being spoiled in the Shan household. Naturally, he rolled up his sleeves to confront Wen Qiqi. Before their quarrel could escalate, Shen Jihan discreetly alerted the household staff and summoned the remaining 5 brothers still at school back home. Ultimately, this intervention halted the tumultuous scene before the two could engage in a second round of verbal sparring. Thus, due to Shen Wang's unexpected intrusion, the week-long trial period for their parents concluded a day early. Although the elders intended to chastise Shen Wang, the presence of several children in the living room led them to mistakenly believe it was a collective decision among the 7 to return home together. So they refrained from further inquiry. When it came time for Wen Qiqi to choose her parents, Shen Zihan merely cast a distant glance at his brothers, silently tugging at the corners of his mouth. Despite not being particularly old, none could conceal their intentions. Even Shen Wang, who had just been scolded by Wen Qiqi, kicked the floor in frustration, yet occasionally cast expectant glances toward her. They all hoped to be chosen by her, the seemingly soft and harmless girl. It was undeniable that Shen Jihan harbored the same sentiment. However, unlike his brothers, he was captivated by her fearless and fierce demeanor, standing tall in the garden. Yet, Shen Jihan understood that the power of decision did not lie within their hands, so he chose to acquiesce to fate, respecting her thoughts regardless of the circumstances. Thus, he turned away until someone spoke from behind him. Can I become your family? For the first time, Shen Jihan hesitated in his actions and turned around. Behind him were his parents, cheering joyfully as if they had won a grand competition. In front of him were his brothers, their expressions unified in discontent, each concealing their own thoughts within their gazes.
Why?
Shen Jihan did not believe in actions without reason. Every endeavor required justification. Wen Qiqi's choice of him was no exception. It too needed a reason. She should have informed him earlier, allowing him to ascertain their positions and the trajectory of their future together. The girl merely smiled, extending her hand to pluck a small, vibrant green leaf from his hoodie. This leaf, fresh and full of life, could only be found in the Shen family's back garden. Shen Jihan raised his gaze. The girl leaned closer, lowering her voice. And despite the surrounding clamor, he focused intently on her lips, hearing her words distinctly, because, you came back with Shen Wang to teach me a lesson.
Didn't he?
Yet you refrained from doing so, and even summoned the servants. I am uncertain of your intentions, but I still thank you for your protection this time, Shen Jihan. In that moment, all defenses, all positioning, all meticulous plans faded away. Thoughts coalesced, and Shen Jihan chose not to continue the conversation. He placed his glass back on the table, rose, and navigated past the flustered butler, Uncle Pei, who was unable to manage the chaotic scene, and pressed the restart button. Second young master, your skills in stealth need a bit more refinement. Shen Jihan did not chastise him. He merely watched as the device powered up again, easily pulling up the hospital's surveillance footage, revealing the time when Wen Qiqi was outside Lin Weixue's ward, watching the commotion. Uncle Pei observed the footage, noting Wen Qiqi was unharmed, and cautiously smiled. What happened next, second young master? After you and the 7th young master returned home. Shen Jihan glanced at him, succinctly responding. Then Shen Wang received a slap from Qiqi, who deemed me more handsome among us brothers and chose me. Uncle Pei was taken aback. Ah? Shen Jihan chuckled softly. Suddenly, Uncle Pei's expression changed, and he pointed at the screen. Second young master, please hold your laughter. The young lady has charged in. The footage showed Wen Qiqi rushing directly behind a middle-aged man, leaping up suddenly and seizing a doctor's identification lanyard. Astonished, Xiao Qian realized that the ID badge belonging to Li Ju, which hung around his neck, had somehow ended up in Wen Qiqi's possession. In the next moment, Wen Qiqi looped the lanyard around the neck of the already wounded man, thrusting her foot against his back, and with both hands, she yanked the lanyard tightly. Her voice, laced with fury, rang out. Who the hell do you think you are to decide who lives or dies? The blade of the dagger grazed Dr. Li Ju's skin, creating a deep but non-fatal wound. As blood droplets splattered, Li Ju suddenly realized he could move. In that moment of being choked, the man panicked, tugging at the lanyard around his neck, struggling desperately as his face flushed from oxygen deprivation. Yet upon hearing the voice of a young girl behind him, he revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, brandishing the dagger backward. Wen Qiqi had anticipated his reckless action, forcefully throwing him against the wall, delivering a swift kick. The man was propelled violently against the wall. Ms. Wen. In the immobilized standoff, Dr. Li Ju, standing frozen, slowly raised his hands. Although he could move, he was unable to act freely. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a vague sense of constraint lingering over him, as if it were gradually dissipating. This sensation was beyond comprehension. He could only gaze in bewilderment at Wen Qiqi. Dr. Li Ju. Wen Qiqi tore a piece of specially designed fabric from her shirt and tossed it to him. Stop the bleeding first. The bug fix might take a while. As she faced the frenzied man charging at her, her tone remained light. You must hold on. You must survive, Dr. Li Ju. A good doctor should not perish due to medical disputes. Li Ju struggled to find words, his throat tightening, his eyes stinging with emotion. Everything was happening too suddenly. Whether it was the death warning flashing in his mind moments ago, or the sight of everyone else frozen outside, only Wen Qiqi engaging in combat with the rampaging man, it all felt unreal. Not only him, but even those dispatched by Shen Mashing to protect Wen Qiqi stood momentarily stunned. Wen Qiqi's movements were too swift, dodging, sweeping, executing flying kicks off the walls. She wielded a nearby chair with unyielding force against the man's upper body. It flowed seamlessly. Only when she pinned the man to the ground did the onlookers react, rushing forward to assist Wen Qiqi in subduing the thrashing man. Wen Qiqi brushed the dirt off her hands, feeling a warm sensation on her shoulder, and turned her head.
Oh.
It was just a minor cut from the dagger during the scuffle. She was not particularly concerned. It did not hurt much. It appeared to be a small wound, merely a trickle of blood. Ms. Wen, your arm. Li Ju, clutching his chest wound, gazed at her with worry. Wen Qiqi dismissed his concern with a gentle smile. It's nothing then. Turning her head, her smile vanished as her dainty shoe pressed firmly onto the man's hand, crushing it with force. The man could no longer grip the dagger, letting out a cry. Ah. Wen Qiqi casually wiped her shoulder wound with a piece of gauze handed to her, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into his open mouth. Scolding, "What nonsense!" She seized the man by the collar, her watery eyes brimming with rage. "You worthless scum. Just because your own life is miserable, you want to drag others down with you. Why should that be the case? Those who have bullied and tormented you, who are stronger than you dare not confront. Yet you target innocent doctors in a hospital. What kind of bravery is that? If you have the guts to retaliate against society, then muster the strength to drag those parasites down with you. Coward!" With another forceful throw, the man crashed down, his head striking the floor with a sharp sound. Before losing consciousness, the last sight he beheld was the disdainful gaze of the girl looking down upon him, accompanied by the words mouthed, "Go to hell, Trass." As the man fell into a stupor, time resumed its flow for Shen Xiai and the others. Was closest to, yet he could only advance a few steps before being obstructed by members of the Shen family surrounding her. "I apologize, but our young lady requires rest." Was similarly halted. Shen Xiai managed to squeeze through, intending to place his hands on shoulders, which were adorned with a gentle smile, but upon noticing her injury, his brow furrowed deeply. His eyes filled with concern and guilt. Tilted her head, maintaining her obedient demeanor, yet it pained Shen Xiai to see her that way. Her hand rested on his outstretched wrist, guiding him towards. "Fourth brother's injuries are quite serious. You should attend to them first. I will escort you." "It's nothing, miss. My injuries are not that." They spoke in unison, the air falling silent for a moment.
Shenqi.
Likewise. Time flowed for Shen Moshu as he slowly descended the stairs. Shen Xiai was not surprised by his appearance. In fact, he had anticipated it. After all, the arrangement made by the brothers last night was as follows. The eldest brother Shen Moshu was to oversee the male lead. The second brother Shen Jihan was tasked with ensuring safety. The third brother Shenyan was too engrossed in gaming with his team to attend the 10-cent meeting. The fourth brother Shen Xiai was to secure the hypnotized and take over his duties. The fifth brother Shin Feng Yan was responsible for the hypnosis. The sixth brother Shin Muze was of no assistance and was removed from the group chat. The seventh brother Shin Wang, despite not being kicked from the chat, was muted due to his inability to leave. Blinked. Why is the eldest brother here? As Shen Mo Shu approached her, his secretary prepared tissues and gently bent down to, Miss, let us attend to your injuries briefly. Nodded, still gazing at her elder brother Shen Mo Shu. He exchanged a glance with Shen Ci. Shen Ci lowered his head, assisting. I will take you to get treated. We cannot rule out the possibility that his dagger was not clean. A check is necessary. Oh, wish to say more. But upon observing the expressions of the brothers, he ultimately remained silent and nodded.
All right.
Before departing, he hesitated in front of Mississippi. The expression on's face was quite telling. Initially, a minor injury was not painful, but now, as secretary tended to her wounds, the pain was excruciating. She forced a smile through gritted teeth. What is it, doctor? The weary doctor managed to lift himself slightly, bowing respectfully to with a solemn demeanor.
Thank you.
Merely smiled softly, supporting without accepting his gratitude. She understood that it was not yet sufficient. After was taken away by Shen Ci for treatment, and were also escorted away by the Shin family under the pretense of resolving hospital affairs. The corridor was left with only the members of the Shin family and the silent and Shen Mo Shu. Your actions were quite impulsive. Shen Mo Shu dismissed the others and crouched slightly to meet's gaze. You could get hurt, yet stood tall, as if awaiting praise like a child. But, brother, I succeeded. And I did exceedingly well. You should commend me. Commend you for injuring yourself? Shen Mo Shu held a warm towel, gently cleaning around her wound, his expression still cold. Yet his eyes could not stray from her injury. It's just a minor injury. Attempted to move but was restrained by Shen Mo Shu. It isn't healed yet. If you have something to say, continue. Lowered her head, gazing at Shen Mo Shu as he diligently cleaned her wound, surprised. Brother, do you understand my intention? Yes. Shen Mo Shu softly blew on her injury, causing to squint from the slight tickle. You wish to resolve this matter fundamentally. Otherwise, you would not allow me to remain here for such a duration. Shen Mo Shu did not beat around the bush, he knew well. In matters of power, she would always seek to keep him close if she had something to request. Otherwise, she would have sent him back to his work sooner. Even if it was a matter of convenience, he was willing to stay a few extra minutes. Beamed like a blooming flower. To fundamentally resolve this issue, brother, whether it be the hospital's security checks, the security measures in place, or the equipment in the doctor's office, all must receive due attention. Her eyes were earnest. She was thoughtfully considering the matter. S words were not wrong. After all, this is a world too. So even if she halted death today, what about the countless innocent doctors thereafter? If they cannot be afforded the basic protection of life, then would anyone still wish to pursue medicine? Brother, we must not be indifferent spectators, nor silent lambs. Shen Mo Shu raised his gaze to her. You know that society is complex. What you desire cannot be accomplished with mere words. I believe in you, brother. Shen Mo Shu's voice faltered. S lips curled into a sly yet sincere smile. As long as it is you, brother, it shall be accomplished. Shen Mo Shu remained silent, studying her for a few moments. Then he straightened up, gently pulling sleeve back down, covering her properly. You truly know how to present me with challenges. Not at all. Everything I entrust to you is born of trust. Shen Mo Shu's hand slightly pressed against her head, rubbing it affectionately. I will do my utmost to arrange it. Just as you said, we must not be indifferent spectators, nor silent lambs. Grandfather should support your viewpoint as well. He adjusted his suit, and secretary reappeared at the staircase. Mr. Shen, the elevator has arrived. Shen Mo Shu looked toward her.
Waved.
See you next time. Brother ensure Shen Ci takes good care of your wound. Do not let it scar. Will a scar look bad? It looks good. I just fear that seeing it will remind you of the pain. As injuries have been mostly treated. And when Shen Ci returned swiftly, Shen Mo Shu had just departed. Shen Ci said little, merely grabbing his wrist somewhat forcefully, pulling her into his office. Fourth brother, that hurts. Shen Ci eased his grip slightly, but still locked the door, pressing the young girl against his desk corner. The girl blinked innocently. You seem quite angry. Fourth brother. Even elder brother is not angry. How can you? I am not as cold-blooded as he is. As Shen Qiqi spoke, he gently lifted the girl by her waist, seating her on his desk. He placed his hands on either side of her, leaning in closer, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do you realize how dangerous your actions were? I almost thought that Shen Qi's voice caught in his throat as he slammed his fist onto the desk, his head bowing silently. The innocent and worried gaze of the young girl was too difficult to bear. In a hushed voice, he expressed, I would lose you. You cannot fathom how much more unbearable this is for me than losing Li Ju. I truly cannot envision such pain. The girl looked at the utterly unhinged Shen Qiqi and smiled helplessly. Her fourth brother had ultimately succumbed to emotional collapse after yet another wave of provocation. She gently leaned against his shoulder, soothingly assuring him, Fourth brother, this time, we will not lose each other. Absolutely not. Shen Muse, upon hearing all that had transpired, was on his way upstairs. The man, usually donned in a constant smile, now bore a visibly lowered demeanor. He paused at the entrance of Shen Qi's office, and without attempting to knock, he forcefully kicked the door open. Upon seeing Shen Qiqi at his desk, Shen Muse wasted no time and delivered a direct punch, accompanied by a fierce, gritted teeth question. How dare you allow Wen Qiqi to be harmed in the hospital under your care? Chapter 39. Safe return home. Congratulations, Second Master. With Mrs. Skills, resolving this matter should pose no challenge, should it? Butler Pei's words trailed off as he glanced at the steely-faced Shen Jihan, who remained fixated on the screen. Hesitantly, he inquired, What is it, Second Master? At that moment, the surveillance footage displayed Wen Qiqi just having kicked a thug against the wall. Shen Jihan extended his finger, wishing to tap the screen but refraining from pausing the footage. He withdrew his hand, slightly tilting his head to address Butler Pei. That scum's knife grazed Qiqi's arm. TSK. His eyes narrowed as he flicked his fingers away from the edge of the screen, clenching and then relaxing his fist. Butler Pei rubbed his eyes. No. He was not at the age for presbyopia. How could he have missed the scene? His gaze swept over Shen Jihan, who was intensely focused on the screen. Butler Pei understood. The second master was scrutinizing every detail. With no time for further reflection, as the footage progressed frame by frame, Shen Jihan's eyes grew progressively colder, causing the air around him to feel several degrees chillier. Although the young lady had the upper hand, in Shen Jihan's eyes, there was an endless, relentless anxiety. It was not until Wen Qiqi had completely subdued the thug and stood triumphantly over him that Shen Jihan turned off the device, stood up, and silently ascended the stairs. Taking his coat from the sofa, Second Master? Butler Pei dared not speak further. Observing Shen Jihan's demeanor, he sensed that there would be no stopping him this time. With a long sigh, he calmly picked up his phone, expertly referencing the pack schedule as he sent a voice message to a dozen contacts in the group. All activities are to be paused for about 3 days. Second Master is likely to return home. If you wish to avoid drinking with those treacherous rascals, it would be prudent to consult the Second Master before making any decisions. As soon as the message was sent, several leaders in the Global Family Praise group quickly responded with acknowledgement emojis. Just as he managed to carve out a small gap in the schedule, he heard Shen Jihan's footsteps descending the stairs. Looking up, he saw Shen Jihan had changed into a crisp, composed outfit, a small suitcase in hand, with a single earbud flashing red, indicating an ongoing call. His tone was grave, devoid of the usual banter. Replace that entire group. If they cannot keep up with Qiqi's pace, what use are they to me? To wait until something happens to Qiqi and then collect her remains? I do not retain useless waste. The person on the other end seemed to be explaining something, and Shen Jihan adjusted his cuffs, speaking again after a moment. Oh, and the scum that injured Qiqi should not be left alive, regardless of how Shen Mozho may feel. Just find an opportunity and handle it cleanly. As he hung up, Butler Pei stood beside him with a forced smile. Second Master, shall I arrange the flight back home? Shen Jihan turned the suitcase toward him. Butler Pei, I have already booked it. Butler Pei took the suitcase, sighing in resignation. This was merely a trip home to see the young lady. If it were for regular business discussions, it would take him 4 or 5 reminders before Shen Jihan would take action, even with the plane waiting at the door. About 10 minutes later, Shen Jihan's lips curled into a smile as he strode toward the villa's exit, home. Butler Pei attempted to immediately grab the suitcase to keep pace with him, but he was caught off guard by its unexpected weight, pulling with all his might yet failing to budge it. What on earth was packed in this small suitcase that made it so heavy? Butler Pei struggled to drag it along, disregarding his appearance, yelling after Shen Jihan, who had already exited. Second Master, what is in here? It's incredibly heavy. Shen Jihan turned back, adjusting his sunglasses. A gift for Qiqi. What's the matter? Butler Pei, did you pack it so full of gifts? Not quite. Whenever he came across something peculiar that she might like, he would casually toss it into the suitcase, always preparing to take it back for her when he had the time. Finally managing to drag the suitcase closer to the car, Butler Pei remarked, "This can't just be gifts for the young lady. Surely, Second Master has prepared something for the other young masters as well. Otherwise, how could it be?"
Hey.
He heaved the suitcase into the trunk, completing his earlier thought. So heavy. Shen Jihan opened the back door of the car, raising an eyebrow. Them? Do they need gifts? As if struck by inspiration, his gaze shifted slightly. Not that I haven't prepared anything. He chuckled softly. My return is the greatest surprise they could receive. Are you sure it's a surprise and not a shock? Should we inform the young masters? Not necessary. Shen Jihan climbed into the car, a hint of mirth in his voice. Butler Pei, if you tell them, it loses its charm. After delivering a punch to Shen Xiai, the sixth son of the Shen family, Shen Muse draped his coat over the still-seated Wen Qiqi. The oversized coat enveloped her petite frame, accentuating her small stature. Wen Qiqi had just begun to say, "Sixth brother, it's not what you think," when Shen Muse swiftly zipped it up. His movements were abrupt and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Though the man before her wore a calm expression and steady breathing, Wen Qiqi could sense his unpredictable fury. Reminiscent of the moment at their third brother's funeral, where the usually cheerful Shen Muse, upon entering the mourning hall, had smiled faintly before shattering Shen Yun's memorial tablet, cursing profusely. Curse the pathetic third brother. Curse Lin Weixue and Nangon Li, who bicker like fools in the middle of the road. Curse the brothers who remain inactive, including cursing himself. Initially, I believed that at that time, sixth brother was the most ill-tempered version of himself. However, following the demise of Shen Wang, second brother and eldest brother, and the downfall of the Shen family, his mood became increasingly erratic. Sometimes, while watching a live broadcast, his expression would be smiling one moment, only for his words to turn harsh the next. It seems that the more unhinged he became, the more the audience adored him. The more chaotic sixth brother became in the live stream, the more fans he attracted and the more rewards he received, thereby enabling Lin Weixue to profit considerably. Yet, even so, the support sixth brother could provide to the Shen family remained minuscule. As the zipper approached, Wen Qiqi could only silently tilt her head back. Do not fear. Sixth brother will take you home soon. Despite the low atmospheric pressure, when Shen Muse uttered these words, he tightened the collar of the coat draped over Wen Qiqi's shoulders. His beautiful, almond-shaped eyes narrowed earnestly. How could sixth brother allow anyone to bully our Qiqi? Just wait for sixth brother to deliver justice. In that moment, Wen Qiqi recalled fragments from the 125 cycles, the sixth brother Shen Muse, whose physique had changed after prolonged live streaming. Using the money he had just earned to buy a small cake that, while not overly expensive, was indeed a luxury for the Shen family at that time. He returned to their rented apartment with weary limbs, secretly hiding the cake before stealthily approaching Wen Qiqi. The room was dimly lit, and in each cycle, Wen Qiqi calculated how to find a better escape route. Every time, she would witness the flickering flames behind her, along with those enchanting almond-shaped eyes, even brighter than the flames. Though repetitive, it was mesmerizing. Sixth brother's appearance was striking, even when covered in dirt and dressed in tatters. Yet, he would still lift the corners of his lips and proudly declare, how could sixth brother allow our Qiqi to celebrate her birthday without a small cake? For reasons unknown. Those two phrases, in two distinct scenes, shared the same gaze, converging in that moment before Wen Qiqi. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. Her silence did not deter Shen Muse. He cast a glance at Shen Xiai, who lay on the ground, experiencing pain yet refusing to rise, his head bowed. And his gaze turned hostile. I will not allow Qiqi to remain in such an unsafe place. The hospital cannot even ensure Qiqi's safety. What good are you, Xinxi? Wen Qiqi was jolted back to her senses by his suddenly raised voice, swiftly extending her arms from the sleeves of the coat to attempt to intercept Xin Mia's incomprehensible tirade. No. Sixth brother, do not scold fourth brother. My injury is not his fault. She wished to explain for Xinxi, but Xin Mia's was impatient. He effortlessly lifted Wen Qiqi in his arms, following her outstretched hands. Wen Qiqi was bewildered. Wait, is this guy's agility a bit too high? How smoothly did he just pick me up? She had yet to grasp the fluidity of his movements when Xin Miu spoke again. Xinxi, you promised us before we left with fifth brother. He carried Wen Qiqi out the door, leaving behind a single remark. Those who break their promises do not deserve to share in treasures. Xinxi averted his gaze, offering no rebuttal. Upon exiting, Wen Qiqi flailed in Xin Miu's embrace. No. Why are you scolding him? It's not fourth brother who hurt me. It's just a tiny scratch. You're overreacting, sixth brother. Be quiet. Wen Qiqi felt his arm tighten around her. He took a special passage down, avoiding any outsiders. Thus he did not wear sunglasses or a mask to conceal his celebrity visage. He continued his relentless muttering. Is a small cut not a wound? Did he not ensure you received a tetanus shot? Did he not conduct any blood tests? Honestly, I should never have entrusted you to those unreliable three. Due to Xin Mia's rapid descent, Wen Qiqi could only clutch his clothing tightly. Had there been a wire in the hallway, she would have suspected Xin Miu's could perform a swift slide down the banister. As they finally reached the first floor, sunlight poured over them, and another voice echoed in her ears. Xin Miu's. It was fifth brother Xin Fengyan. He twirled a car key on his finger, a smile on his face that sent chills down one's spine. And where exactly are you taking Qiqi? Breaking news, doctor. Li Ju's follow-up, due to the injury not being deep and not affecting any internal organs, the results from the subsequent examinations remained within the normal range.
In a way,
Dr. Li Ju managed to survive the unexpected chaos. Faced with a slightly dazed Li Ju sitting on the hospital bed, the usually stern department head surprisingly granted him half a day off. Go home and rest well. You were startled today. Before leaving, the head gently pressed on his shoulder. But rest assured, the hospital will hold you accountable for this. In your spare time, you can practice Taekwondo with young Xinxi.
Don't just watch from the sidelines.
The head tossed out this seemingly random remark. Li Ju's thoughts began to coalesce as he looked at the head. What? The head, over 50 and rolling up his sleeves to reveal powerful biceps, spoke earnestly. If he refuses to reason, we shall teach him about humanistic ethics.
Observing Li Jua,
who averted his gaze with a sense of helplessness, the head smiled slightly and turned away. We would rather you beat him half to death. We can still smile and listen to the officer's orders to save him, rather than having him kill our colleague while we still have to treat him. Only by living can one create infinite possibilities, Li Ju. Li Ju tidied up his desk. There wasn't much to take home. However, after the incident, his colleagues crowded at the door, expressing their concern and indignation, preventing him from leaving the office for some time. Ultimately, it was Xinxi who dispersed the nurses and doctors clustered at the entrance. Just as Li Ju intended to express his gratitude, he noticed the redness around Xinxi's eyes and face, bewildered. Did you get into a fight? Xinxi casually pressed a damp towel against his face. Not directly answering, do you need to take a day off tomorrow? I can speak to the department head, or arrange for you to. No need, Dr. Xin. Li Ju smiled at him. I'm fine. Really? Xinxi leaned against the sink. Although one side of his face was reddened and swollen, his gaze remained deep and penetrating, as if able to see through one's soul. Your condition is not right, Li Ju. Is something affecting you? Li Ju recalled the moment he witnessed death, and the feeling of terror surged once more, causing him to instinctively clutch at the fabric of his chest. Only the bandage touching his chest. The memories of those moments of death faded instantaneously, replaced by another image. Miss Wen, amidst a rampage, smiled gently at him. He was still alive. Indeed, he was alive. Li Ju shook his head. I will be fine after a good sleep. As he spoke, he picked up the items on the table and hurriedly left. I will come to work tomorrow. Dressed in ordinary attire, Li Ju stood on the familiar path leading back to his rented apartment. He paused in front of a convenience store, habitually stepping inside, walking to the fruit section, and listening to the cashier greet him. Dr. Li Ju, your favorite dragon fruit is on the bottom shelf, all set for you. Li Ju thanked her and bent down. Then he hesitated. His gaze fell upon other fruits placed above. He began to ponder. When did he come to favor dragon fruit so much? Unconsciously, he spoke. Have I only ever bought dragon fruit? Yes, Dr. Li Ju. Every time I recommend other fruits, you tend to overlook them. I thought you might have occasional hearing issues. Then, Li Ju set down the dragon fruit he had instinctively picked up, straightened himself, and reached for other fruits. I think I will try this, and this. Hey, Dr. Li Ju, you're buying so much today. Do you have a friend coming over? Yes. Li Ju paid cheerfully. His smile no longer rigidly gentle but infused with the essence of life, celebrating the new beginnings of a friend. Riding his bicycle, Li Ju encountered many familiar neighbors along the way. Conversations that had previously seemed ordinary now felt profoundly awkward. Dr. Li, off work already? Li replied. Aunt Li, it's only 2 in the afternoon. There's still quite a while until I finish. I skipped out early. Only? Dr. Li, buying dragon fruit again? How refreshing. It makes me want some too. Li Ju responded. Uncle Wang, the bag is transparent. You can see I didn't buy any dragon fruit. So, I really can't share with you, but I can offer you an apple for your teeth. Uncle Wang. How was your day at the hospital, doctor?
Li?
I saw the news that your hospital recently received a national award. Li Ju halted his bicycle. Aunt Zhang, that is old news from years ago. Also, I nearly died at the hospital today. Aunt Zhang's eyes widened in shock, at a loss for words. But Li Ju paid little attention, heading upstairs, opening the door, and gazing at his mother, asleep on the sofa. The room was small, even somewhat cramped. Li Ju had always been frugal. It was unclear why, despite a decent salary and good hospital benefits, he was relegated to such a small rented place, while his mother lived in the countryside, only coming to stay for a couple of days when she missed her son too much. What was the purpose of such a life? Soon he would find the answer. Faint voices echoed in his ears, narrating the aftermath of his death, Li Ju, after his passing. His mother could not bear the blow and jumped from a building that same day. All of Li Ju's savings were donated to charity, supporting impoverished students at Shangxilia, helping them with their education. Lin Weixue was one of the recipients. She held the funds, often mentioning Dr. Li Ju to Xinci. Even though she had never met him, it did not hinder her from describing her imagined version of him. Thus, she moved Xinci, and their bond deepened. Li Ju's life as a tool came to a close. Li Ju slowly crouched down, observing his mother gradually waking, and suddenly smiled. His mother rose, asking, Why are you home so early today? Did you have a tough day at the hospital? It's all right. We can find you another job. Don't overwork yourself. Li Ju knelt on the ground, embracing his mother's waist, tears swirling in his eyes, his voice initially steady, but growing increasingly choked. Mom, let us buy a bigger house and have you come live with me. His mother, taken aback, replied, Didn't you say those funds should be saved? She struggled to recall the reason, while Li Ju sobbed in her embrace. No more saving, Mom. I won't save anymore.
Mom.
Li Ju lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears, yet his smile radiated with the relief of survival. I am alive. I am truly alive. Meanwhile, the voice in his ears continued to announce, unable to provide a conclusion for the character Li Ju, as the character has transcended the confines of the narrative. The author is urged to relinquish modifications to Li Ju's storyline, granting the character ultimate freedom. The following day. So, do you understand now, Xinci? I have been reborn. Xinci set down his pen, the swelling on his face having diminished significantly. He looked up, assessing Li Ju from head to toe, raising an eyebrow. So, this is why you came to work today in a tank top and beach shorts? Li Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can wear whatever I want now. I've discovered I can dress freely. Xinci remained expressionless, redirecting his gaze to the computer, clicking the mouse. What are you doing? Xinci did not reply. Li Ju leaned over to see, and then no. I'm not sick. Why did you schedule a mental health emergency appointment for me? And a brain CT scan? No, I'm not sick, Xinci. Shen Xiai watched as Li Ju flailed to cancel those appointments, gently reclining in his chair. Let us discuss what you mean by rebirth. Li Ju's hands continued their movements, but his smile was abundant. It means Miss Wen helped me break free from all constraints. I am entirely free now. However, as I say this now, you might not grasp its essence. Shen Xiai tilted his head, intrigued by the matter of Wen Qiqi. How can one truly feel it? Li Ju pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps when nearing death.
Shenqi.
By the way, Shen Xiai, I heard you stayed at the hospital last night and didn't you go home to sleep? Why? Shen Xiai averted his gaze. Because there are several at home who would devour me alive. If I return these days, I might genuinely experience the rebirth you speak of. Li Ju chuckled. Is it that terrifying? Aren't you brothers? Surely they wouldn't resort to violence just because Miss Wen was hurt in our hospital. Other brothers might merely fight, but that one. Shen Xiai lowered his gaze. It's entirely possible. Chapter 40I. Shen Yun Shen Muse. The king has come, and no one shall stop me. Hello, second brother. The vibrant and dazzling red sports car sped down the highway. Shen Yun, wearing sunglasses, cranked the car's music to the maximum volume. I'm back again, he shouted. Let us get moving, my friends. I need a formation of freedom. The thought of Wen Qiqi agreeing to accompany him for a gaming session this weekend made Shen Yun involuntarily sway his head to the pulsating rhythm of the upbeat music. While he enthusiastically belted out the lyrics, I thought the traveler had burned out all my enthusiasm, yet you feel like a love letter. Quite elementary people lock their late-arriving love in passwords. This line feels like something Lao Si would say. The articulate speech disassociates all relations. I hear your voice. And it conceals a heart that longs to meet tonight. I hide in the backseat door just as Shen Yun was lost in his performance. A phone call interrupted him. With no energy to check the caller ID, he casually activated the speakerphone, only to be met with a deafening wail that reverberated through the car. Teacher Shen Yun, how could you leave? Our team still needs your guidance. Shen Yun, teacher. It was Shen Weixue, the head and coach of the Qingmeng team that he had been pushed into joining. One hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. Shen Yun lowered the music slightly, rubbing his aching ears, and replied nonchalantly, Don't you have a holiday this weekend? The voice on the other end sobbed, But the first round of the tournament is about to start. Teacher Shen Yun, we can't do without you.
Boo-hoo.
Shen Yun squinted, feeling a bit irritated, and slowed down the car, fearing that the next moment would bring tears to his eyes and hinder his ability to see the road clearly. Didn't I leave you a winning strategy? Besides, I'm just going home for the weekend. It's not like I'm disappearing completely. Upon hearing this, the head immediately ceased his sobbing. Really, Teacher Shen Yun? You'll be back next week? Yes, I sneaked home this time. Don't tell my brother, he replied carelessly, as if it didn't matter whether the other person absorbed his words. The head beamed with joy. Just as one of the players brought over the strategy Shen Yun had left behind, a smile spreading across his face. Then, Teacher Shen Yun, I wish you a pleasant weekend. The call ended as Shen Yun hung up. The exhilarating music, accompanied by powerful bass, continued to thrum within the car. Shen Yun glanced into the rearview mirror, revealing an indescribable grin, his tongue playfully licking the upper left canine tooth. Inside the Qingmeng team, the head eagerly opened the green box containing the strategy, revealing a folded piece of paper. The outer layer bore the bold inscription, Shen Yun's proven winning method. Knowing that Shen Yun was a renowned powerhouse in the esports realm filled the head with optimism. He unfolded it to find a line that read, If you can win, push forward. If you can't, retreat. If you're inexperienced, practice. If you're overly addicted, quit. If none of these work, please see the next point. To his surprise, a small paper ball was wrapped inside. As the head unwrapped the paper ball, his previously furrowed brow began to relax, while he muttered, I knew Teacher Shen Yun would never give up on us, only to find a haphazard scrawl erupting with a few words. What is it to me? This nearly sent the head into a fit of rage. Meanwhile, in the car, Shen Yun calmly rolled down the window, laughing heartily. It's not over yet, coach. The head, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and attempted to call Shen Yun's elder brother, Shen Weixue. But each attempt met with a notice of being out of service. It was the same with any phone number he tried. Even messages sent through any communication app were blocked. It felt like a curse. Shan Yun laughed even louder, driving straight to the Shen family mansion. Huh. Do you think I'd let it go so easily? You really think my intelligence is just for show? If you want to report to my brother, huh? Wait until you crack the virus I've planted. The car pulled into the garage, and Shen Yun nonchalantly entered the Shen family villa. Aunt Wang was cleaning the stairs and looked surprised to see Shen Yun. Third young master. Weren't you supposed to be? Shen Yun loosened the tie around his neck and tossed it onto the nearby sofa, beaming. My brother isn't home this weekend, so I snuck back. Aunt Wang. Don't you dare tell on me. Aunt Wang fell silent. As Shen Yun casually climbed the stairs, he began to mumble. When is Qiqi coming back? That rascal Shen Qiqi has taken so long to check on her. According to the timeline, she should be back today, right? And what about Shen Qiqi's friend? Is he still alive? Aunt Wang was at a loss for words. Shen Yun continued upstairs, his mouth running nonstop. The group chat is as quiet as if everyone is mourning. I've sent 372 messages of condolence. And none of the guys have even made a peep. Third young master Aunt Wang glanced at Butler Pei, who stood silently smiling in the corner of the living room. Then looked back at Shen Yun, hesitating to speak. Hearing her voice, Shen Yun poked his head over the railing, his face bright with a cheerful smile. Aunt Wang, you think those guys are being too much, right? How can they isolate me like they're doing to Lao Lu? Aunt Wang wanted to speak, but was deterred by Butler Pei's ghostly grin. Shen Yun, having changed into a black zip-up short-sleeve shirt and distressed jeans, sauntered downstairs, grabbing a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator. The moment he took a sip, he felt a wave of freedom wash over him. He glanced back at Aunt Wang, attempting to reassure her as he made his way to the living room. Aunt Wang, I see you're worried. Don't fret. I'm only staying home for one weekend. Qiqi will keep me company for 2 days of gaming, and then I'll head back. My brother Wen Qiqi find out. He raised the cola, tilting his chin up, oblivious to Butler Pei, who was respectfully bowing at the guest room door. He continued to mutter to himself. Besides, even if my brother comes back, I can just write a few thousand words of reflection. Today, Shen Yun. No matter who it is, I will never back down. Absolutely not, mid-sentence. He took a couple of steps back, setting down the cola, his gaze landing on Butler Pei. You look oddly familiar. Butler Pei bowed his head, smiling kindly. Good evening, third young master. Welcome home. Not a still image. Yet Shen Yun stood frozen for 2 to 3 seconds, retreating in disbelief. Butler Pei. If you're back, then out of sight, out of mind. Shen Yun turned on his heel and bolted. Shen Jihan was still handling personal matters, lifting his gaze without a word, simply gesturing to Butler Pei. Butler Pei understood. He pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall, and a long dog-repelling stick suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yun, who was about to rush upstairs. Roar! Shen Yun took a significant step back, retreating to the side of the astute and capable middle-aged steward, Uncle Pei. Bowing his head, the steward informed him, Third young master, second master is waiting for you. The head of the dog-beating stick was adorned with a grotesque skull ornament, and with a smile, Uncle Pei pressed the stick back into its mechanism, politely requesting, I beg you, third young master, do not make it difficult for me. The force required to operate that mechanism was immense. Shen Yun had attempted it before. In contrast, someone like Uncle Pei could easily manage it with one hand. Shen Yun, however, could not. He had no choice but to concede. Turning back, Shen Yun faced his elder brother, Shen Jihan, who was looking up at him. A smile suddenly illuminated his face. Second brother Shen Jihan, upon hearing his voice, raised an eyebrow and crossed his slender fingers over his toned abdomen, leaning back as he regarded Shen Yun. After such a long absence, is that all you have to say, Shen Yun? Without hesitation, Shen Yun dropped to his knees, performing a grand gesture of respect. Greetings, second brother. However, Shen Yun was not the only one returning home early. Shen Wang also made his way back. Today, the infernal curfew at St. Cilia Academy had finally, at long last, been lifted. The moment he stepped beyond the school gates, he was eager to learn of Wen Qiqi's whereabouts. Yet, after sending her private messages throughout the morning without any replies, he found himself in a group of just 6 brothers. Oh, Shen Mia's had been kicked out of the chat. Unable to inquire with others, he ultimately decided to return home. Shen Wang understood that regardless of what transpired on that side, after today, after the plot point Wen Qiqi had mentioned, No matter what Shin Xiai had to say, Wen Qiqi would be brought back to the Shin family. Even if Shin Xiai did not personally bring her back, fifth brother Shin Fengyan or sixth brother Shin Muse would certainly do so. For their brotherhood, home was the safest sanctuary for Wen Qiqi. He even returned earlier than Shin Yun. However, due to his heightened vigilance, he immediately sensed his elder brother's presence upon entering the house. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Wang intended to retreat to his own room. But the commanding aura of second brother was too strong. He dared not slip away without permission. Reluctantly, Shen Wang leaned against a nearby sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, attempting to uncover any information regarding Wen Qiqi's current situation. Just as he spotted a news article about a patient assaulting someone with a knife, he heard the sound of the door opening. He wished to seize the moment to greet them. Yet, as he prepared to rise, Shun Jihan cleared his throat twice. "Where are you going?" "I'm thirsty, second brother. I wish to get some water." Their voices were soft, and the living room was not particularly close to the front door. Shin Yun, entering, heard nothing at all. Shun Jihan's gaze remained fixed on the instruments before him, his headphones glowing ominously red. His voice was calm and measured. "Uncle Pei, prepare some water for seventh brother." "Of course, second master," Uncle Pei replied, shifting his attention back to Shin Wang. "Do you have any other requests? You may speak to Uncle Pei about anything." Facing the beaming steward, the golden-haired pup shuffled back slightly, sighed, and donned a harmless, golden smile. "Understood. I will obediently accompany you, second brother." Now, three individuals occupied the living room. Shin Yun and Shun Wang exchanged knowing glances while Shin Jihan, smoking a cigarette, furrowed his brow, cursing subordinates who failed in their duties in a language the others could not comprehend. After a prolonged absence from his phone, a message abruptly appeared in their group chat, the one where Shin Muse, the sixth brother, shared insights into Wen Qiqi's thoughts. Shin Muse, sixth brother, photo. JG, the angle of the photograph was intriguing. The focal area captured a delicate, pure wrist of a young girl, seemingly weak, resting in the palm of a man's hand. His fingers lightly grazed her wrist, not applying pressure but encompassing a broader area with intent. The background depicted Shen Fengyan glancing at a car, his eyes inadvertently carrying a hint of menace as they glanced through the rear-view mirror. Shin Muse, sixth brother, fifth brother is my chauffeur. Qiqi is leaning against me in the back seat. Who's the winner today? Shun Muse, sixth brother, life's winner. JG, upon receiving the message, Uncle Pei glanced at it and quietly reported to Shin Jihan. Shun Jihan raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips, but he said nothing. Shin Yun, however, was determined to express his misfortune, unwilling to let Shin Muse have it easy. He rapidly typed, "Where are you off to, Shin Muse?" Shin Muse. Shun Muse, ever the honest one, replied, "Of course, I'm heading home." "Surely I am not going to your training base, where I hear you've been training them to the point of mental exhaustion." Shin Muse. What a pity. Shin Muse. This weekend, why is someone working overtime? How is it that some work overtime without extra pay? How can someone work overtime without pay and still be diligent, unable to slack off? Shun Wang glanced up at Shin Yun, whose expression remained stoic, even hinting at a smirk. "I advise you not to return home." Shun Wang snorted softly, communicating with Shin Yun in a hushed tone. "What are you up to?" Shin Yun raised an eyebrow proudly. "He's a fool. You need to provoke him. The more you incite him, the more." As expected, Shin Muse quickly responded, "Oh, someone's feeling sour. I'm definitely going home." Shin Muse. Photo. JG, the image captured the scenery near the Shun residence. Shin Muse. Third brother, doesn't this look familiar? I'm about to take Qiqi home with me. Shin Muse. Qiqi and I are going home together. Gio. Shin Fengyan is just driving, otherwise I feel he might throw you under the wheels. Shin Wang. Thumbs up. JG. Shin Yun's smile broadened, his fingertips lightly tapping. "I genuinely advise you not to return home." Shin Muse. "I'm getting out of the car now. I won't listen to you, turtle." Shin Yun continued to lure. "All right then. I advise you not to enter the living room." Shin Muse. "Did you pay for the living room?" Shin Yun heard the violent sound of the door being pulled open and, satisfied, tucked away his phone. He glanced at Shin Jihan, who had already put away his instruments, and raised an eyebrow at Shin Wang, silently mouthing, "The fish is hooked." Shen Wang responded, "Should we record this?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. When did this fellow become so astute? Faced with Shen Wang's endearing smile, Shen Yun found it hard to pinpoint what was amiss. But it mattered little. He had already heard Shen Muse enter the house, activating his phone's recording feature as he murmured to himself, "Hey, third brother, look where I am. Oh, I'm at the old residence. How is it possible for someone to not return home on the weekend? Look who is following me.
Oh.
It's the Qiqi that third brother wishes to meet, but cannot." The air conditioning in the car was a bit too chilly when Qiqi had just woken up and, upon entering the house, shook her head and sneezed. Shen Fengyan poured her a cup of warm milk from the kitchen. When Qiqi took the cup, sniffed her nose, and with a pitiable expression said, "Brother Wu is the best, sob sob." However, she wondered, has Brother Lu lost his mind? What is he recording at home? And it seems he intends to send it to Brother San? Shen Fengyan gently intervened to ease the tension. He merely caught a chill. His brain must be frozen. Once the room warms up, he may return to his senses. Observing when Qiqi finished her milk in one gulp, he poured her another glass. "Warm your hands and take a moment. We have arrived home. There's no need to rush." Wen Qiqi pondered for a moment and nodded. She had indeed been anxious to return. After all, in that setting, the tension between Shen Muse and Shen Fengyan had escalated to the point of confrontation. Were it not for her quick thinking to feign fainting, they would have clashed. It puzzled her why the usually gentle Brother Wu had such a terrifying gaze directed at Brother Lu. She also could not comprehend Brother Lu's remark about not sending her to a mental health facility. Clearly, they had overlooked something.
Yet,
her instincts told her that when in doubt, feigning ignorance was the best course of action. It was efficient and allowed her to catch up on some much-needed rest. As she contemplated this, when Qiqi stifled a yawn, she observed Shen Muse diligently recording with his phone throughout the hall, leaving only the slightly misaligned living room untouched. Hearing Shen Muse teasingly announce, "Brother San, I'm about to ruin your favorite living room," when Qiqi sighed and took another small sip of her warm milk. Suddenly, Shen Muse's haughty tone was abruptly interrupted, followed by the sharp sound of his knee meeting the floor, accompanied by a somewhat trembling greeting, "Air, brother Air." "Hello." When Qiqi's head snapped up, her hands trembling slightly as she held the cup.
Brother Air.
Why is he back at this hour? Isn't he supposed to return close to the new year? Without delving into the reasons, when Qiqi sprang up from her seat, causing Shen Muse's coat to slip from her shoulders and fall to the floor. Shen Fengyan glanced at Wen Qiqi's retreating figure, his pocket watch opening and closing repeatedly. He mulled over why he couldn't hypnotize himself, perhaps to suppress the inexplicable jealousy that threatened to consume his patience.
Brother Air.
When Qiqi felt tears welling up. In her 125 cycles, she rarely cried. She had grown resilient, unfazed by many things. Yet there was one constant, Shen Jihan. In these 125 cycles, she had only managed to see him once, breaking free from the constraints of the narrative. They often video-called, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. The plot consistently isolated Shen Jihan from the Shen family. It forbade him from stepping into her awakened world. Even matters related to the plot she could never voice to him. In the original narrative, Shen Jihan and Lin Weishue's first encounter occurred while Nangong Li and Lin Weixue were vacationing abroad. Despite having been closest to Wen Qiqi throughout their lives, she had only glimpsed him once in these 125 iterations. Unlike the situation with Shen Yun, who died at the onset, Shen Jihan was alive, yet she could not reach him. That solitary moment was merely a distant glance. Shen Jihan heard Wen Qiqi's voice and rose, moving slightly faster than usual, grabbing a large piece of fabric draped over the sofa. He stretched it out just before Wen Qiqi entered the living room, covering Shen Muse, who was still kneeling on the floor. The lights dimmed under the control of Butler Pei, enveloping even Shen Yun and Shen Wang, who sat on the sofa, in darkness. Shen Wang attempted to sneak away in the dimness, but collided with Shen Yun, who was also attempting to escape. As they prepared to engage in a whispered confrontation, they clearly saw the little girl rushing in from the light, unhesitatingly throwing herself into Shen Jihan's arms.
Brother Air.
Shen Jihan was hesitant to embrace her too tightly, but when Qiqi clung to his neck with a grip that was almost desperate, as if fearing she might lose him again in the next moment. "Don't go, brother Air." Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Don't leave me, brother heir. Shen Jihan felt at a loss. Qiqi, I. She sniffled and spoke again, brother heir. He could only respond, Her arms tightened around him. I miss you so much. Shen Jihan's gaze faltered. His hand, suspended in the air, seemed to finally resolve upon a decision, slowly yet firmly resting on her back.
Still.
He dared not pull her fully into his embrace, striving to keep his voice as gentle as possible. I miss you too, Qiqi. Chapter 41. The invitation from the Duanmu family. Ultimately, Shen Yun and Shen Wang could not escape the living room. Although the lights had dimmed, had it not been for the two of them choosing the same escape route, resulting in a collision, they might have already slipped away unnoticed. Reflecting on this, Shen Yun lay back with a sigh, casting an exasperated glance at Shen Wang. Wen Qiqi, however, was not permitted to linger in the living room. Though she wished to converse with Shen Jihan, he coaxed her out, and she obediently followed Shen Fengyan to discuss the evening's meal preparations. Watching Wen Qiqi depart, Shen Wang lightly rotated the joints of his fingers, teasingly inquired, why doesn't he brother heir allow Qiqi to stay? What could be so important that it only concerns us brothers? Not even Qiqi is allowed to participate? Shen Jihan resumed his seat, connecting his phone to the large screen. Dialing Shen Mosh. There are two matters that require immediate attention. If it weren't for Qiqi's safety concerns, we wouldn't be meeting here. He turned to Shen Wang. It has been a while since we tested each other in the underground arena. Shen Wang averted his gaze, maintaining a smile as he observed the still dialing screen. Brother heir. You could always overpower me when we were kids. Why do you still bully me now that I'm an adult? He rested his arm casually on his knee. If you hurt me, Qiqi will have to take care of me for a long time. Before Shen Jihan could respond, Shen Yun chimed in. When you cried from being beaten by brother heir as a child, I was the one who applied your medicine. He shook his head in disbelief. You forgot that whenever you dared to oppose brother heir, Qiqi was always the first to slap you. Meanwhile, Shen Muse, still beneath the fabric cover, chuckled softly, his body shaking with laughter. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow. That was in childhood, now. He looked at Shen Jihan. Shall we test it again, brother heir? Let us see if she feels sorry for me after you hit me for no reason. Shen Jihan pressed his lips together, extinguishing the cigarette butt in the ashtray on the coffee table. There are many ways to prevent her from feeling sorry. To send you abroad. To make you disappear. To erase you from this world. If it serves a purpose, I would not hesitate to offer her a falsehood. Shen Wang furrowed his brow slightly. On the large screen, Shen Mohui had just caught this statement. He shifted his gaze from the computer and remarked, Shen Jihan, he is already an adult. You should stop frightening him with tales from his childhood. Shen Jihan chuckled softly, remaining silent as he lifted a cup of hot water that Butler Pei had just poured. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, just as he was about to speak, he sensed something amiss. He glanced at the butler, pondering when Shen Jihan had ever consumed hot water. Butler Pei nodded, misinstructed that upon your return home, you are not to drink alcohol. Shen Jihan's brow arched, and though he struggled to suppress a smile, he recalled the gravity of the current atmosphere, licking his lips and instructing Butler Pei to leave. The warmth of the water enveloped his palms, and his voice flowed steadily. Since you are here, elder brother, let us address the first matter. I have already shown them the surveillance footage from the hospital. The expressions of the other two individuals in the room grew somewhat serious. Meanwhile, Shen Muse knelt beneath the cloth cover, his expression obscured. It was inconsequential. Shen Fengyan was not significantly involved in this matter, and Shen Xiai was likely still feeling guilty at this hour. So, let us review this with just the five of us. The cup was held firmly between his hands, his voice clear. I wish to know, elder brother, why did you allow Qiqi to act on her own? Shen Mohui regarded him with a lowered gaze. It was not my desire. My body was rendered immobile at that moment, leaving only my thoughts to wander. Shen Mohui recounted his emotions at that time. Whenever it pertained to the fixed narrative mentioned by Wen Qiqi, a coercive restraint would manifest upon us. As the night deepened outside, Shen Xiai, who had been alone in the office for an extended period, resolved to return home. It was something he must confront, especially with his concerns for Wen Qiqi. Rather than seeking forgiveness from his brothers, he yearned to see the gentle and yielding expression she wore when soothing him. While tidying up items to take home, He received a video call invitation from Shen Fengyan.
Shenqi.
Without a second thought, answered the call. In the video, Shen Fengyan stood with his back to the kitchen, his smile warm as jade. Fourth brother.
What is it?
Just a heads up. Our second brother has returned. Shen Qiqi paused his actions. So, it would be wise for you to refrain from coming home tonight. Although second brother may consider your own guilt, seeing the source of Qiqi's injury could provoke him into unpredictable actions. Shen Qiqi remained silent, his movements halting as a conflicted expression crossed his face. Second brother is currently in the living room reviewing today's events with elder brother. Shen Fengyan delicately fiddled with a charm on his phone, the crisp sounds recorded by the device. His voice, soft yet persuasive, continued, I overheard them discussing you, fourth brother. They claim this incident arose because of you. Qiqi, in the narrative she mentioned, was never meant to be at your hospital. She was supposed to be at St. Celia Academy, enjoying her carefree campus life. It was your decision to keep her an extra night that led her to encounter Li Ju, a situation that was originally fatal. She cares for you, hence, she willingly stayed to rescue your friend. Fourth brother. The guilt within Shen Qiqi surged violently, teetering on the brink of engulfing him. So, fourth brother, Qiqi was injured because of you. You ought to maintain distance from her. Fifth brother. The crab has jumped out of the pot.
Ah.
The shrimp too. The words barely escaped his lips. Wen Qiqi's loud exclamations from the kitchen abruptly interrupted Shen Fengyan's incantation. Brother. 2 shrimp are dancing on the floor. That octopus is crawling out too. Brother.
Yeah.
Awakening from his stupor was Shen Qiqi, who was on the verge of plummeting into the abyss. Shen Fengyan raised an eyebrow, his smile still charming, turning back to respond. Wait a moment, Qiqi, I will be there shortly. He then turned his attention back to the screen. Fourth brother, an unexpected situation has arisen. Shen Qiqi frowned in displeasure. Did you use hypnosis on me? How could that be, fourth brother? Fifth brother. The crab is heading for the living room. If second brother discovers us, we are finished. Stop calling any fans, and come help me catch the crab. Hearing Wen Qiqi's words, Shen Qiqi tilted his head. Looking at Shen Fengyan, you told Qiqi that I am your little fan? Shen Fengyan remained silent, placing the phone in a discreet corner. Speaking into the earpiece, I told Qiqi that I have a little fan who is quite adept at cooking and can assist us remotely. Fourth brother, would you mind offering some remote guidance to ensure Qiqi enjoys a delightful dinner? Through the lens, Shen Qiqi could see Wen Qiqi being chased by the crab, jumping and flailing. Even Butler Pei, usually omnipotent, was scurrying behind her, trying to dodge the claws. Both appeared fearful of being caught. Shen Fengyan first bent down to retrieve the escaping shrimp, promptly returning the octopus that attempted to flee back to its confines. Then he turned around. If you wish for me to instruct you, you must first deal with that crab.
Oh.
Shen Fengyan stepped forward at a leisurely pace, using a small stick to attract the crab's attention before effortlessly binding it with a string, his voice triumphant. One must not go back on their word, dear.
Fan.
Upon learning of the narrative's coercive execution, Shen Jihan fell into contemplative silence. Shen Yun expressed curiosity. As long as the individuals concerned are unrelated to the narrative, the rules can be disrupted? Shen Moshui shook his head. It appears only those who are entirely unmentioned in the narrative can disrupt the rules. Duanmu Yuns was also at the hospital today. Theoretically, he should not be involved in this narrative, yet Shen Qiqi stated that he too was rendered immobile, thus. Shen Wang interjected. So, we require an outsider? Shen Jihan rubbed his temples, his voice weary yet resolute. No. Outsiders cannot ensure her safety, we need. He raised his head, locking eyes with Shen Moshui. Shen Moshui grasped his meaning. If Duanmu Yuns can breach the rules to leave St. Celia, then so can we. I will investigate Duanmu Yuns' anomalies shortly, and then, there is no need for such trouble. I have an immediate opportunity here. Shen Jihan interrupted Shen Moshui, revealing 3 deep blue invitation letters held between his fingers. Duanmu Yujing has sent me an invitation. However, the invitations were flung onto the coffee table. 3 cards separated, the names clearly visible, Shen Jihan, Shen Yun, and Wen Qiqi. This is the second matter I wish to address. The invitation from the Duanmu family was not a mere whim or a customary formality, but rather due to. His gaze fixed upon Shen Yun. Shen asked. Why are you looking at me, second brother? I have not had any interaction with Duanmu Yunjing. You once kidnapped Duanmu Yunkai, did you not? Shen Yun's eyes widened in shock. The tools used for the abduction of Duanmu Yunkai, along with the fingerprint and DNA comparison results, indicated that you are in a precarious position, Shen Yun. Shen Jihan tapped the edge of the invitation, sliding one copy toward Shen Yun. Thus, their intention this time is to have our Shen family visit and apologize. Meanwhile, at the Jiu family residence, Jiu, after being released from St. Celia Academy, made a trip to the hospital but found it to be in vain, as Wen Qiqi had already been taken back to the Shen family. With no legitimate reason to intrude upon the Shen household and unwilling to return to school, she ultimately decided to head back home. After confirming that the perverse Jiu Quan was not in the house, Jiu felt at ease returning to her own room, entirely unaware that an additional heavy lock had been placed on the outermost perimeter of the Jiu family villa, sealing it tightly. A strikingly handsome youth donned a trailing iridescent gown, his beautiful long hair cascading down to his waist. Twin brothers, identical in appearance, now donned feminine attire, making it challenging for outsiders to distinguish between him and Jiu. Jiu Quan held a deep blue invitation addressed to Jiu, a sinister smile curving his lips. How could anyone demand my sister to apologize? They do not deserve it. So let me, in her stead, confront this rubbish. Chapter 42. Spend the night with me before we begin, I must say. In the dialogue window with Shen Fengyan, it was clear to see him circling behind the eager Wen Qiqi. He gently draped an apron over her, securing the ties behind her back. As he slowly tightened the straps, he inadvertently glanced at the hidden camera. After tying a knot and drawing closer to Wen Qiqi, his voice softened. Is it too tight?
Qiqi?
Wen Qiqi, engrossed in her battle of wits with the crab, replied, It is a bit tight, fifth brother. It needs to be loosened a little. Then allow me to adjust. Shen Fengyan grasped one of the apron ties, gently pulling it upward. If it were merely a matter of loosening the apron, Shen Ci would not have reacted. Yet he distinctly saw. Shen Fengyan had also loosened the bow tie that belonged to Wen Qiqi's waist. As the tie was pulled, the bow unfurled, revealing a portion of skin that had been previously concealed. Although the area was minimal, Shen Ci threatened through the earpiece. I could call second brother right now. What do you think he would blame first, me or you? It was just an accident. He continued, clutching the fallen pink ribbon. Do you believe that merely loosening a decorative bow is less serious than an injury on your arm? Shen Ci fell silent. Wen Qiqi sensed a chill at the lower part of her back. Curious. Fifth brother, is the bow behind me undone? Yes. Shen Fengyan, as Adam as apple bobbed slightly. Do you need me to tie it back for you? Wen Qiqi leaned forward, inadvertently shifting the apron further down. The area behind her appeared even more exposed, her slender waist, delicate, fair skin. The girl slightly turned her blushing face. Then I would trouble you, fifth brother. Not only could the camera capture only a portion of Shen Ci, but even Shen Fengyan struggled to maintain his composure. His fingertips brushed against the ribbon's end, his voice turning hoarse. It's no trouble, Qiqi. Shen Ci warned again over the phone. You best not entertain any hypnotic thoughts regarding Wen Qiqi. Shen Fengyan pressed down on one corner of the ribbon, intertwining the two ties. What thoughts? His voice was low, and the clanging sounds from the pot drowned out Wen Qiqi's inability to catch his words. You know, fourth brother. The ribbon tightened and then loosened slightly, finding a suitable tension once more. Perhaps it was too tight. Wen Qiqi straightened up, bringing them closer together. Shen Ci could not discern Shen Fengyan's expression, yet he heard Wen Qiqi's soft complaint. It hurts. Be gentler, fifth brother.
All right.
The man's voice trailed off. Then he restrained himself, replying, I will be gentler. He maintained some distance again. Shen Fengyan regained his breath, smiling. Fourth brother, your breathing just now was even more erratic than mine. You see, we are quite similar. What right do you have to tell me not to entertain such thoughts? However, Shen Fengyan could not continue his antics. After Shen Ci pressured him with a few more threats, he finally adhered to Shen Ci's instructions and guided Wen Qiqi in cooking. Nevertheless, the outcome was far from satisfactory. The meal prepared by Wen Qiqi left everyone at the table, except for Shen Jihan, in a prolonged silence. After a moment, Shen Muse raised his hand. I remember. The dishes Aunt Wang made for lunch should still be in the fridge. Shunyan raised an eyebrow. Are you foolish? How could there be leftovers in the Shin family? His words were abruptly cut off as Shin Wang covered his mouth. He chuckled. We can ask Aunt Wang. Shin Muse nodded vigorously. Great idea.
All right.
Before he could finish, he was forcibly pulled away by Shin Wang. The dining table was left with only Wen Qiqi, Shin Jihan, and Shin Fengyan. Shin Fengyan took a tentative bite before looking up with a smile, only to suddenly collapse, requiring urgent transport to the hospital by butler pay. Wen Qiqi exclaimed, how can there be no improvement at all? Shin Jihan, however, was unfazed, calmly finishing a bowl of rice. Second brother? Isn't it unpalatable? Shin Jihan chuckled. Do you wish to hear the truth or a white lie? Wen Qiqi pouted. Of course, the truth. Shin Jihan gazed at her. It's not exactly delicious. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, but it is certainly much better than before. You are making progress, Qiqi. Chapter 43, Savage, Greedy, and Despicable. Ambition. Wen Qiqi did not afford Shin Jihan much time for contemplation. She swayed unsteadily to her feet, directly grasping Shin Jihan's collar. Shin Jihan instinctively extended his arm, fearing she might fall. Fearing that he might succumb to his base desires when the opportunity arises, he kept his sleeve rolled halfway, maintaining a delicate distance from Wen Qiqi's waist. He was apprehensive that drawing closer would cause his rationality to dissolve. This timorous result rendered it easier for Wen Qiqi to slip within the confines of his embrace. Bringing her nearer, the proximity intensified the exchange of breaths and heartbeats. The girl's eyes, already clouded by intoxication, shimmered with a dreamy allure, her cheeks flushed, lips slightly parted, and her hair cascading softly over her shoulders. After merely a couple of seconds of gazing, Shin Jihan discreetly averted his eyes, aware that his capacity for reason had been compromised. Another glance might lead him astray. He wished to retreat, yet Wen Qiqi would not allow it. Releasing his collar, she cupped his face with both hands, compelling him to gaze upon her once more. The scent of alcohol lingered between their breaths, gradually enveloping them. The invisible haze of inebriation tempted Shin Jihan's gaze to wander, from the corners of her eyes to the gentle rise and fall of her breath, to the corners of her lips, then tracing down her neck and collarbone. She had returned in long trousers, yet, perhaps due to the air conditioning at home, she now wore a pair of light blue shorts that were rather brief. Her fair, elongated legs pressed against his fabric, the searing heat penetrating through the material. Shin Jihan's gaze drifted back to her dreamy, misty eyes, where only he existed. Despite having consumed no alcohol, he felt an unsettling dryness in his throat. Qiqian. He attempted to rouse her from her stupor, but his voice emerged hoarse and lacked the usual authority. Instead, it acted as a catalyst, emboldening her actions further. She withdrew one hand, pressing a single finger to her lips. Sho. The lingering tone had not yet dissipated when that finger descended to rest upon his lips. The warmth of her fingertip lingered at the edge of his mouth. Shin Jihan struggled with an incredible force of self-control, managing to remain motionless, though his lips unconsciously parted slightly, increasing the area of contact with her finger. His breathing grew rapid and heavy.
Yet.
The girl's eyes were tinged with sorrow and sincerity. I miss you so much, second brother. She repeated such words once more. Shin Jihan's gaze darkened. He chose silence this time. How could he respond? To say that he missed her too? Yet, his longing perhaps differed from hers, concealed beneath layers of emotion. Was he to admit that he was a scoundrel harboring ulterior motives toward her? When she received no reply, her brows furrowed, and with a touch of playfulness, she lifted his head slightly. This is the second time I have seen you so vividly, second brother. I truly. Tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes as she pressed her forehead against his, murmuring softly, I miss you. At last, Shin Jihan's hand moved. After holding back for far too long, it finally descended upon Wen Qiqi's wrist just before his reason shattered. Qiqi, his voice emerged hoarse and low. Shin Jihan grappled with his own hesitations. After years of business, he had learned to disregard many things. But the one thing he feared most was losing her, especially the thought of her discovering the sordid feelings he kept hidden away. Yet, he could not sever such thoughts. From the moment he first laid eyes on her in childhood, there was no possibility of what if had they never met. Logic and indulgence sometimes demand a choice between the two. Thus, Shen Jihan guided Wen Qiqi's hand from his cheek downward. He felt her fingertips lightly trace the open collar of his shirt. Knowing the futility of his actions, he allowed her hand to rest upon his heart, which beat more fervently than during any business dealings amidst gunfire. A greedy and despicable ambition stirred within him, yearning for her to hear it. If she knew, would she pardon his indiscretions? Would she bear his sinful thoughts? Would she grant him the courage for stolen joy? Shen Jihan parted his lips, intending to coax her to speak again, but felt the girl leaning against him begin to sway, slipping into unconsciousness. She stumbled and fell into his embrace, seemingly asleep, though her brow remained furrowed, indicating unrest in her dreams. Shen Jihan held her still, waiting for her body to cool, for the primal desires to fade, and for the rationale he had just cast aside to return. Fearing that Wen Qiqi might catch a chill, he hesitated for a moment before rising, effortlessly cradling her in his arms, moving lightly upstairs. He prepared her bed, tucked her in, and ensured she was warm. Standing by her bedside, Shen Jihan, having completed all, hesitated to leave, deliberating before extending his hand. His fingers gently traced her brow, glided along her nose, and finally rested on her lips, daring to brush them softly.
Then,
he licked his lips, inhaled deeply, a smile tinged with loneliness gracing his features. Ambition, after all, must ultimately be restrained. Straightening up, he turned, ready to depart. Second brother. The girl grasped his wrist. Shen Jihan turned his head. Wen Qiqi remained with her eyes closed, an expression of dissatisfaction crossing her face. As if merely speaking in her sleep, "I want the little blanket with the cats and dogs from downstairs. It's so cold." Shen Jihan paused.
all right.
He tucked her hand back beneath the covers. "I will fetch it for you. Wait for me to return." The girl mumbled a vague response. Shen Jihan descended the stairs. The moment the door clicked shut, Wen Qiqi opened her eyes. Rubbing her head, which ached slightly from the alcohol, her gaze still held a hint of inebriation, though she felt much clearer than before. She rose from the bed, calculating the time until Shen Jihan's return. She had deliberately hidden that blanket while cooking. Although it would not pose a challenge for her second brother, it would buy her some time. Finding her current attire too cumbersome, she changed into a white nightgown. Standing before the mirror, she used a cloth adorned with thorny roses to blindfold herself, securing it tightly. Returning to her bed, she intentionally turned to the side, awaiting the sound of the door opening. A few minutes later, the door creaked open once more. Shen Jihan entered quietly, holding a blanket, and closed the door behind him. "Qiqian, the blanket you wanted is here." He placed the blanket behind her, then scanned the room, the ajar wardrobe door, the open drawer. What thoughts was his Qiqian hiding from him? He did not rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely sat at the edge of the bed, his voice low and enticing. "Qiqi, are you asleep?" As long as it did not involve the earlier scene, Shen Jihan was typically very cautious. He resembled a venomous serpent, slowly and perilously leaning in closer. Before he could speak again, Wen Qiqi turned towards him, grasping his wrist. "Second brother, since I cannot see you now, you must promise not to vanish from my sight come tomorrow morning." The distance between them was merely the length of a basketball. Shen Jihan furrowed his brow, puzzled by Wen Qiqi's actions. Why cover her eyes? He reached out to remove the cloth, only to have her evade him. Her voice resolute. "Every time you rush back from the outside, you only take a fleeting glance at me and present me with a gift before flying away that very night. So," she pulled his hand firmly to her front, "if you appear before my bed and I cannot see you, will you not leave, second brother?" Wen Qiqi was blindfolded, unaware that during the silence of Shen Jihan's absence, he had been watching her. His gaze was profound, intertwined with unspoken, endless desire, obscure and elusive. His thoughts were momentarily captivated by her lips, which moved with a rhythmic cadence. Shen Jihan attempted to divert his attention, yet he could hardly bear to shift his gaze away. How could he refuse the little girl who stubbornly wished to keep him close? Thus, he curled his fingers, drawing Wen Qiqi's hand into his palm, their hands entwined. He held her gently, his fingertips instinctively caressing her fingers, yearning to interlock them, yet feeling it might be too forward. Instead, he merely toyed with her fingers, his movements tender, unable to resist the urge to delve deeper between her delicate digits. I will not leave tomorrow, Qiqi, he reassured her. Then let us engage in conversation, she smiled, unbothered by Shen Jihan's subtle gestures, rising from the bed and tugging him towards the balcony. It is chilly outside, Qiqi. But it is too warm in here, second brother. The heat was beginning to cloud Wen Qiqi's mind. She found herself oddly irritated by Shen Jihan's playful manipulation of her fingers. The girl still refused to remove the blindfold, and Shen Jihan had no choice but to comply, guiding her onto the balcony and helping her to sit in a chair. He bent down to pick up 2 small stones, casually flicking them towards the surveillance cameras on either side, shattering the glass. Inside the monitoring room, the 6th brother, Shen Muse, was left speechless. Wait, is second brother a vandal? Can't he let us see? The 3rd brother, Shen Yun, yawned from the back. Second brother knows you're a pervert who wants to spy, so he did it on purpose. I advise you to return asleep. Otherwise, you might end up kneeling at home all day tomorrow. The 7th brother, Shen Wang, leaned against the door, silently observing the dark screen, resting his head against the doorframe. Shen Yun noticed his actions but said nothing, diverting his gaze. Shen Muse grinned, pulling out 2 pairs of earphones. Second brother surely didn't expect that I had prepared listening devices as well. Shen Yun replied, Damn, you are the most cunning. So, 3rd brother, would you like to listen? I'm afraid second brother might kill me tomorrow, so give me half. Shen Muse placed 1 pair of earphones in his ears while Shen Yun took 1 half, but the other half vanished in the blink of an eye. How peculiar. How could perfectly intact earphones disappear right before his eyes? Shen Muse bent down to search for a long time, completely unaware that Shen Wang had turned his back, with a faint red light flickering on the side of his ear near the door. Inside the earphones, Wen Qiqi's soft and tender voice emerged, Second brother, I haven't had the chance to speak with you like this in a long time. The earphones could not capture Shen Jihan's response. Only Wen Qiqi's solitary narration filled the air. And indeed, it was true. Shen Jihan sat in the chair beside Qiqi, still managing to refrain from grasping her fingers that rested on the armrest. His gaze was entirely drawn to the graceful curve of her neck. In truth, the blindfolded Wen Qiqi was markedly different from her usual self. A peculiar sense of fragmentation enveloped him, igniting a compelling desire to crush and torment it. Shen Jihan found it challenging to suppress his other thoughts. Even though he was earnestly listening to Wen Qiqi, his throat involuntarily swallowed again and again. I know others may not believe what I am about to say, but you will surely believe me. Shen Jihan's eyes lifted. Second brother, I have witnessed the future many times. Her hands rested gently on her lap, her voice soft. The breeze stirred her long hair, prompting Shen Jihan to draw his chair a little closer. I know a bit about many events that will unfold in the future. She said this with a bittersweet smile. Isn't it absurd, second brother? Not at all. Wen Qiqi felt Shen Jihan's warm palm covering her hand, dispelling the autumn night's chill. It felt both comforting and invigorating, his voice uncharacteristically slow and gentle. You would never lie to me, Qiqi. Her eyes glistened with warmth. The effects of the alcohol compelled her to share the burdens of her 125 awakenings, but upon reflection, those were merely remnants of the past, no longer significant. She sniffed, smiling. I knew you would believe me, second brother. So, what does our future hold? What does your future and mine look like? Shen Jihan inquired. Although the memories were vivid, Wen Qiqi still needed a moment to organize her thoughts, completely unaware that the hand covering her hand had subtly tightened. Second brother, we have not seen each other since my 18th birthday. The girl slowly lowered her head. You have been busy with business abroad. Although we maintained our video calls, later. Wen Qiqi fell silent. Later, you encountered Lin Weixue. That night, you said you would return late and asked me to sleep first. In those 125 instances, I could never stop you from seeking the secrets surrounding her. After that, I lost contact with you. Some time later, Uncle Pei returned to the country with your ashes. No one knew why you had suddenly passed away. No one knew what transpired between you, Lin Weixue, and Nangong Li. With plot obstacles, many matters remained elusive to me. Although I avenged you each time afterwards, second brother. Tears cascaded uncontrollably, one after another. In those 125 cycles, I only caught a distant glimpse of you. That glimpse was when I sneaked past the plot and slipped abroad. Though I had called your name, and I saw you stop upon hearing my voice, I distinctly noticed you were about to turn around. The narrative forcefully returned me to the pivotal moment in the plot, and I never saw you again. She had her head lowered and remained silent. Yet her words struck deeply into Shen Jihan's heart, resonating with the three listeners present. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere until Wen Qiqi finally shattered the stillness. She pulled her fingers free from Shen Jihan's grasp, hastily wiping her eyes and forced a smile. Later, you passed away unexpectedly, second brother. It was quite terrifying, wasn't it? Suddenly gone without explanation. Shen Jihan gazed at her, although he could not see her eyes. Her smile radiated a resilience that suggested she had endured this pain many times before. This time, Shen Jihan acted without hesitation, reaching out to reclaim her hand within his palm, holding it tightly. It was frightening. I agree, he murmured softly.
Thus,
Wen Qiqi exclaimed exuberantly, it proves that your absence poses immense danger, so perilous that one could die unnoticed. She then questioned how to escape such peril. As her words faded, Shen Jihan felt a jolt, as if electrified. Wen Qiqi's hand, which had once rested in his, now struggled against his grip, intertwining their fingers tightly. Despite her slight frame, Shen Jihan sensed her grip was firm. Lifting her head, the girl smiled sweetly. You must stay by my side, second brother. Her fingers playfully brushed over the back of his hand. Hold on tighter, second brother. Shen Jihan, realizing the gravity of their intertwined hands, felt a profound connection. His thumb caressed the back of her hand, gradually ascending. The girl beamed. Do you understand? As long as you remain with me, I will ensure your safety, Qiqi. Shen Jihan interrupted her with a serious tone. Wen Qiqi, unable to see the turmoil in his eyes, asked, What is it, second brother? Sensing him rise, she called out, Say my name, Qiqi. Shen Jihan seemed to position himself directly in front of her, obscuring the faint moonlight. Wen Qiqi looked up uncertainly, Shen
Jihan?
The man's breath grew heavier as he leaned closer, whispering, Say it again, you miss me. The girl felt the warmth of his breath against her nose yet complied. Eyes closed, head tilted back, both their breaths quickening, hearts racing. I miss you so much, Shen
Jihan.
This was not the sentiment he had expressed. It was Wen Qiqi's own declaration. I miss you. Suddenly, she felt his other hand gently cover her lips. In her blind spot, Shen Jihan bent closer, pressing a fervent kiss upon her hand, sincere yet filled with longing, hesitating to breach the final barrier, seeking only a faint reprieve. In the 89th cycle of awakening, Wen Qiqi darted through the streets of H country, pursuing Shen Jihan. She approached carefully, but even Uncle Pei sensed something amiss. Second master, it seems. Someone is following us? Shen Jihan remained unfazed. As long as they don't act, we need not worry. Later, seizing the moment when the narrative constraints were weakest, Wen Qiqi called out to his retreating figure just as he was about to enter a vehicle. Shen Jihan. The instant her name escaped her lips, the alley was flooded with people of all sorts, exhausted workers, studious students, and even a novelist trying to evade writing by squatting. The crowd surged, drowning out her call in a cacophony of strange languages. The world was chaotic and noisy, forcing Wen Qiqi to retreat a couple of steps. Unable to even see the man in the tailored suit not far away, all she could do was observe as he slightly turned his head. Shortly thereafter, she was thrust back into the narrative, finding herself beside the male lead, Nangong Li, in an upscale club, compelled to pursue him as the script dictated. But Wen Qiqi could hardly tolerate such indignity. Facing Nangong Li's disdainful expression, she seized a heavy object nearby and hurled it at his head. Chase, chase, chase.
So, you want me to pursue you, huh?
Who do you think you are? A toad dreaming of spring, indeed. All her frustration erupted violently. Nangong Li's face swelled like a pig's head. Then, she heard the familiar voice. Character Wen Qiqi has deviated from the original plot. This development will be reversed. The narrative is about to restart. Before the countdown to the narrative reset concluded, Wen Qiqi looked down at the trembling Nangong Li, a cruel smile gracing her lips. As long as the story doesn't kill me, I will gladly beat you every single time it restarts. And so it was. Only when her anger had fully dissipated did Wen Qiqi acquiesce to the plot's demands. Not knowing how many times she had looked at Nangong Li's disdainful face, she finally smiled. Thank you for your hard work today. Do you need me to take you home, Nangong? The words fool were only mouthed, not spoken aloud. Nangong Li paused, turning his face away. You'd best keep your distance. I don't want Lin Weixue to misunderstand us. Wen Qiqi was more than willing. Without a word of farewell, she dashed away, preparing to call Xin Jihan. Just then, his call came through, though not as a video call but a regular voice call. Wen Qiqi answered, and silence greeted her. She remained unhurried, bringing a bottle of lychee-flavored drink to Juju, who awaited Nangong Li outside the club. Upon returning to the car, she called, Second brother. The vehicle was quiet. Xin Jihan responded, I dislike you now, second brother. Though she knew it was unfair to blame Xin Jihan for the forced events of the plot, Wen Qiqi felt inclined to express her displeasure. The man across from her chuckled softly. But today, I miss you greatly, Qiqi. Just before I got into the car, I could have sworn I heard you calling my name. Chapter 44. Good evening, Mr. Duanmu Yunqing. That evening, apart from the Xin family, the Duanmu household was equally lively. Duanmu Yunkai sat at the far end of the long table, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl as he stirred the mixture in his bowl. Feeling disgruntled, why was he not permitted to visit the Shun residence? Duanmu Yunjing, seated at the opposite end, shot him a disdainful glance. Are you foolish? Would the Shin family open their doors at this hour? His logic was sound, yet Duanmu Yunkai was in no mood to listen. After finally catching a glimpse of Wen Qiqi, he had failed to obtain her WeChat contact, and hadn't even exchanged a few words with her. The thought of Lu Zhen and Xiao Qian's incessant comparisons in their group chat only heightened his frustration, diminishing even his fear of Duanmu Yunjing. In a foul mood, he spoke with irritation. I could scale the wall or dig a tunnel. If I wish to enter, I will certainly find a way. Duanmu Yunjing smirked. Then it's likely that Xin Jihan will deliver a lifeless brother to me tomorrow, saying, Oh, he was electrocuted by my family's grid. He can't possibly be your brother. Duanmu Yunkai narrowed his eyes at him, as if to say, Brother, are you trying to deceive a child? Duanmu Yunjing's smile faded. Don't doubt it. Even within our country, the law cannot restrain the Xin family. Duanmu Yunkai fell silent, lowering his head as he stirred his spoon with increasing impatience. I think I'll go to bed. After a while, he muttered, Don't hurry. We have a friend who is yet to arrive. Duanmu Yunjing called out to Duanmu Yunkai, who was about to rise. A friend? Duanmu Yunkai raised an eyebrow. He had never seen his brother with any friends. The rope you took for testing last time, the fingerprints and DNA results are out. Don't you want to know the outcome? Already found out?
Who is it?
Duanmu Yunsai's eyes lifted, yet he hesitated to speak. He yearned to learn the identity of his captor, primarily because he had overheard Wen Qiqi's name during their conversation, albeit from a distance, rendering their discussion inaudible. Yet, he was certain he had not misheard that name. The act of being kidnapped itself did not particularly bother him. After all, it had inflicted no substantial harm. Knowing the identity would suffice for a minor retribution. Not knowing was of little consequence. However, when it involved Wen Qiqi, he felt compelled to uncover the reason. He could not allow an unknown variable, potentially perilous, to linger at St. Cleria Academy, especially near Wen Qiqi. Perhaps influenced by his prolonged association with Duanmu Yunjing, Duanmu Yunsai's instinctive response to such matters was to eliminate them. He aimed to eradicate all possibilities of crisis. Observing his brother's anxious demeanor, Duanmu Yunjing chuckled. Sit a while longer. She will arrive soon. The wine glass in his hand swayed gently to the rhythm of the classical music playing in the restaurant as he closed his eyes in bliss. You still know this person. Just as the words fell, the door at the restaurant's periphery swung open. In the company of a cadre of bodyguards, a young woman gracefully entered. A gentle smile adorned her face, yet her eyes concealed a fervent madness, as if she wished to eliminate everyone present. Jujo? Duanmu Yunsai's brow furrowed. What brings you to our home? With a beaming smile, Jiu approached Duanmu Yunjing, who had not yet opened his eyes, her voice soft. At the invitation of Mr. Yunjing, I have come. The moment she stood behind Duanmu Yunjing, the dagger concealed at her waist was swiftly drawn by Jiu Quan. pressed firmly against Duanmu Yunjing's neck, her smile unwavering, to honor the appointment. The blade grazed the man's skin, applying slight pressure to draw forth a bead of blood. And Zhou Quan's smile broadened. "Good evening, Mr. Duanmu Yunjing." The following day, Wen Qiqi arrived at the shopping center only to discover that she was to attend the Duanmu family's soiree that evening. Why would the Duanmu family extend an invitation to me? Wen Qiqi felt incredulous. After all, in the original narrative, her connection to the Duanmu family was virtually non-existent. Therefore, she had never encountered the rather simple-minded Duanmu Yunkai. Even Duanmu Yunjing, she had only seen at her second brother's funeral. Despite being biological siblings, the two brothers bore stark differences. One was a pure and beautiful youth, while the other was a cunning and ruthless, smiley tiger. In fact, Duanmu Yunjing had not even remembered Wen Qiqi's name during the funeral. Such a distant relationship had persisted through 125 cycles. Why, then, was the Duanmu family inviting her to the banquet this time? Xinyun, the third son of the Xin family, was apprehended while accompanying Wen Qiqi on a shopping spree. Yawning repeatedly from fatigue, "I find it strange too. Why don't we sneak back and play some games?" Mentioning games made his eyes sparkle. "Qiqi, you promised to play games with me this weekend. You can't renege." Ow. A sharp pain shot through his toe. The agony made Xinyun leap in place. Xin Fengyan, the fifth son of the Xin family, who had stepped on him to silence his ramblings, wore a mild smile. "This time, the Duanmu family has only invited second brother. Third brother, and you, Qiqi. That makes it even more peculiar. They must have some ulterior motive." When Qiqi squinted her eyes, her astute expression somewhat endearing, "We must unravel their cunning schemes." Xinyun ruffled Wen Qiqi's hair, suppressing her chaotic thoughts. "No. It's just that I offended that young master and the Duanmu family wants me to come and apologize." Xin Fengyan tilted his head. Didn't he expect third brother to be so candid? I had planned to conceal this from you." Xinyun scoffed. "Anyway, Qiqi, we'll find out tonight. It's better to be honest." Offended? When Qiqi blinked. The simple-minded beauty and the third brother were practically strangers. Aside from their annual encounters at the old Master Shin's birthday banquet, they had no other interactions. Could it be that during these annual feasts, the third brother would serve the simple-minded beauty his most detested dish, bullfrog, thus accumulating years of resentment to retaliate? Just a minor bullying incident. Upon hearing Xinyun's explanation, Wen Qiqi felt even more certain. After all, the Duanmu family was known for their vengeful nature. As for why they invited second brother along, Xinyun glanced at Xin Jihan, who was conversing with the mall's general manager on the top floor, and said, As long as there is an opportunity to capture second brother, regardless of its propriety, Duanmu Yunjing will not let it slip." Wen Qiqi nodded in agreement, naturally inquiring, "So, why did they summon me?" Attending a banquet is quite a hassle. She had not participated in such affairs for 125 cycles. One must adhere to etiquette, don an appropriate yet heavy gown, and behave like a proper lady. Suddenly, Wen Qiqi's imagination ran wild. What if, when Duanmu Yunjing spoke disrespectfully to second brother, she kicked him to the pool while dragging a long skirt? Wouldn't that be quite impressive? With that thought, she inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation for the soiree. During the cycles, she had always attempted to torment the protagonists and their allies. She wondered how it would feel to kick a villain. Upon hearing her question, Xinyun turned to her, noting the expression on her face had not escaped his notice. Although he was unsure what had her so exhilarated, he gently tapped her forehead. In the palm of the Xin family's hand lies a precious pearl, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, a rather commonplace occurrence. In the past, they seldom mentioned Wen Qiqi's name to the outside world, fully aware of her aversion to such social engagements, and thus rarely included her. Even at the old Master Shin's birthday banquet, Wen Qiqi found solace in a spacious room, indulging in whatever she desired in a leisurely manner. Xin Fengyan added, "Qiqi, if you wish not to attend, we can simply decline the invitation from the Duanmu family." Xinyun's expression fell as he turned back, exclaiming, "No, no, no. When I expressed my reluctance to go last night, your attitude was quite different." Xin Fengyan, with a gentle smile, remarked that Qiqi was indeed the most obedient child. He then produced a map. revealing that the haute couture gowns at certain locations were quite renowned in the capital, suggesting they could explore them. Wen Qiqi frowned, questioning, but fifth brother, aren't there numerous gowns in the wardrobe? Is it really necessary to purchase new ones? Shan Yun tugged her forward, stating, out with the old, in with the new. Besides, you are 18 now. The earliest of those gowns are from last month's collection, so there's no need to try them on again. As she was pulled along, Wen Qiqi protested, aren't we waiting for second brother? Shen Fengyan followed behind, explaining, second brother said he would join us once he finished his matters. We should proceed to look, as time is of the essence. This afternoon, a styling team has been arranged for you. He glanced at his phone's schedule, sighing, our time is limited, Qiqi. Wen Qiqi posed one last inquiry. What about sixth brother? Why, isn't he joining us today? Just then, Shen Wang, the youngest of the Shen family, returned with an ice cream in hand. Dressed in a gray hoodie, his golden hair tousled, he smiled radiantly. Upon hearing Wen Qiqi's question, he playfully swatted Shen Yun's hand away and handed the ice cream to her, clarifying, second brother is quite busy with his business. It's a rare occasion he is back home. Sixth brother is exceptionally talented and is assisting Uncle Pei in managing things remotely. Remote management? Meanwhile, in the Shen household, sixth brother Shen Muse crawled on the floor in a dark, twisted manner. Why, Uncle Pei, you know I can't comprehend second brother's business. Why must I stay home to help? They're all out shopping, and I should be with Qiqi, buying new clothes. Uncle Pei, adjusting his glasses while hastily typing replies to a heated online argument, responded kindly, I'm unsure why second young master left you behind. He did, however, give me specific instructions. After a lengthy message filled with cultural nuances, Uncle Pei looked up, smiling warmly. He suggested that if there are uncertainties or dilemmas, we should discuss it with the main characters involved. Shen Muse turned his head, having dyed his hair a new vibrant color upon returning home. He was handsome and fond of trying various flamboyant shades. His eyes, however, reflected a clear confusion. So? Second young master mentioned that you would undoubtedly propose a plan that would harm our enemies while benefiting yourself. During her styling session, Wen Qiqi noticed Jiao blending in with the styling team. Puzzled, she was signaled by Jiao to remain quiet. Seizing the moment while undergoing hair care, they retreated to a small partition, sharing fries and soda while exchanging information. You said Jiao Quan wants to lock you at home. Why is he doing that? Wen Qiqi had a moderate understanding of Jiao Quan, knowing him to be a formidable antagonist, a true embodiment of a delicate yet malicious character who delighted in tormenting the protagonists. Yet, he harbored a fatal flaw, an excessive attachment to his family. His obsessive concern for Jiao and malicious gifts for other family members were merely twisted expressions of his affection. Love, yet deeply flawed. In the original plot, he met an untimely demise. When Lin Weixue threatened his life for Jiao's, he chose to end his own life without hesitation. Jiao munched on the crazy Thursday chicken nuggets he had brought, unconcerned. Perhaps it's because of the invitation from Duanmu Yunqing. I received the original document on my phone, inviting me to the Duanmu family banquet last night and tonight. You know, my brother is quite sensitive to such invitations from men. After locking me up so many times, he doesn't suspect I have my own key. What a fool. Wen Qiqi. With greasy hands, Jiao leaned closer, affectionately nuzzling against Wen Qiqi. You're still the most obedient and adorable, my Qiqi. If you're willing, I'll promptly arrange a change of residency for Jiao Quan, moving you onto my household register. Observing Wen Qiqi's innocent and bewildered expression, Jiao grew even fonder. Even if it means establishing my own household, as long as you're on the next page of my register, I'd do anything. Hearing Shen Yun's voice frantically searching for the elusive Wen Qiqi outside the partition, Jiao pouted in displeasure, muttering, another day of wanting to get rid of the bothersome Shen brothers. How annoying. Wen Qiqi noticed some discrepancies. You mentioned the Duanmu family invited you for last night and tonight? But we only received an invitation for tonight. Jiao chuckled, I know. That's why didn't he plan to attend last night? The invitation was specifically sent back home. My foolish brother truly needs someone to guide him. Since the Duanmu family has this intention, I certainly want refuse. Wen Qiqi blinked. Aren't you worried about Jiao Quan? Don't worry. The commotion outside grew too loud. prompting Jiao to push Qiqi out of the small partition, grinning widely. My brother is quite resilient, adaptable. Even if caught by the Duanmu family, you'll see him whole and intact tonight. Wen Qiqi was promptly seated back in her chair, while Jiao stood behind her, admiring her exquisite transformation in the mirror. Smiling tenderly, Qiqi, you're like a little angel. Have fun tonight. The Duanmu family has plenty of amusements. If it weren't for the unfortunate encounter with Duanmu Yunqing, I would genuinely want to explore. If that foolish brute dares to trouble you, come Monday, I'll ensure he has left searching for his teeth. She gently kissed Wen Qiqi's cheek, reluctant to part. I wish I could stay with you a little longer, but I sense Xinyun's dog is closing in. I must leave first. You must hurry back to school to live with me. I will miss you immensely. Wen Qiqi, taken aback by the kiss, was momentarily dazed. In theory, this is certainly not the first time Jiao has acted in such a manner. However, in the past, such gestures typically occurred only after the plot had developed significantly, with emotions between the two intensifying while they were imprisoned. Now, with the story just beginning, it feels somewhat unexpected yet nostalgic. Contemplating this, Wen Qiqi revealed a smile. All right. As night fell, the vehicle approached the premises of the Duanmu family's villa. Duanmu Yunqing had a cunning plan. He deliberately guided the three cars from the Shen family to park in different locations, wagering whether he could intercept a particularly irate Shen Jihan. Based on his understanding of the situation, Duanmu Yunqing chose to position himself at the rear vehicle. The Shen family would never allow Miss Wen to occupy the last car. Thus, when this vehicle was ushered into the underground garage that Duanmu Yunqing had meticulously prepared, Wen Qiqi, seated inside, was somewhat taken aback. Oh? Is the Duanmu family so impoverished that their garage lacks even illumination? The car halted. Duanmu Yunqing held an ancient kerosene lamp, its light barely sufficient to illuminate a limited area. He was eager to witness Shen Jihan's frustrated demeanor as he prepared to strike him. The moment Shen Jihan displayed panic, Duanmu Yunqing would savor an inexplicable sense of triumph. Hearing the sound of the car door opening, Duanmu Yunqing approached. He pulled the door open slowly, his tone dripping with arrogance and provocation. Didn't he expect the car to stop here, did you? Do you feel a sense of losing control? Yet, the figure that emerged was not Shen Jihan. A girl, exquisite as a porcelain doll, stepped out of the vehicle, her head held slightly high. Her long hair was neatly styled atop her head, exuding an air of elegance and beauty beyond compare. Her eyes were calm, devoid of any panic, instead radiating a refined grace and complete courtesy. Upon seeing Duanmu Yunqing, who had specially illuminated the area for her, Wen Qiqi smiled gently. You've come personally to greet me, Mr. Duanmu. Duanmu Yunqing remained silent, his mind momentarily clouded. The girl stepped out, her fragrant presence wafting through the air, subtle yet enticing, easily addictive. Her smile was sweet, and her voice was equally so. Good evening, Mr. Duanmu. What does being a twin signify? In the dimly lit basement, Jiao Quan's tongue glided over a sharp dagger, the metallic taste of blood dancing on his palate. He lowered his gaze to the man on the ground, marred by countless cuts he had inflicted. His smile held no trace of pity. Is it you who constantly brings my sister unhappiness? Crouched in a corner, Nangong Li was in such agony that he nearly lost consciousness. With a hazy awareness, he looked at Jiao Quan, his voice laced with disbelief. Jiao. His words were cut short as the malicious youth forcefully pressed his foot down upon his head. I've told you. Your filthy mouth does not deserve to utter my sister's name. With brutal force, Nangong Li found himself unable to struggle, only able to let out a few pitiful whimpers from his throat. If you wish to leave here alive today, all you need to do is... The dagger was flung to the ground with a resounding clatter, its tip dangerously close to Nangong Li. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. But Jiao Quan pressed down harder. You can choose to end your own life or render yourself incapacitated. Either way, my sister will abandon you. If you lack the courage to act, I can assist you. As he prepared to strike, the basement door was suddenly thrust open. Though it should not have happened, it indeed did. The one who burst in was a flustered girl. Upon seeing Nangong Li on the floor, her immediate instinct was to rush forward to push Jiao Quan aside. Jiao Quan recognized her. Drawing his gun from his waist and pointing it at her forehead as she approached, Killing one or two makes no difference to me. You both have caused my sister too much suffering. Allowing you to leave so easily would be too lenient. The dark muzzle of the gun was a powerful deterrent, and Lin Weixue began to panic. You cannot kill me. That's illegal. And what about deceiving my sister of her money, manipulating her feelings, and dragging her into various illicit enterprises? Does that not count as illegal? Any trash talk should be directed to the King of Hell.
Jiu Quan smiled coldly.
The gun still aimed at Lin Weixue. For the sake of my beloved sister, you both must perish here today. You cannot kill us. Lin Weixue shouted just before he pulled the trigger. Jiu is in my hands. She trembled as she raised her phone. If you dare harm me, I'll have my people kill her immediately. On the video was Jiu, unconscious, laying beside a masked man wielding a knife. Jiu Quan glanced at it briefly, then shifted his foot off Nangong Li, lowering his gun as well. You cannot let him go. Nangong Li spat blood, glaring at Lin Weixue. I want him dead. If you cannot do it yourself, must you rely on a woman to accomplish it? My sister's affection for you is her greatest disgrace. Nangong Li was provoked by Jiu Quan's words, coughing violently as he clutched Lin Weixue's sleeve. Make him die. Lin Weixue's gaze fell upon Jiu Quan, who stood there, bloodied yet unfazed, smiling nonchalantly. Nangongo, having been harmed to this extent, surely you must compensate for something. You decide your own fate or Jiu's. Does it even require a choice? The twins of the Jiu family possessed a unique bond, a reliance on each other's survival. Upon detecting one heart ceasing to beat, the other's distress signal would instantly be dispatched to their elder siblings' phones, even in the absence of any communication device. The chips embedded in their hearts were a protective measure, as the twins had undergone heart surgery together at a tender age due to their fragility. Jiu Quan bent down swiftly, without hesitation, aiming the gun at his own temple. Sister, good night. Bang. What does being a twin signify? It signifies that we are the closest beings in this world. Your life is my life. Chapter 45. Are you certain you are not here to attend my funeral? Duanmu Yunjing had encountered numerous young women. All types, seductive, mature, youthful, were represented. Although Wen Qiqi's beauty may not have been the most striking, it was undoubtedly exquisite. This visage would undoubtedly captivate Duanmu Yunjia at first sight, and to be truthful, he was not surprised. After all, who could resist such a seemingly vulnerable and protective-looking doll-like figure? However, Duanmu Yunjing, with an unruffled demeanor, discreetly concealed one hand behind his back and pressed the cancel button on the series of traps he had meticulously prepared for Shen Jihan. He scrutinized the smiling Wen Qiqi before him, a stark contrast to the fleeting glimpse he had caught on Shen Jihan's phone wallpaper. The girl standing in front of him had skillfully masked all her thoughts. Her smile, though gentle and obedient, retained an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Her eyes sparkled with a watery brightness, reflecting a clarity reminiscent of autumn waters, yet also hinted at an inexplicable hostility. With a keen understanding of human nature, Duanmu Yunjing saw through her facade instantly. She was much like her elder brother, a habitual trickster who delighted in playing with others. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What would happen if he were to touch this sweet little cake? How would Shen Jihan react? He also pondered the true nature of the personality hidden beneath her delicate and genteel exterior. So, with gentlemanly grace, he extended a hand, signaling her, I hope I did not startle you, Miss Wen. His smile was composed and affable, leaving no room for criticism. The garage is currently under maintenance, and the wall lights are temporarily inoperative. I trust you are not frightened. Wen Qiqi did not take his hand. Instead, she emerged from the car, standing firmly with her hands clasped before her, and replied with a smile, It's quite all right, Mr. Duanmu. Duanmu Yunjing's smile faltered momentarily, his brows arching in surprise. Had she just referred to him as Old Bench? The carefully plotted schemes in his mind were thrown into disarray. It seemed that Miss Wen had revealed her true nature rather quickly. So soon? Was it unnecessary for him to coax her into speaking further? Was it possible that his curiosity led him to hear hallucinations? He remained uncertain. After all, the smile on Wen Qiqi's face, along with her gentle demeanor, made it challenging to reconcile the appellation Old Bench with her. Duanmu Yunjing probed again. I constructed this garage a bit farther from the main residence, and the elevator is presently out of service. Would you be inclined to walk with me, Miss Wen? Wen Qiqi, clad in a one-shouldered black gown reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, lifted the hem of her dress and turned nonchalantly. Let us proceed, Mr. Duanmu. A silent curse crossed her mind. Thank goodness I removed the heels after getting into the car. I knew visiting the Duanmu family would not be a smooth journey. She cautiously peered forward under the dim light of the oil lamp, then turned back with subtlety. Internally, she scolded. Damn it. It's pitch black. I can't see the moonlight outside. Who knows how far I must walk? Am I here for military training? To expect me to traverse such a long distance upon my arrival, truly a vexatious old bench. Duanmu Yunjing, who had been subjected to her barrage of insults, began to question his life choices. Was this truly the Miss Wen who had captured his brother's heart at first sight? Her brazen demeanor, calling him old bench, and the dissonance between her words and appearance was somewhat amusing. After all, Shen Jihan would never confront him with such direct insults. He typically resorted to using his gun. As he contemplated this, Wen Qiqi continued to walk stubbornly forward, muttering to herself, what is so great about old bench having long legs? Why does he walk so fast? My legs are about to fly off trying to keep up. It's so dark behind. There shouldn't be anything lurking, right? If something does jump out, could I throw old bench in front of me to take the hit first? Duanmu Yunjing sensed her furtive glances in his direction. Old bench looks a bit sturdy. I wonder if I could lift him. If not, I'll just kick him a few times in the dark, making him believe this underground garage is haunted. And he'll go searching for ghosts. I'll take the opportunity to make my escape. Perfect. Close the door. Leave old bench behind. Old bench, Duanmu Yunjing, could not resist stopping beside Wen Qiqi. He tilted his head and said, Miss Wen, I am of similar age to your elder brother, merely a few years older. I wouldn't say I am old, would you? Isn't calling me old bench a bit presumptuous? This question remained unasked, for he had already discerned something. Upon hearing Wen Qiqi's voice, she did not respond. Although it was absurd, he could indeed hear the innermost thoughts of this seemingly innocent girl. Wen Qiqi gazed up at him in confusion under the flickering light of the oil lamp. The flame danced gently, casting a glimmer in her eyes as if they were conversing. Her lips, previously pressed down in dissatisfaction at his words, suddenly broke into a smile upon meeting Duanmu Yunjing's probing gaze. Mr. Duanmu, why do you believe you are old? Her eyes sparkled like they could melt the spring waters. Duanmu Yunjing experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to a knight in ancient Rome, uncertain and seeking reassurance from a princess he had just encountered. He had assumed the princess would be indifferent to his words, yet she earnestly pondered his question and offered him an encouraging response. Mr. Duanmu, you are the youngest and most outstanding businessman I have encountered, aside from my elder brother. Duanmu Yunjing's brows furrowed once again, perplexed. He knew she was fabricating compliments, even more disingenuous than her brother. It was merely the flattery often employed by young girls seeking to endear themselves. Yet, he could not deny that it was somewhat pleasing to him. He conveniently overlooked the phrase besides my elder brother. In high spirits, Duanmu Yunjing found that even his earlier frustration at failing to ensnare Shen Zihan dissipated. Moreover, he had not sensed the dissonance in Wen Qiqi's heart this time. Perhaps this compliment was genuine? This girl, long protected by Shen Zihan, had been listening to his reputation and secretly admiring him? While Duanmu Yunjing reveled in his thoughts, Wen Qiqi's mind was blank, struggling to maintain her balance. She had not properly adjusted her shoes when she removed the heels. She did not wish to embarrass the Shen family in front of Duanmu Yunjing. She was, quite frankly, having a hard time walking. The main issue was that when Duanmu Yunjing was in high spirits, he would invariably showcase his gentlemanly politeness, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. Occasionally engaging Wen Qiqi in conversation, I have yet to have the honor of inviting Miss Wen, thus I am unaware of your preferences. Therefore, I have prepared an assortment of delicacies, hoping one will delight you. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu. Wen Qiqi gritted her teeth and trudged forward. Does Miss Wen have any particular expertise in gourmet food? It seems I have yet to hear of your culinary preferences. The Shen family has certainly kept you well guarded. But if I had a beautiful and charming sister like you, I too would wish to shield her from prying eyes. Wen Qiqi turned her head and replied earnestly, Mr. Duanmu Yunjing, I have a profound appreciation for culinary arts. Duanmu Yunjing's interest was piqued. Oh, I can cook for myself. He expressed mild surprise. Is that so remarkable? Miss Wen is capable of cooking? The more he learned about Miss Wen, the more delightful surprises seemed to unfold. Wen Qiqi stifled a soft laugh behind her hand. It was not entirely unfounded that Xin Zihan had maintained a long-standing relationship with Duanmu Yunjing without extinguishing his affections. After all, conversing with Duanmu Yunjing could truly uplift one's spirits. Wen Qiqi lifted her delicate nose, resembling a wooden puppet. I often prepare meals for my brothers. Duanmu Yunjing adjusted the oil lamp towards her and quietly rested his arm beside hers. Miss Wen must be exhausted from caring for the unruly Shin brothers. Have you overexerted yourself today, to the point where you seem a bit unsteady on your feet? Allow me to assist you. This is my humble apology for inadvertently placing you in this garage. Please accept it. If Miss Wen insists on clearing our accounts, may I propose that the time I support you could be exchanged for a meal prepared by you? He remained ever the gentleman. They had been walking for a while, and Duanmu Yunjing had indeed not behaved in any inappropriate manner towards her. Thus, Wen Qiqi placed her fingers gently on his bare arm, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu Yunjing. The touch of her fingers was not warm. Rather, it bore a hint of coolness. This close proximity was somewhat unfamiliar to Duanmu Yunjing. More than gratitude, he found himself curious about the reactions of those fortunate enough to taste the dishes crafted by Miss Wen herself. His expression was sincere. Wen Qiqi replied earnestly. They all cried. Duanmu Yunjing's surprise deepened. So delicious? I hope to have the opportunity to savor the culinary skills of Chef Wen. Their conversation meandered to other topics, such as astrology, MGI tests, and recent fortunes. Wen Qiqi found it hard to fathom that the Duanmu Yunjing, notorious for his ruthlessness alongside Xin Zihan, would possess knowledge of the interests cherished by young girls. In fact, he was able to provide answers to her queries. How do you know so much? At last, they spotted the moonlight cascading through the high windows ahead. Duanmu Yunjing had traversed this path before, yet witnessing the moonlight alongside Wen Qiqi momentarily clouded his thoughts. The silver glow was tender and genuine, as if it could be a tangible glimpse of the future. Duanmu Yunjing himself was puzzled by such sentiments. With his gaze lowered, he responded softly to Wen Qiqi's inquiry. The Shin family and the Duanmu family have been acquainted for many years. When the chance finally arises to meet the hidden princess of the Shin family, one must be well prepared. As he spoke, they reached a spot where the moonlight illuminated them. The silvery glow fell upon the girl's smooth collarbone. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, seemingly oblivious to Duanmu Yunjing's reply as she gazed longingly at the final door ahead, as if reluctant to linger a moment longer with him. Duanmu Yunjing's gaze also turned towards that door, his silence betraying a slight dimming of the smile upon his face. Through the door, Wen Qiqi could faintly hear the sound of rain outside. Duanmu Yunjing sensed it too, glancing to the side as a servant approached with 2 black umbrellas. Just as Wen Qiqi reached to take one, Duanmu Yunjing stopped her. As a guest in my home, it is inappropriate for Miss Wen to hold an umbrella. The servant understood and prepared to hold the umbrella for Wen Qiqi, but Duanmu Yunjing merely cast a glance to dismiss him. Before the door swung open, only the 2 of them remained under the moonlight, alongside the umbrella held by Duanmu Yunjing. It is my honor to hold the umbrella for you, Miss Wen. Wen Qiqi did not have the opportunity to decline. Just then, the door was pulled open. Duanmu Yunjing raised the umbrella, positioning it in front of them. As the umbrella lifted, the vibrant lights of the villa shone brilliantly against the dark night. Outside, a gentle rain fell, pattering on the ground, the edges of the umbrella, and the expansive outdoor pool of the Duanmu residence. The umbrella was fully raised, revealing the scene before Duanmu Yunjing. On the steps adorned with countless brilliant lights stood 5 young masters from the Shin family, dressed in fine black suits, their scrutinizing gazes exuding an air of authority. You have monopolized her time, Duanmu Yunjing. The first to speak was Xin Zihan, standing above with a smile on his face as the butler, Uncle Pei, held the umbrella for him. Among the 6, only Uncle Pei maintained a warm smile. Xin Yun tugged at his slightly misaligned tie, his expression cold and disdainful. Shen Fengyan stood alongside him, their faces equally devoid of smiles. their eyes cast downward, fixed upon Wen Qiqi, who had appeared alongside Duanmu Yunjing. Shen Muzhe occupied a more distant position lower down the steps, casually squatting with one hand holding the umbrella and the other resting on his knee, impatiently shaking off the rainwater that had dripped onto his hand. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Duanmu Yunjing. In the midst of the group, Shen Wang stood with a smirk, his expression the most indifferent, his hands tucked into his suit pockets, as if ready to draw something dangerous at any moment. While Duanmu Yunjing maintained a pleasant demeanor, internally he cursed. Wasn't the invitation only meant for Xin Jihan, Xin Yun, and Wen Qiqi? How did the other three manage to join? Confronted with their unfriendly stares, Duanmu Yunjing feigned a smile and leaned the umbrella closer to Wen Qiqi. Miss, Wen's vehicle inadvertently strayed into my private garage. Naturally, I had to come to greet her. The delay was merely due to my engaging conversation with Miss Wen. Xin Jihan's displeasure was evident as he descended the stairs, taking a new umbrella from Uncle Pei. Leaning forward under the umbrella, the misty rain lightly dampened his lower back as he lowered his voice. Qiqi. Wen Qiqi understood his intent. She smiled at Duanmu Yunjing before leaping into Xin Jihan's umbrella, whispering, "Second brother, I've been walking for so long. My legs are sore." Xin Jihan chuckled softly, leaning in to murmur in her ear, "Do you need a change of shoes? I have your usual ones in the car, though they are slippers." Wen Qiqi. Is it a bit too audacious to run around in slippers at the Duanmu residence? Duanmu Yunjing raised an eyebrow. After Xin Jihan took her away, Wen Qiqi turned back to Duanmu Yunjing and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for everything along the way, Mr. Duanmu Yunjing." Her eyes were gentle, and her gestures conveyed her genuine gratitude. Yet, standing alongside the members of the Xin family on the steps, it was only with the illumination that Duanmu Yunjing began to sense something amiss. The four individuals are all clad in black today, a somber hue that either leaves them in pure black or stark white. Even Shan Yun has foregone the customary red tie. On Wen Qiqi's forehead rests a pearl adornment in the shape of a white lily. Shen Muzhe sports a pure white brooch on his chest. Thus, Duanmu Yunjing quirked a smile. "Are you all here for the Duanmu family's night banquet, or to attend my funeral? Wasn't it said that members of the Xin family would be present today? I haven't seen a single one." Duanmu Yun mused from the third-floor corridor, gazing down at the vibrant hall below. Dressed in a white suit and with meticulously styled hair, he leaned against the glass railing, his eyes scanning the crowd. Raising an eyebrow, "Isn't the banquet scheduled for 8? Have the Xin family members arrived late?" The Duanmu family butler stood silently beside him, offering no comment. Growing weary of the view, Duanmu Yun turned away, rubbing his temples, his voice laced with fatigue. "Butler, I need you to swear once more that Miss Wen Qiqi was indeed not invited to this banquet." The butler lowered his head. "I swear on the young master's appetite, she was truly not invited by the Xin family." Meanwhile, a few members of the Xin family were ushered into a secret elevator within the villa, with Duanmu Yunjing trailing behind, suddenly feeling a twinge of stomach pain.
Odd.
For he had never suffered from gastric ailments. Xin Yun observed him clutching his abdomen and sauntered closer, walking in tandem. "You know, Duanmu Yunjing, the heavens punish every child who speaks untruths." As if one wasn't enough, Shen Muzhe sidled up as well. "Though you only feel a stomachache now, trust me, there will be other pains soon enough, like old knee aches or perhaps an aching back or even troublesome teeth." Duanmu Yunjing merely rolled his eyes, accustomed to their banter over the years. "With you two murmuring beside me, doesn't your second brother care?" Shen Jihan turned his head, remarking, "You must be feeling cold. The Duanmu residence is perpetually chilly." He removed his suit jacket and draped it over Wen Qiqi, instinctively enclosing her hands within his. Ordinarily, that would suffice, but to lower the temperature so much at tonight's banquet. "Do you have other intentions, Duanmu Yunjing?" Duanmu Yunjing smiled serenely. "The banquet for other families is held on the first and second floors of the villa, but our old friends meet at the top." His gaze settled on Wen Qiqi, who was nestled among the Xin brothers, her demeanor relaxed and languid, a broad smile illuminating his face. "This is a specially arranged top-tier banquet for Miss Wen." Half an hour later, Duanmu Yun still stood aloof, rejecting any advances from the opposite sex. He found no merit in wasting time on those whose names and faces eluded him, due to his face blindness. He had often been mocked by peers during his youth. He had grown weary of this affliction, yet he still chose not to remember their faces. A nuisance, a bother. Unnecessary. His mother had once comforted him with a bright perspective. Isn't it better not to remember? One encounters many people in life. But science shows that only a few friends truly know you inside and out. Since others were fated to drift from his life, why waste time committing their faces to memory? The Duanmu family had no need for them. Influenced by his mother's views, Duanmu Yunsu only grew close to those who piqued his interest, such as Lu Zhen, Wang Hu, and his brother. Given the family business, his brother had spent considerable time abroad, returning only occasionally. After an extended absence, upon seeing Duanmu Yunjing suddenly back in the country and reaching out to embrace him, Duanmu Yunsu had called the police, citing a stranger trespassing. Thus, he could recall Duanmu Yunjing's face primarily due to the beatings he had received as a child, a truly heartless brother. Lu Zhen approached leisurely, holding a juice in hand. His attire stood out not in opulence but rather in relaxed comfort, as if he could sprint an 800-meter obstacle course at any moment. The occasion was grand, and Duanmu Yunsu had mentioned the presence of the Shin brothers. He had also seen Wang Hu escorting Lin Weixue and another wealthy young lady, Nangong Li, into the villa. He had a premonition that this night banquet was far from simple. Preparing in advance would ensure he could handle any unexpected occurrences.
Observing Duanmu Yunsu's despond de Mianor.
Lu Zhen teased. If I'm not mistaken, the single noble ladies invited to the banquet were all arranged by your brother for you, right? Duanmu Yunsu did not meet his gaze, merely denying. I'm not interested in them. For Wen Qiqi? Lu Zhen suggested succinctly. Duanmu Yunsu looked toward him, not refuting. Lu Zhen, puzzled, leaned against the glass railing in a similar manner, raising his juice slightly. But if memory serves me right, you've only known her for about a week. You don't even have her contact information. Why this fixation?
Duanmu Yunsu remained silent.
The reasoning was indeed absurd. It stemmed from a remark his mother had made. Choose to marry the person you envision spending your life with at first sight. She will grant you the courage to defy all conventions. He had initially been skeptical, yet upon seeing Wen Qiqi, the phrase had crystallized into a tangible reality. The butler seized the moment to guide him. Young master, the arrangements by your elder brother are for your benefit. Once you marry any of the esteemed ladies on the list, the entirety of the Duanmu estate will soon be yours to inherit. At that point, anything you desire will be effortlessly within your grasp. Duanmu Yunsu grew weary of the butler's monotonous counsel and stepped into the crystal glass elevator. Lu Zhen followed closely, pressing the close button before the butler could join them, waving cheerfully at him. As the elevator ascended, the Duanmu family's grand celebration became increasingly resplendent beyond the glass. Countless handsome men and beautiful women paraded before them. Are you truly not considering the others? Lu Zhen mused, gazing outward. The number of young ladies present today was indeed overwhelming. Duanmu Yunsu, however, remained calm and composed. I only wish to obtain her contact information. As the elevator turned, Duanmu Yunsu's gaze fell upon a corner on the 5th floor. A young girl clad in an elaborate pink princess gown hurriedly pulled another girl into a passage. Duanmu Yunsu abruptly gripped the elevator as handrail. The girl who had been pulled along. Could it be Wen Qiqi? Chapter 46. Such a sweet name, yet how limited the means. Was it not stated that only the names of my second brother, third brother, and myself were on the invitation? How did both my 5th and 6th brothers, along with Shin Wang, also arrive? The structure of the Duanmu family's upper floors is intricate, resembling a beehive. Duanmu Yunjing has already moved ahead to lead the way. Shin Jihan, being pulled along by him, walks in front as well, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions about business matters that would not be suitable for their younger siblings to overhear. Taking advantage of this moment, Wen Qiqi sidles up to her 5th brother, Shin Fengyan. Among this group, although the 3rd brother ranks higher, Shin Fengyan is undoubtedly the more reliable one. Noticing Wen Qiqi's approach, Shin Fengyan leans closer, his gaze lingering on her coat, which differs from his own, before shifting to meet her eyes. The Duanmu family's evening banquet is divided into 2 tiers. The first tier includes direct invitations to your second brother, third brother, and you, while the second tier has been sent to other esteemed guests in our circle. As a singer, I, along with Shun Muse, received invitations for the latter. Wen Qiqi nods in understanding, glancing back at Xinhuang, who appears rather lackluster. What about Xinhuang? She inquires. Xinhuang raises his eyes slightly. I showed security my photo with Duanmu Yunkai, and they let me in. It seems Duanmu Yunkai indeed has a rare habit of taking photos with others, making this excuse for entering the Duanmu residence quite reasonable. Observing Xinhuang's serious contemplation, Wen Qiqi's attention is drawn to his forlorn expression, prompting her to ask, "What's the matter, Xinhuang? Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Fengyan also turns to look at Xinhuang. Xinhuang shrinks slightly, his lips curling into a bittersweet smile. It's not easy to say directly. He gently tugs at Wen Qiqi's coat. I need you to come a bit closer. Curious. Wen Qiqi steps away from Shen Fengyan and moves closer to Xinhuang. Worrying that he might be suffering from some sudden ailment, she stands on her toes, leaning in with utmost caution. Don't worry, tell me. I won't tell anyone else. Xinhuang's gaze lifts slightly. Beneath Wen Qiqi's cover, a subtle smile graces his lips. He gently exhales warm breath toward her ear, a release that feels long overdue. Mistaking his exhale for a sigh of stress, Wen Qiqi's concern intensifies. What happened? Did you get into trouble at school? Afraid to tell our second brother? Don't worry. I'll try to negotiate with him to lessen your punishment. Unfazed, Xinhuang's amusement grows. When Wen Qiqi looks at him, he quickly feigns innocence, his long eyelashes fluttering as he speaks in a soft, pitiful tone. It's just so cold, I feel like I might shiver when Qiqi blinks. Could you warm my hands, sister? He extends his hand toward her, his voice filled with pleading. Ah? Such a small request? When Qiqi glances at him, resembling a pitiful golden retriever shivering in the cold, and instinctively reaches out her hand. Perfect timing, my hands have just warmed up a bit. Let me. Before she can finish her sentence, two coats come flying from a distance, landing squarely on Xinhuang's head, wrapping him up snugly. When Qiqi tilts her head slightly, Xin Yun arrives first, holding down Xinhuang, who is trying to remove the coats covering his head, gritting his teeth in laughter. With your brothers around, how could we let you freeze, seventh brother? Xin Muse follows closely, securing the other side with a mischievous tone. Two coats, seventh brother. You're in for a treat. How fortunate to have brothers like us who love you so much. After saying this, he leans closer to Xinhuang, attempting to wrap him up even tighter, wanting to muss up Xinhuang's previously neat hairstyle. With your brothers here, you have nothing to fear from the cold.
Good boy.
When Qiqi thinks to herself, though you mean well, will you really not smother Xinhuang with such force? Xinhuang, unable to speak or move under the layers of coats, thinks to himself, damn it, how can these two hear so well from so far away? Can't they just donate their ears instead of eavesdropping on me in the house? Seeing this, Shen Fengyan's narrow, fox-like eyes curve into a smile as he wraps an arm around Wen Qiqi's shoulders, guiding her forward. Xinhuang should be warm enough now. Let us proceed. We're almost there. When Qiqi nods, glancing back at Xinhuang, still covered by coats and being compelled to move forward. His hands remain stiffly in front of him, not dropping. She lowers her gaze, then extends her hand from beneath the coats, wrapping around his hand. Xinhuang feels an unexpected warmth, albeit for just a moment. Yet it is so comforting. It seems Wen Qiqi is being pulled away. Xinhuang cannot sense this, only feeling the warmth on his hand vanish swiftly as his left and right hands are tightly held by Xin Yun and Xin Muse, wary of any tricks. However, Wen Qiqi has warmed his hands. For now, the golden retriever has triumphed. The Duanmu family's unique banquet hall is located on the 7th floor of the villa, at the end of a winding corridor. Aside from the opulent dining table, this level features a special design, a 180 underwater view. With 86,000 colorful marine creatures as a backdrop, two playful dolphins swim past Duanmu Yunjing, curiously returning to gaze at the guests arriving at the entrance. Blue light refracts across the dining table, creating an enchanting and surreal aesthetic. Though Wen Qiqi has seen similar decor elsewhere, she is still momentarily awestruck. Once seated, Duanmu Yunjing notices Xinhuang, still covered in coats. What peculiar habits do the Shen family have? Why is he wrapped in 2 layers of coats, tied up? However, he refrains from commenting further, directing his gaze toward Wen Qiqi, who is watching the dolphins play. Miss Wen, would you like to change into a different pair of shoes? Duanmu Yunjing explains that the Duanmu family often keeps spare shoes for the convenience of their guests. In addition to shoes, they also have some lightweight clothing, all in pristine packaging. If Miss Wen is interested, she can accompany Miss Jiu to change. He raises his hand, following his gesture. Wen Qiqi turns to see Jiu standing at the door in a pink princess dress, offering her a gentle smile. For shoes, my second brother has prepared some in the car for Qiqi, so there's no need to trouble the Duanmu family, Shen Yun casually remarks, resting his chin on his hand. Duanmu Yunjing maintains a smile. However, your second brother's car is in the underground garage, which is quite far and inconvenient. It would waste Uncle Pei's time to go back and forth. The Duanmu family's changing room is on the 5th floor. The elevator will get you there quickly, without taking much of Miss Wen's time. Moreover, with Miss Jiu accompanying her, is there anything to be concerned about? Jiu steps forward appropriately, her gloved hand resting on the door frame, her face brimming with anticipation as she speaks. Qiqi, darling. The once cheerful Wen Qiqi's expression stiffened. Her body trembled. Although she had been informed earlier by Jiu that Jiu Quan would be at the Duanmu residence, the sight of the book's most twisted antagonist, Jiu Quan, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Jiu, calling her Qiqi baby, sent a shiver down her spine. The sensation was utterly disconcerting. She couldn't shake the feeling that, at any moment, he would tie her up with a little rope, chastising her for being naughty while carving his name into her inner thigh with a small knife. Unaware of her distress, Jiu Quan continued to entice her. I saw many beautiful little dresses downstairs, and I would love to take my favorite Qiqi baby to try them on. Come with me. Qiqi baby. While Jiu often spoke to Wen Qiqi in a similar tone, hearing these words from Jiu Quan made her heart race. After all, he was a deranged character capable of tormenting the protagonists throughout the narrative. He was one of the few who had brought Nan Gongli to the brink of death on multiple occasions. Following him would allow her to wreak havoc on the male lead without attracting the plot's wrath. Wen Qiqi immediately rose, her smile more exaggerated and alluring than Jiu Quan's. I'm coming. Baby Jiu Quan felt a sudden wave of foreboding. Shen Yun stretched out his hand to block Wen Qiqi. His voice low, this is the Duanmu residence, not the Shen family. If you run off with her like this, and something happens, if anything occurs, the Duanmu family will take full responsibility. Duanmu Yunjing stood up. The Jiu and Shen families have long-standing relations, and Miss Jiu attends the same school as your 7th young master. Even if you do not trust our Duanmu family, you cannot doubt Miss Jiu, can you? Shen Wang turned his head. Although his face was still covered, he could discern voices. He promptly pivoted toward Shen Muse, who was facing away from the door. Shen Muse remarked, your sudden turn to look at me is rather startling, 7th brother. Duanmu Yunjing had a valid point. Jiu was also in the group that heard Wen Qiqi's thoughts. Given previous events, the Shen family was certain that Jiu would not harm Wen Qiqi. Yet, Shen Yun remained apprehensive, sensing something was amiss without being able to articulate it. Duanmu Yunjing continued to guide the conversation. Moreover, the topic we are about to discuss may not be suitable for Miss Wen's presence. His smile faded slightly. It concerns kidnapping, humiliation, and the business dealings between me and the second master. Shun Jihan turned his head and, upon catching Wen Qiqi's gaze, he turned back with understanding. Qiqi indeed feels uncomfortable in her shoes. Let her accompany Miss Jiu to change. Wen Qiqi playfully pressed down on Shen Yun's arm. Second brother. Shen Yun expressed his dissatisfaction. Shen Jihan continued, don't get too carried away, Qiqi. If you return late, you know what I mean. Wen Qiqi had already exited the banquet hall, her fingers gripping Jiu's slender arm, squeezing it gently as she turned back with a smile. I understand, second brother. The 7th floor corridor of the Duanmu residence was filled with numerous intersections. Even though Jiu Quan had traversed them countless times under Duanmu Yunjing's guidance the previous night, she hesitated for a moment while leading Wen Qiqi through the twists and turns today. Recalling yesterday, Jiu Quan's tea-colored eyes darkened in the architecturally stunning corridor. Last night, as his blade had barely grazed Duanmu Yunjing's neck, he had just uttered good evening, when he was suddenly knocked backward by the force of Duanmu Yunkai, sending him reeling. Duanmu Yunkai seemed entirely unconcerned about his brother's well-being, yet paradoxically, it appeared he was deeply invested in it. Seeing Jiu Quan brandish his knife prompted a swift reaction. but the method he employed allowed Jiu Quan's blade to leave a mark on Duanmu Yunjing's collar. Bright crimson blood stained the only white fabric on Duanmu Yunjing's attire. "You're not Jiu. Who are you?" Duanmu Yunsai's tone was resolute. Duanmu Yunjing remained unfazed, casually wiping the bloodstains from his clothes. "My brother may be face-blind, but—" He chuckled softly. "Anyone he can remember, no matter how well others disguise themselves, will be recognized by him." The man discarded the blood-stained handkerchief. Turning to motion for the subordinates attempting to subdue Jiu Quan to step back, his smile warm. "I anticipated you would come in place of your sister. So, I waited for you. In response to your earlier greeting, good evening, Mr. Jiu Quan." Outnumbered, Jiu Quan was taken aback by the quick recognition. However, he remained composed. Given the Jiu family's reputation, the Duanmu family would not dare to act against him. Indeed, Duanmu Yunjing restrained Duanmu Yunkai, who intended to teach Jiu Quan a lesson, and cleaned the dagger with a pristine handkerchief before presenting it to Jiu Quan, who stood in the corner. "I have no ulterior motives regarding Miss Jiu. The invitation to the Jiu family was merely a pretext to ask for her assistance. Since you, Mr. Jiu Quan, have arrived, I must trouble you for your help." Duanmu Yunkai had not participated in the detailed planning. He was dismissed by Duanmu Yunjing before the plans were disclosed to Jiu Quan. Jiu Quan was unaware of the entire scheme. His responsibility was limited to one aspect, taking Wen Qiqi away, bringing her to the designated location outside the Duanmu residence. "What's in it for me?" Jiu Quan was not one to engage in meaningless pursuits. "You should know." Duanmu Yunjing lightly brushed over a photo of Wen Qiqi. "Your sister is quite fond of her. Once the task is completed, you can seize the opportunity to bring her back as a gift for your sister. I believe Miss Jiu will be delighted." Thus, the deal was struck. Just the thought of being able to present Wen Qiqi as a gift to his sister tonight filled Jiu Quan with inexplicable excitement, a glee he could hardly contain. He.
Jiu Quan's guidin actiu momentari li faltarat.
Although elated, it felt as though he had not yet truly laughed out loud in his heart. Where did that sound come from? Had he heard his own heart's laughter? Or was it mimicking the girlish voice he had learned from his sister? Uncertain, he decided to test it out with another laugh. Jiu Quan raised the corners of his mouth, preparing to. He. Damn it, that is definitely not the sound of my laughter. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the Duanmu residence, the banquet hall was bustling with an array of exquisite dishes. Duanmu Yunjing sought justice from Shun Jihan over Shun Yun's actions. Shun Wang's outerwear had not been removed, and Shun Mia's had made a small opening at his mouth. Shun Wang remarked. Shun Mia's, under the guise of politeness, said, "The adults are discussing serious matters. It's not suitable for us children to listen. Just eat and don't get hungry." Shun Wang responded with confusion. Shun Yun rolled up his sleeves, downed a glass of wine, and pulled out his phone. Originally, all it would take for him was to bend down and offer an apology, and perhaps the other party would have fewer demands. However, the second brother would not allow it. His stance was that Duanmu Yunjing's intention was never merely the Shun family's apology. He desired much more. Therefore, he should not expect to gain anything at all. These were the exact words of Shun Jihan, the second brother. Shun Yun lacked the cunning to navigate the intricate deceptions of business dealings. Consequently, he idly opened the group chat titled Wen Qiqi is our savior, and sent a message. Shun Yun, Shun third master, Jiu, take good care of Qiqi. Don't let her lag behind. Her heels are broken. A few seconds later, Jiu sent a question mark. Jiu. Are you speaking with your eyes wide open, Shun Yun? I haven't been with Qiqi. Shun Yun. Did you not just take Qiqi out? Jiu. Nonsense. I didn't attend the Duanmu family banquet today. I am at home, urgently training the violin to be able to guide Qiqi in the future. Shun Yun stopped replying and slammed his phone on the table, rising in fury. Duanmu Yunjing, who took Wen Qiqi away. Others in the group chat also noticed the messages. No one responded to Jiu's inquiry about what was going on. All eyes turned toward Duanmu Yunjing. Oh, except for Shun Wang, who was oblivious and had turned the wrong way. Duanmu Yunjing was not surprised by the scene. Leaning back in his chair, calm and composed, he admitted, I acknowledge that Miss Wen indeed surprised me, and I feel guilty for using such despicable means to take her away. However, his gaze lifted, the smile fading, and he fixed his stare on Shun Jihan. For the sake of our cooperation, and for the life of my only younger brother. There are certain matters we must clarify today. Shin Muse was not inclined to waste words with him and stood up, intending to chase after him. However, he did not expect that the grand door of the banquet hall had already been locked. He kicked it several times without any response. Young Master Shin 6 might as well conserve his strength. Before Uncle Pei could act, the servants behind Duanmu Yunjing surrounded the opposing party first. I require a few promises from the second master, otherwise. He leaned forward, his voice calm yet unmistakably firm. You cannot leave here, nor can you. Fine, Miss Wen again. Shin Jihan displayed no emotional fluctuations. He merely slid his fingers, which held the wine glass, impatiently up and down the cup's wall. What promises? Duanmu Yunjing smiled. The second master understands the matters of business. Additionally, as long as my brother does not threaten Miss Wen's life or harm the interests of the Shin family, I kindly ask the Shin family not to take action against him. He has never been involved in our dealings. He is entirely innocent, Shin Jihan. Jiao Quan was somewhat bewildered. He inexplicably heard a wild, boisterous laugh. It was right behind him. Behind him was only the gentle and delicate Wen Qiqi, who appeared innocently charming. Goodness, could the Duanmu family have a ghost pursuing souls? After glancing back occasionally, the laughter finally subsided. Jiao Quan's mindset gradually returned to normal. The corridor leading to the elevator was much darker than the previous path. Jiao Quan sensed that the girl behind him seemed to be moving much slower than before, so he halted his steps. This delicate little girl. Can she not walk a bit longer? How is she so beloved by her sister? He turned around. She was still wearing the heavy pink princess dress, her hair styled into the puffy little curls that Duanmu Yunjing had designed for her. In such a dim environment, it was hard to distinguish her from Jiao. Her voice was soft and gentle. Qiqi, are you unable to walk anymore? I can help pull you along. When Qiqi was still lost in thought. She initially believed that walking so long in the garage was her limit, and with Duanmu Yunjing guiding her through the banquet hall, it hadn't taken too long. But this path Jiao Quan was leading her on was indeed long and winding. Could this little sickly one have forgotten the way and led her in circles? Her feet hurt. Jiao Quan approached her, lifting his skirt with a cheerful smile. As long as you take my hand, I can lead you away. He did not finish his sentence. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Qiqi directly linked her arm with his. You truly are a good person.
My dear.
Feeling her weight shift towards Jiao Quan, Wen Qiqi let out a long sigh of relief. Instead, Jiao Quan found himself in a tight hold. Although he had indeed taken on his sister's tone to call out to the girl several times, how did she manage to say my dear so effortlessly? Jiao Quan raised an eyebrow under the dim light, then smiled sickly. Since we are holding hands now, Qiqi, you mustn't. I Wen Ti let go again. The girl tilted her head back. A more radiant and unrestrained smile blossomed on her face, and she tightened her grip on his arm. My dear, I Wen Ti let go of you, and you mustn't let go of me either. What to do when faced with a sickly one? Be even more sickly, and teach him a lesson. Strangely, Jiao Quan felt an eerie sensation. Just then the elevator doors opened. The two entered the elevator, one after the other. My dear, once we're in the elevator, it's just you and me. Just as Jiao Quan intended to draw out his dagger and employ some threats to make this little girl more obedient, a longer dagger than the one he carried suddenly appeared before him. The hilt was gripped by Wen Qiqi's left hand, pressed against the elevator wall. The blade pointed between them, aimed at Jiao Quan's neck. Jiao Quan turned his head. The girl still wore a gentle smile. My dear, you drew your knife too slowly, so now. Her eyes opened wide. The corners of her mouth slightly pressed down, exuding a strong sense of oppression. You must listen to me. Chapter 47. Smoking is harmful to health. Duanmu Yunkai. At the banquet on the first floor of the Duanmu family, Lin Weixue stood in the corner in a simple white dress, shyly observing Wang Hu chatting with others. She shouldn't have been here today. Given her status, it was difficult to obtain an invitation to high society. However, she encountered Wang Hu. Although she hadn't seen him for several days, he was captivated when he unexpectedly saw her. Just then, Lu Zhan called Wang Hu casually, reminding him not to be late for the banquet. Coincidentally, Lin Weixue pretended to be naive and asked what banquet it was. Coincidentally, Wang Hu foolishly asked if she wanted to join him. Lin Weixue then stepped into this villa, far removed from the city's hustle and bustle. Unlike the high-end villa area where the Shun family resided, the Duanmu family's villa was the only one for miles. It stood alone, isolated. Faced with the scions and daughters of prominent families, Lin Weixue felt a wave of inferiority, hiding behind Wang Hu, her head bowed in a pitiful manner. Wang Hu was perplexed as to how Lin Weixue had come to be invited. Before her inquiry, Lu Zhenqian had repeatedly cautioned him against any unnecessary actions. However, upon beholding Lin Weixue's enchanting eyes, he felt compelled to bring the young lady, who had recently recovered, here to enjoy a respite. With a gentle sigh, he advised Weixue, "Stay close to me. Most of the guests here are of high status, and we must not provoke them." Lin Weixue nodded obediently, remarking, "Brother Huzi, you are truly kind to me." The compliment made Wang Hu's heart race, causing him to glance downward. Initially, Lin Weixue dutifully followed in his wake, yet gradually, she became captivated by the mature men surrounding them, a stark contrast to the immature boys she encountered at St. Cecilia Academy. By the time Wang Hu returned from a brief visit to the restroom, Lin Weixue had vanished. As for the Duanmu family's banquet, Nangongli had always regarded it with disdain, viewing the extravagance of the wealthy as mere ostentation. Yet, he found himself entering, guided by a lady from the Wang family. After Jiao departed from him, he chose to accompany Miss Wang, the most prominent among his many admirers, possessing both influence and affluence. Although she paled in comparison to Jiao and Wen Qiqi, she would suffice. However, the compensation offered by this Miss Wang was disappointingly meager, and his financial situation was becoming increasingly strained. He would never demean himself by pleading for reconciliation with Jiao. Thus, only one option remained: Wen Qiqi. Duanmu Yuns took a delicate sip of his drink, revealing a confident smile as a brilliant idea formed in his mind. If he were to encounter Wen Qiqi at this gathering and express his budding feelings for her, she would surely hasten to confess her affections. He could then reluctantly accept her advances and utilize her goodwill to provoke Jiao, believing that soon enough, Jiao would be compelled to return to his side. It was a plan with dual benefits. With this thought, he cast a disapproving glance at Miss Wang, who chattered incessantly beside him. In terms of beauty and figure, Wen Qiqi was undeniably the most exquisite girl he had ever encountered. The moment he first laid eyes on her, the exhilarating flutter of his heart was unlike anything he had experienced with other women. If only Wen Qiqi could retain the serene beauty reminiscent of a water lily in bloom, akin to the purity of first love. If not for her subsequent obsessive and unhealthy fixation on him, he might have cherished her. Instead, he now felt a visceral discomfort at the mere mention of her name. Shaking off these irrelevant thoughts, Nangongli responded to Miss Wang's inquiries while his gaze frequently roamed the crowd in search of Wen Qiqi. He was convinced she would attend such a gathering. Given the Duanmu family's wealth, every eligible noblewoman in Kyoto would surely receive an invitation. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he located her. Miss Wang suddenly seemed captivated by something and released her grip on Nangongli's arm. He was taken aback. Although they had only spent a little over a week together, she had always been attentive and clingy. For her to abandon him in favor of the crowd was an unexpected turn of events. Curiosity piqued, he raised his gaze. On the elegant platform, adorned with glistening crystals, a man sat beside a black piano, playing softly. The flickering lights and flowing melodies created a captivating scene, though the music itself was rather melancholic. Miss Wang appeared entranced, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed adoringly at the musician. That man, Nangongli recognized Fang He, the prodigious music professor from St. Cecilia Academy. The fervent admiration in Miss Wang's eyes was something she had never directed towards him, stoking a surge of anger within him. Why should the girl accompanying him look at another man with such longing? In a fit of frustration, he decided to disregard Miss Wang and sought a moment of solitude, only to catch sight of a girl in a white dress amidst the throng. It seemed to be Lin Weixue. Her gaze towards the stage mirrored that of Miss Wang, filled with the same admiration. This only fueled Nangongli's ire. Fixating on Fang He, immersed in his music, he muttered indignantly, "What is so remarkable about him? He merely plays the piano. I may not be skilled at any instruments, but Wen Qiqi is." His thoughts abruptly halted as he realized he had unconsciously mentioned Wen Qiqi. His eyes lowered. Indeed, the purity in Wen Qiqi's gaze had always been unmistakable. Regardless of how many exceptional men surrounded her, her attention seemed solely focused on him, willing to forsake societal decorum for his sake. Truthfully, a sudden yearning to see Wen Zizai blossomed within him. While he pondered this, someone approached, tilting their head to look up at him. "Nangong Gij, are you here alone?" Upon hearing the voice, he looked up to find the adorable Lin Weixue, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples. "What shall we do next?" As the elevator doors slid open, Jiu Quan instinctively leaped out, distancing herself from Wen Zizai with alarming urgency. She was even more terrifying than he had been in a fit. Although Wen Zizai had not demanded Jiu Quan divulge any plans while in the elevator, she had simply stated, "Follow my lead and proceed at your own pace. I have matters to clarify before taking action." Afterward, she quietly sharpened a small knife. Who carries a whetstone around with them? Jiu Quan maintained a considerable distance from Wen Zizai. Yet, Wen Zizai beamed, "Darling, why are you avoiding me?" Jiu Quan retreated further. "You know I'm not Jiu, right?" Wen Zizai blinked innocently. "What are you talking about?" "Mr. Duanmu Yunjing said you are Jiu. She stepped closer, her smile bright, yet devoid of sincerity. "So, you must be Jiu." Without uttering another word, Jiu Quan clearly heard her voice. Jiu Quan currently possesses the freedom to navigate the Duanmu household. He must not remove this dress, and must continue to masquerade as Jiu, or it will hinder my investigations. Jiu Quan was momentarily stunned. What did she say? Why had Wen Zizai not spoken yet still managed to call his name? "You know my name?" His fear dissipated, replaced by curiosity as he inched closer to Wen Zizai.
How do you know me?
Wen Zizai, confronted by the boy's proximity, disdainfully pushed him aside. "I said you are Jiu. I didn't say anything else." Indeed, being scrutinized up close by a psychotic individual feels rather disconcerting. "Jiu Quan?" He stubbornly stared at Wen Zizai. What is this boy looking at? Wen Zizai. Truly hadn't he spoken. Thus, only one possibility remained. His hand swiftly clasped Wen Qiqi's, drawing it closer to his heart. His eyes glimmering with fervor. "So we are destined for 3 lifetimes together?" His gaze softened as he looked down at her hand. "Otherwise, how could I sense your innermost thoughts?" Wen Qiqi was taken aback. She quickly withdrew her hand, brandishing a dagger. "Darling, if you continue to utter such strange words, my little knife might just come into play." Jiu Quan's eyes lost all traces of fear, replaced instead with an obsessive, almost pathological smile. "I know, my dear. Our relationship must remain a secret." Wen Qiqi. Is Jiu Quan experiencing a sudden mental breakdown? Jiu Quan was utterly unfazed by Wen Qiqi's assessment of him, firmly pulling her hand toward the dressing room on the 5th floor. "I've changed my mind. I want to take you home and hide you away. Even your sister will only get to see you occasionally." He turned back, his feminine attire accentuating his allure. His eyes brimming with seduction. "I want you to be my treasured piece of art, darling." Wen Qiqi chuckled and raised her hand, delivering a playful slap to his face. Jiu Quan covered his face, unable to suppress a smile, as he heard Wen Qiqi's lowered voice. "If you were a bit more normal, Jiu wouldn't be laughing like this." Jiu Quan lifted his head, seizing Wen Qiqi's slender arm, pulling her forcefully into the dressing room, his voice enticing. "You know my sister well, but now I need you to understand my preferences, darling." The door was firmly shut and locked. Duanmu Yunce chased after them to the vicinity of the 5th floor dressing room. The Duanmu family possessed more than one dressing room. To accommodate guests, this floor boasted nearly 100 of them. To be honest, Duanmu Yunce wasn't even certain if he had truly seen Wen Qiqi. Yet, driven by instinct, he pressed on. After waiting a considerable time at the door, he finally spotted 2 figures emerging from the dressing room. One wore a pink princess dress, and the other donned a black fitted gown. Duanmu Yunce instinctively took a couple of steps toward them, but as he neared, he hesitated, controlling himself from reaching out, instead tentatively calling out, "Wen Qiqi?" There was no response. Undeterred, he stepped closer and gently tapped the shoulder of the girl in the black dress. "Wen Qiqi, I..." The girl turned, revealing a stranger's face. "Young Master Duanmu, is there something you need?" "Oh, my apologies." Duanmu Yunce's shoulders slumped in disappointment as he turned to leave. Approaching the window, he gazed up at the moon. It was not a full moon tonight. Did that signify an inauspicious time for reunions? He opened his cigarette case. Discovering only one cigarette remained. Skillfully, He placed it between his lips, shielding the end with one hand while igniting it with the other. Sparks flew, and smoke spiraled into the air, the tobacco's intoxicating haze further clouding his mind. His brow furrowed tightly. Footsteps approached from behind. Duanmu Yunce paid them no mind, assuming it was Lu Zhen, who had failed to keep pace with him. Noticing the footsteps had halted, Duanmu Yunce braced himself for Lu Zhen's impending reprimand, perhaps a scolding for how quickly he had dashed off or for becoming dazed upon seeing Wen Qiqi. However, a prolonged silence ensued. Curiously, he turned his head. Lu Zhen, I know I rushed to see Wen Qiqi, but surely you wouldn't remain silent behind me. His gaze fell first on her long, fair legs. His voice abruptly halted. Lu Zhen could never be wearing shorts. As his gaze rose, he was taken aback to see Wen Qiqi dressed so casually and effortlessly. The girl tilted her head, greeting him. Good evening. Smoking is harmful to your health, Duanmu Yunce. Wen Qiqi. Duanmu Yunce fumbled, trying to extinguish the cigarette in his palm. What are you doing here? He hurriedly sought to divert her attention. However, before he could press the burning cigarette to his palm, it was snatched away by Wen Qiqi. Duanmu Yunce stared at her, in astonishment. That habit of yours is rather cumbersome, Duanmu Yunce. She extinguished the cigarette against the hilt of her dagger, then tossed the remnants over her shoulder to Jiu Quan, who was still clad in women's clothing. Jiu Quan, though sensing something was amiss, he fashioned his skirt into a makeshift pouch, effortlessly catching the trash and tossing it into a nearby bin. Duanmu Yunce had bowed, cautiously observed Wen Qiqi's expression. I haven't always had this habit. But you do have a smoking habit, Duanmu Yunce, Wen Qiqi interjected. She hadn't intended to bring it up. It merely struck her as pitiful to think of him spending countless nights alone with cigarettes, particularly since he ultimately succumbed to lung cancer in his 30s. Gazing into his helpless yet clear eyes, Wen Qiqi couldn't resist reminding him. Smoking truly harms your health. Duanmu Yunce. I'll quit, he replied swiftly, as if the words had spilled forth without thought. Wen Qiqi blinked. Duanmu Yunce quickly added, I promise I will quit.
Please believe me. All right.
The girl smiled gently. Duanmu Yunce shifted his stance, trying to draw closer to her. So, Wen Qiqi, why are you here? Wen Qiqi glanced back at Jiu Quan, smiling. I came with her.
Duanmu Yunce tilted his head.
The person before him seemed familiar, but was unknown to him. Who is she? Unfazed by Duanmu Yunce's notorious face blindness, Jiu Quan affectionately wrapped his arms around Wen Qiqi's waist. I'm her darling, Duanmu Yunce. For reasons he could not comprehend, despite her being a girl, he inexplicably felt irked. Surely, he hadn't lost his sanity to the point of feeling jealous of a girl? Wen Qiqi. How audacious is this Yandere to act so boldly in public? Can I punch him in front of Duanmu Yunce?
Jiu Quan smiled,
tilting his head. Isn't that right? Wen Qiqi forced a smile, prying his hand away and positioning him as if he were in a timeout, arms tightly against the fluffy hem of her skirt. Out of Duanmu Yunce's view, Wen Qiqi pressed her dagger against Jiu Quan's waist, ensuring he wouldn't act out before she faced Duanmu Yunce directly. We are here at the invitation of the banquet. Du Nmync harbored no doubts about her, but upon noticing her casual attire, he expressed concern. Did the SHN family not prepare a gown for you? My room is stocked with a plethora of the latest styles. You could accompany me. Uncertain of his own thoughts, his face flushed, and he averted his gaze, his voice softening. We could select something together in my room. Ji Chuan felt the urge to move, but the blade pressed against his waist restrained her. However, she could still speak. The styles from the Du Nm family are far too extravagant. This is the most comfortable and understated outfit I could find for my treasure. His initial intent was to guide WNZZ to the changing room to don a more subdued outfit and then discreetly lead her out of the Du Nm residence. Yet, he had just presented WNZZ with an array of hideously unappealing options.
Nonetheless, Wen z was, benature, a perfect mannequin.
Anything draped upon her somehow exuded an inexplicable elegance. This simple ensemble was one that Ji Chuan had painstakingly unearthed after considerable searching in a small corner. As WNZZ donned the attire, he heard her exclaim in satisfaction, How on earth can this be so short? Is Ji Chuan trying to freeze me to death? Ji Chuan leaned his head on his hand, gazing at WNZZ with a smile. I know. My dear, you truly adore this outfit. Adore it, you say? You are quite pleased. Can you truly not comprehend my expression, Ji Chuan? He grinned wider, then suddenly adopted a serious tone. I can hear the whispers of your heart, my dear.
Wen's paused in her actions.
You and I share an unspoken bond. Ji Chuan rose, towering over W and ZZ, despite her wearing a dress. In the mirror, the radiant woman stood behind her, gently encircling her waist. He did not glance at the mirror, but focused on W and ZZ's earlobe, his expression lazy yet attentive. Such a marvelous connection. I feel I should never allow you to slip from my sight. W and ZZ did not resist. She genuinely questioned Ji Chuan's words, testing him. Can you truly hear my thoughts? Indeed. Ji Chuan lowered his head, inhaling the scent of her hair that cascaded down her neck. W and ZZ turned her head slightly. The dagger was already unsheathed. What did you hear? If you can truly hear me, I will slay you, you pervert. Ji Chuan kept his eyes closed, seizing her dagger-wielding hand, guiding it to rest against his carotid artery. My dear, you are complimenting me. W and ZZ. What nonsense. I know you cherish me, my dear. W and ZZ was at a loss for words. She dismissed her thoughts and retracted her hand, delivering a swift kick. Though she felt a twinge of guilt towards the face that bore a striking resemblance to Gigi, it was essential for her to be firm with a sickly sweet. Otherwise, if he developed any other notions, it could lead to trouble.
Be tough.
She must not leave the seeds of sin. As her thoughts returned to the present,
Ji Chuan lowered his gaze.
the abdomen that had just been kicked by W and Z still throbbed, with a hint of pain. Did his sister truly prefer girls with such strength? Would that not be convenient for binding them to a bed? Perhaps it could be tested after bringing one home. However, the shorts. Ji Chuan's attention was diverted by a sudden remark from the red-haired youth. Du Nmync's gaze flicked over W and ZZ's exposed legs, quickly averting his eyes as he removed his suit jacket and, without asking for her consent, wrapped it around her waist. His voice brimmed with goodwill. You'll catch a chill, W and ZZ. The red-haired youth was very close. W and ZZ could see his ears flushed crimson with embarrassment. He seemed rather easily flustered.
Wen smiled slightly. Thank you.
Then she was pulled back by Ji Chuan. My dear, we have other matters to attend to. Under W and ZZ's compelling gaze, Ji Chuan could not act, remaining at her side. Fear not, before we return to my home, I shall fulfill any request you make. Before W and ZZ could speak, Du Nmync interjected, stepping between them. She will only return to the SHN residence. How could she possibly accompany you home? He turned to W and ZZ. There are many intriguing things on the first and second floors. Shall I show you?
Wen's?
Would you join me? Gazing into W and ZZ's eyes, he inadvertently poured out his heartfelt emotions. In such a gathering, it is only with you by my side that I can perceive its significance. So, may I request just a little time to be near you? Even a quarter of an hour would suffice. Despite having meticulously styled his hair to appear mature, Du Nmync now resembled a defeated child, desperately wishing to occupy a fleeting moment in the girl's life. W and ZZ hesitated, recalling the assistance Du Nmync had provided during the previous 125 cycles. Her heart softened. Very well, just for a little while.
Ji Chuan?
Ji Chuan did not grasp how this red-haired lad had so effortlessly stolen his treasure with but a few words. By the time he comprehended the situation, W and ZZ had already descended the stairs, merrily following Du Nmync, even turning back to inform him, see you in the garden in half an hour.
Ji Chuan.
Is it possible to dispose of Du Nmync? W and ZZ's agreement to Du Nmync was not solely due to her soft heart. There was another matter.
Wen's?
Du Nmync stammered, unsure of what to say.
Wen's casually nibbled on a small cake.
She was absolutely famished, having had no opportunity to eat dinner. She had not even managed to eat at the banquet on the 7th floor, and had expended all her energy battling Ji Chuan in the changing room on the 5th floor. After hastily satisfying her hunger, she turned to Du Nmync and suddenly inquired, do you think my simple attire might affect your reputation? After all, Many eyes had been drawn to them since earlier, and several girls had attempted to engage Du Nmync, only to be met with his cold rebuffs. I do not care about that, Du Nmync replied earnestly. Their opinions of me are irrelevant. What matters is how you perceive me. I think you are quite wonderful. Du Nmync's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting her next words. WNZZ popped a piece of fruit into her mouth. Although you bully your classmates, enforce violent measures, and often exhibit a bit of a temper. Du Nmyc? The light in his eyes dimmed gradually. But you are not at fault. Those who act out of line need to be dealt with. You possess your own principles. You do not bully the innocent or weak, although your methods may be somewhat extreme. Du Nmync asked cautiously. You know about my situation?
Wenz glanced at him.
She had occasionally come across references to him in parts of the novel that did not pertain to her storyline, so she nodded in acknowledgement. Du Nmync opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. WNSHSH, oblivious to his fluster, reassured him. A good child like you'll surely have a wonderful outcome in the future. Du Nmync was taken aback. A wonderful outcome? Yes, it will be. WNSHSH smiled at him, her gaze lifting as fireworks erupted behind him. The dazzling colors reflected in their eyes. One thought, I will do my utmost to guide you back on track. Your brother will not abandon you because of the Shun family's misfortunes. You need not bear the burden of family obligations too soon. You are free to pursue your own path. Meanwhile, the other pondered. Being with you is my best outcome. However, the sound of the fireworks was too loud for WNSHSH to notice his lips moving, nor did she hear his words. Fireworks are ephemeral. As the evening breeze swept by, a new piano melody began to play. WNSHSH tilted her head in curiosity. She spotted Professor F.H. on stage. Along with the conspicuous figures of L and W Isu and N in white dresses below. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The plot, the narrative within the novel, was unfolding a week earlier than anticipated, during the Du Nm family's banquet. Today, had it been triggered prematurely? Chapter 49. Youth is a blessing. When the brain crashes, it crashes. Outside the Du Nm villa, a pitch-black vehicle came to a halt, blending into the night. Good evening, Mr. SHNC. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in the spacious, dimly lit car. SHNC entered a series of codes, the silver-rimmed glasses reflecting the loading screen on the in-car display. Query in progress. SHNMSH sat in the back seat, glancing up at the sound. Is it ready? The reply came from a persistent electronic voice. Beep. Mobile monitoring device has connected to the signal.
Beep.
Mobile monitoring device has been activated.
Beep.
Location of WNSHSH detected. Tracking in progress. Meanwhile, in the corners of the Du Nm residence, several small monitoring devices hidden by SH and MZ and SH and W flickered to life, beginning their operation. SHNC's gaze fell upon the rear-view mirror. His tone unfriendly. Must we monitor SHSH in this manner? SHNMSH did not look at him, his eyes fixed on the display. His voice flat as he stated the facts. The Du Nm family's banquet did not invite L and W Isu and N L. Du Nmy New Jersey even assured SH and ZHHN before the banquet that they would be intercepted. Yet the intelligence we received indicates that they are indeed present. As the surveillance footage on the screen divided into 4 sections, gradually illuminating, SHNMSH pinched the bridge of his nose. Do you understand what this implies, SHNC? SHNC replied expressionlessly. It means that other brothers can openly accompany her to the banquet, while you and I must remain hidden here, ensuring her safety from the shadows. He slightly turned his head. Does Big Brother enjoy playing the silent guardian? His voice was cool, yet emotion simmered beneath, clearing obstacles for her, silencing dissent, painstakingly preparing everything for her, and even amidst his busyness, making time to understand her. SHNC chuckled softly. You arranged her admission, dealt with those who criticized her, and have begun to handle the recent slander regarding her affection for N L, yet she remains oblivious to your efforts. His palm covered a camera's view. Are you truly content with this, Big Brother? SH and MSH calmly moved his hand away. revealing a small white on the obscured screen. Upon closer inspection, it was WNSHSH. My actions do not require your validation. SHNC. SHNC adjusted his glasses. I simply find it perplexing. Are you genuinely playing the part of a brother, or is there a hidden agenda? The concealed surveillance continued its advance. Silence enveloped the car. SH and MSH neither confirmed nor denied. Some matters need not be articulated too clearly. As the intense brightness faded, the screen gradually revealed WNSHSH and DUNMYNC beneath the fireworks. SH and MSH furrowed his brow, his voice deepening. At present, SHSH is paramount. The protagonist of the narrative is present, though the necessity of supporting characters remains uncertain. SHNC. Our primary objective is to monitor DUNMYNC's actions, to discern the reasons behind his deviation from the script. There is no need for you to know more. Although this indeed infringes upon SHSH's privacy, SH and MSH lowered his gaze. For a moment, he was unsure whether to comfort SH and C or to rationalize his own actions. This is to free ourselves from the shackles we bear. To avoid being manipulated and to seize control of our own destinies, unconventional measures must be employed. The SHN family should have taught you this lesson, SHNC. You surely do not wish to witness SHSH stepping forward again, as you did last time. SHNC's emotions were inscrutable. Upon seeing DUNMYNC blushing while looking at WNSHSH, he deliberately enlarged the image on the screen, removing DUNMYNC from view. Ensuring SH and MSH could observe the two perspectives that showcased WNSHSH, magnifying DUNMYNC instead. If Big Brother's orders were so clear, then he would ensure to keep a close watch on him. SH and MSH. These brothers and their subtle schemes. None of them provide me with peace of mind. He could only raise an eyebrow, sitting upright to focus on the screen near SH and C. In the footage, WNSHSH was dressed lightly. Her gaze fixated on the scene behind DUNMYNC. Wasn't this romantic subplot supposed to unfold a week later? How could it be advanced by so much? In the original narrative, after LNWISU was discharged from the hospital, Dr. Lju's inheritance, due to lack of heirs, was donated to a charitable organization, which subsequently funneled funds to impoverished students at St. Celia Academy. The one benefiting the most from this was, of course, the female lead, LNWISU. As a result, her life became considerably more comfortable that week. And when WNH invited her to the DUNM family banquet, she specifically purchased a uniquely exquisite white dress. She successfully captured N.Nging's attention upon her entrance. WNSHSH glanced at N.Nging. This lad's gaze is utterly fixated on LNWISU. If only he would commit. Must we endure the torment of a bittersweet romance? Must we serve as the emotional mediators? I feel an urge to kick him right now. DUNMYNC noticed WNSHSH's distracted gaze and followed it, spotting the exchange between N.Nging and LNWISU. He turned back to WNSHSH, furrowing his brow. The intensity of emotion in her eyes was something he had never witnessed before. Was she truly so upset merely because N.Nging was conversing with another girl? Is he truly worthy of your concern? Reluctance and unwillingness plagued him as Duan-mu Yunkai reached out, grasping Wen Zhaozhao's slender arm, gently pulling her towards him. Before she could comprehend the situation, he wrapped one arm around her waist while the other pressed against her back, enveloping her in a close and reassuring embrace. Outside, the wind carried a chill, yet the warmth of the boy's embrace was almost scorching. The girl nestled in his arms raised her head, puzzled. What's wrong, big fool? This embrace was profound, as if he wished to merge her into himself. However, it lasted but a fleeting second before he inhaled deeply, loosening his grip. Sensing the distance that lingered between them, he spoke softly. My mother once said that a hug can dissolve many emotions. His ears flushed crimson. I didn't want you to be so upset. Duan-mu Yunkai had braced himself for her wrath due to his rudeness. Should anything affect your emotions, I shall not allow that scum to occupy a place in your heart, even if it makes you despise me. Yet, the girl did not react with anger. Instead, She tugged at his clothing once more, retreating into his embrace, as before. Oh no! Nangong Li was approaching. Though unsure why Lin Weixue was by his side while he scanned the surroundings, he spotted me and began chattering. I couldn't just strike him. Better to avoid trouble. I should hide. Duan Mu Yunkai remained oblivious to Wen Zhaozhao's inner thoughts. His mind was a whirlwind, on the brink of explosion. The surroundings were anything but quiet. How could a night banquet ever be tranquil? Yet, in that moment, the vibrant laughter and chatter faded into oblivion, leaving only the intertwined hues of blue and white in his embrace, mingling with the rapid cadence of his heart, reminding him that he truly existed in this world. Approximately 2 seconds later, Duan Mu Yunkai was left in a state of shock, as if time had frozen. Likewise, in the car observing the scene were Shen Xiai and Shen Moshui. They exchanged a knowing glance through the rearview mirror before instinctively averting their eyes. Though unspoken, both understood. They needed to find a way to send that rascal Duan Mu Yunkai far away. Meanwhile, when Zhao Zhao stealthily peered around the side of the big fool. In the original storyline, it was Jiu who brought Nangong Li to this banquet, but now she noticed the Wang family young lady casting a resentful gaze at him and Lin Weixue. It seemed the plot would still unfold. Even if minor characters departed from the narrative, others would rise to take their place. Thus, the forthcoming events would also transpire? In the original plot, Jiu, fueled by jealousy over Nangong Li's interactions with Lin Weixue, would listen to malicious whispers and prepare some potent medicine for him. Jiu intended to ensure the duck was thoroughly cooked so it could not quack outside, yet Nangong Li, failing to see Lin Weixue in his line of sight, sought her out before the drug's effects could manifest, inadvertently fostering their intimate connection, though it had not yet reached inappropriate levels. However, when Zhao Zhao gazed curiously at the Wang family young lady, pondering, would she also drug Nangong Li in Jiu's absence? Shortly thereafter, she witnessed it, indeed. The young lady was preparing a murky shot of liquor for Nangong Li. The concoction hadn't even been mixed properly. From a distance, she could see the froth atop the glass. The dosage was so excessive that when Zhao Zhao doubted whether one sip would send Nangong Li reeling, yet he, oblivious like a blind man, down the drink without hesitation. Impressive. You truly are something else. With that expression, it's no wonder others would resort to poisoning you. Nonetheless, tonight's focus was not on such trivial matters but rather, when Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled. In the original storyline, Zhou Quan would also make an appearance today and would give Nangong Li a good thrashing. I must prepare tools for Zhou Quan. In the earlier narrative, she had only taken a small knife, far too insignificant for the blatant torment of the male lead. It was imperative to prepare something